Chapter 1. Unprecedented Insight. I am here to challenge the elite. February 6th, 2002. This day undoubtedly stands as a grand occasion akin to a basketball gala for fans across the United States. The prodigious LeBron James, heralded as the strongest high school player in history, is set to represent St. Mary's High School in a momentous clash against the illustrious Carmelo Anthony, also known as a prodigy, leading Oak Hill Academy. These two nationally recognized superstars, rising luminaries of the sport, are poised to deliver an exhilarating contest for the audience this evening. This match is not merely a showcase of talent between Anthony and James, it is also a revenge duel between St. Mary's High School and the prestigious Oak Hill Academy. The arena is ablaze with light, akin to daylight. Spectators fill the sidelines, their fervor palpable as the cheers swell before the match has even commenced. Countless cameras broadcast this event to viewers nationwide. Even the venerable sports network ESPN is participating in this grand live streaming event. Such a monumental spectacle is rarely rivaled, not even by the NCAA's March Madness. It is inconceivable that this is merely a confrontation between high school athletes. Meanwhile, seated on the St. Mary's High School bench, Feng feels like an outsider, utterly detached from the electrifying atmosphere of the game. He appears somewhat dazed. As Feng scans his surroundings, his eyes widen in sudden realization. Wait, have I traversed into another realm? An influx of memories rushes and he discovers that in this life, he has taken on the identity of a Feng who journeyed across the ocean to pursue his basketball dreams. After 2 years of relentless effort, this former self has finally gained the trust of Coach Damlot of St. Mary's, securing a spot at the end of the bench. However, this precious opportunity is not without its conditions that if Feng fails to demonstrate his value to the team over the next 10 games, it is evident that Damlot will expel him from the bench roster without hesitation. As for the previous 9 games, well, Feng's performance has been nothing short of catastrophic. In the 3 minutes he played, he averaged 0 points, 1 assist, and 2 turnovers, becoming the team's most reliable water boy. Today, however, presents Feng with his final chance to prove himself. Should he falter, he will be cast aside from the team, and his so-called basketball dream will become a mere jest. After gathering his thoughts, Feng exhales deeply that he acknowledges that in his previous life, he often boasted online about defeating Jordan with a punch and kicking Shaquille with a foot. Yet, fate has conspired to place him in a direct showdown with these legendary figures, akin to a bronze warrior stumbling into a realm of kings. Please, if they do not unleash their full prowess upon him, it is likely due to the fact that he has remained inconspicuous. Feng massages his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him as he undoubtedly yearned for an opportunity to prove himself, to remain in the varsity team of St. Mary's High School, even as a substitute, which was infinitely preferable to not being able to play at all. After all, this was the best stepping stone towards gaining entry into prestigious NCAA institutions, and it represented the first stride towards the NBA. Yet, the prospect of making a name for himself in such a high-stakes competition appeared overwhelmingly daunting. Just as Feng was grappling with his predicament, a sudden, chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the God-level Comprehension system. In the next moment, Feng was taken aback. Had his traverser's auxiliary system finally arrived? God-level Comprehension? What could that possibly mean? It felt as though it was some sort of advanced technology system for academic prodigies. Curiously, Feng tentatively murmured in his mind, "System, open the attribute panel." Instantly, a colossal blue holographic screen manifested before him, displaying his basic attributes. Host, Feng. Age, 18 years. Height, 201 centimeters. Wingspan, 217 centimeters. Comprehension points, 0 points. Total skills, 0. Further details regarding projection, explosiveness, speed, and strength were presented, but Feng had no time to scrutinize them. Although Feng possessed commendable static talent, the system's comprehensive evaluation of him was merely a meager B grade. High emotional intelligence. Ample room for improvement. Low emotional intelligence. Inadequate at this moment. What intrigued Feng most was the skill section, as he sensed it might very well be the key to his resurgence. With no novice tutorial in sight, he pondered, shouldn't there be a beginner's gift pack or something of that sort upon awakening the system? Why not conjure up something akin to the Magic Mike or the template of Bull Jordan? Why did it feel as though he, as a traverser, lacked any semblance of prestige? Ding! Before Feng could delve deeper into the system, the sharp blast of a referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the much-anticipated match. Oak Mountain High School seized the initiative, claiming the opening possession, and soon, Anthony advanced to receive a pass from his teammate. Although Anthony had only recently transferred to Oak Mountain High, being a nationally renowned prodigy afforded him the privilege of unwavering trust from his teammates. LeBron James stepped forward, applying pressure in defense, tightly marking Carmelo Anthony. The two burgeoning stars clashed from the outset, and the crowd erupted in cheers that seemed to pierce the very roof. James! James! Melon! Melon! The vast arena appeared transformed into a stage for their duet. Anthony sought an opening, suddenly driving through from the right. Initially, he intended to use his physique to maneuver past James, aiming for a mid-range shot or a layup. However, he quickly realized that this adversary was as robust as a bull, offering no leeway in their confrontation, that LeBron used his formidable physique to halt Anthony just beyond the three-point line, compelling the latter to swiftly pass the ball to a teammate without hesitation. At in their inaugural clash, it appeared that James held the upper hand. However, Anthony had no intention of conceding defeat. Utilizing a screen, he received the ball back from his teammate through a seamless exchange. At this moment, just a step within the three-point arc, Anthony once again faced off against James. The determined defense of the veteran James resembled that of a ferocious beast. He instinctively reacted to the offensive player's movements, swiftly obstructing his path to the basket. Even when caught slightly out of position, his exceptional physical prowess allowed him to deliver a formidable chase-down block. During high school competitions, James' presence was akin to an overwhelming force. Yet, Anthony's demeanor remained composed. He swiftly lifted the ball above his head, initiating his shooting motion. After a brief pause, he deftly shifted his shoulders to feint, followed by a rapid lateral movement before raising the ball once more. Whoosh! The shot was released. This fluid and rhythmical sequence left James momentarily bewildered despite Anthony not dribbling even once in place. He successfully faked out James. Anthony effectively pinned James in place, effortlessly shooting from beyond the arc. This is the signature three-level threat of the player often referred to as the offensive kaleidoscope. Carmelo Anthony. Swish! The crisp sound of the net reverberated as Anthony emphatically sank his first shot. The audience erupted in astonishment, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. At that moment, Feng widened his eyes in surprise, not due to the recent basket, but rather because the unfamiliar mechanical voice echoed in his ears once again. Ding dong. The host comprehension is extraordinary. Having closely observed Carmelo Anthony's shooting technique, you have grasped skill A level, speed change 3-level threat. Beginner. Chapter 2. James exits the court. An opportunity to close the gap. Feng momentarily froze, a smile gradually forming on his lips. A warm current began to surge within him, seemingly transforming his physical instincts imperceptibly. Then the clarity of the previous movement became increasingly vivid in his mind. The intricacies of each motion, the coordination between his shoulders, arms, footwork, and gaze while holding the ball, and the rhythm adjustment through reading the defense during the 3-level threat were all skills that appeared to be the culmination of Feng's extensive study and practice. Yet, the system's notification was not yet concluded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for acquiring a skill for the first time. A novice gift package will soon be issued. Comprehension enhancement significantly increases the probability of skill acquisition. After learning a skill, there is a high chance of identifying its flaws for further refinement. Duration lasts until the end of this match. Ding dong. The host seems to have discerned a flaw in the previous movement. After the host modifications, the skill has successfully advanced. Congratulations to the host for mastering the new skills level speed change 3-level threat. Beginner. Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that I am indeed a genius? If the future Carmelo Anthony is undoubtedly the textbook of basketball, the kaleidoscope of offense, then the young Melo of today is clearly still in the early stages, his skills not yet refined by professional training, appearing somewhat immature. Yet, even so, he is capable of effortlessly unleashing A-level skills, the creme de la creme of high school basketball players in the nation. The fact that the original owner, after years of arduous training, still only managed A-B in the system's overall assessment speaks volumes about the true value of that A. Feng smiled faintly, scarcely daring to imagine how buoyant he would feel after this match. To comprehend skills and even enhance them, Feng felt as if he were a top-tier prodigy, the likes of which appear only once in a millennium in the realms of fantasy novels. At this moment, he believed that even if he couldn't secure a spot on the bench, it would not pose a significant issue. Seizing the moment, while the bonus of insight was still in effect, mastering a few more advanced skills was far more advantageous than anything else. Thus, even if in the future Feng were to attend a second-tier basketball university, he could still potentially lead his team to the NCAA Elite Eight, much like Stephen Curry. When the time came to enter the NBA draft, he might even have a shot at a coveted lottery pick. In an instant, Li Feng found that the system he had once dismissed seemed remarkably appealing now. Anthony, you are formidable, but you are mine now. With that thought, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Nearby, the head coach of St. Mary's High School, Damlot, raised an eyebrow. What is this kid so happy about? If he recalled correctly, that was indeed a basket made by the opposing team. Had this lad been bribed by Oak Mountain High School to act as a spy? Damlot scrutinized Li Feng from head to toe, then shook his head slightly. No, that was an unfounded suspicion of my player. He had witnessed Li Feng's relentless effort during practice and could feel the young man's genuine passion for basketball, something that could not be feigned. It was precisely for this reason that Damlot held a favorable view of this hard-working youth and had granted him an opportunity to prove himself that, if possible, he still hoped that Li Feng could achieve success. Clearing his throat gently, Damlot remarked, Li Feng, be ready. Today might just present you with an opportunity to shine. Yes, coach, Li Feng replied, suppressing his smile. Damlot's gaze returned to the court. The final chance had been given, and whether he could seize it lay solely in Li Feng's hands. The match continued, and the renowned ESPN commentator Mike Derrick exclaimed from the broadcast booth. Incredible. Anthony executes a difficult fadeaway jumper, smoothly sending the ball into the basket. Despite LeBron's impeccable defense, he remained perfectly positioned. Yet Anthony still managed to score, with a thunderous shout from Derrick, the mechanical voice of the system. Once again echoed in Li Feng's ears. Feng, the host comprehension, is extraordinary. After observing Anthony's 3 threatening movements, a new insight has been gained, awarding 100 points of comprehension. Feng, the host comprehension is extraordinary. By closely observing the details of Anthony's shooting, the skill of level stable shooting has been mastered beginner. It appears the host has discerned a flaw in the previous movement. After the host's modifications, the skill has successfully advanced. A level stable shooting beginner has been acquired. As possession changed, LeBron James immediately responded. With a swift dribble, he maneuvered past Anthony and charged toward the basket. He resembled an uncontrollable train, obliterating everything in his path. Faced with the towering center guarding the rim for Oak Mountain High, James leapt fearlessly, executing a classic axe dunk amid the confrontation. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded. And LeBron James' dominance is among the greatest throughout history. Not to mention at this stage of the high school league, he could be said to soar through the air, capable of anything. Anthony shook his head, slightly indeed. There was no one in Oak Mountain High's roster who could halt this monster. Even though the entire team had been explicitly instructed by the coach to employ tactics against LeBron, forcing him to shoot and pushing him to the left, ultimately driving him away from the basket. Yet reality is harsh. It proved utterly ineffective. Nothing could impede James from scoring. Even when facing double teaming, James' remarkable court vision and passing ability could severely exploit Oak Mountain High's defensive weaknesses. Even in high school, he was already dubbed the Jordan Plus Magic by the media, a testament to his terrifying prowess. James confidently sank his free throw. The score at the end of the first quarter reached 21-19, granting St. Mary's High a renewed advantage. However, Oak Mountain High's head coach, Steve Smith, remained composed. At that moment, St. Mary's High appeared unstoppable, yet he understood the inherent issues within the team. They were overly reliant on James. The team could scarcely identify a stable secondary ball handler. It must be said, their coach, Damlot, had elevated the phrase leash the dog to win to new heights. A staggering portion of St. Mary's offensive initiations relied on James. While on defense, he was also tasked with containing Anthony, the primary ball handler. Such heavy on-court responsibilities led to rapid fatigue. Even though LeBron James is a powerhouse, he too requires rest. And therein lies the opportunity for Oak Mountain High to widen the gap. Sure enough, not long into the second quarter, Damlot substituted James for a breather, while Li Feng, also a small forward, stepped onto the court as a replacement. Damlot cast a glance at his eager opponent on the field and remarked calmly, "You have 2 minutes, Li. Make the most of it." Li Feng nodded, and as he prepared to step onto the court, James called out to him, "Hey, Li, don't worry about falling too far behind. It's all right. They'll be back in 2 minutes." James wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and looked at Li Feng. Meanwhile, Li Feng smiled lightly and replied with a sense of assurance, "Rest assured." Seeing Li Feng take the court, Steve couldn't help but smirk, then turned to Anthony beside him and said, "The opportunity to close the gap has arrived." Chapter 3. Madness. Is St. Mary's High School abandoned? As LeBron James took a breather, the once boisterous and lively atmosphere of the venue began to settle down slightly. At this moment, numerous spectators remained engrossed in discussions regarding the astonishing performances of LeBron James and Anthony, appearing somewhat reluctant to move on. Renowned ESPN commentator, Derrick Remarked from the broadcast booth, we witnessed LeBron James's dazzling display in the first quarter, which propelled the team to a lead, however, following his substitution. I am uncertain how long this slender advantage can be sustained. Replacing James on the court is a Chinese player named Feng. Many viewers, like myself, may not be well acquainted with him, yet based on his performances in the preceding matches, I fear that James may not have the luxury of resting for long. Even Yao Ming, a prodigious talent and formidable force, faced skepticism upon entering the NBA. One can only imagine the challenges Feng, an obscure Asian student athlete, must confront. Meanwhile, several spectators familiar with St. Mary's High School's previous games displayed expressions of incredulity. Why is this guy on the court? Is there no one else from St. Mary's? Good heavens! His prior performances have been nothing short of disastrous, replacing LeBron with him? This is a catastrophe waiting to unfold. Undoubtedly, this player is destined to become Anthony's plaything, I wager. Coach Steve has issued a directive to Anthony and his teammates. They must secure at least a 5-point lead within 2 minutes. Anthony glanced up at the scoreboard, 24-21. They are merely trailing by 3 points. This is not insurmountable. After all, aside from LeBron, St. Mary's has little else to offer in terms of formidable players. The so-called starting five of St. Mary's, apart from James, consists of nothing but a band of inexperienced youths. Back to the court, St. Mary's now possesses possession of the ball. Feng executed a baseline serve, and after receiving the ball, point guard Joyce advanced forward, crossing half-court before passing to shooting guard Carl at the three-point line. St. Mary's High School did not possess an extensive array of tactics, as they often relied on the simple strategy of delivering the ball to James to secure victory. However, when faced with the formidable Oak Hill High School, this approach proved to be somewhat insufficient. Carl dribbled incessantly in search of an opportunity, yet to no avail. Oak Hill's defense demonstrated remarkable execution, a testament to Coach Steve's meticulous planning. As the shot clock dwindled, Carl took a desperate shot. Bang! The three-point attempt clanked off the rim. Fortunately, St. Mary center Romeo leaped to seize the rebound and promptly passed the ball back. However, the moment Carl received the ball, he was met with tight defense, leaving no room for a sneaky play. St. Mary's offense remained in disarray. Pass it. Suddenly, Feng shouted near the free throw line. Carl, upon spotting Feng, hesitated for a moment before passing the ball, initially intending to reposition himself for another opportunity. Yet, upon receiving the ball, it seemed that Feng had no intention of redistributing it. Feng faced Anthony, slightly lowering his center of gravity, assuming a stance indicative of an impending offensive move. At that moment, the audience collectively fell into a stunned silence. Could it be that he intends to take on Anthony one-on-one? Has he been inspired by LeBron's overwhelming prowess? Believing himself capable of the same? It is essential to possess self-awareness, yet regrettably, he lacks it. At this juncture, not only the spectators, but even Melo on the court raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. Youngster, do you truly wish to challenge me one-on-one? Feng's expression gradually intensified as he keenly observed Carmelo Anthony's center of gravity, remaining silent. It was time to test the S-level triple threat he had just mastered. He intended to employ Melo's own techniques against him, curious to see what the outcome would be. Feng's core tightened as he lowered his center of gravity. After a series of lateral AA steps, he suddenly executed a rapid thrust to the right. This unexpected shift in rhythm caused Anthony's weight to instinctively retreat half a step in defense of Feng's drive. It was at this very moment that he noticed Feng had raised the ball above his head. A feint? Anthony was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing something was amiss. Reacting swiftly, his powerful core enabled him to push off with his right leg and leap back into position, arms outstretched to block Feng's shot. In that fleeting instant, Anthony's height nearly eclipsed Feng's shooting trajectory. Logically, this should have resulted in a successful block. However, to his astonishment, Feng had not shot at all. It was yet another feint. As Anthony leaped, Feng executed a swift release, stepping back into a jump shot. Swish! With the aid of his A-level stable shooting skills, the basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, landing soundly in the net with a crisp swish. At that moment, everyone in attendance was rendered speechless. The audience gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Did I just see that correctly? That Asian kid seemingly standing still just left Carmelo Anthony in the dust. On the sidelines, the astute coach Dumlett's expression shifted, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. He had witnessed this move countless times while analyzing Anthony's game footage before the match. This was Melo's signature triple threat, almost identical to what Feng had just executed. When did this kid learn that move? At that moment, the most stunned of all was Anthony himself. As the person involved, he knew all too well that Li Feng's recent maneuver was none other than his own signature triple threat. Turning back, Anthony received the ball from a teammate, pushing it beyond the three-point line. He aimed to reclaim his pride with a behind-the-back pull-up three-pointer following a screen. However, the basketball lacked sufficient force, hitting the front of the rim before bouncing out. Romeo seized the defensive rebound and passed it to shooting guard Carl. Just as Carl was preparing to seek an offensive opportunity, he heard Coach Dumlet shout from the sidelines, "Carl, give the ball to Li Feng." Carl fell silent, incredulous that as a starting point guard, he was to pass the ball to a mere water boy. Are you serious? Yet, with the coach's directive, he had no choice but to comply. As Li Feng caught the ball just inside the three-point line once more, he found himself face-to-face with Anthony again. This time, "I was careless. Kid, you won't succeed again. I will defend you to the point of questioning your existence." Cameron's demeanor had lost its previous levity. He stood firm in his defensive stance, serious and resolute. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Li Feng sprang into action once more, executing a series of three-threat moves. Anthony, suppressing the urge to leap, keenly observed Li Feng's maneuvers. Noticing that Anthony remained unfazed by his feints, Li Feng suddenly intensified his probing to the left. This time, Anthony's center of gravity shifted. A sense of urgency gripped Anthony as he realized the impending danger. He quickly stepped forward to regain his defensive position. However, this time, Li Feng did not feint a shot but instead exploited a timing mismatch to drive straight to the basket. Oh no! Anthony twisted his body in an attempt to pursue Li Feng. Yet, he found himself unable to alter his center of gravity. And as his legs suddenly pushed off in the opposite direction, he lost control of his body. In an instant, Anthony felt a weakness in his legs. Astonishingly, he was thrown off balance. Chapter 4. Young man, do you yearn for power? The audience erupted in astonishment, and even the commentators were left incredulous at the unfolding scene. It was painful to witness. Anthony had actually been bested by this individual? How embarrassing. My God, this is no joke. Am I truly not dreaming? Ankle breaker. Good heavens, this moment is worthy of a lifetime of boasting. The players from Oak Tree Mountain High were taken aback, momentarily stunned by Anthony's heavy fall. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng swiftly shot towards the unguarded basket, effortlessly scoring another 2 points. As the scoreboard flickered once again, the score escalated to 28-21. No one had anticipated that. With LeBron off the court for less than a minute, the point differential would not only fail to diminish as expected, but actually widen. The previously unheralded Li Feng had stepped onto the court and scored 4 points directly against Oak Tree Mountain High's undeniable star, Anthony. Unbelievable. Coach Damlot was taken aback, never imagining that the underperforming Li Feng from the previous games would experience such a surge. At that moment, as Anthony rose from the floor, Coach Steve from Oak Tree Mountain High stood up to signal for a timeout. The appearance of Li Feng undoubtedly disrupted their scoring strategy. Currently, the score between the two teams has widened to a 7-point gap. If a timeout is not called soon, it could lead to complications should the opposing team find their rhythm. As both teams returned to the sidelines, the tens of thousands of spectators erupted in a fervor. The cheers were deafening, all chanting the name of St. Mary's High School. Without a doubt, Li Feng's unexpected entrance ignited the atmosphere. "Oh, my God! You are truly astonishing. Come over here, you rascal." Damlot's smile stretched from ear to ear as he embraced Li Feng, vigorously patting his back. "I knew you wouldn't let me regret believing in you, would you?" In the face of the fiery enthusiasm of the head coach, Li Feng coughed twice and chuckled. "Coach, please calm down. You're going to break my back." Damlot chuckled and finally released Li Feng. At that moment, other teammates also gathered around, smiling and offering their congratulations to Li Feng. Li Feng's performance during the critical phase of the match surpassed everyone's initial expectations. To bewilder one of the main protagonists of the evening in such a highly anticipated event, even compelling the opposing coach to call a timeout, Li Feng certainly delivered a jolt of surprise to the audience. Perhaps this incident will grace the front pages of various media outlets later tonight. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, James nodded in approval of Li Feng's remarkable display, then turned to Coach Damlot, saying, "Coach, I believe I've rested sufficiently." Observing James's eagerness, Damlot gently pressed him back onto the bench, patting his shoulder with a slight smile. "No rush. I think you can afford a few more minutes of rest." On the other side, beside the bench of Oak Hill High School, the players gathered in a circle, listening intently to Coach Steve's admonition with serious expressions. Although Li Feng's recent performance was indeed surprising, it must be acknowledged that their own attitude towards the game had been somewhat complacent. Carmelo Anthony, regarded as the top high school player in the nation, exhibited fearlessness against any defense, often dominating his opponents with ease. As a prodigious talent who had risen to prominence at a young age, his investment in defensive efforts was understandably minimal, especially when faced with an opponent who transitioned from the illustrious LeBron to the relatively unknown Li Feng, which further dampened his motivation. Originally unprepared for defense, Anthony found himself ill-equipped to counter Li Feng's unorthodox tactics, resulting in an unfortunate loss of 4 points. Fortunately, time remained on their side. If St. Mary's High School continues to feature that player named Li Feng on the court, you are to target him relentlessly, understood? During pregame preparations, Coach Steve had a vague recollection of Li Feng. Overall, this Chinese player did not exhibit remarkable physical attributes and was perceived as a weak link on both offensive and defensive fronts. Targeting him was certainly a sound strategy. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The audience was taken aback to see that St. Mary's High School still had the number 3 player, the one with the yellow skin, rather than James. Were they truly unconcerned about Oak Hill High School regrouping to focus on him? While the spectators pondered this, Oak Hill High School prepared for a baseline inbounds play. Anthony received a pass from a teammate beyond the 3-point line, once again confronting Li Feng. Open up. With a swift gesture, Anthony signaled his teammates to retreat to the perimeter, creating space for his offensive play. It was evident to all that they were intent on targeting Li Feng. At this moment, although a sense of unease stirred within Li Feng, particularly as he faced the formidable presence of the nation's top high school athlete, Anthony, he remained resolute. Drawing from his past life as the king of banter, he adhered to the principle of maintaining composure in the face of adversity. With an air of heartfelt concern, he inquired about Anthony's well-being. "Oh, Anthony, how is your ankle? If it hurts, do consider visiting a hospital. There is no shame in seeking help. Please, do not push yourself." Anthony's lips curled in irritation, instinctively reaching to assess his ankle. Damn, this kid's trash talk was infuriating. Recalling the moment he had been outmaneuvered, a wave of frustration washed over him, fueling a desire for retribution. A smirk crept across his face as he prepared to execute a swift and powerful probing step from beyond the 3-point line. Li Feng anticipated that Anthony would feign a triple threat move. Thus, he resolutely suppressed his instinctive reaction and refrained from shifting his center of gravity. Observing that the initial feint had failed, Anthony suddenly accelerated, executing a more rapid and pronounced probing step to the right. This time, he even shifted his body weight and shoulders in tandem with his footwork, creating an illusion that he was poised to break through. Li Feng observed Anthony's exaggerated movements and instinctively stepped back half a pace. However, at that moment, Anthony chose not to break to the right. Instead, he executed a swift dribble followed by a seamless pivot, effortlessly eluding Li Feng's defense. Subsequently, he made an easy mid-range jump shot that found its mark. Turning his head, Anthony coldly taunted Li Feng, saying, "Kid, I can even envision you frantically practicing my signature moves during your training sessions. But face reality. The techniques I possess are beyond your reach for a lifetime." He believed this remark would effectively counter Li Feng, shattering his fragile spirit. Yet, to his surprise, the next second, Li Feng lifted his head to gaze at Anthony and suddenly broke into a goofy grin. Anthony was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Li Feng's silly smile left him bewildered. What's going on? Has this kid lost his mind over basketball? Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment Anthony issued his challenge, a system notification chimed in Li Feng's ear. Ding. Host's extraordinary insight has allowed him to comprehend the skill A-level rolling pivot beginner through his encounter with Anthony. Another advanced skill. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. Although he had not modified his flaws to enhance his skills, his A-level abilities were already formidable. As for the trash talk that Anthony had thrown at him moments earlier, it now resonated in Li Feng's ears as, "Young man, do you yearn for power?" Anthony claimed that he would never exhaust the mastery of his techniques in this lifetime, to which Li Feng could only respond with astonishment. Could such a blessing truly exist? Observing Li Feng remain unaffected by his taunts, Anthony experienced an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to striking cotton with a fist. Cursing silently at the eccentricity of his opponent, Anthony quickly shifted to defense. The scouts seated on the sidelines couldn't help but nod in admiration at Anthony's performance. His offensive skills were indeed unparalleled, characterized by a lack of superfluous movements, simple, efficient, stable, and adorned with a flair that defined Carmelo Anthony in the eyes of all. Chris, a scout from Syracuse University, watched with a face full of appreciation, recognizing that this young man had long promised a bright future to Syracuse, his potential immeasurable. As he observed the game, his pen incessantly tapped against the thick scouting report, and after a moment, he inscribed but a single line, an unreplicable, one-of-a-kind offensive technique, God's most special gift to him. After completing his offensive play, Derek from ESPN remarked in the broadcast booth, "Carmelo Anthony's offensive maneuvers are utterly unpredictable and indefinable. I dare say his skills and scoring ability have already reached an NBA caliber. Should he enter the NBA draft this year, I am certain that some team would vie for him with a top 10 first-round pick. With his exceptional physical prowess, diverse offensive arsenal, and reliable mid-range shot, he had become a nightmare for all defensive players in high school, including Feng, who, it must be admitted, could hardly pose a challenge to Anthony on the defensive end. However, on offense, Feng harbored no fears of falling silent. This time, Joyce bypassed Carl and passed the ball directly to Feng, as naturally as he had previously done for James. Feng positioned himself just inside the three-point line. Unperturbed by the defense of Carmelo Anthony, he understood that, akin to many superstar athletes, Anthony's defensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable. Even though his newly acquired skills were still in their infancy, he believed there would be an opportunity to score. Once again, Feng attempted a maneuver reminiscent of the triple threat position, yet at this moment, Carmelo Anthony exhibited a hint of disdain. He acknowledged that he had previously been caught off guard by Feng, but he deemed that incident an anomaly. Such surprises, he believed, would not recur. In an instant, Feng accelerated, executing a dribble to the right as if preparing for a breakthrough. Bang! Upon witnessing his movement, Anthony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, was Feng truly intending to penetrate the defense? Attempting a forceful breakthrough after the triple threat failed was an imprudent choice. He had not lost his positioning, and such a reckless advance could only result in squandered offensive opportunities. Anthony took a step back, positioning his body to obstruct Feng's path to the right. Scoring against him would not be so effortless. However, just as Anthony had settled into his stance, he was startled to discover that Feng did not proceed as anticipated. Instead of continuing his advance, Feng executed a dribble followed by a swift spin, completely leaving Anthony behind. Feng's dribbling and swift turn are remarkably fluid, akin to the smoothness of melting chocolate. After pivoting, he faces the hoop and releases the ball with precision. Whoosh! Feng's swift release, though the ball did not swish through the net, danced upon the rim for a moment before ultimately finding its way through. Snatching points from your grasp seems rather effortless, doesn't it? Feng flashed a grin at Anthony, then casually turned to return to defense. At that moment, Anthony's lips twitched, his disbelief evident as he struggled to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Feng's recent maneuver was astonishingly reminiscent of the rolling turn that he himself had executed moments earlier, with an uncanny precision that was nearly indistinguishable. Although Feng's technique appeared somewhat immature, displaying a clear potential for refinement, he had nonetheless captured the essence of the move with remarkable accuracy. Indeed, one could argue that this young man had entirely emulated his own style. How could he possibly possess such skills? Anthony pondered, unable to fathom it. Meanwhile, Chris, a scout from Syracuse University, was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had initially assumed that Anthony was already invincible. Yet this newcomer was equally formidable. Who was this player? After witnessing Feng's performance, Chris's mind began to race with possibilities. It was evident that Syracuse University's basketball team held little prestige within the NCAA, and many four-star and three-star high school athletes were reluctant to join their ranks. Anthony would undoubtedly be in dire need of support in the future. However, this previously obscure player, named Feng, might just be a prospect worth pursuing. While Syracuse University may not be a premier NCAA institution, the availability of full scholarships was certainly on par with other schools. Given Feng's recent offensive displays, which showcased a skill set nearly rivaling Anthony's comprehensive approach, he certainly warranted closer attention. Chris nodded slightly and discreetly noted Feng's name in his notebook. The enthusiasm of the audience remained undiminished, their fervor palpable in the air. Feng's consecutive brilliant goals have stirred immense excitement among the fans of St. Mary's High School. How can such a young lad possess such striking charisma? Initially, they believed that without James on the court, Oak Hill High School would level the score or even overtake it. But what was the reality? A glance at the scoreboard revealed 30-23. A 7-point gap, indeed. This was even greater than the team's lead when James had exited the game. Oh my goodness, this is utterly insane. I retract my earlier assessment of this Asian player. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Li Feng has become the secret weapon of St. Mary's High School. My word, Coach Damlet's foresight was impeccable. Kneel before his brilliance. Yet, I recall St. Mary's previous matches, where Li Feng's performance was rather lackluster. Could it be that their prior 9 games were merely a ruse to mislead their opponents? Oh, now everything makes sense. It was all part of Li Feng's cunning strategy. Chapter 5. Picking soft targets? Who is the soft target? Although Coach Damlot had not anticipated that Li Feng could sustain his earlier remarkable performance, he was nonetheless elated. In such a grand match, who wouldn't desire their team to showcase a stellar display? Moreover, this was a revenge match of great significance. As for how the outside world perceives him, the mastermind coach, he couldn't care less. Receiving the ball, Anthony utilized his teammate's screen, swiftly rising for a 3-point jump shot that was executed with graceful elegance. The basketball seemed to be magnetically drawn to the hoop, effortlessly finding its way through. Swish. A direct hit, 3 points added. There is a reason why Anthony is discussed among this year's best high school players. His elusive offensive maneuvers, combined with his unrivaled physical prowess, and the ability to score at crucial moments, define the essence of Carmelo Anthony. With this 3-pointer igniting the momentum, Oak Hill High School commenced their counterattack. Meanwhile, Li Feng's offensive capabilities had certainly caught the attention of Oak Hill's head coach, Steve. This kid possesses considerable skill, yet the situation remains manageable. Oak Hill High School's adaptability is formidable, ranking among the elite in the entire high school league. They promptly adjusted their defensive matchups, placing the team's defensive ace, Tracy, directly in front of Li Feng. Although Tracy's height and wingspan were not particularly pronounced, his exceptional physicality transformed the 3-foot zone beneath the basket into a no-fly zone for outside shooters. Tracy's remarkable strength and defensive prowess had thwarted countless so-called prodigies. He remained unconvinced that an Asian player could present more of a challenge than the top-tier talents emerging from high schools. Steve observed the unfolding dynamics on the court, a confident smile gracing his face. Li Feng, how will you respond next? However, in the next moment, St. Mary High School called for a timeout. Before Tracy could even leverage his defensive prowess, Li Feng had already departed. In contrast, a fully rested and invigorated LeBron James returned to the court. Tracy stood there, bewildered, as his opponent transformed from Li Feng into the fierce and intimidating LeBron James, adorned with a headband. He was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest, causing him to stagger back as James charged toward the basket. In a flash, the latter sprang into the air with astonishing agility. Boom! James soared, delivering a thunderous dunk. As for Tracy, the defensive ace from Oak Hill High School, he was simply overwhelmed, landing flat on the ground, dazed by the unfolding spectacle. Who am I? Where am I? Is this even reasonable? Wasn't I supposed to take on the easy targets? Am I the easy target now? On the sidelines, Steve spat out his coffee in disbelief. So this is how it's going to be? He had intended to capitalize on Li Feng's presence, but he never anticipated that 3 minutes had slipped away unnoticed. LeBron's stamina had already been manageable, and with Li Feng's stellar performance allowing him ample time to recuperate, James was now nearly back to peak form. Brimming with energy. Damn it, I missed a rare opportunity to close the gap. Steve smacked his thigh, howling in frustration. It's all Li Feng's fault. Had it not been for him, Oak Hill High School would undoubtedly have surpassed the score, possibly leading by 3 points or more. Yet now, not only did they remain at a disadvantage, but they also had to contend with the fully charged monster from St. Mary High School. Steve closed his eyes, feeling utterly despondent. Meanwhile, upon returning to the sidelines, Li Feng was met with exuberant cheers from his teammates. My God, Li Feng, you were absolutely phenomenal. Your performance was outstanding. You really showed those guys what you're made of. That guy Anthony calls himself a kaleidoscope. I dare say you're not any less impressive. I hereby declare you the offensive kaleidoscope of St. Mary. Amidst the lively crowd, Li Feng smiled serenely, everything exceeding his expectations. At that moment, Coach Damlot also wore a satisfied smile as he beckoned Li Feng over. Li Feng navigated through the crowd and approached Coach Damlot. Coach, Li Feng began. To be honest, since your arrival on the team, I have observed your every move. You are an industrious player, and I sincerely hope for your success. However, your previous performances have been subpar, exceedingly so. I found it difficult to persuade others to allow you to remain on the team. I had resolved to inform you of this harsh reality after the match. As Damlot uttered these words, he gazed at Li Feng, seemingly scrutinizing the shifts in his expression. Yet, Li Feng maintained an air of composure, as if he had never harbored any concerns. After a moment, Damlot shifted his tone, abandoning the pretense of mystery, and beamed a broad smile as he declared, "However, this match has completely altered my perspective. Well done, young man. I believe there will be a place for you in the future of this team. Now, go take a rest and prepare for your next appearance." Li Feng's recent performance has garnered the trust of his coach. He navigated the team's offensive lull with remarkable finesse, not only preserving their advantage but also widening the gap. The coach was exceedingly pleased. Li Feng understood that he had likely secured his hard-won position on the bench. "Yes, coach," he nodded, subsequently returning to the edge of the substitutes area. On the court, the clash between the two teams had escalated into a fervent contest. Anthony exhibited a dazzling array of skills, executing consecutive jump shots, hooks, sudden stops, and fadeaways, showcasing his mastery of the offensive arts to their fullest extent. Meanwhile, on the other side, LeBron, aside from a singular blunder that resulted in an erroneous traveling violation from an uninformed referee, was relentless in his offensive pursuits, bulldozing through the defense to score with brute force. From his vantage point, Li Feng observed intently, anxious not to miss any nuances of the game. He held no fervent desire regarding the outcome. Rather, he was primarily focused on maximizing the system's novice benefits, seizing the opportunity presented by the additional insight bonus to learn as many advanced skills as possible. However, whether due to the distance or the absence of novel skills being demonstrated, he did not receive any notifications regarding the acquisition of new abilities, only a few prompts indicating the accumulation of insight points. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air as LeBron drew a foul from Oak Mountain High during his drive, stepping up to the free throw line. Li Feng rubbed his somewhat parched eyes and, seizing the opportunity during the free throw interval, opened his system panel. Host, Li Feng age, 18 years height, 201 centimeters wingspan, 217 centimeters insight points, 1,400 points total skills, 3 S-class quick change triple threat, beginner, a 40 probability of deceiving players with a defensive rating below B. The probability of deceiving higher rated defenders diminishes. 0-1-0-0-0. A-class stable shooting. Beginner increases shooting accuracy by 6 for shots while in motion and by 12 for shots taken in a state of openness. 0-500. A class spin move. Beginner a rapid spinning deception skill that enhances the host's breakthrough ability by 10. 0-800. Li Feng pondered for a moment and nearly grasped the operational principles of this system. The rarity of skills is deemed to be of paramount importance, with the highest known skill level being classified as S rank, followed in descending order by a rank, and B rank. It appears that there are no classifications for S rank or A rank, which seems reasonable, as those designations lack a certain prestige. The so-called comprehension points likely refer to experience values that can be allocated at will. Li Feng gazed at the 1,400 insight points he had just acquired in his system panel, sufficient to elevate any one of his skills by a level. After the upgrade, the efficacy of the skill was expected to become more formidable, yet his current experience remained limited. Li Feng hesitated momentarily, for each of his skills wielded formidable effects, leaving him uncertain as to which one to upgrade first to maximize his impact in the forthcoming matches. The S-tier triple threat was evidently the most powerful among his current abilities, with a staggering 40 chance of evasion. Although he was still at the novice level, he had frequently scored from Anthony's hands. Yet, should he opt to enhance this skill, he would be left with a mere 400 insight points, rendering other skills unupgradable. Moreover, his recent scoring spree via the triple threat had already raised the opponent's vigilance. This implied that, unless Oak Mountain High was foolish, they would likely anticipate his moves, making it increasingly challenging for him to catch them off guard for further scoring opportunities. With these thoughts in mind, Li Feng resolutely decided to prioritize the enhancement of his shooting stability. System, upgrade the A-tier stable shooting skill. In an instant, the insight points on Li Feng's system panel diminished rapidly, while the experience bar for the A-tier stable shooting skill surged swiftly. Upon reaching the pivotal number of 500, the entries on Li Feng's skill panel underwent a remarkable transformation. A-tier stable shooting, proficient to shooting accuracy for both ball handling and catch-and-shoot scenarios during motion is increased by 8, while the accuracy in open situations rises by 20. 0-800. The shooting accuracy during motion improved by 2, and the open shot accuracy surged by 8. This was a tangible enhancement, and remarkably, Feng discovered he could elevate the skill further. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, invest additional points, system, after a brief moment. As another 800 insight points were consumed, Feng's skill system panel refreshed once more. A-tier stable shooting, mastery. The shooting accuracy for both ball handling and catch-and-shoot scenarios during motion is increased by 10, while the accuracy in open situations escalates by 30. 0.1500. Comparing this with the initial figures of 6 and 12, the upgrade's magnitude was astonishing. With the open shot accuracy now enhanced by 30, regardless of the shooting accuracy and motion, it was undeniable that Feng's command over open shots had ascended to a significantly higher tier. Thus, he could maintain a formidable threat from beyond the three-point line. Should his opponents dare to leave him unguarded, Feng would swiftly punish them with three-point shots. Feng nodded, sensing that he would have his opportunity to shine in the forthcoming matches. At that moment, the second quarter was nearing its conclusion. LeBron James, leading St. Mary's High School, held a significant advantage over Oak Hill Academy with a score of 44-36. Initially, the contest had been fiercely competitive. LeBron's relentless assaults on the paint proved to be insurmountable. However, Oak Hill, centered around Anthony, showcased a multifaceted scoring ability that was equally formidable. Thanks to Feng's exceptional performance during the transitional phases, the ever-present Anthony began to show signs of fatigue. Although the game was intensely contested, Steve had no choice but to substitute Anthony for a breather at the end of the second quarter. Following Anthony's exit, the dynamics of the game shifted. Without Anthony's presence to draw defenders, St. Mary's defensive pressure significantly diminished. Romeo delivered a resounding rejection from the perimeter, followed by an emphatic chase-down block from James, brutally pinning the opponent's shot against the backboard. In a mere span of over a minute, St. Mary's surged ahead with a quick 5-0 run. As the halftime whistle blew, LeBron James had amassed an astonishing stat line of 19 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block. The audience, witnessing his performance, couldn't help but marvel, convinced that he was destined to become a future NBA superstar. Yet, regardless of the spectators or the commentators, the conversation inevitably gravitated toward the miraculous Chinese forward, Feng, who, in just 3 minutes of play, had scored 6 points on 3 flawless attempts. Had it not been for his sudden emergence, applying immense pressure on Oak Hill's offense and continuously exhausting Anthony, the competition would surely have been far more tightly contested. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that it was only after Feng's entry that the scales of victory began to subtly tilt in favor of St. Mary's. During halftime, the cheers from St. Mary's supporters nearly threatened to lift the roof off the arena. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, esteemed ESPN reporter Derek smiled at the camera, stating, "In the first half, the performance of St. Mary's players was nothing short of perfect. LeBron James has truly lived up to the fans' expectations. With his explosive athleticism and exceptional court vision, he rightfully earns the title of the greatest high school player in history." However, while James's excellence was anticipated prior to the match, what truly surprised and delighted me was the Asian player named Feng, whose every offensive move seemed to provocatively mirror Anthony's actions. Honestly, I eagerly await the thrilling encounters that will unfold as he continues to face off against Anthony. Dirk's words resonated deeply with many spectators. Indeed, Feng emerged as a delightful surprise in this match. The atmosphere at St. Mary's High School was vibrant, with every face beaming in anticipation of a pre-celebration of victory. However, this bliss was fleeting. As the third quarter commenced, Coach Steve implemented a tactical adjustment, deploying a 2-3 zone defense specifically designed to curtail LeBron James's unstoppable drives. It is universally acknowledged that the most effective way to counter a zone defense is through shooting. If one can score, even the most formidable defensive formations will crumble. Yet, at this moment, LeBron James found himself unable to make a basket. Chapter 6. Hello? Is this 911? I've been scammed. Bang. Clang. Thud. On the court, the indomitable spirit of LeBron James collided fiercely with the rim, sparking a flurry of frustration. He simply could not score. Beyond the three-point line, LeBron was afforded ample space, yet this only intensified the pressure he felt. While he had some proficiency with mid-range shots, unlike many players who relied solely on physical prowess, his long-range shooting resembled that of a lottery-style shooter. In simpler terms, it depended on luck. This predicament is not unique to James. Most players with physical attributes far exceeding their peers often lack consistent shooting skills. Dwayne Wade, famously known as Flash, had a shooting form in high school that could only be described as disastrous, as he rarely needed to shoot from beyond 3 feet. No one could thwart his path to the basket. In essence, they matured too swiftly and robustly, lacking the inclination to refine their shooting technique. In comparison, LeBron's shooting ability was commendable. He had once delivered a stunning long-range shot to clinch victory against Lenny Cook at the ABCD camp in 2001. However, today, it was evident that his luck had abandoned him. After 3 consecutive misses, LeBron recognized his poor shooting touch and opted not to force the issue. As a pioneer of brotherhood basketball, he understood the importance of trusting his teammates in such moments. Carl catch. LeBron's South exceptional court vision spotted Carl, who was also left unguarded in the corner. As Carl received the pass, he was momentarily taken aback. There are only 2 seconds left. With a twitch of his lip, he realized passing was no longer an option. Doing so would result in a turnover. With no time to ponder, he steeled himself to shoot. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the brief adjustment period or the unexpected nature of LeBron's pass, he too missed the mark. Bang! The resounding thud of the ball striking the rim echoed, and this time Romeo was unable to secure the rebound. Oakwood High swiftly initiated a counterattack. With a pass, a fast break ensued, 2 against 1. Anthony shouted and sprinted to the front court with remarkable speed. The moment he received the ball, he executed a swift Euro step, deftly evading his opponent, followed by a beautifully smooth scoop shot that sent the ball soaring through the net. Swish! The scoreboard flickered to life once more. Within merely 2.5 minutes at the start of the third quarter, Oakwood High had narrowed the gap to 46-44, trailing by a mere 2 points. Meanwhile, St. Mary's High was struggling to find offensive momentum, aside from James's aggressive play inside, which yielded 2 points amidst 3 defenders. They had failed to score further. Although James could continue to penetrate the paint to draw fouls, it was impractical to rely solely on this strategy, as it would deplete his stamina significantly. After all, St. Mary's needed James to contribute defensively, requiring him to maintain his energy at optimum levels. Mellow. The cheers of Anthony's fans gradually drowned out the other sounds in the arena. Coach Damlot sat on the sidelines, a headache brewing. Both the power forward and center positions were occupied by traditional forwards with little shooting prowess, and LeBron James's long-range shooting was currently inconsistent. Carl and Joyce were among the team's few options from beyond the arc, yet both were struggling to find their rhythm, missing shot after shot. Timeout. Coach Damlot gestured emphatically to the referee, indicating his need for a pause. Back on the bench, LeBron's expression remained largely unperturbed. Although a hint of disappointment flickered across his face, he retained confidence in his abilities. In the face of Oakwood High's zone defense, he knew he could leverage his physical advantages to penetrate the paint and draw fouls against his opponents. However, managing his stamina was crucial, unless absolutely necessary. He would refrain from overexerting himself. At this moment, Damlot turned to his team and, after a brief pause, spoke slowly. "I'm not placing blame on anyone, but I need you to understand one thing. I require you to sink those damn shots from the perimeter. We cannot allow them to execute their zone defense against James so brazenly. Carl, Joyce, you two must seek every opportunity to score. I do not wish to see 5 defenders standing in the paint any longer." Beside him, Joyce and Carl exchanged awkward glances, revealing expressions of distress. "Coach, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I truly can't." The 2 defenders assigned to guard the perimeter were not entirely neglecting the St. Mary's guard. In fact, as Joyce and Carl prepared to take their shots, the 2 players from Oak Mountain High School slightly extended their defense. They did not have completely open opportunities to shoot. And coupled with their less than stellar shooting performance that night, scoring became a daunting task. The team found themselves at a loss, but at that moment, Feng stepped forward and proposed, "Coach, why not let me give it a try?" Everyone turned to look at Feng, who had suddenly spoken, and were momentarily taken aback. "You?" There was a hint of hesitation among them. Even LeBron James wore a puzzled expression. This was understandable, given that Feng had only made 2 out of 10 attempts in the previous 9 games. With such a shooting percentage, it seemed more efficient to let James take a chance himself. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, the coach nodded slightly and replied, "All right, Feng, you've earned this opportunity. I believe you might be able to explore the power forward position. If you can indeed break the deadlock, it would be a significant contribution." Perhaps due to Feng's remarkable performance in the second quarter, his self-recommendation did not evoke much skepticism. and there was even a glimmer of hope. Following a brief tactical briefing from the coach, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Upon seeing Li Feng back on the floor, Anthony's expression shifted slightly. Earlier, Coach Steve had informed them that there were no more than 3 players on the entire St. Mary's high school team capable of shooting, and Li Feng was not among them. According to their previous research, his shooting accuracy in the preceding games had been dismal. There was no need to defend him. He was simply not a threat. After Li Feng transitioned to the team's 4th position, Oak Mountain High School maintained their zone defense, focusing their primary defensive efforts on Carl and Joyce. As for James, Li Feng, and Romeo, Oak Mountain High School scarcely regarded them, dismissing them entirely. Shoot away. If you make it, consider it a skill. As the audience witnessed Oak Mountain High School once again deploy their 2-3 zone defense, they were left in a state of disbelief. Not again. Do they truly believe James cannot score? In the 3rd quarter, St. Mary's shooting was abysmal, leaving James in a difficult predicament. How could he score? It was uncertain if Li Feng's presence would make a difference. He had performed admirably in the 2nd quarter. At that moment, a knowledgeable spectator beside the court mysteriously interjected, "Brother, it's evident you haven't watched St. Mary's previous games. Li Feng's shooting ability pales in comparison to James. If memory serves, he has scarcely made a few baskets. Such an exaggeration? Wouldn't that render St. Mary's offensive opportunities even more limited? This is disastrous." Joyce attempted to find an open shot from beyond the arc, but opportunities were scant. He subsequently passed to Carl, who, fearing blame, relayed the ball to James. After maneuvering to seek a breakthrough, James found the defense impenetrable. With only 3 seconds remaining, he passed to the unguarded Li Feng on the wing. Observing that the final shot was entrusted to Li Feng, Anthony shook his head slightly and turned to his teammates, instructing, "Prepare for the rebound." Meanwhile, Li Feng, gazing at the vacant defense before him, gradually lifted the ball to his chest, executing a seamless motion with his elbow and wrist. Whoosh! From beyond the 3-point line, the basketball arced gracefully through the air. In the next instant, it swished cleanly through the net. The resounding sound echoed across the court, leaving the players from St. Mary's momentarily stunned. Wait, did that ball actually go in? The 3 players positioned for the rebound stood frozen. Even Romeo was taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected success. The knowledgeable spectator's expression darkened. What sheer luck! How could that even happen? He felt a heat rising to his face, cleared his throat, and remarked nonchalantly, "A person has their lucky moments. Do not rush to conclusions." He may not sustain such fortune in the future. After Li Feng successfully made this shot, the morale of St. Mary's High School significantly improved. However, at this moment, most people, including Anthony, still believed that it was merely a customary celebration, akin to enjoying a meal of dumplings during the New Year. Li Feng was merely an obscure benchwarmer, lacking the prowess to influence the outcome of the game. As Anthony, using his teammates' screens, penetrated the paint and executed a convincing feint before scoring, Li Feng found himself once again unguarded. "Brother, catch the ball." James swiftly delivered a bounce pass, placing the ball firmly in Li Feng's hands. The players from Oak Ridge High had unwavering faith in Coach Steve's strategy, firmly believing that Li Feng posed no threat. However, with foresight, Li Feng had elevated his shooting skills to a masterful level, and with a 30% accuracy from open shots, the improvement was nothing short of remarkable. At this moment, Li Feng took another shot, a perfectly steady 3-pointer. Swish! The basketball soared gracefully through the air, landing squarely in the hoop, leaving onlookers momentarily speechless. What the hell again? The spectators, including the knowledgeable commentators sitting in the stands, were at a loss for words. Hadn't he just witnessed Li Feng's previous performance, which had not been nearly as precise? This was simply unfathomable. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Derek's mouth fell slightly agape as he expressed his astonishment. My goodness, this player named Li Feng has just hit another 3-pointer. He has now taken 5 shots and scored 12 points without a miss. It truly seems a waste of talent to keep such a player on the bench. He consistently rises to the occasion when St. Mary's High needs him most. Where can we find such talent? I believe Coach Damlot should give this Asian forward more playing time. He is genuinely impressive. Meanwhile, Coach Steve of Oak Ridge High took a deep breath. Gazing at the analysis report on Li Feng, he felt a surge of frustration. Was this what they meant by lacking offensive capability? By lacking shooting skills? By lacking analytical value? Was it possible? Yes, I have been deceived. This Li Feng is playing me. Regardless of whether Li Feng was merely lucky or truly skilled, Steve dared not gamble any longer. He shouted across the court, Anthony, Keep a close eye on this kid. Do not grant him another shooting opportunity. Damn it. Anthony muttered under his breath, yet merely nodded heavily in acknowledgement. In truth, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers with such precision did indeed involve a measure of luck, a fact that Feng was acutely aware of. Previously, when faced with a defender who did not lose position, his shooting percentage languished around 20%. There was no denying it. He was genuinely subpar. However, a contested shot and an open shot are entirely different concepts. Feng's proficiency in open three-point shooting approached 50%. He could reliably manage to make 1 out of every 2 attempts. Although this increased accuracy of 30% did not position him among the elite sharpshooters, it was sufficiently formidable to trouble Oak Mountain High School. The consecutive three-pointers successfully disrupted the opponent's rhythm. As the 3 defenders from Oak Mountain extended their defense to the perimeter, the 2-to-3 zone they employed faltered, collapsing under pressure. This opened avenues for James, who found the paint akin to his personal garden, effortlessly maneuvering with his robust physique. Despite Anthony's valiant efforts to score, nothing could impede James from seizing control of the game with unrelenting fervor. On the sidelines, Damlot observed with a slight smile, his expression revealing admiration for Feng. This young man truly delivered. With a thunderous dunk from James, the match concluded. The commentator rose, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. James has sealed this game with a signature, rim-rattling slam dunk." The final score stands at 87-79. Let us congratulate St. Mary's High School on their victory. In the midst of tens of thousands, flashes from countless cameras illuminated the scene, undeniably marking it as an extraordinary contest. James amassed an impressive stat line of 36 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, while Anthony recorded an equally stellar performance with 34 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block. The 2 prodigies matched each other in personal achievements, yet the final score reflected a disparity between the teams. At that moment, Anthony stood with his hands on his hips, gazing despondently at the scoreboard overhead, feeling a sense of melancholy. Just 8 points. They were merely 8 points shy. Had it not been for the unheralded Feng, victory would have rightfully belonged to them. What gnawed at Anthony was not merely the defeat, but rather the presence of Feng. Losing to LeBron James would have been palatable, as basketball inherently involves wins and losses. Conceding to the chosen one was not a source of shame. However, succumbing to a mere waterboy was a bitter pill to swallow. Anthony turned his gaze towards the jubilant St. Mary's team, vowing that should he encounter Feng again, he would unreservedly obliterate him. He would make it so. Chapter 7. The Secret Weapon. Who is this Feng? The tumultuous rivalry culminated in a resounding victory for St. Mary's High School. The deafening cheers of the thousands of spectators echoed throughout the arena. Undeniably, this evening belonged to the media's revelry. In the post-match interview, James remarked, "Last year, we suffered defeat at their hands. This victory means a great deal to me. We triumphed, despite the match being exceedingly challenging. They are formidable opponents, both in their offensive prowess and their ability to adapt during the game. They performed admirably, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to face them again in the future. At this juncture, I must commend my dear brother, Feng, whose performance today was nothing short of exemplary. Without his efficient contributions and timely interventions during critical moments, our victory would not have been so effortless. Absolutely not. Frankly, I believe he is the true architect of our success in this match." The reporters were momentarily taken aback, astonished that James attributed the victory to a bench player. As a favorite among prominent media outlets, it is no exaggeration to assert that LeBron James was undoubtedly the focal point of the evening. His willingness to elevate his teammate to the forefront speaks volumes of his exceptional emotional intelligence. Though James's remarks may have carried a hint of commercial camaraderie, upon closer reflection, the reporters recognized the truth in his words. Both Anthony and James delivered performances worthy of the annals of history. Yet it was Feng who ultimately dictated the course of the match. His flawless 5-for-5 shooting during crucial moments disrupted Oak Mountain High School's tactical arrangements. Had it not been for him, the outcome might have been quite uncertain. James's close companions, Joyce and Romeo, also expressed their astonishment at the excellence of Feng's performance. In this match, Feng achieved a modest tally of 12 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound, which may appear insignificant when juxtaposed with the dazzling statistics of LeBron James and Anthony. However, those who witnessed the game could not overlook the intrinsic value of his contributions. After the match, Coach Damlot, when queried by journalists, responded with a smile, Li Feng is undoubtedly our secret weapon. His performance today is not merely a fleeting moment. He will undoubtedly excel further in the future and assume an increasingly pivotal role within the team. Our ambitions extend beyond this. We aim to secure a third consecutive championship, and no one can impede us. Remarkably, Li Feng garnered media attention that, throughout the game, was second only to that of our illustrious LeBron. Yet, as the individual instrumental in securing the victory, Li Feng's expression revealed a lack of exuberance. When asked by reporters if he felt exhilarated by his outstanding performance and whether he had any words for the competitors from Oak Mountain High School, Li Feng sighed and replied with a hint of melancholy. "I only feel regret that I did not face Anthony more often. He is a formidable opponent." Li Feng's words truly reflect his innermost feelings, for just moments ago, his novice gift pack expired. This has left him profoundly distressed. Alas, he managed to acquire merely 3 advanced skills, and the sorrow is simply too great to bear. Li Feng's words were heartfelt. He genuinely desired to engage in more encounters with Anthony, hoping to replicate some skills. However, to others, this sentiment sounded rather different. What did it imply to say he had not faced Anthony often enough? Did he believe that Anthony had not suffered enough at his hands? In their previous encounters, Li Feng had consistently held the upper hand. Thus, his words echoed in the ears of the onlookers as if he were taking advantage and feigning humility. Did he wish to utterly diminish Anthony's standing by challenging him further? In contrast, when journalists interviewed Anthony, his response was refreshingly candid. He scrunched his nose in disdain and pronounced, "I detest that guy. If I encounter him again, I will obliterate him without mercy, absolutely." For Anthony, who had nearly dominated all players in the high school league, he felt no respect for Li Feng and even sensed a hint of frustration. He believed Li Feng lacked sportsmanship, resorting to underhanded tactics against a fellow player in his teens. Engaging in sneak attacks was beneath him. He would not dare confront him directly. Yet, despite Anthony's expressed disdain and skepticism regarding Li Feng's abilities, a multitude of college scouts sought out Li Feng after the match. This year marked the culmination of Li Feng's high school career, as he would soon step into the NCAA league. Unlike superstars such as LeBron James, Anthony, or Amare Stoudemire, who garnered attention from their freshman years, Li Feng had only recently emerged from obscurity. This meant that attracting Li Feng would be considerably easier than luring those established talents. While a single game cannot define a player's potential due to the limited sample size and inherent randomness, the offensive prowess Li Feng exhibited, reminiscent of a young Anthony, was undeniable. Even if Li Feng did not evolve into a primary ball handler akin to Anthony, he certainly had the potential to be a reliable sixth man. Such promise was attractive to scouts, who would be wise to secure him early, as it posed no risk. Furthermore, this was not a final decision. Should Li Feng's performance falter in the future, retracting their offers would not be a problem. Among the scouts vying for Li Feng's attention was Chris from Syracuse University. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he approached Li Feng and presented his business card. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chris. I just witnessed your performance, and I must say, it was impressive. However, I assume you have no intentions of entering the NBA draft this year?" In this era, it was permissible for high school players to bypass college and enter the draft, though very few chose this path. Even a talent as formidable as Lonnie Walker ultimately did not secure a spot in the second round. The influence of personality traits is indeed present, yet it subtly underscores the challenges high school students face in the selection process. In the eyes of the management teams across NBA franchises, no matter how formidable your skills may be, you remain merely a high schooler. The transition from high school to NCAA represents a significant hurdle, just as the leap from NCAA to the NBA is another formidable challenge. To put it in simple terms, overcoming these thresholds is akin to the distinction between foundational cultivation and the attainment of the golden elixir, and subsequently, the advancement to the primordial infant stage. To a being of the primordial infant level, foundational cultivation is simply foundational cultivation. The aspiration to transcend from the foundational level to the primordial infant, to engage in battles beyond one's rank while earning recognition from others, is a feat only achievable by those rare prodigies who are born with extraordinary gifts, appearing but once in a century. Take, for instance, LeBron James during his senior year. After all, even a talent as exceptional as Anthony, who emerges once in a decade, did not skip college. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Chris to assume that he would not participate in the draft directly. Moreover, Li Feng is acutely aware of his current capabilities. A single impressive game will not significantly enhance his draft stock. Furthermore, his present skills, techniques, and physical attributes have yet to reach NBA standards, and his system's comprehensive evaluation remains at AB. It would be wiser to wait and replicate additional skills before entering the draft. I am indeed planning to compete in the NCAA for a year. Upon hearing Li Feng's response, a smile appeared on Chris's lips as he remarked, "That's splendid. I wonder if you might be interested in learning about Syracuse University. You may not have heard of us, but I can assure you that unlike those who merely engage in empty rhetoric, I come with absolute sincerity." Upon hearing this, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Snow City University? If memory serves him correctly, this is the very institution that Anthony would be attending in the future. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Li Feng seemed to have had a sudden realization. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze directly towards Chris and spoke. "All right, it's settled then. Hold on. Don't be so quick to refuse. Wait, what did you just say?" "I said it's settled," Li Feng reiterated. Chris was momentarily taken aback, his mouth slightly agape, as if perplexed. Hadn't he prepared an array of conditions and arguments that he hadn't even voiced yet? Was this truly reasonable? Nevertheless, this was undeniably a fortuitous turn of events. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, elation washed over him. "Li Feng, you shall not regret this decision. Trust me, in the upcoming season, we shall be unstoppable." "I eagerly anticipate it." Li Feng smiled as he shook hands with him. Subsequently exchanging their contact information, Chris indicated that he would discuss with the team and send Li Feng the conditions he could offer thereafter. Li Feng nodded with a smile, for the other conditions did not weigh heavily on his mind. His greatest anticipation lay in the prospect of joining the same school as Anthony. For playing on the same team as Anthony would undoubtedly afford him numerous opportunities to hone his skills. With his extraordinary intuition, remaining alongside the player renowned as the textbook of offense was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Observing the smooth progression of events, Chris scratched the back of his head in confusion. Wait, when did Syracuse University become so illustrious? It was noteworthy that many of the scouts who had just courted Li Feng hailed from prestigious basketball institutions, such as UCLA, North Carolina, and Kansas, among others. Nonetheless, the fact that Li Feng did not rebuff his advances was indeed a positive development. After the game concluded, Chris could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to convey this good news to Anthony. However, upon hearing this revelation, Anthony's expression soured, and with a serious demeanor, he retorted slowly, "Are you jesting with me? This is what you call good news." Chris attempted to defend his position, arguing, "Isn't it? With him as your ally, I believe we could become contenders for the NCAA championship, which would also enhance your draft prospects." "No," Anthony shook his head firmly, resolutely rejecting the notion. "I, Anthony, would rather starve without a game to play or leap off this place than be teammates with that guy for a single day." Chris fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the intensity of Anthony's reaction. Was it merely a loss to the opposing team that precluded their collaboration? Alas, young man, such an attitude will not lead to a championship. Moreover, you are not betraying your allegiance. You are simply attending a different university. All right, let us revisit this matter later. Chris conceded, recognizing the somber mood Anthony was in. He felt it prudent to postpone the discussion. Yet, he could not relinquish Li Feng. He sensed that Syracuse University needed him. The following day, this monumental clash among high school students graced the front pages of major sports media outlets. LeBron James, a veritable deity on the court, exploded for 36 points, leading St. Mary's High School to victory. The media lavished praise upon James's stellar performance, showering him with accolades that seemed to encompass every conceivable compliment for this historically gifted young man. However, what truly surprised many was not merely James's exceptional talent. From the moment he dominated Randy Cook, it was clear he was destined for the NBA. The real astonishment lay in the fact that a Chinese name, Li Feng, became inextricably linked to nearly every media report. The inconspicuous waterboy on the St. Mary's bench had unexpectedly emerged as a pivotal player influencing the course of the game. Even during the post-match interview, James specifically acknowledged Li Feng's contributions to the game. Most fans were taken aback by the emergence of a Chinese player shining brightly in such a high-level competition. In an era when social media and mobile networks were not yet fully developed, major sports media served as the primary channel for fans to stay informed. At that moment, every fan who encountered the news harbored a common question: who is this Li Feng? At the celebratory banquet of St. Mary's High School, Coach Damlot wore an expression of uncontainable joy. With his left arm around James and his right around Li Feng, he beamed at the two. "Hey, my young lads. You played exceptionally well in that match. James, how about we make him your rotation player from now on? Given the offensive prowess Feng displayed in the previous game, he could indeed serve as a competent sixth man for the team, ensuring the offense would not stagnate in James's absence. The other team members exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Remarkably, Feng had transformed from a peripheral figure at St. Mary's High School to the team's sixth man. The leap in status was quite substantial. If Feng truly became James's rotation, his standing would be second only to James and his close associates. Coach, if you see no issues with this, I certainly have no objections. Moreover, I have faith in Feng's capabilities, LeBron James remarked with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, the other substitutes displayed subtle expressions of envy. In the future, Feng would undoubtedly have ample opportunities to showcase his talent. Fantastic, then it's settled. Coach Damlot, slightly tipsy, raised his glass with a grin, exclaiming, "This season, our goal is to achieve an undefeated championship." After the group raised their glasses in celebration, Coach Damlot casually turned to Feng and said, "As you know, we are determined to secure an undefeated championship this season. To that end, I have specially invited a renowned European trainer to conduct specialized training for you. Lee, I hope you seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you." Feng nodded, acknowledging the renowned trainer from Europe. It seems he will be able to acquire numerous new techniques, which is quite splendid. "When will it be, coach?" he inquired. "In 7 days, at our school's gymnasium," Damurot replied with a smile. Chapter 8. Anthony is far too sensitive. Following the conclusion of this match, the team resumed its usual training regimen. However, there was a notable difference this time, having become a rotation player for James. Feng's role within the team had markedly increased. Feng's position in the team has undoubtedly evolved into that of a sovereign. As an Asian player, achieving such a status within the team is remarkably challenging. It is important to recognize that even in American high school basketball, a hierarchy of disdain exists, with Asian players often occupying the lowest tier. Even when rivals do not directly confront a marginalized figure like Feng, it is not necessarily a reflection of their high moral standing. Rather, it stems from their utter disregard for Feng at that time. In their eyes, he did not belong to their team, and they often couldn't be bothered to engage with him in conversation. However, the reality remains that in such environments, the might of one's fists dictates the weight of one's words. The prevailing sentiment among the American high school players is one of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Presently, Feng's performance both on and off the court has garnered the recognition of the majority of his teammates, bolstered by the support of the coach and LeBron James. Of course, Andre, who was initially LeBron's substitute, harbors some resentment towards Feng, as his emergence has encroached upon the playing time that was rightfully his. It is crucial to understand that even in high school competitions, players place significant emphasis on their playing time and their role within the team. More minutes on the court equate to greater opportunities for self-promotion, which serves as a stepping stone to NCAA Division I basketball. Similarly, as playing time increases, their statistics become increasingly impressive. Scoring 2 points and grabbing 1 rebound in 1 minute pales in comparison to accumulating 8 points and 2 rebounds over 10 minutes. Regardless of the means by which these statistics are achieved, people will ultimately remember how many points you scored and how many assists you made, rather than how you arrived at those numbers. While others may view Feng as the hero who saved the team in critical moments, Andre perceives him merely as a wretched scoundrel who has usurped his playing time. The team's daily training regimen is exceedingly monotonous. The mornings are primarily devoted to conditioning, occasionally supplemented by specialized shooting or dribbling drills. In the afternoons, prior to the end of school, the coach organizes tactical training sessions for the players and occasionally arranges full-court scrimmages for practical application. After a day of arduous training and an internal team practice, Feng opened his system panel. Host, Feng, overall strength rating, B-level, strength, 91, B-level, speed, 93, B-level, jumping, 88, C-level, shooting, 98, B-level, dribbling, 103, B-level, defense, 74, C-level, passing, 99, B-level, insight points, 250 total skills, for S-level variable speed triple threat. Beginner A 40 chance to deceive players with a defense rating below B-level. The probability of deceiving higher-level defenders decreases. Cost, 0.1000, A-level stable shooting. Mastery increases the shooting accuracy by 10 while in motion and by 30 when in an open position. Cost, 0.1500, a level spin move. Beginner, a rapid spinning deception skill that enhances the host's breakthrough capability by 10. Cost 0800. B-level King's no-look pass. Beginner increases vision by 10 within the last 3 seconds of the offensive time and boosts passing attributes by 10. Cost 0400. After reviewing his attribute panel, Feng let out a faint sigh. Apart from the B-level skill King's blame that he had comprehended from James, he felt that the training had not significantly enhanced his abilities as he had anticipated. The various attributes on the system panel remained unchanged compared to before his training session this morning. Interestingly, he did not grasp this new skill while engaging in a match against James. Rather, it was during a moment of observation from the bench that the insight struck him. This was also true for the recently acquired 150 insight points. Feng found himself somewhat perplexed as to why observing from the sidelines would yield a superior understanding. Could it be that when one is immersed in the game, a portion of their attention is diverted by the myriad factors at play, preventing them from fully dedicating themselves to the analysis and learning of skills? Feng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, believing that this matter was indeed highly probable. If given the opportunity, he intended to verify it during tomorrow's training session. After all, he held no expectations that this inferior system, devoid of even a novice guide, would be capable of addressing his queries. After a brief contemplation, Feng arrived at the conclusion that acquiring insight points and new skills at the swiftest pace would be most beneficial for enhancing his strength. Although his position within the team had seen a slight improvement, he understood that true strength must come from within. Feng was acutely aware that, including Anderson, there were numerous individuals lurking, eagerly awaiting any misstep on his part. Thus, it was imperative for him to become even stronger. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Feng returned to his dormitory. The burden of rent weighed heavily on him. Having recently traversed into this realm, his monthly living expenses were barely sufficient. Nonetheless, the dormitory was acceptable, as it was conveniently located near the school's training facility. Feng, while soothing himself, rummaged through his cabinet to retrieve a protein bar. To be frank, this protein-laden stick is rather unpalatable, and one cannot help but ponder who conceived such an invention. It always feels rather peculiar. Nevertheless, in pursuit of adequate nutrition for his physique, Feng diligently supplements his diet every evening. As of now, he towers over 2 meters. Yet his weight hovers around a mere 87 kilograms. While one might hesitate to label him a mere reed, in comparison to his teammates like James, Feng's physique does indeed appear somewhat frail. It is no wonder that his absolute attributes in strength, speed, and jumping, as reflected in the system panel, are not particularly high. This is quite understandable. This urgency to rapidly enhance his physical capabilities stems from his imminent transition from high school to university. While his current physical prowess suffices amidst the rigors of the ongoing league, he harbors reservations about how he will fare when faced with the elevated competition of the NCAA. He certainly does not wish to find himself out of place upon entering the NCAA, relegated to the sidelines by the team's coach. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. Upon answering, Chris's voice resonated from the other end. Feng, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I called to discuss the conditions the team is offering you. It's quite all right. What are the terms? He inquired. After reviewing your performance in the matches, the coach has developed a keen interest in you. We are willing to extend a full basketball scholarship. Moreover, once you join the team, ample playing time and opportunities to shoot will be afforded to you. I assure you of this by my own integrity. At this juncture, Chris paused, seemingly grappling with something. But what is it? Feng pressed. However, it appears that Anthony has some reservations about collaborating with you. Although we believe your addition would be beneficial rather than detrimental for Syracuse University, we do not wish to compromise Anthony's sentiments, Chris explained. Feng fell into a momentary silence before gradually speaking. This fellow, so sensitive? He mused. I have lost so many matches before. Yet I have never harbored a grudge against anyone. Kristen was rendered speechless. Internally, he scoffed. Brother, are you aware that you humiliated him in a historic match viewed by millions? This is not just an ordinary game. It was broadcast live by major media outlets and news giants. Not only the world, but at least the entirety of America witnessed your dazzling performance as you outmaneuvered Anthony and scored repeatedly over him. Can you still call him petty? You have no idea about the realities out there. Sometimes a man of few words can be quite formidable. His mere expression of discontent is already quite magnanimous. Nonetheless, while Feng verbally criticized Anthony's sensitivity, upon reflection, he could comprehend the situation. If he were in the position of being thoroughly outplayed by an opponent, he would undoubtedly desire to reclaim his honor in a fair manner rather than wish for the rival to join his team. Well, there is still some time before entering the NCAA. I trust this will not pose a problem. If necessary, I shall persuade him by any means. This matter was one Feng was determined to resolve. While a forcibly obtained fruit may lack sweetness, it certainly quenches thirst. He would not allow such a valuable skill set as Anthony's to slip away from his grasp. At that moment, Kristen, listening to Feng's nonsensical ramblings, fell into a contemplative silence, sensing that this was indeed the crux of the issue. All right, should there be any new developments, I will reach out to you. Let me reiterate, we are genuinely sincere in inviting you to join us. Fine, we shall discuss it later, Feng concluded before hanging up the phone. At that instant, Feng's roommate suddenly leaped from his bed. What the heck? You made the front page of our school newspaper, right next to LeBron James, he exclaimed. No wonder several girls have been asking for my number today, but declined to go out for dinner with me. They were actually looking for you. Lee, you are truly infuriating. His roommate shook his head, a look of despair and indignation on his face. Awakened from a dying illness, I realize the true fool is none other than myself. I am filled with rage. Feng turned to him, wearing a look of incredulity. Brother, this happened yesterday. Are you just now coming to terms with it today? Feng's lips curled slightly as he remarked. Would it make you feel any better if I said I didn't agree to dine with any of those girls? To his surprise, the expression on the other person's face grew even more grim. Damn it, Lee, you lucky bastard. In the ensuing days of training, Feng conducted a brief examination to ascertain the factors influencing the probability of his system comprehension skills. Feng deliberately increased his time spent observing matches from the sidelines, focusing intently on the game's dynamics and the players' shooting techniques. After several rounds of testing, he ultimately concluded that his initial assumptions were nearly flawless. When he personally engaged in training, even with heightened concentration, the probability of receiving system rewards was significantly lower than when he simply observed from the sidelines. During actual competitions, the likelihood of acquiring insight points and skills was at its nadir. While not entirely absent, the probability was considerably diminished. Unsurprisingly, when he attentively watched the game unfold from the sidelines, his chances of gaining skills and insight points were at their peak. Indeed, one cannot divide their focus. Moreover, Feng deduced a pattern. The more talented and skilled the players, the higher the quality and probability of the rewards they could offer him. Players like Anderson and Carl provided him with virtually no skills and seldom contributed to his insight points. In contrast, LeBron's close friend Romeo could grant him insight rewards ranging from 10 to 20 points, and on occasion, Feng gleaned lesser skills from them. Nevertheless, it was the super rookies like LeBron and Anthony who bestowed upon him the most substantial rewards, often exceeding dozens or even hundreds of insight points. The quality of skills they revealed was on an entirely different level compared to other players. Following this revelation, Feng gradually reduced his direct involvement in training over the subsequent days, opting instead to increase his time observing others practice. Although he perspired less, his gains grew significantly. The host's extraordinary insight led him to gain 10 insight points from watching Romeo practice bank shots, 20 insight points from observing Joyce's two-handed ball control drills, and a remarkable 100 insight points from closely watching LeBron's driving layup. Feng has adeptly seized the rewards of insight bestowed upon him by the system, transforming them into formidable combat prowess. Through diligent effort in enhancing his skills, he has transcended the novice level of proficiency. Several of his skills have ascended to levels beyond mere familiarity, and the cornerstone of his existence, his stable shooting, has been meticulously honed. With Feng dedicating the majority of his recently acquired insight points to elevate it to an elite status. Intriguingly, despite no direct enhancement in his physical attributes, his overall strength evaluation has soared from AB rating to AB rating. After all, basketball is a multifaceted sport where both the upper and lower limits are determined not solely by physical attributes, but also by skill, which serves as a crucial evaluative metric. This explains why, despite his physical prowess not matching that of LeBron James, Anthony was able to contend with him during his rookie season in the NBA, vying for the title of Rookie of the Year. Chapter 9. Scoring a point is indeed challenging. So I shall aim for 3 instead. Host, Feng. Overall strength rating, B. Attributes, insight points, 10 total skills, 5 S-class speed change triple threat, proficient 45 chance to deceive players with a defense rating below B. with reduced effectiveness against higher-tier defenders. 01800. A-class stable shooting. Elite 12 increase in shooting accuracy while dribbling and 38 increase in shooting accuracy when in an open position. 02000. A class spin move. Proficient, a swift spinning maneuver that enhances breakthrough capability by 17. 01500. B-class King S pass. Proficient, increases vision by 15 in the last 3 seconds of the shot clock, enhancing passing attributes by 15. 0800. C-class close-range hook shot. Proficient, increases the probability of making a hook shot within 3 feet of the basket by 3. 0400. At this moment, Li Feng opened his system panel to closely examine his skill attributes. Over the past few days, he has truly exhausted every ounce of insight points, pouring them all into enhancing his skill proficiency. Indeed, not a single drop remains. The current system evaluation of his B-level comprehensive strength is a testament to his relentless dedication and hard work. Li Feng possesses a commendable foundation in physical fitness, with a system evaluation rating of B, which aligns with the average standards found in high school leagues. Currently, in terms of offensive prowess, he has effectively eliminated competition within the confines of St. Mary's High School. Aside from the extraordinary LeBron James, Li Feng finds little difficulty in punishing any defensive opponent with his exceptional basketball skills. Were it not for the limitations imposed by his current defensive attributes, he would confidently assert that an A rating for his offensive capabilities would be entirely justifiable. On the 5th day following the momentous battle, St. Mary's High School faced a new adversary, Norton High School. Having triumphed over the prestigious Oak Hill High School, St. Mary's boasted an impressive record of 14 consecutive victories. Norton High School, too, held a commendable record of 12 wins and 2 losses, featuring the star interior defender Johnson and a reliable cadre of outside shooters. Standing at 2.12 meters, Johnson's robust physique and swift defensive footwork make him a formidable presence against any opponent throughout his high school career. When defending against interior attacks, he utilizes his powerful arms to thwart their efforts, and in switching to guard perimeter players, his rapid lateral movement and height advantage enable him to lock down opponents effectively. It is not an exaggeration to claim that Johnson's defensive skills have reached an NCAA standard in the eyes of observers. Although this match did not garner the same level of attention as the game against Oak Hill, the gymnasium, filled to capacity with 3,000 spectators, resonated with fervent excitement. Initially, both the opposing players and their head coach presumed that St. Mary's remained the same formidable team primarily reliant on its starting lineup. Consequently, they exerted their utmost effort in defense against St. Mary's formidable starting 5. Yet, despite their diligence, LeBron James's unparalleled first-step acceleration, coupled with his astonishing explosiveness and speed, transformed Norton High School's paint into a playground where he navigated with ease. While Johnson's defense did impose some restrictions, he was up against an opponent whose strength and speed surpassed his own. In the first quarter, Johnson gritted his teeth and held firm, allowing James to score a mere 11 points and collect 3 rebounds. "Humph, James is not all that," Johnson retorted defiantly. "If I can't handle your starters, can I manage your bench? How many LeBrons do you have anyway?" Although they were unfamiliar with the tale of Tianji's horse racing, they understood the importance of choosing the vulnerable to dominate. However, when a player clad in a St. Mary's High School jersey, with skin the color of amber, stepped onto the court, the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd suggested that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Some spectators even began to chant the name of young Anthony. Johnson, of course, was aware of Carmelo Anthony's reputation. After all, one of the 2 games lost by Norton High School was against the Oak Hill Academy, led by Anthony. Yet, in this somewhat insular era, who would truly care about the prowess of an Asian player unless they were particularly invested? At that moment, Johnson was still dreaming of overtaking the score, dismissing Li Feng entirely. "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune. If you're looking for someone to blame, blame your bad luck," he said with a provocative smile. However, Li Feng remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Bad luck? If my opponent is you, I reckon my luck is quite favorable. Kid, you are quite arrogant. I shall teach you a lesson shortly," Johnson retorted, his smile fading. "You think you can score as easily as James does over me?" Johnson positioned himself to defend against Li Feng from the perimeter, intent on delivering a resounding rejection to this presumptuous newcomer. Yet, as Li Feng received a pass from his teammate, he executed a triple threat stance with fluid arm movements, swiftly transitioning into a rapid drive towards the basket. Bang! The 45 effectiveness of his triple threat shake was no jest after honing his skills. Although Li Feng's speed was not on par with James's explosive quickness, the sudden change in rhythm caused Johnson to stumble, nearly losing his balance. The players from Norton High were momentarily stunned. How could Johnson, a player feared by many during practice, be outmaneuvered by an unknown rookie? It was well known that scoring against Johnson was a daunting task, even for the best scorers on the Norton team. Yet, after deftly slipping past Johnson, Li Feng executed another change in pace, and, before Norton's interior defenders could react, soared for a swift layup, sending the ball through the hoop. This scene left the Norton coach utterly astonished. He had indeed heard of a substitute named Li Feng who had shone brightly in a recent legendary matchup, emerging as St. Mary's secret weapon. However, in his eyes, he merely saw a lucky boy, a mere coincidence in the grand scheme of things. After all, who doesn't he indulge in dumplings during the new year? The media are notorious for their penchant for sensationalism, often resorting to exaggerated promotion and attention-grabbing tactics, of which he has witnessed far too many. Thus, the coach of Norton High School firmly believed that this individual, named Li Feng, would soon fade into obscurity, concluding that his time would be better spent devising strategies against LeBron. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Li Feng's recent offensive maneuver was both decisive and elegant, his timing impeccable. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over the head coach of Norton High School. Could it be that the media's assertions this time were indeed accurate? The game continued, with Norton High School seeking opportunities through their perimeter shooters, seizing the moment to halt the bleeding with a three-pointer. Yet, Johnson, undeterred, positioned himself once more in front of Li Feng, adopting a defensive stance. "Kid, I was unprepared earlier. I vow you will never want to touch a basketball again. Do not even think of scoring over me." However, in response to Johnson's taunts, Li Feng's retort was strikingly simple. The instant he received the ball beyond the three-point line, he deftly lowered his center of gravity and executed a rapid probing step. Witnessing Johnson retreat, Li Feng swiftly rose for a jump shot. The release was instantaneous, the speed breathtaking. Johnson, momentarily caught off guard, had yet to react when the ball was already in flight. Damn it! At that moment, Johnson could only silently pray, "Please don't go in, for the love of all that is holy." Yet, the ball disobeyed him, swishing effortlessly through the net. The crisp sound of the net echoed once more as Li Feng scored again. Apologies, securing a single point in basketball is indeed challenging. Thus, I shall opt for three instead. With a reliable shooting touch and having effectively shaken off Johnson, he easily sank the shot. Johnson was left seething with helpless rage. Li Feng's seemingly innocuous yet subtly mocking words left him feeling quite displeased, as he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. On the sidelines, Coach Damlet, witnessing Li Feng's performance, finally felt a weight lift from his chest. It appeared that Li Feng's previous displays were not mere coincidences. This young man's prowess had indeed brought considerable surprise to St. Mary's High School. If he could maintain such momentum, the quest for a third consecutive championship would become a mere formality. At that moment, LeBron James, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. "Coach, do you not agree with me that Li Feng's ability to grasp timing and rhythm seems to have improved even further?" Upon hearing this, Coach Damlet paused in slight astonishment. Is that so? As a coach, he undoubtedly lacked the innate sensitivity to technical movements that a prodigious talent like James possessed. However, after James's observation, Damlet reflected for a moment and murmured, "Indeed, now that you mention it, Li Feng's movements appear more refined this time than when he faced Anthony. His rhythm is noticeably superior." LeBron James wore a knowing expression and, with a hint of nostalgia, shook his head. "Last time, I merely thought Li Feng's movements were commendable. But this time, even from the sidelines, I felt a sense of being dazzled. His progress is rapid. In contrast, his previous technical displays seemed somewhat awkward, as if he had just learned them on the spot. What do you think, Coach?" Upon hearing this, Damlet smiled slightly and replied, "Your description is rather exaggerated. Learning on the spot? How many have struggled for 2.5 years without mastering Anthony's techniques? It is implausible that Li Feng learned them so quickly. If an explanation is necessary, I can only say that he has been diligently honing his skills behind the scenes, which we have not witnessed." James nodded thoughtfully. Diligently honing his craft, indeed? It seems Li Feng harbors significant ambition. With a smile, James resolved to seize this opportunity, with the team's trainer present, to refine his own skills. After all, as the chosen one, He had no intention of lagging in any aspect. Feng is capable of what he has achieved. At this moment, on the court, his offensive maneuvers resembled a sharp spear, consistently pinpointing the defensive vulnerabilities of Norton High School and penetrating their seemingly impenetrable defense. In stark contrast to LeBron's flamboyant style of play, Feng's technical movements flowed with a silky smoothness, offering a visual delight to the spectators. Meanwhile, Johnson began to comprehend the shouts for little Anthony from the audience, as Feng's offensive techniques bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Anthony. At that moment, he was once again reminded of the fear instilled by Oak Hill. Johnson exerted every ounce of his strength, and finally, during one offensive play, he and his teammates cornered Feng into a desperate situation. Feng is nothing extraordinary after all. However, with merely 3 seconds left on the shot clock, the seemingly indecisive Feng suddenly passed the ball, sending it directly to Carl stationed at the opposite corner. Carl glanced at the clock, recognizing the familiar setup and flavor. He nearly shouted, "LeBron, I beseech you, please stop passing to me like this." But then it struck him. Wait, was that pass actually from Feng? Although Carl silently grumbled, he hesitated not and swiftly adjusted for the shot. Swish. The ball went in. The crowd erupted in cheers. Oh my, Feng's vision is extraordinary. Capable of driving and passing, this is indeed reminiscent of little James. On the sidelines, LeBron suddenly furrowed his brow. Hold on, isn't that my signature move? You've even learned that. Am I to become your substitute? With LeBron's St. Mary's High School already an unstoppable force, the addition of little Anthony propelled them to a resounding victory, triumphing by a staggering 23 points. Feng made his appearance as a substitute in this match, contributing a remarkable performance in the 11 minutes he played, scoring 14 points with 6 out of 8 shooting, along with 2 assists. Coach Damlot expressed immense satisfaction, firmly believing that this year's state championship was already within their grasp. The pursuit of a third consecutive title is drawing near. After yet another victory, aside from showcasing his prowess during team practices to solidify his position, Feng has largely refrained from participating in training sessions, opting instead to sit quietly on the sidelines and observe his teammates. Initially, he contemplated activating his smart groin, yet he feared it might curtail his playing time. Ultimately, he decided against making excuses and simply settled on the sidelines, watching intently. Meanwhile, Damlot was diligently preparing for the arrival of the renowned trainer, Marco, at the school gym the following day. Known for his rigorous training methods and volatile temperament, Marco has earned a reputation in Europe as the devil trainer. It is even rumored that when Pat Riley witnessed his grueling training techniques, he could only give a thumbs up and remark, "You certainly know how to do it." However, as the saying goes, a strict teacher produces exceptional students, and Marco's training prowess is beyond doubt. He was once the MVP of a European professional league. Thus, Damlot is convinced that under Marco's guidance, the team will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation and experience substantial progress. Chapter 10. Skill is paramount. Can physical fitness sustain you until 39? On the morning of February 13th, a flight from Europe gradually descended. Marco, carrying his personal basketball gear, disembarked from the plane. After retrieving his checked luggage, he found Coach Damlot waiting for him at the exit. "Hello, Mr. Marco. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome to Ohio." "Greetings," Marco replied with a smile and an outstretched hand. Marco is a tall European forward with a beard. Although retired now, his demeanor still reflects that of a professional athlete. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Damlot introduced him to the young black prodigy accompanying him. "Mr. Marco, this is our high school's pride, LeBron James." "Hello, Mr. Marco. We are eagerly looking forward to your arrival," LeBron greeted warmly. Having long heard of the prodigious talent that is LeBron James, Marco felt quite pleased by the young man's enthusiasm. "There's no need for such formality. I've heard about a gifted young man from Akron, and that is precisely why I am here. I look forward to witnessing your performance during training. However, I must forewarn you, my training intensity is quite high, so brace yourself." At this moment, James's reputation had transcended the borders of America, resonating even within the basketball community of Europe, where whispers of such a prodigious talent had emerged. The fact that Marco had traveled thousands of miles to be here was largely attributed to James's influence. The driver loaded his luggage into the vehicle and subsequently brought them to a halt before the gymnasium of St. Mary's High School. Upon entering the gym, Coach Damlot slowly addressed the players, saying, "All right, gentlemen, gather around, for I have an important announcement to make." The athletes, who had been engaged in training, promptly set aside their basketballs and approached. Once they formed a circle, Coach Damlot introduced, "Everyone, this is Mr. Markro, a renowned trainer from Europe. For the foreseeable future, he will be providing guidance and advice for our training sessions, and I expect your complete cooperation. Is that understood?" The players, including Romeo, nodded in affirmation, expressing their commitment to comply. At this moment, Feng silently observed those present, mentally preparing himself to grasp several skills. After a brief exchange with the others, Macro commenced the day's training. The routine drills of dribbling, shooting, and footwork, though fundamental and undoubtedly meaningful, failed to ignite any enthusiasm among the participants. Observing their lackluster demeanor, Macro's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. To him, this group of high school students merely resembled eager youngsters yearning to sprint before they had mastered the art of walking. Fundamentals in basketball are of utmost importance. While they may seem monotonous and uninspiring, they are undeniably the most valuable training. These young rascals were utterly oblivious to this truth. "All right, we shall conclude the foundational training. I merely intended to gauge your abilities," he announced. "Now, we will delve into the intricacies of basketball technique. Today, I shall teach you the nuances of footwork under the basket, its transitions and variations." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing smiles, their spirits visibly lifted. This was what they had been anticipating, technical practice. Witnessing their eager expressions, Macro inwardly scoffed. "You fools, your excitement is premature." The devilish trainer had no intention of being as benevolent as they hoped. His true aim was to thoroughly challenge these youngsters. Darmalot, a seasoned veteran, recognized Macro's ulterior motives. How could a devilish trainer ever be so amiable? He sighed softly, sensing that misfortune awaited this group. However, he believed that a proper setback would serve to temper their arrogance, which could ultimately be beneficial. At that moment, Macro began to demonstrate on the court. He executed a series of footwork maneuvers, seamlessly transitioning into deceptive feints, pivoting for a hook shot, executing bank shots with a combination of up and down footwork, and finishing with a spin move followed by a deceptive shot off the glass. Each motion flowed effortlessly, exhibiting both finesse and an element of surprise. Feng was also paying close attention. It must be said that the trainer, Markro, indeed possesses remarkable skills. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Feng's ears. Ding! The host's exceptional comprehension allowed him to grasp the B-level skill, multiple footwork, while observing Markro's instruction up close. Beginner level, Feng felt a tinge of emotion. Indeed, he was a renowned trainer in Europe. The footwork beneath the basket possessed a remarkable level of deception, and the system's evaluation had reached a commendable B level. Most importantly, this might not even be his ultimate skill. Feng nodded silently, already beginning to anticipate what further surprises Marco might bring him. Before Feng could indulge in his daydreams, Marco suddenly spoke up. "All right, everyone. I trust you have all observed the movements I just demonstrated. Now, it's your turn to perform." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into momentary confusion. "Wait just once. Are you serious? We can hardly see it." Indeed, even if we did, executing it after just one demonstration is simply impossible. We are not deities. The smile on Marco's lips gradually faded, and he began to speak slowly. "During the basic training earlier, were you not also impatient after just one repetition? I had presumed you were all remarkable prodigies, you little rascals." At this point, it was evident to everyone that Marco was irked. The court fell into silence, the only sound being the rhythmic bounce of the basketball against the floor. Marco scrutinized the downcast faces of the crowd, but showed no signs of letting up. He continued, What's with the drooping heads? Come on, show me that indomitable spirit of yours. You pretentious lot. Now, all of you, starting from the starters, come up one by one to showcase your skills. Those who can evade me with their footwork and score will pass. Otherwise, each of you will face an additional 1,000 shots and 50 suicides. Do you understand? At this moment, the crowd could no longer muster a smile. This trainer was utterly insane. The starting 5 exchanged glances, and eventually, the most grounded of them all, Romeo, stepped forward, ready to give it a shot. At this juncture, Romeo was essentially the village's last hope. If he failed to pass the trainer's test, the others would have no chance at all. On the court, Romeo diligently recalled the movements he had just witnessed. He backed down twice, then executed a quick spin and fake, preparing to score with a step. In an instant, Marco unleashed a formidable block, sending Romeo's shot flying. Bang! This left both Romeo and the spectators utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is it really that ruthless? Not an ounce of mercy. Marco gazed silently at Romeo, who had been thwarted by his volleyball-like block, and then slowly said, "Go retrieve the ball. I will grant you another opportunity." Romeo took a deep breath and rushed to fetch the ball. This was his last chance, and he was determined to seize it. This time, he planned to leverage his height and reach, aiming for a hook shot off the backboard. Yet Marco, quick as lightning, intercepted the moment Romeo initiated his shot with a clean and decisive steal. Bang! Once again, a dull thud echoed through the air. As Romeo raised his hands above his head, he realized the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Marco shook his finger at him, nonchalantly stating, 1,000 shots, 50 sprints. Romeo contemplated a retort, yet ultimately merely pursed his lips and sulkily retreated to the sidelines to practice his shooting. Marco lifted his chin slightly, surveying the onlookers with an air of arrogance. Who's next? When no one responded, he turned to LeBron James beside him and said, "How about you, the chosen one?" James paused thoughtfully, recognizing that Marco intended to impart a significant lesson to everyone present. At this moment, even if a player endowed with the ability of a face fruit were to grace the scene, Marco would remain unyielding. With a steely resolve, LeBron stepped forward, causing the crowd to collectively hold their breath. What if their team leader fell victim to this trainer's lesson? Would that not spell doom? Fear not. LeBron still held promise. After all, he was the strongest high school player. Indeed, it was entirely plausible that he had already mastered such techniques and would undoubtedly succeed. Stay calm, brothers. Maintain your composure. If even James cannot accomplish this, it would merely indicate that this training is designed to challenge us. The crowd paused, reflecting on the validity of this statement. Truly, if James could not master it, who could? In the center of the court, Marco inquired with a smile, "Are you ready, young man?" James offered no reply, swiftly executing a feigned shot followed by a rapid pivot, completing a smooth fadeaway with remarkable speed. Marco regarded him with newfound respect. James's exceptional strength and explosiveness were already at a professional level, utterly incongruent with the physique of a 17-year-old still in development. The chosen one, indeed, living up to his reputation. However, despite his swift movements, his footwork remained somewhat unrefined. His retreating steps lacked sufficient extension, resulting in inadequate distance. Though Marco could not match James's speed, his extensive experience allowed him to predict James's pivot, allowing him to dart in front of the turning player and execute a timely interference. James's shot clanged off the rim. Witnessing James fail to score sent a chill through the crowd. Yet predictably, Marco granted him a second chance. "Come on, son. If you squander this opportunity, extra training awaits you." James's expression darkened as he recalled the movements he had observed from Marco, seemingly rehearsing them in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened with enlightenment. In that instant, he appeared to grasp the essence of the challenge. Rising above the opposition, James soared into the air, executing a thunderous axe dunk. Boom! The ball soared through the air and landed perfectly in the net, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. The crowd erupted into cheers upon witnessing James's remarkable shot. "Nice. Fantastic. I knew James could do it," they exclaimed. "Truly, he is our little emperor, invincible. This is the mark of genius, the embodiment of talent." However, before the elation could fully settle, Marco quietly interjected, "You too, 1,000 shots." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, leaving the crowd momentarily silent before they expressed their bewilderment. "Huh, are you unable to accept defeat?" someone retorted. "Indeed, James just scored." Another chimed in. Marco regarded them as if they were naive children. "He didn't even employ the techniques I taught." If you rely solely on physical prowess, you will inevitably encounter individuals with superior talent. This could occur in college, or even in the NBA, but that day will come. I recognize that you possess commendable skills among your peers, but do not consider yourselves exceptional. You are merely fledgling players. For instance, you, LeBron, possess remarkable physical attributes, allowing you to play this way until 19. But do you truly believe this style will carry you to 39? The crowd fell silent, unable to refute his words. Indeed, James's acrobatic and forceful style could not sustain itself for many years. Most present found merit in Marco's perspective, save for Feng, who lingered in the corner, internally brimming with dissent, yet unsure how to voice it. James's style won't last for years. Fine, you all may be right. With LeBron now disheartened and directed by the trainer to practice shooting, The remaining starting trio seemed resigned to their fate, convinced that Markro was merely toying with them. If they could merely watch and remember, what need would there be for a trainer? The starting five had commenced their shooting drills, while the substitutes were even more eager. Some, fully aware of their situation, had already picked up the ball and made their way to the free throw line, embracing the adage that early hardship leads to early growth. On the sidelines, Damialot sighed softly. These young men remain too green. Experiencing some setbacks now is far better than facing harsher realities in college. Yet, one must acknowledge Markro's severity. His footwork and movements could not be mastered without countless hours of practice. Even the most talented players could not learn them in a single glance. Having achieved his objective, Markro prepared to observe the St. Mary's players as they trained. Just then, however, Andre spoke up. "Mr. Markro, I believe this technique is not difficult. There are certainly those among us who can accomplish it." Upon hearing this, Markro hesitated, turning to regard Andre with a cold stare. Andre smirked mischievously, then shifted the conversation toward Feng. "He is our team's little Anthony," with just a glance. Feng could easily master such moves. Mark furrowed his brow in contemplation, and the next moment, he spoke slowly. 2,000 shots. Chapter 11, Insanity. This fellow Feng is extraordinarily well-rounded. Andre found himself bursting with laughter internally. 2,000 shots would utterly exhaust you. Feng, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. Rather, direct your ire towards yourself for coveting my position on the team. I genuinely feel for you, but unless you can showcase your skills to Mr. Marco right now, I see little hope. Come on, I believe this should pose no challenge for you, Andre jested with a sardonic smile. However, before his amusement could linger, Marco interjected, "The 2,000 shots I mentioned refer to you." Wait a moment, Mr. Marco, what did you just say? Andre's smile faltered, momentarily taken aback. Would you like me to repeat that? It amounts to 3,000 shots. Should you fail to complete them, your training regimen will double from this day forth. Marco's countenance bore an air of authority as he scrutinized Andre with narrowed eyes. He harbored a deep disdain for those who feigned camaraderie while engaging in petty rivalries within the team, undermining the collective spirit. Such individuals not only fail to contribute positively, but also threaten to plunge the entire team into disarray and infighting. Historically, numerous teams possessing championship potential have crumbled due to internal strife, thus losing their chance to establish a dynasty. Although Marco was notoriously stern during training, he could not abide such behavior. At that moment, Andre stood frozen, bewildered. Wait, how could this trainer be so perceptive? 3,000 shots, wouldn't that be tantamount to a death sentence? Upon witnessing this exchange, Romeo and the others nearly erupted in laughter. In light of this, perhaps my own 1,000 shots seemed more palatable. Marco, having dismissed Andre, turned his attention to Feng, who remained in a stupor. What are you dawdling for? Do not forget, you too have 1,000 shots to complete. While he had just expressed his dissatisfaction with Andre, that did not imply any special leniency towards Feng. As a relentless trainer, Marco was not one to be trifled with. Yet, at that moment, Feng suddenly paused and inquired, "Mr. Marco, if I were to master the technique you just demonstrated, would that exempt me from training?" Marco was momentarily taken aback, his disinterest waning as he re-evaluated Feng before him. "Are you suggesting that you believe you can score against me?" "Give it a try," Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, particularly Andre, who had just been sentenced to 3,000 shots. A smirk of schadenfreude crept across his face. "After all the trouble you faced, are you now eager to step up? How delightful." At this moment, Andre felt that although he had been penalized, witnessing Feng's struggle was somewhat gratifying. Beside him, LeBron James was perplexed by Feng's actions. After all, given Markro's temperament, such behavior could only be deemed self-destructive. The difficulty of training under Markro was exceedingly high, clearly intended to instill a sense of intimidation among the onlookers. Achieving his standards seemed utterly impossible. Not to mention that merely having seen the move once does not guarantee the ability to replicate it flawlessly, even if one could, without an ample amount of training. No one could truly harness its essence in a real game. Furthermore, attempting to showcase one's skills in front of this expert was a foolhardy endeavor. As the leader of the team, LeBron contemplated stepping in to offer some words of caution to Feng, but just then, Markro had already seized a basketball and approached the basket. He then turned to Feng and declared, "Come on, kid, let me see if your prowess matches your bravado." Amidst the confusion of those around him, Feng approached with an air of ease. Upon receiving the basketball from Marco's hands, he prepared to execute a back-to-the-basket move. Although Li Feng had only recently grasped this skill and possessed merely a rudimentary level of proficiency, he found it remarkably effortless to perfectly replicate the maneuver. Li Feng pivoted with his back to the defender, while Marco continued to taunt him with a grin, saying, "Come on, kid. Show me what your feeble skills can bring. Can you even execute a proper move? Don't end up tripping over yourself and crying." However, before Marco could finish his taunt, Li Feng executed a swift fake pass, seamlessly transitioning into a rapid dribble to the right. Bang! The motion was so quick that even Marco, seasoned as he was, hesitated for a brief moment. It was in that fleeting instant of reaction that Li Feng surged forward, shouldering past Marco, and then swiftly spun to fake a shot. While James and others had also performed similar moves, it was Li Feng's execution that truly captivated Marco's attention. As Li Feng turned, the distance he created with this motion was markedly greater than that of the others. His back leg propelled forcefully against the ground, significantly widening the gap between the two, transcending merely the act of completing the turn. Indeed, the attention to detail was commendable. Marco silently affirmed this in his mind, yet his expression betrayed no hint of approval. He swiftly advanced, taking 2 large strides to obstruct Li Feng's shooting path. At this moment, seizing the opportunity presented by Marco's defensive lapse, Li Feng stepped forward, poised to execute a layup. Those around him, engaged in their own shooting practice, momentarily paused in astonishment. Could it be that Li Feng's movements were indeed so skillfully executed? Was it possible that he could score using the techniques taught by Marco? However, as Li Feng approached the basket, Marco quickly retreated into defense. Having anticipated this maneuver long ago, "It's not that simple, kid." Witnessing Li Feng's ability to implement the techniques he had just imparted to such an extent surprised Marco. In over a decade of teaching, he had never encountered a student with such extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, Marco had no intention of easing the pressure. He was genuinely curious to see just how far Li Feng could push his abilities. Li Feng, finding no opportunity near the basket, pivoted once more. Mark Luo followed him at a leisurely pace, knowing that should Li Feng attempt a shot, he could easily leap to block it. Therefore, he chose not to press too closely, allowing Li Feng a chance to approach the hoop for a layup. However, at that moment, as Li Feng turned, he extended a hand and with a subtle flick of his wrist executed a hook shot off the backboard. Given that Li Feng was not particularly close to the basket, no one in the audience anticipated such a choice. Yet, for Li Feng, who had gleaned the skill of the bank shot from Romeo, this offensive maneuver was well within his grasp. Mark Luo was taken aback, as he had not expected Li Feng, not being a center, to possess such finesse. But in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Li Feng released the ball. Swish. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and seamlessly swished through the net. The shot was good. Li Feng clapped his hands and calmly addressed the crowd, saying, "Well, it seems it's over." Upon witnessing this scene, Andre's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "No way, this must be a joke. How is this possible? He actually succeeded?" Beside him, James wore a classic expression of bewilderment, his face riddled with questions that cast doubt upon the world. Meanwhile, Romeo, who had already undergone over 40 shooting drills, felt a chilling sense of despair. He realized that as the starting center, he possessed no standing at all. What an embarrassment, an utter disgrace. In comparison to Li Feng's footwork beneath the basket, he felt as though all his years of practice had been in vain. However, the most astonished of all were the trainer Marco and the head coach, Damlot, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines. Both seasoned veterans with years of experience, their understanding of the situation was profoundly challenged by the extraordinary events unfolding before them. It is quite implausible and scientifically unfounded that Li Feng could master such intricate footwork in the paint after merely a single viewing. The only reasonable explanation is that he had already acquired these technical skills long ago. Perhaps Li Feng is simply an exceptionally well-rounded player. Marco pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it any further. "All right, you may take a break now." It was unexpected that Li Feng, as a small forward, possessed footwork in the post that surpassed even that of the team's starting center. When confronted with a player of such versatility, there was little one could do. However, at this juncture, his gaze shifted to Romeo, who was practicing on the court, and he abruptly declared, "You, at another 1,000 close-range jump shots." Along with 50 sets of post footwork drills, Romeo was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, "First of all, I haven't wronged anyone. Secondly, what does this even have to do with me?" Yet, Li Feng did not immediately leave the court to rest. Instead, he remained rooted in place. Marco inquired, "What is it? Do you have something else to attend to?" Li Feng slowly spoke, "How about we play a few more rounds? If I win, I shall arrange the training schedule for the next few days. What do you say? Are you serious?" "Of course," Li Feng replied with a smile. Macro was taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Had it been anyone else who had fortuitously scored a point, they would have likely slinked away with their tails between their legs by now. "Interesting. Are there any rules for this match?" "5 shots. And I will only use the techniques you have taught me. As for you, Mr. Macro, I place no demands upon you." Haha. Li Feng's words elicited a hearty laugh from Marco. He was perplexed by the audacity of Li Feng. Did he truly believe he needed a mere youth to best him? "You possess quite a bit of courage. I accept your wager. 5 shots, and you shall go first." Although Marco had retired, he was far from being unable to compete with a high school student. "The children of the southern village mock my elderly frailty. I can still send them flying with a single punch. Today, you shall learn why the flowers bloom so vividly." With a faint smile, Marco tossed the ball into Li Feng's hands, ready to show him a lesson. Li Feng caught the ball low and instantly adopted a combat stance. The contest between the two captured the attention of everyone in the gym. They set aside their basketballs and quietly gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Frankly, it was already impressive that Li Feng had managed to score a point, but to think he could achieve 5 in a row was utterly improbable. I concur. Should Li Feng employ his usual skills, he might stand a chance, but he is essentially sabotaging himself. It is impossible for him to win. Regardless, it was best if he did not prevail. If he did, who knew what additional training tasks Marco might impose? This last sentiment was voiced by Romeo, whose apprehensive expression made it clear that he was genuinely fearful. Marco brimmed with confidence. He had indeed been careless, allowing Li Feng to score. Yet, the efficacy of a single change in footwork was limited. If Li Feng thought he could secure victory with such a maneuver, he was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. "Come on, kid. Get your act together and show me your true prowess." However, before Marco could finish his sentence, Li Feng swiftly closed the distance between them, executing a rapid spin and a feint shot. This movement bore a resemblance to the elusive feints often employed by Kobe, short, swift, and powerful. As Marco was momentarily deceived, Li Feng charged toward the hoop, using his body to shield against Marco's block, successfully completing the layup with ease. The onlookers were taken aback by Li Feng's resolute play and fluid movement, demonstrating impeccable timing. Marco shook his head, now serious. "Interesting, kid. Prepare to be enlightened." Observing his newfound seriousness, Damlot scratched the back of his head, clearly caught off guard by the situation. How could the formidable European trainer be so thoroughly engaged with a mere substitute like Li Feng? At that moment, Marco received the ball low, protecting it with his right shoulder while forcefully creating space through contact. He did not dribble but instead rose up for a shot. Thud. The ball struck the backboard and scored. This was the hallmark of a professional athlete, simple yet effective. Just then, Li Feng heard the familiar sound of the system's notification. "Congratulations. Host, your extraordinary insight has led you to closely observe Marco's shooting technique, allowing you to comprehend the C-level skill quick backboard shot, beginner level." The host experiences a moment of enlightenment, skillfully merging the techniques of quick bank shot and close-range hook shot, thereby creating a B-level skill known as the finisher in the paint, proficient level. Effect. Within a 3-foot radius beneath the basket, the accuracy of hook shots, bank shots, and jump shots is enhanced by 4%, while also slightly diminishing the interference caused by defenders. At this moment, Li Feng is momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such an effect? It appears that his understanding of skills not only allows for an elevation in their grade, such as from A to S, but also enables the fusion of several lower-tier skills. Following this amalgamation, there exists the potential to enhance both the grade and effectiveness of the skills. Truly, this is the mark of a divine talent for comprehension. Li Feng felt a subtle sense of contemplation. At this moment, he was struck by the thought that the fusion of 2 C-level skills could elevate them to a B-level skill. What then might occur if 2 S-level skills were to merge? Is there, beyond S, an SS level, or perhaps skills of a divine caliber? For instance, the iconic fadeaway jumper of the basketball deity, or the mesmerizing footwork of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Li Feng believed that these matters could be explored further at a later time. However, for now, he decided to fully exploit Marco's potential. As those around him marveled at Marco's exceptional skills as a professional player, Li Feng swiftly mirrored his stance and struck back. Whoosh. It was a clean, effortless move, executed with grace. Coming to his senses, Li Feng slowly smiled and said, "Come, let me see where your limits lie." Chapter 12. Your efforts today are all for my ascent in strength. Everyone present was left in a state of astonishment. Li Feng's audacious demeanor had become somewhat familiar to them, yet they still could not comprehend one perplexing matter. How could he possess such technical prowess? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Was it possible that this skill resided within Li Feng's repertoire? Even if one were exceptionally skilled, such comprehensive mastery seemed implausible. Could he truly be adept at everything? Marco was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Li Feng employ techniques strikingly similar to his own, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Did that earlier remark of his claiming he would only utilize the moves Marco had taught him imply that this included the maneuvers he had executed during the match? What was he suggesting? Did he believe he had encountered every move I know? Such arrogance. Marco felt a flicker of surprise within. Yet his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Very well, let me demonstrate the limits of my abilities, young man. In the ensuing moments, Marco unleashed every under-the-basket technique he had acquired over his more than a decade-long professional career upon this high school student who had yet to step foot into a university. In this contest, he wagered his lifelong dignity as a devilish trainer. The spectators were left in awe, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of techniques on display. The intricate footwork combined with a variety of deft maneuvers and feints genuinely captivated the audience. One could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Impressive." It was no surprise that he was regarded as Europe's devil trainer. He truly possessed exceptional skill. His under-the-basket techniques were solid, comprehensive, and refined. Apart from Carmelo Anthony, they had never witnessed a player in high school with such exquisite offensive capabilities. It was likely that Li Feng, upon observing such a multitude of techniques, would be somewhat troubled. The crowd sighed in admiration, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feng, amidst the match, was on the verge of bursting into laughter. The more, the merrier. To their astonishment, an uncanny scene unfolded on the court, regardless of the astonishing and praiseworthy techniques Marco executed. They were astonished to find that Li Feng could respond in kind. You deliver a hook shot, I shall reciprocate with a hook shot. You attempt a bank shot, I shall do the same. Most significantly, Li Feng's movements mirrored those of his opponent as though he were deliberately provoking him. Ultimately, Li Feng executed a flawless gold rooster stands on one-leg shot, mirroring Marco's actions precisely, and the ball swished through the net. The match concluded. "Mr. Marco, I believe I may take my leave now?" Li Feng spoke in a calm tone. As a trainer, Marco found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he was taking this seriously. Once a standout in the European League, although he had lost the explosive speed of his youth, his skills and experience far surpassed those of 99% of basketball players worldwide. Yet, before this young high school student, the techniques he took pride in seemed utterly worthless. It appeared that no matter what moves he executed, they fell within the repertoire mastered by Li Feng. It was as if no matter how much Sun Wukong struggled, he could never escape the grasp of Buddha's palm. Such was the outcome. "Well then, kid, you've won," Marco conceded, a man who accepted the stakes of the game. With a resigned tone, he added, "If you are unwilling to participate in the subsequent training, you may rest on the sidelines." The onlookers gasped in disbelief upon hearing this. They felt an overwhelming sense of injustice in the world. 1,000 shooting drills, and Li Feng was exempt? Furthermore, he could rest during the next training session? As the saying goes, comparison leads to despair. Why should this be? I don't want to train either. But do you possess skills like Li Feng? Can't you see? Li Feng is on par with that trainer. Though I lack such skills, I have the audacity. Don't be foolish. Having thick skin is not a virtue. However, as a few of them murmured and watched the spectacle, Marco suddenly turned to them and, in a measured tone, remarked, "Have you completed your training? Since you are here making a fuss, each of you will add 1,000 shooting drills. If you don't finish, you're not leaving tonight. Brother, we are innocent." At this moment, Li Feng stood on the court, looking entirely innocent. As if the entire situation had nothing to do with him. He slowly opened his system panel. Host, Li Feng, overall strength assessment, B-level, strength, 97, B-level, speed, 93, B-level, jumping, 88, C-level, shooting, 104, B-level, dribbling, 101, B-level, defense, 74, C-level, passing, 99, B-level, insight points, 10 total skills, 6 S-level variable speed triple threat, Proficient 45 chance to shake off players with B-level defense. Probability decreases against higher-level defenders. 01800. A-level stable shooting. Elite increases shooting accuracy by 12 while in motion and by 38 when open. 02000. A level rolling turn. Proficient a quick turning and shaking skill that increases the host's breakthrough ability by 17. 01500. B-level king of passing. Expert within the final 3 seconds of the offensive time. Vision is enhanced by 15 and passing attributes are augmented by 15. 0800. B-level paint terminator. Expert within a 3-foot radius under the basket. The success rate of hook shots, bank shots, and jump shots is elevated by 4, while the interference effects caused by defenders are slightly diminished. 0500. B-level golden rooster stands on one leg. Novice a swift shooting motion increases resistance to blocks by 5, but reduces shooting stability by 2. 0300. Feng gleaned numerous skills from this trainer, and after a process of amalgamation and enhancement, he ultimately acquired 2 B-level abilities. These techniques are both executed in close proximity to the basket, proving to be exceptionally practical for Feng at this stage. Thanks to the skill of reliable shooting, most players are hesitant to leave Feng unguarded. Coupled with his deceptive moves from the triple threat position, Feng finds ample opportunities to penetrate the paint and score. This timely acquisition of skills has significantly bolstered Feng's efficiency in finishing within the restricted area. As Feng reveled in his contentment, a sudden chime resonated in his ears, heralding a notification from the system. Ding! Due to the host's extraordinary performance, Romeo's psyche is shattered, and a reward of 100 insight points has been granted. Ding! Due to the host's remarkable display, Carl's mental state has faltered, and a reward of 100 insight points has been bestowed. Ding! Due to the host's unparalleled achievements, James is engulfed in existential doubt, and a reward of James' power fragment has been conferred. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Oh, the system, it never fails to surprise me. A fragment of James's power? What a splendid find, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. As he gazed at the orange-quality puzzle-like item quietly resting in his inventory, he slowly murmured to himself, "System, activate." Following this command, as the power fragment vanished, Feng suddenly felt a warm surge emanating from within his very being, radiating outward. Feng instinctively clenched his fist, the veins in his arms subtly engorging. In that moment, he sensed a notable increase in the flow of blood within his arm, an indescribable force invigorating his entire being. After a brief while, this warm current gradually dissipated. Feng took a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. He instinctively clenched his fists, sensing the shift in his physical strength. Whether it was merely an illusion, he perceived that the muscles in his arms appeared significantly more robust than before. As for other areas, he could not ascertain due to the lingering effects of his cold. However, he planned to examine them closely later that evening. At this moment, Feng accessed his data panel, and to his astonishment, his strength attribute surged from 97 points to an impressive 105 points. The system's evaluation of his strength attribute also ascended by an entire tier, now standing at a commendable B level. Was the effect truly this pronounced? It is worth noting that during the past few days of training, he had not observed any significant changes in his system panel data. All figures seemed immovable, devoid of any breakthroughs. Yet today, with just a fragment of James's strength, Feng's strength attribute had increased by nearly 10 points, surpassing 1 rating. Even his jumping and speed had seen a notable enhancement. What can I say? I can only express my delight. This fragment of strength, though not the entirety of James's power, has yielded such remarkable progress. The effect is indeed rather formidable. Feng has meticulously re-evaluated the efficacy of his system. Through the act of spectating, he is able to comprehend and cultivate skills, while the insights he gains can also serve to enhance these abilities. Today, Feng has made a remarkable discovery. As he showcases his extraordinary intuition, he inadvertently alters the mental states of others, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as breaking defense. Additionally, he finds himself receiving rewards from his targeted individuals. Romeo and Carl bestow upon him insight points, while James grants him fragments of strength. It seems plausible that the rarity of these rewards may vary according to the player's prowess and potential, a hypothesis that warrants further investigation. Feng stroked his chin, suddenly realizing how effortless it seemed to grow stronger. Perhaps, once he entered university, he would no longer require Anthony's basketball manual, as he would have already mastered the essentials. Although he acknowledged that his current physical condition was not particularly advantageous, a fact he was too disinterested to dispute, he recognized that his athletic talent might still rank among the best domestically, potentially earning him an MVP title in the Cuba. Yet, here in American high school basketball, there were countless players who could leap with extraordinary prowess. Feng does not belittle himself unnecessarily, yet he also refrains from succumbing to arrogance. He understands that while he is enhancing his skills, he must not confine himself solely to the realm of basketball techniques. For when the opponent's physical prowess overwhelmingly surpasses his own, even the most refined skills become futile. This is the essence of the adage that sheer strength can overcome all methods. Feng's gaze fell upon LeBron James on the court, and he subtly licked his lips. I must devise a way to challenge him once more. It was akin to a stunning beauty presenting herself to you with sincerity. If not now, when? My apologies, James, but I shall abandon all pretense. That day, the training regimen orchestrated by Markro left everyone utterly exhausted. Even LeBron James, who was renowned for his stamina, found the intensity to be nearly 4 to 5 times that of their usual drills. Completing the session alone left them utterly spent. As for the unfortunate Romeo and Andrew, they remained motionless on the benches at the side of the training facility the following day, their fates uncertain. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual appeared remarkably untroubled, Feng. Hey everyone, what a splendid day it is. I can hardly contain my excitement to commence today's training. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Wang Defa? Eager to start training? Well, just you wait. At that moment, LeBron James rose from his spot. Though he too felt the strain of the previous day's exertions, he was in notably better shape than the rest. He spoke slowly. Everyone, Feng has a point. Trainer Markro won't be here for long. We must seize this opportunity to refine our skills, for our own benefit. The path to the championship is fraught with challenges. We cannot rely on anyone but ourselves. As James concluded his statement, the group ignited with renewed fervor. Indeed, who can we rely on? Winning the championship rests solely upon our own shoulders. Feng was momentarily taken aback as he gently patted James on the shoulder and whispered in a tone reminiscent of a devil's murmur. Do not let loyalty be your downfall. James stared at him in confusion. What do you mean? This matter runs too deep. Knowing too much may not serve you well. I can only say that those who understand will naturally grasp it, while those who do not, I cannot assist. James fell into a contemplative silence. Could you please stop being so cryptic? Before long, Marklo commenced the day's training session promptly. Meanwhile, Feng leisurely set up a small folding beach chair beside him, along with a refreshing glass of freshly squeezed orange juice filled with ice, as he began his training for the day. Even Coach Damloat could not help but raise an eyebrow at this scene. One might wonder if he was there to train or to toy with the minds of his peers. With a beach chair, fruit juice, and a portable fan, one could easily mistake him for a vacationer. However, after a grueling training session and upon Marklo's request for everyone to showcase their skills, it turned out that Feng had performed the best. James stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. After all, today Marklo had been teaching the intricacies of playmaking for guards. What in the world? Aren't you a forward renowned for your post moves? So what exactly are you, a center? A shooting guard? Seeing that the group who had trained diligently throughout the day could not surpass Feng, who had been enjoying a leisurely day, Marklo decided to impose an additional 500 passing drills on everyone. Feng could not help but smirk. Apologies, everyone. Your efforts today were merely to enhance my strength. A dead comrade does not hinder a monk's progress. Let's go, St. Mary. Chapter 13. The training plan for Feng is initiated. As the additional training commenced, a series of system notifications echoed around Feng. Ding. The host's comprehension is remarkable, having gained insights from observing the training at the gym. Reward granted. Passing attribute 1. Ding. Due to the host's exceptional performance leading to extra training, Romeo's mindset has shattered. Reward granted. 100 insight points. Ding. As a result of the host's extraordinary performance, Joyce realized that his practice was futile. His mindset has also imploded. Reward granted. 100 insight points. This time, the rewards were quite substantial. The combination of mindset and comprehension rewards revealed the true essence of the system's workings. Our chosen one, the young emperor, possesses a remarkably steady mindset. Despite lacking rewards, he feels an unsettling itch, as if ants are crawling upon him. At this moment, LeBron James humbly seeks guidance from trainer Markro regarding yesterday's post-up shooting technique. Although Marco's demeanor may appear somewhat intimidating, his dedication to his craft is unquestionable, as he patiently imparts technical advice to James. While James's movements may not be described as particularly graceful or fluid, an observation that has held true throughout his illustrious career. Under Marco's tutelage, he gradually masters the nuances of shooting. With a noticeable improvement in his accuracy, particularly in making 2 out of 3 shots from the baseline. However, just as James revels in his progress, Feng quietly strides onto the court and casually executes a smooth fadeaway. His movements exhibit a level of fluidity and coordination that eclipses James's efforts. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air, finding its mark with precision. Before James can fully process his astonishment, Marco exclaims, "Yes, exactly. That movement is already quite standard. James, you should learn from Feng when the time comes." James reflects, "The outside world is too chaotic. I must return to Gotham." Ding. Due to the host's extraordinary performance, James experiences a fracture in his resolve, resulting in a reward being granted, LeBron's Speed Fragment X1. Little did LeBron anticipate that, despite his rigorous training, he would find himself overshadowed by Feng. Wasn't he supposed to be the chosen one? This reality felt incongruous to him. He stroked his chin, his expression one of bewilderment. This script feels off. This day of training serves as a microcosm of recent sessions, with the following days unfolding similarly. Feng gradually liberates himself, silently observing his peers sweat profusely on the sidelines, while he clandestinely grows stronger during his moments of rest and leisure. To outsiders, Feng's actions appear perplexing. They perceive him as someone who has failed to seize the rare opportunity presented by Marco's presence at St. Mary's High School for intensive training. To many, it seems as though he has become complacent, buoyed by his victories in the previous 2 matches. In stark contrast, the diligent efforts of others are evident. They exhibit clear enhancements in their technical skills, movement precision, and defensive habits. Coupled with the recent grueling training regimen, the players at St. Mary's High School have largely improved their physical conditioning. Yet, Feng seems to remain stagnant. While his prior technical proficiency and adherence to form were commendable, an observation that explains why Marco permitted him to rest, he now appears to be treading water. However, head coach Demore felt a sense of squander regarding the potential of Feng. For Feng's understanding of techniques and his capacity for learning surpassed that of all his peers on the field. Should he seize this opportunity, his advancement would undoubtedly eclipse that of all others. Coach Demore sighed softly, recognizing the unfortunate reality of the situation. Although Feng held a respectable position within the team, he was ultimately not a starter. After all, he had only recently become a key player in the rotation, and his tenure with the team was still too brief to command widespread respect. Unlike LeBron, who was the unequivocal cornerstone of his team and enjoyed the unwavering support of his teammates, Feng lacked that same level of endorsement. Even the notorious Jordan, despite his domineering presence in the locker room, had his teammates firmly convinced of one thing. In critical moments, passing the ball to Jordan would guarantee victory. Feng, however, had yet to attain such stature. To the collective eye, his recent performances bore little distinction from that of a future Jordan. He had merely been a fortunate contributor in a few games, leading him to harbor inflated aspirations. It was evident that the others anticipated Feng's growing discontent with his role as a rotational player, and they believed he would soon strive for a starting position. This was inevitable, yet doubts lingered regarding whether Feng possessed the requisite talent and caliber. Coach Demore was acutely aware of this uncertainty and had prepared for the worst. While youthful ambition is commendable, arrogance often invites unpredictable consequences, particularly for a player like Feng, who had only recently been reinstated as a valuable asset. The greatest fear was that he might become complacent and underperform, which would jeopardize team harmony and likely incite discord within the locker room. Demore stroked his chin thoughtfully. As a coach with considerable experience, he had his own strategies for navigating such dilemmas. The team's upcoming opponent was George Hank High School, renowned for its defensive prowess. Demore believed that while young players might err, they required challenges to foster growth. Trainer Marco shared Demore's sentiments, agreeing that it would be beneficial for Feng to learn some lessons. This would not only serve the team's interests but also aid in Feng's future professional development. Soon, the match against George Hank High School commenced. This team, celebrated for its defensive discipline, boasted a level of zone and help defense that was among the elite in the high school league. Even with LeBron James' extraordinary physical prowess, making a foray towards the opposing basket requires considerable effort. In the first quarter, James led his team to a temporary advantage of 19-17. The relentless defense from the opposing team significantly taxed James' stamina. Were it not for his gradual acclimatization to the recent grueling training regimen, he would likely have found himself gasping for breath by the end of the quarter. George Hank High School indeed proved to be a formidable adversary, limiting James to a mere 11 points in that quarter. While scoring in double digits is typically a commendable feat for James, it is less favorable when he recorded only a solitary assist during that period. Historically, when his teammates are capable of creating opportunities, James eagerly showcases his vision, often likened to that of a magician. However, due to the offensive struggles faced by players like Carl, James was compelled to take matters into his own hands. A testament to the effectiveness of George Hank High School's defense. Recognizing the opportune moment, Coach Damlott substituted in Feng along with several reserves. Both he and Mark Rowe were acutely aware that this lineup lacked the offensive intensity needed to confront the defensive prowess of George Hank High School, and it was highly probable that St. Mary's offensive efforts would falter. Given the recent surge of praise surrounding Feng, it seemed an appropriate moment for this young talent to encounter some setbacks and regain composure. Yet, upon Feng's entry onto the court, the unfolding circumstances left them utterly astonished. Feng, utilizing the height and physique of his frontline players, deftly called for the ball in the low post, subsequently wreaking havoc in the paint against George Hank High School. With an Anthony-style triple threat coupled with a seamless spin, he sent his defender soaring out of the frame. Even when confronted by interior help defense, Feng executed a classic chicken stand, confidently banking the ball in. His innate prowess in the low post was already formidable. But with the recent mastery of Mark Lowe's diverse footwork, he toyed with George Hank's center, nearly extracting the password to his bank card. Even when the opposing team tightened their defense and reinforced their interior, Feng managed to sink a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The defenders from George Hank High School were utterly exasperated, nearly on the brink of collapse. First a LeBron, and now an Anthony? Is St. Mary's an all-star team? How on earth are we supposed to compete? This sequence of events sent the crowd of fans into a frenzy. Coming off the bench, he scored 5 out of 5 attempts. As the second quarter commenced, Feng, with his astonishingly perfect shooting percentage, erupted for 11 points. Feng, MVP, MVP. Hearing the rising cheers from the audience, Damlott was genuinely bewildered. Was this development in the script reasonable? Wasn't George Hank High School's defense supposed to be strong? How then could Feng achieve a perfect shooting percentage? Why didn't he put him on the court to obliterate you? Meanwhile, LeBron James was equally perplexed. Brother, I struggled to score 11 points in the first quarter, and you've already matched me in no time? The kicker is, your shooting percentage remains a flawless 100. This is rather embarrassing for me. After Feng exited the game, the applause from the audience continued unabated. The crowd at St. Mary High School had initially doubted his worthiness, yet upon his return to the sidelines, the players could no longer contain their elation. Lee, you are truly a genius. Honestly, from this moment forward, anyone who dares to speak ill of you will have to contend with me. Lee, I humbly submit my admiration to you. The youthful exuberance of Feng was undeniable. He possessed every right to be audacious. If we could effortlessly score a dozen points on the court, we would surpass him in bravado. Who would still dare claim that Feng has become arrogant? With his remarkable skills, it is astonishing that he is content to play as a substitute. Truly, he is the team's greatest benefactor. Following Feng's impressive performance, the outcome of the match became all but certain. Ultimately, St. Mary High School maintained their undefeated streak, finishing the game with a score of 87-69, inching closer to their goal of a perfect championship season. As the match concluded, scouts from various universities found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. One game could be attributed to luck, two could be dismissed as mere chance, but this third game, marked by an extraordinary display, left them with no choice but to confront the undeniable reality before them. Feng, a rising star, shines exceptionally bright. Meanwhile, Oak Tree Mountain High School has just concluded a match. Anthony delivered an impressive performance, amassing 24 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks in merely 3 quarters, leading his team to a resounding victory by a margin of 11 points. In this game, Anthony's mid-range shooting percentage reached a staggering 51, surpassing that of several interior players. When confronted by reporters, Anthony tilted his head slightly, prepared to bask in the compliments of his admirers. Come forth, tremble, mortals. This is the prowess of Anthony. However, as the microphone approached his lips, the questions posed by the reporters took him by surprise. What are your thoughts on Feng? Dubbed Little Anthony, achieving a perfect shooting record against George Hank High School, going 5 for 5? Who do you believe possesses superior offensive skills, you or him? Do you have any words for your competitor? The barrage of inquiries left Anthony momentarily speechless. Wait, my competitor? Him? Feng. You might as well compare me to the so-called chosen one, LeBron James. What does this even mean, comparing me to a bench player? Are you mocking me? The fact that this kid shot 100 is absurd. Are you serious? Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, Anthony struggled to find his words. After a moment of contemplation, he simply stated, I believe time will reveal all. Some individuals may enjoy good fortune, while others are truly deserving of this honor. That is all I wish to convey. Following the match, irrespective of other sentiments, Feng felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Not only did he notice that the coach's previously sorrowful gaze had vanished, but more crucially, Feng received a defensive attribute point reward for his performance against George Hank High School. This was precisely what Feng needed. As a forward, offensive prowess is undeniably important, yet defensive capability cannot be overlooked. Unless one is an elite scorer like Anthony. Any player aspiring to be deemed reliable in a coach's eyes must prioritize defense. Besides this unexpected gain, Feng recognized the need to seriously address his defensive skills. Unlike Griffin, who possesses naturally short arms, Feng believes that his innate defensive talent is commendable. With the right training regimen, he feels confident that he can enhance his defensive capabilities within a year. However, an idea suddenly struck Feng. While self-training is valuable, it is unnecessary to rely solely on oneself. Much like Yang Zheng's training for Rui, Feng intends to propose a training plan to Coach Marco. Thus, the training for Feng initiative is set in motion. Chapter 14. Is Feng a steady and reliable individual? The following day, the regular training session at St. Mary's High School commenced. Feng's training program, Practice for Feng, has quietly commenced. The atmosphere within the team is notably pleasant. Compared to a few days prior when many were dissatisfied with Feng's arrogant demeanor, they have now largely reconciled with him. Well, he is simply exceptional. What can one do? Unable to match him in skill or charm, they have resigned themselves to this reality. Moreover, following a resounding victory in the recent match, the prospect of an undefeated championship title has come into clear view. Indeed, victory is the simplest and most effective remedy for numerous team conflicts. Furthermore, any discord was never substantial. It was merely a dissatisfaction with the preferential treatment afforded to Feng. However, in the wake of this triumph, although unspoken, Feng's standing in their hearts has subtly transformed. Feng is a steadfast and commendable individual. The head coach and trainers of the team are quite pleased with the recent performance of the squad. All players have shown a remarkable improvement in both their skills and teamwork. Notably, LeBron James, the prodigious talent of the team, has undergone rigorous training, resulting in a significant enhancement of his technical abilities. Most importantly, he exhibits none of the restlessness or arrogance often seen in other youths of 17 or 18. He proactively seeks to learn additional techniques and refine his multifaceted attributes. During this period, James's skill set has visibly advanced, making him one of the few players who have genuinely reaped the benefits of hard work. As for the other player, well, Marco is reluctant to acknowledge that the second player who has made the most progress is Feng. Although he may appear to be leisurely enjoying his time at the gym, it must be said that he is indeed among the most improved players. His techniques and movements have become noticeably more refined. In fact, during games, Feng is the only player capable of flawlessly executing the concepts taught to him. This is quite remarkable and impressive. Damlot is also very satisfied with the current state of the team. The championship is within reach. Mr. Marco, I greatly appreciate your diligent coaching during this time. Your teaching experience and skills have truly broadened my horizons. You are too modest. All I did was help your team address some of its shortcomings, Marco replied with a smile. The training period is nearing its end, and it was never his intention to torment these young players. It is time to depart. Marco stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a master as he gazed contentedly at the players on the court. At that moment, Feng, shedding his usual relaxed demeanor, slowly approached the court. Hey Andre, come here. Andre, suddenly called by Feng, paused momentarily, then approached with a defiant expression, still remembering how he had been tricked into taking 3,000 shots the last time. What do you want? Listen, Andre, I know you hold some resentment towards me. Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance. If you can defend against one of my 3 attempts, you win, Feng said with a calm smile. What is the benefit if I win? Any benefit you desire, I will agree to it. After all, with your lackluster skills, even my grandmother could evade your defense. Li Feng quipped nonchalantly. Are you insulting me, Li Feng? Andre retorted angrily, incredulous that he couldn't stop Li Feng even once during 3 attempts. You really overestimate yourself. Before you joined the St. Mary's team, I was the designated rotation player for James. Li Feng, you will regret this. I certainly hope so. On the arena, a sudden conflict involving Li Feng captured the attention of many present, including Marco and Damlot. What are these two up to? Marco mused to himself. Who knows? Let's just wait and see. Damlot replied nonchalantly as he approached to witness the commotion. As the crowd gathered, they were met with a scene of unimaginable brutality. Li Feng nearly devoured Andre whole. His defense appeared flimsy as paper before Li Feng. Oh no. It would be more accurate to say that Li Feng scarcely noticed his defense at all. After a series of deft feints, Li Feng left his opponent completely bewildered, as if transported to outer space. In rapid succession, he executed 3 shots, each one taken from an almost unguarded position. Li Feng's consistent shooting, coupled with his prowess as a finisher in the paint, has rendered his open shot accuracy exceptionally reliable. Andre found himself utterly defenseless, suffering a humiliating defeat before the eyes of all. Indeed, Li Feng's offensive skills are quite remarkable. It is evident that Andre operates on an entirely different level. The spectators, initially gathered out of mere curiosity and feeling detached from the unfolding drama, were just about to disperse when Li Feng suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, Carl. Come here, let us engage in a match. Carl, taken aback, replied, Huh? What does this have to do with me? He continued, Did your mother give birth to you as a weakling merely to spectate at the team? And yet you still occupy a starting position. You ought to hurry home and return to your mother's milk. Carl, initially believing this matter had no bearing on him and wishing to avoid confrontation, found it impossible to resist the provocation of Li Feng. As a true man of valor, he stepped onto the court to stand defiantly before Li Feng. If you can score even a single point over me, I shall eat dirt. 2 minutes later, Carl reluctantly made his way to the restroom. As the onlookers pondered Carl's unfortunate predicament, Li Feng called out once more. Next up, our next victim, Romeo. Upon hearing his name, Romeo, already intimidated from previous training sessions, felt a shiver run down his spine. True to form, he too fell prey to Li Feng's prowess. At this point, Li Feng had already successfully made 9 baskets, a staggering display of offensive efficiency that left everyone present in awe. However, after vanquishing Romeo, Li Feng showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he boldly proclaimed to the crowd, Is that all? I shall take on 10. Before long, every player present, save for LeBron James, had faced Li Feng's relentless assault. Li Feng had long since lost count of the multitude of baskets he had made, and the sheer accuracy of his shots left all witnesses in astonishment. At that moment, everyone shared a singular sensation. When Li Feng took a shot, it was as though the ball was destined to find the net. It was akin to witnessing LeBron James charging toward the hoop. Li Feng's offensive tactics rendered them utterly perplexed, leaving the spectators incapable of employing even the simplest method of guessing to defend against him. The faces of all the players defeated by Li Feng gradually reflected a profound sense of despondency. They found themselves not merely vanquished on the court, but also subjected to a comprehensive and soul-crushing psychological assault. They had never anticipated that Li Feng's taunts could be so excruciatingly harsh. Each word pierced their hearts. Initially, they believed that after enduring Mark Luo's incessant trash talk, their spirits had been sufficiently fortified. However, they were utterly unprepared for the stark contrast when compared to the verbal onslaught delivered by Li Feng, which felt as if a grandson faced his grandfather. Utterly inconsequential. Little did they realize that this was a culmination of Li Feng's years of experience in online forums, where he had honed his skills over a decade and a half. The trash talk he wielded, reminiscent of 2 decades past, struck with an unparalleled ferocity. Li Feng shattered their newly established self-esteem almost entirely. The perception of him shifted once more. No longer was he seen as a good person or a great benefactor, but rather as an unadulterated scoundrel. Meanwhile, the expressions of Mark Luo and Damlot, who remained silent, grew increasingly grim. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. After a brief silence, Damlot slowly spoke. I believe we may have been overly optimistic in our earlier assessments. These youngsters have yet to meet our standards, both physically and mentally. Mark Luo nodded in agreement. It is said that one should assist those who pay for their services, Yet it was evident that the current state of the team fell far short of their expectations. With such defensive capabilities, having allowed Feng to score an uncountable number of times, what difference was there from being made of paper? At that moment, LeBron James approached leisurely and addressed Feng. Who's next? It must be my turn, right? He stretched his shoulders and wrists before bouncing onto the court. However, Feng merely smiled slightly and spoke earnestly. James, I'll grant you a modicum of face this time. With that, he turned without a backward glance and walked towards the sidelines, remarking to the onlooking Mark Luo, I believe they need to intensify their defensive training, don't you think? Look at them. At this level of defense, I could easily pass them even from a wheelchair. Mark Luo's lips twitched in silent response. But the next moment, he addressed everyone present. Each of you will perform 500 lateral drills in 2 hours of footwork practice. Oh my God. The crowd erupted in discontent. Yet, Feng stifled his laughter, determined not to let a smile escape. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears, including one from LeBron James as a reward. After all, James had yet to lose, but was already burdened with extra training. One could only imagine the psychological strain this would impose on anyone. Nevertheless, Feng felt that if this trend continued, defeating James in a one-on-one match might not be as distant a dream as it once seemed. In fact, it could very well be accomplished before he even entered college. As the tournament unfolded, St. Mary's High School faced a series of formidable opponents. Yet, they pressed forward triumphantly, overcoming every challenge with absolute dominance. Gripping their adversaries firmly in their grasp, they were like the insurmountable Wuji Mountain, casting a shadow over the entire high school league. In recent competitions, LeBron James has been averaging an impressive 1 points, 8, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, showcasing near triple-double statistics. He undoubtedly stands as the most luminous superstar in high school basketball leagues. However, the prowess of St. Mary's extends beyond this. In the latest matches, another Asian player, somewhat unfamiliar to many, has emerged, one named Feng, a bench player who has contributed a steady scoring average with an astonishing true shooting percentage of 58. It is noteworthy that in this era, where three-point shooting is often undervalued, the average true shooting percentage of active NBA players hovers around 58. Even our Iron King, Kobe, boasts a true shooting percentage of merely 55. Feng's remarkable performance has undeniably made him the most surprising dark horse capturing the media's attention of late. Once an overlooked and insignificant player, Feng has now transformed into a focal point for high school teams aspiring for championship glory, necessitating careful analysis and strategic planning against him. Some teams have even begun to devise specific defensive tactics tailored to counter his prowess. Indubitably, Feng has emerged as the primary scoring option for the entire team in the absence of LeBron James. In the blink of an eye, St. Mary's High School has achieved an impressive undefeated streak of 22 consecutive victories, bringing them closer to their goal of securing a third consecutive championship. In the eyes of all media and scouts, St. Mary's High School remains an unstoppable force this season. It appears increasingly certain that they are destined to claim the championship title. Feng diligently trains at the gym as usual. The motivation behind their stimulation is primarily for systematic purposes. However, Feng also exerts considerable effort during regular training sessions. This dual approach is currently yielding the most rapid enhancements in Feng's physical attributes and overall capabilities. Host, Feng, overall strength rating, a level, strength, 110, a level, speed, 101, B-level, vertical leap, 93, B-level, shooting, 108, B-level, dribbling, 104, B-level, defense, 90, B-level, passing, 102, B-level, insight points, 410 total skills, 7S level accelerated triple threat, mastery, a 50 probability to outmaneuver players with a B-level defense. The likelihood diminishes against higher-tier defenders. 0, 2500, a level steady shooting. Elite, the shooting accuracy for both ball handling and catch-and-shoot situations increases by 12 while in motion, and by 38 when in an unguarded state. 0, 2000, a level spin move. Mastery, a swift spinning maneuver that enhances the host's breakthrough capability by 21. 0, 2000, B-level King S pass, proficient in the final 3 seconds of the offensive possession. The field of vision increases by 15, and passing attributes are augmented by 15. 0, 0, 800, B-level paint finisher. mastery within a 3-foot radius under the basket. The success rates for hook shots, bank shots, and regular shots are elevated by 6, while slightly mitigating the interference from defenders. 0, 1000, B-level Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Mastery, a rapid shooting technique that enhances resistance to blocks by 8, while slightly diminishing shooting stability by 1. 0, 1000, B-level one-handed rebound. Mastery, a swift and powerful rebound capture that increases the competition value for rebounds by 5. 0, 1000. Feng gazed at his system panel with a slight sense of reflection. His overall system rating had finally ascended to a level, a testament to the heavens' benevolence. In Chapter 15, he pondered the poignant question of finding his mother, pondering, what troubles you? Do you not have a mother? Recently, Feng had primarily focused on honing his defensive skills. His aspiration was to become a versatile forward in the league, and he could not afford to harbor such a glaring weakness. Through a combination of skill points allocation and rigorous training, he had successfully elevated this previously lacking attribute to a commendable B level. This achievement did not come easily. It was the fruit of his sweat and perseverance, not to mention the collective efforts and sacrifices of his teammates. Regardless of their struggles, all of it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Additionally, Feng's recent strength training had yielded significant results, with his strength attribute surpassing 110 points, thus reaching the A-level standard as determined by the system. Feng has also realized that even when facing the robust Romeo, he remains unfazed. Oftentimes, he eschews any feints, opting instead for a straightforward back-to-the-basket move, coupled with a strong stance to overpower Romeo. This approach has left the opposing defenders utterly perplexed and exasperated. Moreover, through numerous competitions and training sessions, Feng has amassed a considerable amount of insight, and aside from his ability to deflect blame like a true champion, he has elevated several of his skills to a level of mastery. The distinction between a mastery level and a novice level is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The effectiveness, evasion probability, and accuracy of his skills have all seen a significant enhancement. While novice skills might yield a singular moment of surprise, mastery-level skills possess the capacity to dismantle strategies. This is one of the primary reasons why Feng's overall rating has reached an impressive A grade. As his prowess steadily ascends, his performance in matches has become increasingly effortless. Although various teams have started to devise strategies specifically targeting him, this has not posed significant obstacles. On average, he and James managed to score half of their team's total points. Consequently, bolstered by their outstanding contributions, St. Mary's High School has surged into the finals, with the prospect of a three-peat championship tantalizingly within reach. However, upon securing their place in the championship, a grave issue arose within the team. Coach Damlot gathered all the players, his demeanor gravely serious, almost ominously so. The team members glanced around, noting that all were present except for James, including Andre, who had once felt disheartened by Feng's prowess. Yet, none among them understood the gravity of the situation. Perhaps sensing the tension in the atmosphere, or perhaps feeling the weight of the moment, everyone wore a solemn expression, their brows furrowed as they looked to Coach Damlot. He surveyed the room before slowly addressing them. Recently, some unfortunate events have transpired that I must bring to your attention. Regrettably, LeBron sustained a back injury in the last match and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. We do not yet know the final results of the examinations, but I can assure you that he will not be available for our upcoming game against Roger Bacon High School. A heavy silence fell over the gathering. They were in the final moments of vying for the state championship, and LeBron's injury was undoubtedly the worst news imaginable. Last year, when James injured his finger, he did not miss a game, but this time, it could only indicate that the injury was more severe than they had anticipated. Had he been injured in previous matches? Oh God, what are we to do? The absence of LeBron from St. Mary's feels akin to the loss of the Golden Staff from Yukon. Although they have secured their place in the state finals, can they truly overcome Roger Bacon High School without LeBron? Damlet's expression was evidently somber as he slowly spoke. Currently, the media remains unaware of James's injury, but it is a truth that cannot remain concealed for long. I believe they will soon learn of this unfortunate event. The reason I am informing you ahead of time is to prepare you psychologically. Furthermore, we must swiftly devise strategies to brace ourselves for the worst-case scenario in this impending match. Feng was originally pondering that if one were to prepare for the worst-case scenario, then it would no longer concern him. After all, he wasn't even a starting player, so this matter was hardly within his purview. Yet, unexpectedly, Coach Damlot called out his name at that moment. Feng. Huh? Feng was momentarily taken aback and instinctively responded. Coach Damlot made his way through the crowd until he stood before Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder and earnestly stating, "In the finals, I hope to arrange the tactics with you as the focal point." Feng, wait. Am I the core now? Meanwhile, the news of LeBron James's impending absence from the game quickly spread. Although St. Mary's High School had done an admirable job of keeping things under wraps, the truth is difficult to conceal. As a future superstar and the chosen one, LeBron's every move ignites the media's attention. The news of his injury circulated swiftly, causing a tremor throughout the sports media landscape. The once optimistic narratives surrounding St. Mary's championship aspirations swiftly turned, with the media now singing a tune of despair. The original starting five were reduced in stature, now portrayed as mere drifters, as if St. Mary's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Without LeBron James, the team seemed impotent. Who could uphold the foundational offensive strategy? No one. On the other side, at Roger Bacon High School, the revelation of LeBron's potential absence from the finals sparked joy across every face. What splendid news indeed. We are poised to seize this year's state championship. Let us crush them. Hurry, darling. I can hardly wait to teach them a lesson. They have relied on LeBron's presence to intimidate us, and now it's time to settle the score. Although Coach Premier of Roger Bacon High School was elated, he tempered his excitement as he addressed his players. Until the matter is settled, we must remain vigilant. We will exert every ounce of our strength to obliterate our opponents. We shall afford them no chance of victory, nor even a glimmer of hope. The day before the game, within St. Mary's High School, a robust figure strode confidently into the training facility. The crowd fell silent. "LeBron, you're back." Their astonishment quickly transformed into delight, smiles blossoming on every face. LeBron's return signified hope for the match. However, Damlot approached to clarify. LeBron's participation in this game is highly unlikely, but I have invited him back to bolster our spirits. He will remain on the sidelines until the end of the game. Upon hearing this, Romeo and the others felt their expressions harden, their disappointment unmistakable. Feng let out a slight sigh, not for himself, but for James. He stepped forward and patted James on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, my friend. You'll be my substitute, and I will elevate you to greatness." James. Damlot. Wait, buddy, do you even grasp the situation? We are at a significant disadvantage. On the day the finals of the Ohio High School League officially commenced, a multitude of media and fans flocked to the City Center Stadium. Journalists, ever eager for sensational news, speculated that LeBron James had sustained an injury before the match and would soon be absent from the state finals. Yet the St. Mary's High School team and its coach remained conspicuously silent on the matter. This reticence seemed to validate the rumors regarding James's injury. As ardent supporters of St. Mary's and devoted followers of the Chosen One, they were unwilling to accept this disheartening news. After all, their team had achieved an impeccable record of 26 victories this season. They were just a step away from an undefeated championship. How could they willingly relinquish this honor, only to adorn someone else's achievements? When LeBron James slowly emerged from the player tunnel, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The media was momentarily taken aback. "I told you, LeBron is definitely not injured. It seems these were all false reports. Ha ha ha, St. Mary's is invincible. No one can thwart us. We are destined to win." Woo. However, amidst the jubilant cheers of the audience, LeBron James did not proceed toward the court as anticipated. Instead, he quietly took a seat on the bench, appearing indifferent to the unfolding drama. This unexpected scene left the spectators in shock. James showed no intention of warming up, suggesting that perhaps the rumors of his injury bore some truth. The head coach of Roger Bacon High School, Premier, felt a jolt of unease upon witnessing James's presence. After all, James's drives were akin to an armored vehicle barreling down the road at 120 miles per hour. Who could possibly stand in his way? Tactics, while crucial among players of equal caliber, became irrelevant when the disparity in skill was so pronounced. It was akin to a college student facing off against an elementary schooler. The former needed no preparation or strategy to completely overwhelm the latter. James was in a league of his own, with physical attributes that had already reached collegiate, if not NBA, standards. While zone defense might have some effect on him, his astonishing passing vision would render all their efforts futile. But now, with the enemy's strongest player sidelined, what was there to fear? The remaining opponents were merely a disorganized rabble, hardly a cause for concern. Premier. Adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity in times of weakness, boldly declared, "Our objective today is to utterly crush St. Mary's. I shall ensure they recognize that Roger Bacon is an insurmountable barrier they will never overcome." In the aftermath of this dramatic turn of events, the media rushed to the front lines to report. With James sidelined due to injury, St. Mary's prospects appeared grim. The chosen one is injured. Who shall bear the banner? The illustrious record of St. Mary's is on the brink of collapse at the threshold of the championship hall. Meanwhile, in the ESPN broadcasting booth, Derek expressed his regret, stating, "Roger Bacon High School in Cincinnati boasts their star player, Fox, who is averaging an impressive 22.1 points, 6.5 rebounds, and 4 assists this season. As the team's small forward, his offensive skills are solid, with a diverse array of finishing techniques. His signature fadeaway is truly a nightmare for all defenders. Furthermore, the formidable front line formed by Fox, alongside the towering 2.07m power forward, Camleton, and the 2.11m center, Conrad, provides ample protection for the basket. Roger Bacon High School is exceptionally strong, undeniably so. In stark contrast, what of St. Mary's High School now? Oh dear, without LeBron James, the team has exposed numerous vulnerabilities. It is crucial to understand that James is not merely a natural penetrator. He is also the quintessential orchestrator of the team's offense. His unparalleled physical prowess manifests in a defensive dominance that is unmatched. Without James, how can they compensate for these deficiencies? How can the team adjust to mask these shortcomings? Derek's implication is painfully clear. St. Mary's faces too many problems for anyone to harbor unrealistic expectations. Without James, defeat is inevitable. At this moment, warm-up time concluded, and the referee instructed both team starters to take their positions. Suddenly, many spectators noticed a figure with yellow skin on the court. Is that player named Feng, the bench scorer? Indeed, it is he. Has he been made a starter? It's over. I realize now that St. Mary's is truly out of options. How can he possibly replace James? Oh God, please save us. At this juncture, Roger Bacon High School star, Fox, smiled faintly and then gestured to Feng with a subtle wag of his finger. Is your teammate, that coward named James, too afraid to face me? So they sent you in his place? Fear not, kid. I shall play you to the point where you return home to weep for your mother. Feng's lips twitched in exasperation. My friend, the potency of your trash talk is nearly non-existent. Feng let out a gentle sigh, and then, with a calm expression, replied softly, well, what's wrong with crying for your mother? Don't you have a mother? This scene was precisely captured by the journalists present. All the reporters who heard these words could hardly contain themselves, covering their mouths as they struggled to suppress their laughter, fearful of breaking into audible mirth. Feng's recent utterance was nothing short of a veil. Conrad and Camleton from Roger Bacon High stood not far from Fox. Their mouths agape and nostrils slightly flared upon hearing those words. It was amusing to witness Fox rendered speechless for the first time. Meanwhile, Fox's countenance darkened instantly. He coldly declared, "You and I will leave you utterly humiliated before these thousands of spectators. I swear to God." Chapter 16. The disparity between starters and substitutes. On the sidelines, LeBron James observed the unfolding events with a tumult of emotions. No one desired to participate in this match more than he did. He longed to secure a third consecutive championship for his alma mater. Yet, due to his damned back injury, he was unable to partake in this contest. Moreover, he could not risk potential long-term repercussions by competing. He recognized that his body was an unfulfilled promise, and as a future NBA player, he could not afford such peril at this juncture, as it could jeopardize his future. James cradled his head in his hands and let out a soft sigh. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar visage of a grinning face. "Carmelo, what brings you here?" James instantly recognized the person seated in the front row of the audience. Carmelo Anthony, the star player from Oak Hill Academy. "How could I not be here? It's not like I traveled all this way just to see you fidgeting on the sidelines," Anthony replied. "Unfortunately, my back doctor advised against my participation," James shrugged, his expression one of resignation. To hell with the doctor's advice. If it were me, I'd insist on hitting the court and taking down those arrogant fools, Anthony dismissed. Waving his hand, James remained silent, shifting the conversation. "Did you come here to watch the game? What else would I be here for?" Anthony responded, handing James a bottle of beer. "I initially hoped to witness your performance, but it seems I might leave disappointed." "I still believe we will win," James replied, declining the beer. Unlike Anthony, who was of legal age, he was still only 17. Stop deluding yourself. Are you relying on that Li Feng? If it weren't for my lack of preparation last time, I wouldn't have been outmaneuvered by him. The mention of the incident irked Anthony. That match had been Li Feng's first display of prowess when Oak Hill's team was caught unprepared. If given another chance, had they been as ready as Roger Bacon High, they would undoubtedly have triumphed, avoiding the humiliation of being outplayed live across the nation. Anthony continued to grumble with indignation. But honestly, James, you ought to be grateful that we might lose this match. James, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why? Anthony flashed a knowing smile and replied, because. If we were to win, how would you perceive your standing within the team? Would it not be the same with or without you? He further elaborated. Winning isn't terrifying. No one would find themselves in an awkward position. During the previous 26 consecutive victories, it seemed that all the accolades belonged solely to you. LeBron James. Both the media and the fans regarded you as the principal architect of our triumphs. However, what if this championship were to be claimed in your absence? Instantly, a contemplative expression crossed James's face. That does make sense, he thought, casting a furtive glance at Li Feng on the court. It shouldn't be possible, right? Meanwhile, Coach Damlet took a deep breath as he observed Li Feng. This was Li Feng's first time starting, and he was directly up against the opposing team's star player, the quintessential focal point. Damlet understood that this situation would undoubtedly impose significant pressure on Li Feng, presenting a formidable challenge, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Yet, it was a situation that could not be avoided. Damlet silently urged, you must withstand the pressure, Li Feng. On the court, the game had commenced. Romeo faltered during the jump ball, allowing Roger Bacon High School to seize possession first. Hamilton passed the ball to Fox, who immediately confronted Li Feng. Kid, is this your first start? I'll show you just how vast the chasm is between the bench and me. Fox regarded Li Feng with disdain, fixating intently on his movements, prepared to outmaneuver him effortlessly. Prior to the game, Roger Bacon High School's coach, Pamir, had meticulously studied each player from St. Mary High School. Li Feng indeed possesses remarkable skills on the offensive end. However, on defense, his contributions are virtually non-existent. He is merely a tall figure with long arms, lacking substance. Without LeBron's defensive prowess, St. Mary's High School is utterly incapable of containing him. A mere Asian forward. Fox harbors no fear of him. What distinguishes this fellow from a mere filler? Bang! After a swift double hesitation, Fox accelerated directly past him, exploiting his rapid first step to gain a half-step advantage. As anticipated, Li Feng's defense proved inadequate. With renewed confidence, Fox penetrated the paint, executing a powerful dunk maneuver, then using his feet to create space. His signature fadeaway jumper. The execution was exquisite. This is the star player Fox of Roger Bacon. Yet, before the commentator could finish his sentence, Li Feng soared into the air, leaping from his side to deliver a resounding block. As Li Feng made his breakthrough, he had no intention of being pushed out of the restricted area, thus avoiding any close confrontation with his opponent. He awaited that pivotal moment for the final shot. Bang! A tremendous force reverberated with a thunderous sound. At that instant, Fox was taken aback. What on earth just happened? However, without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng shouted as soon as Carl retrieved the loose ball. Fast break. Joyce was quick to react, sprinting towards the front court with remarkable speed. Carl delivered a long pass right into his hands, resulting in a scoring assist. Following the flicker of the scoreboard, it read 2 o'clock. St. Mary's High School secured the first point. At that moment, all the spectators were stunned. What was happening? Li Feng had just delivered a resounding block to Fox at the very start. This was no jest. Fox's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness, as he instinctively sensed something amiss. Previously, his coach had analyzed that Li Feng's defensive skills were seemingly lacking. Yet, that block was executed with impeccable timing. Although he didn't believe there was any truth to the pre-game intel, he realized it was time to take matters more seriously. Carmelton then set a screen for Fox, swiftly cutting towards the basket. This was a straightforward cutting tactic, one that typically wouldn't allow for a defensive lapse. Nevertheless, Carmelton, leveraging his height and strength, powered through his defender to slam the ball home. Boom. The score was now tied at 2-2. In the ensuing play, after Li Feng posed a three-pronged threat and initiated a breakthrough, he faced defensive support from the opponent's interior. Yet, he remained unfazed, executing a swift one-legged shot off the backboard for a score. With a crisp snap, the basketball cleanly ricocheted into the hoop. Li Feng raised a finger to the sky, engaging with the audience in a delightful interaction, exhibiting no signs of discomfort whatsoever. In fact, one could argue that he was relishing the competition. Conrad passed the ball to Fox, who prepared to attempt another one-on-one against Feng. The spectators, growing increasingly restless, eagerly anticipated witnessing the exhilarating performance Fox had showcased in previous games. "Kid, you were fortunate earlier, but your luck has run out now." Fox charged directly at Feng, colliding with his chest before swiftly executing a backward pivot. This time, he ensured that the confrontation with Feng was substantial enough to create space for his maneuver. The movement bore a striking resemblance to a young Kobe. The ball gracefully swished through the net, bringing the score to a tie once again. On the sidelines, Carmelo Anthony stroked his chin and remarked with a slight smile, "Fox's turnaround jumper has a commendable success rate, and his form is quite aesthetically pleasing. Such skills are indeed rare among forwards." LeBron, nodding solemnly, slowly added, "Indeed, Fox's ability to contend has improved significantly, appearing much stronger than last year. Moreover, he possesses great intelligence. He understands that Feng has yet to bulk up, giving him a distinct advantage in physical confrontations. The defense Feng puts forth will be crucial. If he can withstand Fox's offensive onslaught, there may still be hope." Anthony murmured to himself as the game progressed. Fox continued to actively seek offensive opportunities, yet his approach lacked the ease and comfort that many had anticipated. Initially, the objective at Roger Bacon High School had been to make Feng the focal point of their offensive strategy, targeting him relentlessly. However, who could have predicted that Feng's defense would prove far more formidable than they had ever envisioned? Feng's weight may indeed be somewhat of a disadvantage, yet his strength and resilience in confrontation remain formidable. On numerous occasions, Fox was nearly eclipsed by Feng's impressive blocks, even though he narrowly evaded those denials. The impact Feng had on him was undeniably significant. Astonishingly, at the conclusion of the first quarter, Fox had only managed to make 3 out of 8 attempts, accumulating a mere 7 points. This shooting percentage starkly contrasts with his previous performances, indicating a considerable drop in form. In contrast, while Feng also scored 7 points in the first quarter, he achieved this with a commendable 3 out of 4 shooting. With a deceptive layup, a graceful one-legged balance, a bank shot, and even a precise assist just before the shot clock expired, his performance was nothing short of remarkable. Feng exhibited an astonishing level of efficiency during his presence on the court, displaying no signs of discomfort or unease. Even Anthony, after witnessing Feng's performance, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Confounded, he turned to James and inquired, "Was Feng's skill set this comprehensive the last time?" To which James shrugged, responding, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 18-16, with St. Mary's High School surprisingly leading by 2 points. The spectators and commentators were utterly taken aback by this outcome. This defied all logic. Wasn't he had established that Feng was merely a filler? Wasn't he had said that without James, the game would be a one-sided affair? This was hardly the performance of a mere benchwarmer. He was taking down the starters as well. Coach Premier, with a grim expression, addressed the resting players on the bench. "You all need to get your act together. What were you doing in the first quarter? Letting opponents slip through on defense and taking unreasonable shots on offense." He turned specifically to Fox. "And you? Why can't you even breach the defense of that guy named Feng? What's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you not to mess around last night? That will only leave you weak." Fox, feeling helpless, defended himself. "Coach, I truly refrained. I swear. But that guy's defense is genuinely formidable. I can't do anything about it." "I don't want to hear your excuses," Coach Premier continued. "If we lose to St. Mary's High School without James, we will become a colossal joke. That's for certain." Upon hearing this, Fox and the other players glanced around the packed arena. The venue was bustling with spectators, with at least 8,000 fans in attendance, even if not a full 10,000. And this did not account for those watching the broadcast at home. They had labored for an entire year to reach the state finals, not to serve as stepping stones for St. Mary's High School at this crucial moment. Fox nodded affirmatively. "Coach, rest assured, I will put that guy in his place." Coach Premier nodded slightly, his tone serious as he instructed, "Conrad, Camleton, you two need to focus on locking down the paint. Feng has an array of techniques near the rim. Do not allow him to approach the basket. Force him outside. If he excels in interior skills, then concentrate on defending against his drives. If we can push him out, he will be left without recourse. Remember, even a genius like Anthony cannot excel in every aspect, let alone that Chinese kid." We aim for a decisive and resounding victory. Now, return to the court and defeat them." After hearing these words, the team's confidence surged. Indeed, they had been somewhat taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected performance. However, it was merely a high school league. How many true prodigies could there be? What was there to fear? Moreover, this individual was merely a substitute in the past. They could hardly believe that Li Feng possessed such unparalleled prowess and could excel in every aspect. They simply had to act. As the second quarter commenced, Roger Bacon High School gradually fortified their interior defense. Indeed, they struggled to contain Li Feng's triple threat, particularly his explosive first step, which caused considerable distress to the entire Roger Bacon team. They meticulously fortified the paint, aiming specifically to counter Li Feng's driving ability. However, at this moment, Li Feng was simply engaged in a standard rotation, resting on the bench and not confronting Roger Bacon's tactics head-on. Across the court, Coach Pamir smirked slightly, a hint of disdain flickering across his lips. "Kid, you possess some skill, yet you remain powerless to avert the arrival of fate. The goddess of victory has long since aligned herself with us." From the onset of the second quarter, Fox exhibited remarkable determination. His turnaround jumpers following physical confrontations found their mark repeatedly, seemingly restoring the touch that had eluded him. In the brief span of 3 possessions, he successfully equalized the score. Yet, just then, a sudden system notification chimed in Li Feng's ear from the sidelines. Chapter 17. Losses in the game are permissible, but Li Feng must not perish. At that moment, a system alert rang out in Li Feng's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for your exceptional insight. After meticulous study, you have comprehended the B-level skill. Turnaround jumper, beginner level." "Ah, this must be Fox's signature move." Li Feng nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. After all, it was impossible for him to compare himself with superstars like James and Anthony. Achieving AB skill level was already commendable. Moreover, this skill filled a significant gap in his technical repertoire for offensive play during active competition. The turnaround jumper, executed after a confrontation, proved to be an exceptionally efficient scoring method in one-on-one scenarios. Most importantly, this technique could secure ample shooting space and opportunities, even when faced with elite defenders. At that moment, Li Feng's comprehension points exceeded 1,300, a testament to the accumulation of experience from recent matches and training sessions. Therefore, without hesitation, he upgraded his newly acquired turnaround jumper skill to mastery level. B-level turnaround jumper. Mastery resistance to blocks increased by 20, shooting accuracy improved by 5. When confronting defenders rated B or higher, or when his strength attribute fell below that of his opponent, shooting accuracy would be affected. A 20% resistance to blocks. This capability would undoubtedly provide Li Feng with a significant advantage against the formidable frontline defense of Roger Bacon High School. On the court, Fox's shooting touch grew increasingly fiery. Andre was utterly unable to contain Fox, who relentlessly scored over him, his confidence soaring with each successful shot. At this point, Fox had made 4 out of 5 attempts, racking up 8 points. With still half of the second quarter remaining, he had already surpassed his total score from the first quarter. Following another turnaround jumper, Andre desperately tried to catch up and block the shot, only to commit a foul instead. Although the shot missed, it sent Fox to the free throw line. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Fox dribbled 3 times, then took aim at the basket with a gentle, soft release. Swish. 2 consecutive free throws found their mark. With both free throws converted, the score shifted to 33-28, as Roger Bacon High School not only closed the gap but also took the lead. It was at this moment that Coach Dumlett requested a substitution from the technical table. Just before entering the game, Anthony, who had been sitting not far behind Li Feng, suddenly called out, "Hey Li Feng, their interior defense is quite formidable. If you go in, you'll definitely face some blocks. Make sure to pass the ball, kid." It was then that Li Feng noticed Mello, sitting behind James, had come to watch the game live. Li Feng smiled faintly at him, then calmly replied, "Rest assured, I will first incapacitate them before making my move, just as I did with you." At that moment, Anthony's lips twitched. Damn it. Why did I have to bring that up? I should never have engaged in conversation with this brat. Upon his return to the arena, Li Feng was met with a knowing glance from Fox, who remarked with a smirk, "You're back? I thought you'd retreated into your shell like a timid turtle." He continued, "But let us be honest, you only muster your bravado in my absence. However, I must admit, I resonate with your earlier statement." "Which one?" Fox paused, inquiring. "The one where you elaborated on the distinction between starters and substitutes," Li Feng responded with a nonchalant expression, tinged with a hint of sympathy. But do not feel disheartened. With diligence, there will come a day when you can catch up to me, even as a substitute. Just as Fox was about to unleash a retort, he caught sight of the referee beside him and swallowed his words, not wishing to incur a technical foul. You will regret this. We will defend you so effectively that you won't have a chance to score, I swear, Fox coldly declared before striding towards his basket. Meanwhile, Coach Pamir of Roger Bacon High School furrowed his brow and sighed. How could Fox so easily be swayed by Li Feng's banter? Typically, he was quite adept at handling confrontations on the court. What, then, did Li Feng say to him? Ultimately, it seems that youth still bears its naivety. Upon returning to the game, it was unsurprisingly Li Feng who controlled the ball for St. Mary's High School. Li Feng initiated 3 threats, yet Fox remained utterly still, firmly positioned to defend against Li Feng's shot. If you possess the skill, then break through, young man. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, aware that his opponent would not grant him an opportunity to take an open shot, for his threat from a vacant position had long been discerned by them. Was the strategy to rely on assistant's defense? Li Feng smiled faintly and said, I apologize. This maneuver may have had some efficacy previously, but perhaps it is best to forego it now. In an instant, Li Feng feigned a shot, compelling Fox to step forward, and then he seamlessly initiated a breakthrough to his right. Observing this, Conrad swiftly moved in from the right, using his robust frame to obstruct Li Feng's path. His physique was formidable, weighing nearly 100 kilograms, rendering him unfazed by Li Feng's penetrating force. Should Li Feng fail to overpower him and attempt a forced layup, it would be Conrad who would deliver a resounding rejection before Hamilton could even make a move beneath the basket. The commentator at the scene sighed and remarked, "Ah." With Roger Bacon High School's targeted interior defense, Li Feng's chances of scoring on this breakthrough seem exceedingly slim. It is noteworthy that in previous game statistics, following the enhancement of their interior defense, Roger Bacon High School managed to reduce their opponents' attempts in the paint by 20%, significantly lowering their shooting percentages as well. At this juncture, Li Feng's most prudent course of action would be to try for a mid-range score or create opportunities to pass to his teammates. Otherwise, the prospects appear grim. On the court, Conrad smiled slightly, eagerly anticipating Li Feng's advance. Just when he believed Li Feng was cornered with no escape, suddenly, Li Feng exerted power through his right leg, engaging in a vigorous confrontation that propelled him to pivot effortlessly. He then executed a one-legged fadeaway shot with precision. Li Feng executed the entire motion in one fluid movement, his speed so astonishing that Conrad barely had time to react. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball brushing through the net resonated in his ears. Did it go in? Conrad was momentarily bewildered, the action strikingly familiar. Wait. Isn't this the signature move of Fox? At that moment, Fox too was taken aback, his expression unusually grave. Li Feng can actually pull off this move. Moreover, his level of proficiency is no less impressive than my own. Is this even reasonable? Absolutely not. Steady, steady, do not panic. We can win. Fox addressed his teammates, who were still in the lead. Maintaining their advantage was all that mattered. Turning back, Fox utilized a screen from his teammate to position himself before Carl, swiftly executing a rapid breakthrough followed by a sudden stop. Once again, he launched a jump shot. This maneuver completely threw Carl off balance, presenting an excellent opportunity to score. However, the shot did not find its mark and instead ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, Hamilton elevated gracefully to seize the rebound and, with both hands, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. Boom. Fox exhaled in relief. Just then, the taunting voice of Li Feng echoed in his ear. If you can't shoot, then don't. Pass the ball to your teammates, you waste. With your caliber, you wouldn't even make the bench on our team. Fox was about to retort when Li Feng continued. Do you want me to demonstrate what a fadeaway jumper looks like? Do you really think you can score? Damn, you substitute. That was merely luck. Luck? Li Feng repeated, shaking his head in nonchalance. Fox felt a surge of frustration. Despite still leading, why was he feeling so unsettled? Before he could comprehend the situation, Li Feng faced Roger Bacon's defense once more and executed a fadeaway shot, the basketball seamlessly swishing through the net for another 2 points. As Li Feng passed by him, he deliberately bumped into Fox with a shoulder and, in a tone laced with disdain, remarked, "If you're lacking in skill, practice more." Damn it. Fox's composure shattered entirely. Li Feng, this fellow, is not only adept at delivering cutting remarks that pierce the heart, but more importantly, he has truly managed to outshine the competition. Witnessing Fox's uncontrollable fury, Li Feng's teammates exchanged sympathetic glances. During their training sessions, they had experienced the formidable power of Li Feng's sharp tongue. Goodness, it was a comprehensive assault, a dual torment of both mind and body. And the astonishing part was that Li Feng could carry off the act with such finesse. This was utterly absurd. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Fox for a fleeting moment, yet inexplicably deriving some satisfaction from witnessing another's misfortune, what an odd sensation. At that moment, despite the heightened defensive efforts of the Roger Bacon High School team, Li Feng's sudden change in offensive strategy caught them completely off guard. You focus on defending the paint? Then I shall simply not venture inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Feng's consecutive fadeaway shots transcended mere competition with Fox. In fact, he seemed to overshadow him at this moment. Coupled with Fox's increasingly volatile mindset, which led him to attempt numerous ill-advised shots, St. Mary's High School seized the opportunity to counterattack, swiftly leveling the score. "Damn it!" exclaimed Coach Pamir from the sidelines, his frustration evident. He recognized that Fox's energy had been depleted after a grueling 1.5 quarters, compelling him to call a timeout and substitute Fox while the team remained at a disadvantage. He was baffled, unable to comprehend how Li Feng could exhibit such versatility, capable of driving, shooting, and even dishing out jabs at Fox's psyche. To further taunt Fox, Li Feng audaciously employed Fox's own techniques against him. This kid was truly insufferable. Moreover, Fox's temperament was particularly fragile today. It took only a few words from Li Feng to rattle him. Where was his composure? Pamir shook his head, preparing to admonish Fox later, hoping to restore his calm. Just then, Li Feng swaggered over and called out to Pamir, "Hey, coach, your tactical arrangements are quite impressive. I feel quite comfortable shooting. If I were a judge, I would undoubtedly award you the title of Coach of the Year. Truly. Oh, and don't forget to join us for tonight's celebration banquet. We absolutely won't touch our chopsticks without you. It's a promise." With that, Li Feng flashed a grin and walked away. Upon returning to the bench, Fox was met with a grim-faced coach, even more displeased than he was. Initially, he thought Coach Pamir intended to scold him, and aware of his subpar performance. He lowered his head and murmured, "Coach, I'm sorry. However, before he could finish, Pamir interrupted him, seething with anger. "Damn it. That insolent brat. I want you to take him down. I don't care what tactics you use, zone defense, double team, just neutralize him. We can lose the game. But that kid named Li Feng must be stopped." Meanwhile, the substitutes from Roger Bacon High School stood frozen in shock at this spectacle. They had never witnessed Coach Pamir lose his composure in such a manner. What do we do if our coach has lost it? This is urgent. On the other side, as Li Feng returned to the sidelines, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding. The host's trash talking has reached unprecedented levels, causing the entire Roger Bacon High School team to lose their composure. Reward issued, 500 insight points. Li Feng is quite pleased with this harvest and reward. What he currently lacks is a sense of enlightenment. Naturally, higher skill levels are always more desirable. Meanwhile, Anthony's gaze wanders, seemingly avoiding Li Feng's eyes. After all, he had just remarked that Li Feng would face a setback, only to be proven wrong, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Li Feng accepted the mineral water handed to him by his teammate and promptly began to replenish his energy. Coach Damlot approached, deliberately patting Li Feng on the shoulder, and remarked with approval, "Li, well done. Take a good rest. Let us rally together and triumph in this match." Li Feng naturally had no objections to this. Winning the match would undoubtedly elevate his reputation significantly. Although he was indifferent to the enthusiastic female fans, he had to consider the perspectives of the college scouts regarding him. The distinction between the treatment of a team as starters and substitutes could not be overstated, as this was his final year of high school. Li Feng had to contemplate his future endeavors post-graduation, leading the team to win the state championship with a singular focus. Now that was quite a title. However, as Li Feng daydreamed about the future, James suddenly appeared to make a decision, abruptly standing up and declaring, "Wait." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him in mild surprise. "What's wrong?" Damlot inquired. James removed his jacket and, with a determined expression, stated, "Coach, let me play." Chapter 18. Old James takes the court. Is the game concluded? While James initially sat on the sidelines, reveling in the impressive performance of his team, he felt an immense joy. Achieving a three-peat championship was indeed a remarkable accomplishment, and he yearned to witness his alma mater bask in such glory. Yet, as Li Feng continued to excel on the court, the fervent cheers from the crowd grew louder, stirring a peculiar sentiment within James. If Feng were to lead the team to victory with an MVP-level performance, what would that make him? Reduced to a mere bystander, overshadowed by a substitute? It felt akin to having a 3-year romance with the moonlight, only to be usurped at the last moment. If he were to step onto the court, at least he would feel a sense of participation. Furthermore, post-match, the media would not solely focus on Feng's achievements. They would surely acknowledge the key contributor to the school's triumph three-peat, a.k.a. James, right? Perhaps they would even highlight his courageous effort to play through injury, bolstering the team's morale. Perfect. This was the narrative befitting a chosen one like himself. Besides, observing Feng play so effortlessly suggested that the opposing team was likely a group of novices. This was precisely why James stood and expressed his desire to the group. "Coach, let me play." Upon hearing his words, everyone present shared a remarkably unanimous reaction. It echoed the concern of the ever-watchful teacher. "Are you all right?" Demlot paused for a moment before addressing James gently. "James, I understand your deep concern for our team's current state and your desire for us to win, but the situation is quite favorable. As you can see, Feng is leading our team to commendable results. You need not worry excessively. Focus on recovering from your injury and await the outcome of our victory." Demlot sincerely wished to prevent any further injury to James that could jeopardize his future career. Moreover, it remains uncertain how much of his true potential James can manifest while battling through injury. Should he exacerbate his condition, it would be challenging to rectify the situation. At this juncture, his teammates approached him, urging him to rest adequately and not jeopardize the greater good for the sake of a minor endeavor. Furthermore, the team is currently in exceptional form, rendering his risking further injury unnecessary. However, upon hearing their counsel, James remained silent, merely shaking his head before resolutely declaring, "Rest assured, everyone, I am well aware of my physical condition." Witnessing LeBron James's unwavering determination, Damelo hesitated momentarily before gently nodding and responding, "Very well, but do prioritize your safety. If you sustain an injury, all of this will have been in vain." "I understand, Coach," LeBron James replied, nodding in acknowledgement before commencing a brief warm-up, preparing to take the court. At this moment, Feng sat quietly in the audience, observing James's performance. So this is how it is played. In adverse situations, you cower, yet in favorable circumstances, you strike with force. At such a young age, he has mastered the art of strategic maneuvering. The future looks promising for you. Dear James, although Feng did not believe that James was feigning injury, after all, in his previous life, James had suffered a severe back injury during his senior year, ultimately missing out on the championship and regrettably failing to achieve a three-peat. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of James, appearing as if he feared someone might steal away his precious possession. Feng, understanding the unspoken, capitalized on the opportunity to enhance his perceptiveness from the sidelines. Meanwhile, seated among the audience, Carmelo Anthony appeared momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the peculiar antics of LeBron James. Wasn't it just prior to the commencement of the match that James asserted he would not take to the court? Something felt decidedly amiss. During the timeout, Roger Bacon High School recalibrated their strategies in response to Feng's previous performance. To be candid, they had anticipated that their plan targeting Feng would prove effective. However, upon returning to the court with renewed confidence, they were met with an unexpected twist that left them all in shock. The good news, Feng had exited the game. The bad news, LeBron James had entered. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it declared that James was injured? How could he possibly be back? Pamir closed his eyes in resignation, slumping in his seat. Let the world come to an end. On the court, the substitutes from Roger Bacon High School felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. It was already disheartening enough to face Feng as a substitute, but now they were to contend with James? They could only smirk in disbelief. James greeted the audience with a wave, met by a deafening roar of applause. "James, James." With one hand resting on his chest, LeBron inhaled deeply. It was perfect. Everything was as it should be. This was precisely what he desired. Now, the stage was set for his performance. At this moment, the commentators, witnessing LeBron's return to the court, expressed their exhilaration. An unexpected turn of events has unfolded as LeBron James re-enters the game. We remain uncertain whether he is playing through injury or if he is entirely unscathed. However, one can only anticipate that his presence signifies the impending conclusion of this match. Coaches, players, and spectators alike shared the sentiment that LeBron's return heralded a shift toward an inevitable rout. The anticipation within the arena reached its zenith. As James received a pass from a teammate, he gradually advanced the ball across half court, facing the so-called chosen one, the strongest high school player in history. Substitute Dima felt an immense weight of pressure. After all, Feng had just rendered their star player virtually incapacitated. Surely, James would only be more formidable. At that moment, Dima harbored but one thought. As long as he survived the encounter, he would consider himself fortunate. Meanwhile, James was poised to deliver a response to all the supporters in attendance. He swiftly maneuvered the ball to his right hand, pausing for a brief moment. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward like a wild stallion unleashed. Diamond had never witnessed such a spectacle. He was effortlessly bypassed in a single stride. To put it bluntly, the substitutes scarcely dared to impede LeBron James, essentially granting him an unobstructed path. Confronted with a rare opportunity for an open basket, James made no hesitation. With 2 strides merging into one, he ascended with the intention of executing a dunk. However, as he leapt, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The injury to his back had compromised the power in his legs, rendering his jump insufficient in height. A pang of alarm surged through him as he swiftly altered his grip on the ball, now positioned above his head, and prepared for a layup. Had it been Kyrie Irving or Allen Iverson, masters of finesse, that shot would have seamlessly found its mark. Yet, when reflecting upon James's illustrious career, it becomes evident that such finesse was never his forte, leading to an awkward moment. As he flailed in midair, he ultimately released the ball in a rather clumsy manner. The result? A missed open shot. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and veered away. This was an outcome no one had anticipated. LeBron James had missed an open basket? Suddenly, Coach Pamel was the first to react, his shout resonating like thunder on the court. The players from Roger Bacon High School sprang into action, making a desperate attempt to save the ball and secure the rebound. They subsequently caught St. Mary's High School off guard, resulting in a foul against the opposing team. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, James instinctively touched his back, as if to imply that his injury was the cause. Of course, at that moment, James's fans rallied to his defense, asserting that their hero simply hadn't warmed up properly and would undoubtedly excel with the next shot. Yes, the next shot was bound to be flawless. A signature axe dunk was surely in the cards. With James on the court, there were no surprises to fear. Roger Bacon High School converted one of 2 free throws, granting James a modicum of respect. After securing the rebound, Joyce swiftly initiated a counterattack. Drawing the defender's attention towards the basket, he executed a splendid behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball with precision to James, who stood beyond the three-point line. At that moment, the players from Roger Bacon High School froze in realization. How had they allowed James to slip through? The audience erupted in excitement. Sensing the imminent opportunity for an open shot, a grin spread across James's face, and he thought, at last, the moment to shine had arrived. With unwavering focus, he adjusted himself to the perfect stance and released the ball with alacrity. Whoosh! The basketball arced through the air in a flawless trajectory, only to crash resoundingly against the front rim of the hoop, resulting in an embarrassing clang. Fortunately, Romeo, with tenacity, secured the rebound, granting his team a second chance at offense. At this juncture, they wisely opted to pass the ball back to the perimeter where James awaited. With everyone else vying for the rebound, James found himself unguarded. Surely, this time it would go in. However, a wave of despair washed over him as he resolutely took the three-point shot. Yet, whether due to his back injury or psychological factors, the outcome was utterly ludicrous, a complete air ball that sailed out of bounds. In an instant, the arena fell into a hushed silence. Not even the spectators, including the onlooker Feng, could help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, their toes digging into the ground. Alas, James appeared to vanish in a cloud of smoke. The audience was left in disbelief, having anticipated a dazzling display from their chosen one, only to witness a spectacular blunder. Even the commentators found themselves at a loss for words, and after a brief, uncomfortable silence, Roger Bacon High School inbound the ball. They swiftly initiated their counterattack. Despite being substitutes, their tactical training matched that of the starters. After a series of well-executed passes, Diamond seized the opportunity, accelerating past James to complete a layup. Even as the ball swished through the net, Diamond could hardly believe how effortlessly he had scored. As the game progressed, the players from Roger Bacon High School grew increasingly confident, and this group of substitutes began to close the gap against James's team. They even felt as though James was not as formidable as they had imagined. The strategy that had proven ineffective against Feng was surprisingly effective against James. His shots were falling short, and he lacked the explosive power that once defined his drives. Thus, the offensive threat James posed paled in comparison to Feng. Diamond alone had already amassed 4 points and 2 assists, not to mention the contributions of his teammates. Laughter and joy filled the air, and on the sidelines, Fox could hardly contain his excitement as he implored the coach, "Coach, I'm ready to play. Let me on the court." He sensed that James was considerably easier to contend with than Feng, and wondered when he might have the chance to capitalize on this opportunity. Meanwhile, Coach Damlot watched James's performance with rising blood pressure, feeling the need for some immediate relief. Several times, he was tempted to pull James from the game, but various considerations held him back. By the end of the second quarter, James had tallied a rather unimpressive 1 for 5 shooting, contributing only 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, and 1 turnover, yet he had successfully led Roger Bacon High School to a remarkable comeback. Good news, there are no shortcomings. Bad news, everything is rather lacking. At this moment, as James returned to the bench, he became utterly candid, gazing at the scoreboard displaying 43-40. He fell into a silence that left him at a loss for words. The vibrant spirit he previously exhibited had vanished, replaced by a hesitant gait as he gingerly supported his back while making his way back to the substitutes bench. Before the coach could utter a word, he preemptively stated, "Coach, let Feng take the court. My back is not holding up." Darmalot breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "James, even if you claim you wish to play a bit longer, I can hardly bear it. If you were to continue for another quarter, it would truly conclude the game." "Feng, are you ready?" Darmalot turned to the nearby Feng and inquired. "Ah, he is the starter. I am merely a substitute. I will follow your lead." Feng replied nonchalantly. Darmalot paused for a moment, sensing an undertone of sarcasm in those words. Who has ever seen a starter performing worse than a substitute? Nonetheless, Darmalot was not inclined to dwell on this now. What they desperately needed was for Feng to step onto the court and regain control of the game. "Feng, the forthcoming match is in your hands," Darmalot said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He never anticipated that the one tasked with salvaging the entire team would be this Asian substitute who had barely played a month prior. Feng nodded slightly, then stood up to stretch his shoulders. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the court. Roger Bacon High School, still clinging to the hope of a comeback, showed no signs of surrender. They employed the same tactics against Feng as they had against James. However, Feng responded with a swift and elegant turnaround jump shot. Unlike James, the moment Feng released the ball, everyone sensed it was destined to score. Swish! The anticipated basket went in. The fans of St. Mary's High School erupted in excitement, momentarily bewildered, struggling to discern who truly was the chosen one of St. Mary. Chapter 19. Ah Jian, oh no, I have become a slacker. Upon Feng's return to the court, the dynamics of the game shifted once more. Though Feng rarely showcases spectacular fast break dunks or audacious slam dunks over defenders, his remarkable and exquisite offensive techniques remain truly dazzling. Numerous scouts along the sidelines have witnessed the comprehensive nature of Feng's skills, and it can even be argued that the value and potential he demonstrated in this match far surpassed his performance during the legendary showdown between LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony. This young man, Feng, undoubtedly possesses the potential to be cultivated as a second Carmelo Anthony. His skill set is remarkably well-rounded, entirely unlike what one would expect from a high school player. This lad, Feng, is akin to a diminished version of Anthony. No, one cannot put it that way. Feng's static talent is exceptionally prominent. Should he add some weight and engage in strength training, he might even surpass Anthony. The most crucial point is that this young man's technical progress is visibly remarkable, indicating boundless possibilities for his future. At this moment, scouts from various universities are stirred with interest. A fierce, albeit nonviolent, competition for players has commenced. Meanwhile, the scout from Syracuse University, Kristen, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn it, don't even think about poaching from us. Feng is ours." As the game entered the fourth quarter, St. Mary's High School swiftly regained control within a single period. Both teams exchanged relentless efforts, with Fox exerting every ounce of strength to level the score and maintain the suspense of the match. However, the score remained stubbornly close, fluctuating around a 5-point difference. In the end, under the fierce onslaught of St. Mary's High School, all remaining hopes for Roger Bacon High School were ruthlessly shattered. Head coach Premier tossed aside his tactical board, fully aware that he was powerless to turn the tide. As the dust settled, the final score read 82-76, with St. Mary's high school clinching this year's state championship. At the moment the game concluded, the audience erupted in a flood of screams and cheers. Countless fans excitedly stripped off their shirts, waving them in the air. Li Feng, MVP, MVP. In this match, Li Feng started as a key player, logging 26 minutes on the court while efficiently scoring 29 points, along with 5 assists and 1 rebound. In contrast, Fox played for 33 minutes, but managed only 18 points, 3 assists, and 6 rebounds, with an efficiency that did not even reach half of Li Feng's. Notably, out of those 18 points, 7 were scored while LeBron was on the court. As for LeBron's performance in this game, it is better left unmentioned. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Derek raised his hands, incredulously exclaiming, "Unbelievable. The outcome of this match has astonished us all." Li Feng led St. Mary's High School to achieve a remarkable three-peat. He was resolute and decisive, carrying the entire team on his shoulders in critical moments. With the stature of a substitute, he accomplished feats that the core members of most teams could not achieve. I assure the viewers before their screens that this Asian forward has a boundless future ahead of him, and numerous teams will undoubtedly show interest. His stage is destined to be the NBA. Dirk's commendations are not merely for show, they are heartfelt and sincere. Fans, unless they witnessed it with their own eyes, would find it hard to believe that such accolades, typically reserved for LeBron, have been bestowed upon this young forward from China. In less than 2 months, we have witnessed Li Feng's rapid ascent to lead his team to victory. His performance and growth during this brief period have been evident to all, particularly in the final game, where Li Feng was called upon to start in a moment of crisis. Remarkably, he managed to clean up the mess left by the original team core, LeBron. Such astonishing displays of talent are truly worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. After the match, both sides engaged in a friendly and warm handshake. Li Feng graciously expressed his desire to invite Coach Pamir and Fox to the celebration banquet. However, perhaps due to their shyness, they departed without uttering a word. During the presentation of the championship trophy, all players from St. Mary's High School ascended the court, encircling Li Feng and James at the center. The host approached, cradling the gleaming trophy, and smiled. "Congratulations. This was a magnificent performance, and this trophy is well-deserved." James slowly accepted the trophy, lifting it above his head amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. The media in the audience flashed their cameras, capturing this historic moment. Yet, at that instant, James was far from joyful. His smile was awkward, reminiscent of a month-old, dry bun. Deep down, he understood that his performance in this match was dismal, arguably the worst since his entry into high school. In his freshman season, James averaged 17 points. By his sophomore year, that number had risen to 22. This year, he was on track to average 26 points, excluding today's game. Of course, this catastrophic performance was closely linked to his back injury. His athletic ability was compromised, his shooting form uncomfortable, and he hesitated to exert himself fully, yet the outside world remained indifferent to such struggles. They yearned to witness the rise of a prodigy and the fall of a future star. For fans, it was merely fodder for conversation. James was acutely aware of this reality. He could even foresee the sensational headlines the media would craft in the aftermath of this game. The thought of it caused him a headache. He felt a deep sense of frustration, lamenting why he had chosen to take the court and risk his reputation. Such a performance would undoubtedly cement his status as a failure. In the post-game interview, James expressed his frustration. As the reporters relentlessly inquired about Li Feng's accomplishments in relation to his own. However, before the cameras, he had to graciously convey his happiness for Li Feng's remarkable performance and express hope for the team's future. Simultaneously, he attempted to justify himself, portraying an image of someone devoted to the team yet hindered by circumstance. Unfortunately, it seemed the reporters were largely indifferent to this narrative. In their eyes, the championship was solely attributed to Li Feng's efforts. Coach Damlot, basking in the victory, effusively praised Li Feng's performance, using phrases like "I anticipated this." "It comes as no surprise. This is talent. The future is bright," repeatedly. Before the interview concluded, he boldly declared, "Go for it. Li Feng is destined to be an NBA player. Even in college, he will be among the very best. Just wait and see." After the awards ceremony and interviews concluded, James, lacking enthusiasm, declined the invitation to the celebratory banquet that evening, citing his physical discomfort as an excuse. As the crowd exited the arena, James did not look back. He simply hailed a taxi and departed early. At first, Li Feng did not think much of it, until the moment James departed. when a series of system notifications resonated in his ears. Ding. Due to the host's extraordinary performance, James's mentality has collapsed, and a reward of 100 comprehension points has been issued to you. Ding. Due to the host's extraordinary performance, James's psyche is shattered, and a reward of James's jump fragments has been granted to you. It turns out that your laughter was merely a protective guise. Jian, I empathize with your plight. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory, preparing to summon a vehicle for a celebratory outing, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, approached. He was clad in a gray pinstripe suit and adorned with a luxurious Giorgio Armani tie. As Li Feng and the other players were still in a daze, Damlot suddenly brightened his eyes and exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "Mr. Vakalo, it has been a long time." The middle-aged man named Vakalo smiled faintly, acknowledging the greeting, then turned to the bewildered Li Feng in the crowd and extended his arms, saying, "Hey, kid, I just witnessed your performance, and what can I say? It was absolutely flawless. You left a lasting impression on me." Before Li Feng could respond, he handed over a business card and continued, "My name is Vakalo. You may not have heard of me, but that is of little consequence. I am here for one purpose, to invite you to Decisive's ABCD training camp." Upon hearing this, Li Feng recalled why that name felt familiar. Vakalo, the man revered as the godfather of the sneaker industry. He had once wagered his career to facilitate Nike's signing of Jordan, thus creating a commercial legend. Moreover, after joining Adidas, he successfully helped the brand secure a contract with Kobe. Setting aside Adidas's own flamboyant maneuvers, Vakalo was undoubtedly a discerning and heavyweight figure in the industry. "Mr. Vakalo, I have indeed heard of your esteemed name. I am aware that you have always been keen on discovering the potential of young players. I believe Tracy and I share the same sentiment," Li Feng replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Vakalo raised an eyebrow, realizing that Li Feng was not merely being polite, but genuinely recognized his name. The pivotal moment that led McGrady to be chosen by the NBA was largely attributed to his spectacular performance in the elite game at the ABCD training camp, where he outshone the likes of Odom. He transformed from an obscure, lanky youth into a prodigy celebrated across America. The fact that the then-unknown McGrady was invited to the training camp was undoubtedly due to Vakalo's keen eye for talent. "Does that mean you accept?" "Oh, Li Feng, you truly astonish me. I am very much looking forward to seeing your remarkable performance at the training camp. I can hardly contain my excitement." Vakalo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his cheeks quivering with delight. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Vakalo departed in a sleek black Mercedes-Benz, informing Li Feng that a representative would soon contact him with specific details regarding the training camp. Once Vakalo left, the rest of the team could no longer contain their excitement and shouted loudly, "What the heck? Li Feng, do you know what that was?" "That was the ABCD training camp." "Oh my God, you lucky bastard. No way, this is infuriating. Li Feng, you must treat us tonight." "Absolutely, you scoundrel. You are about to become famous. Hurry, you must buy us dinner today." It is not surprising that many people exaggerate, in truth. The frenzy inspired among basketball fans across America by the likes of Kobe, T-Mac, and even LeBron and Anthony can be traced back to the ABCD camp. This venue stands as a paradise for the world's basketball elite, yet it is also a merciless arena of competition. Only the most exceptional players are granted entry, rendering the spots in the camp exceedingly precious, with merely 100 or so fortunate individuals selected each year. Li Feng's inclusion among the invitees signifies Vakalo's acknowledgement of his prowess. Suddenly, I recalled the soup simmering on my stove. I must take my leave now. Li Feng clapped his thigh and promptly made his escape. Hosting a gathering? Apologies, but that is simply impossible in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he held a profound interest in the ABCD training camp. On one hand, the camp boasted an abundance of elite players, far surpassing the likes of Romeo and Joyce. In the presence of so many proficient individuals, it seemed only reasonable to acquire 30 or 50 skills from them. Moreover, if his memory served him right, it appeared that Stoudemire, who once overshadowed Anthony, was also a participant in this training camp. The individual who boldly proclaimed his intention to outshine Yao Ming piqued Li Feng's curiosity, and he longed for the opportunity to engage in a friendly contest with him. If he performed admirably, it might very well enhance his prospects in the upcoming draft with a remarkable experience. Li Feng does not intend to squander too much time in the NCAA, for this league is entirely exploitative of its players and, astonishingly, offers no remuneration. He plans to participate in the 2003 draft after just 1 year. It seems he must prepare swiftly, he mused, stroking his chin. The 2003 class is replete with formidable talents, a veritable powerhouse. He certainly wishes to avoid the embarrassment of going undrafted, after all. While tales of underdogs defying the odds are indeed inspirational, if he has the chance to secure the top pick, why should he allow others to trample upon him? From this day forth, he shall embark on rigorous training, commencing with an exhaustive review of all of Michael Jordan's game footage. Meanwhile, the news of St. Mary's High School clinching the state championship with an unblemished record swiftly graced the front pages of major sports media. Ordinarily, a high school team's achievements, even as state champions, would not wield significant influence. It is worth noting that Chris Bosh had accomplished a similar feat, yet few were aware of it. However, this particular match was simply extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Feng stood as a lone warrior against Roger Bacon High School, while LeBron James made a surprisingly powerful return. These two events alone heightened the intrigue surrounding the match. Most fascinating of all was the fact that as James faltered, Feng emerged as the savior of St. Mary's. The old king has departed, and a new monarch shall rise. The miraculous Chinese forward delivered an MVP-caliber performance. As the savior of St. Mary's, Feng led his team to victory, claiming the state championship and achieving a remarkable three-peat. He scored an astonishing 29 points, displaying an unparalleled prowess. The versatile forward. The unexpected dark horse, Feng. Chapter 20, The Arrogant Little Stoudemire. Is it not sufficient to excel as an individual? Why must one be born into greatness? In recent days, numerous media outlets have reported on this match. The events surrounding James have become common knowledge. Almost every sports enthusiast has heard of the astonishing occurrence. The so-called chosen one, LeBron James, required a substitute player hailing from China to elevate his game. Moreover, in the latter half of the match, James was firmly held on the bench by his coach. Some even suggested that without the extraordinary performance of that substitute, James would have faced utter disaster in this game. This notion is almost unfathomable to many. Fans who learned of this began to question the authenticity of these reports. After all, the media had previously elevated LeBron James to soaring heights, proclaiming him the greatest high school player in history, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Some NBA teams even boasted of their intent to tank for the chance to secure this high school sensation as the first overall pick. Yet now, merely in the high school league finals, he faltered, prompting many to murmur, "Is this all there is?" However, a portion of James' supporters have come forth to defend him, asserting that his underwhelming performance was due to an injury that should have sidelined him entirely. They argue that had it not been for this injury, he would have dominated the match. Regardless of the outcome of these debates, amidst this incident, an Asian name has begun to capture public attention. Feng. Coach Damlot suddenly called out within the St. Mary's gymnasium. Sitting on the sidelines, engrossed in the game footage, Feng was momentarily startled, lifting his head to respond. "What is it, coach?" "Feng, you have missed several days of team practice. Is there something troubling you?" Damlot inquired with concern. After all, during James' recovery period, it was not an exaggeration to say that Feng was the undisputed leader of the team. Recently, he had seldom participated in practice and often found himself lost in thought while watching game footage, frequently displaying a troubled expression. He understood that adolescents are particularly susceptible to psychological issues. At this juncture, it is imperative for someone with my experience to assume the role of a spiritual mentor to Feng, guiding him through his turmoil. This encapsulates the essence of being both a teacher and a friend. Feng gazed at Damlot with an expression that bordered on the absurd, and slowly began to speak. "It's fine, coach. I'm doing well." Damlot, mistaking his demeanor for shyness, pressed further. "Well, Feng, you need not feel polite or embarrassed with me. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to express it. I am here to assist you." "Is there anything I need?" Feng pondered momentarily. "Yes, anything at all. The team will support you," Damlot asserted resolutely. "Well, if I must mention something." "There is indeed one matter." Feng turned and handed him an empty cup, adding, "Could you please refill it with some Diet Coke?" "Thank you, coach." Damlot accepted the cup, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Something felt amiss. Feng's adolescence appeared rather peculiar. Feng lacked the enthusiasm to engage with Damlot's words, as his recent journey in learning had been fraught with challenges. It had been over 2 weeks since the state finals, and he had watched nearly 80 tapes of games. He could clearly count the number of hairs on Jordan's head, yet he remained unable to grasp the essence of Jordan's signature fadeaway shot. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that he had not mastered a single skill. Though the old master's movements were undeniably graceful and his shooting percentage impressive, he found himself unable to replicate them. It felt akin to embarking on a fishing expedition with a grand water tank, only to return empty-handed after 3 days and nights. Who could possibly understand such a sentiment? Li Feng pondered over the matter for several days, yet he still could not discern where the problem lay. He had scrutinized the issue with great seriousness, and at times, when his emotions ran deep, he would even demonstrate a few moves on the field. However, why was there no discernible effect? Li Feng contemplated the conditions requisite for acquiring the skills he had thus far mastered. Firstly, the greater the intensity of focus, the higher the likelihood of skill acquisition. Secondly, proximity enhances clarity, thereby augmenting the probability of comprehension. Thirdly, the rarity of a skill inversely correlates with its complexity, leading to an increased chance of mastery. However, one must ponder the potential challenges of this era, wherein the clarity of videos is often subpar, and the quality of the visual materials scavenged is frequently unreliable. Many intricate details of a player's movements are not captured with sufficient clarity. This may indeed hinder his probability of skill acquisition. Furthermore, Li Feng harbored considerable doubts regarding the rarity of Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot, which he strongly suspected to be rated at an S-tier level, or perhaps even beyond. It is akin to a novice player in a game who cannot learn the ultimate technique upon departing the beginner's village. Perhaps he had not met certain prerequisite conditions necessary for mastering this skill, which could explain his inability to grasp the divine weaponry. He had envisioned himself mastering the divine techniques and subsequently dominating the ABCD training camp, creating a minor upheaval in the world. Alas, it seems his previous aspirations were overly idealistic. Perhaps he should await an opportunity to seek one-on-one guidance from Jordan himself. At this juncture, Li Feng opened his system panel. Host, Li Feng, overall strength rating, A strength, 111, A speed, 103, B jump, 101, B shooting, 108, B dribbling, 104, B defense, 92, B passing, 103, B stamina, 102, B insight points, 570 total skills, 8 S-tier speed variation triple threat. Mastery 50 probability of faking out players with a defensive rating below B. With reduced efficacy against higher-tier defenders. 02500, A-tier stable shooting. Professional increases shooting accuracy by 17 while in motion and by 45 when in a stationary position. 04000, additional skills omitted. Nonetheless, there was positive news during this period of learning. Li Feng had indeed garnered a substantial number of insight points. He also managed to elevate his proficiency in stable shooting to the professional level. His shooting accuracy from open positions increased dramatically by 45, meaning that what was originally a 60 accuracy rate from an open position could now approach an impressive 90 with the enhancements from the system. He has nearly matched the three-point shooting accuracy of some of the greatest sharpshooters in history. This effect is nothing short of astonishing. Today, Li Feng, standing beyond the arc, can rightly be described as a human artillery platform. Although the next upgrade requires a substantial investment of 4,000 insight points, Li Feng is thoroughly satisfied with his current achievements. Coupled with his recent enhancements across various attributes, Li Feng now possesses nearly no physical qualities rated below AB. He even senses that he is on the verge of breaking through to an A-level comprehensive evaluation within the system. Despite not having grasped the divine weapon in recent days, he has experienced unexpected joy from reviewing game footage. Remarkably, Li Feng has discovered that, after only a few days of watching the recordings, he has successfully mastered the Chicago Bulls triangle offense. Li Feng felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that his innate understanding was being applied in ways he had not anticipated. Was he truly destined to transition into a coaching role? Despite having lived 2 lives, Li Feng's psychological maturity far surpassed that of his peers, yet from a physical standpoint, he had only just turned 18. His professional journey had only just begun. Li Feng accepted the Diet Cola handed back by the coach and took a substantial gulp. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. On the other end was Danny, the event coordinator from the ABCD training camp. After patiently listening to the other party, Li Feng nodded slightly and said, "All right, no problem. I'll see you in a week." Upon hanging up the phone, Li Feng suddenly noticed that a crowd had gathered around him, seemingly without him realizing when they had arrived. These onlookers, having abandoned their practice, formed a circle around Li Feng, their faces filled with curiosity as they inquired, "So, how did it go? On which day is the match?" "Ah, I envy you so much. This is the ABCD training camp. Can we attend the event in person? Hey, Feng, if you happen to meet those renowned players, could you please get their autographs for me? Feng fell into a moment of silence before he remarked nonchalantly, I am not adept at signing autographs. After all, once the training camp concludes, they will be clamoring for my signature. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Feng's words. After all, this was Stoudemire. He was poised to participate in the NBA draft this year, with many believing he would be selected in the lottery picks of the first round. In truth, were it not for Stoudemire's desire to elevate his draft position and generate buzz for himself, he would have deemed a high school training camp beneath his notice. The disparity between a prospective NBA player and a group of high school students is indeed considerable. As for you, my brotherly Feng, merely surviving without being utterly overwhelmed would be a notable feat. However, despite such thoughts, the crowd refrained from voicing their doubts, cowed by Feng's formidable presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, James, who was diligently undergoing rehabilitation training, received a call from Danny. Hello, LeBron, long time no see. How have you been? Oh, Mr. Danny. James recognized the caller's identity and responded with a smile. I am well, everything is going smoothly. What brings you to call? Well, the ABCD training camp is set to commence next week, and as last year's MVP, you are expected to receive a special invitation. However, we delayed reaching out due to the news of your back injury, Danny explained slowly. I am fine. My recovery is ahead of the doctor's expectations. I have already begun to attempt playing again these past few days. That's wonderful, Danny exclaimed, his tone light and cheerful. We have extended invitations to you and Carmelo Anthony, and we hope to see you both at the camp. I will send an email with the schedule and venue details. Is that all right with you? James hesitated for a moment before responding. Mr. Danny, do you know if Feng will be attending? Feng. Oh, absolutely. I just spoke with him. But why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual inquiry. Rest assured, Mr. Danny, we will meet at the training camp, James assured him. Great. I look forward to seeing you, LeBron. Danny concluded the call with a smile. After hanging up, James tilted his head slightly towards the ceiling of the gymnasium. Seemingly lost in thought, he remained troubled by the earlier match against Roger Bacon High School, even though it had been half a month since, and the media's interest had waned. Yet, it lingered as a knot in James's heart. For one chosen by destiny, being overshadowed by Feng in securing a championship was a blemish on his career. He cared little for Stoudemire. His focus was solely on Feng. He felt a pressing need to prove his own capabilities to the world. This, indeed, constitutes the primary reason for his acceptance of the invitation to the ABCD training camp. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carmelo Anthony also accepted Danny's invitation today, commencing preparations for the forthcoming camp. His intentions are both pure and straightforward, to dominate that irritating Asian kid during the training camp. Upon learning that this year's camp had invited numerous promising new talents, Sonny Valcarcel nodded in satisfaction. The individuals invited this year are indeed figures of considerable intrigue. With their participation, it is believed that the training camp will be remarkably successful, and the competition will undoubtedly be thrilling. 8 days later, the 2002 ABCD training camp officially commenced. As Valcarcel had anticipated, this opening ceremony surpassed last year's event, which featured the likes of Kobe Bryant and grandeur. Countless gifted high school students gathered here, their eyes brimming with hopes for the future and a fervent desire for victory. Among them, Amare Stoudemire strode confidently toward the crowd, flanked by 4 or 5 reporters. At that moment, he was addressing the camera with an audible tone that the surrounding attendees could easily hear. This training camp is merely another experience for me. I am entirely different from those inexperienced high school students. For them, this is a challenge, but I merely need to extend my finger to surpass them all. I am a fierce shark. Stoudemire not only relishes confronting others, but also enjoys the sensation of the microphone being thrust toward his own face. He felt like a superstar in that moment. However, just then, a commotion at the entrance drew everyone's attention. A group encircled by layers of reporters entered, their presence far more imposing than Stoudemire's arrival. As Stoudemire pondered who this ostentatious group might be, a voice broke through the crowd. You ask me what animal I resemble on the court? Please, isn't being human sufficient? Why must I be a beast? Chapter 21. The Elite Competition. Revenge for grievances isn't being human sufficient? Reflecting on his earlier boast of likening himself to a ferocious shark, Feng's remark struck like a dagger. Damn, is this kid targeting me? He is making me feel quite juvenile. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that his prior declaration posed no issue. He simply needed to prove himself by outperforming everyone in due time. It's not a significant concern. Upon the arrival of Li Feng, two additional groups of individuals emerged, equally besieged by a throng of reporters, creating quite a spectacle. Compared to Li Feng, these two figures appeared more familiar to the crowd. One was LeBron James, and the other was Carmelo Anthony. When Little S encountered them, he was momentarily taken aback. A wave of bewilderment washing over his expression. Wang Defa? Was it not stated that this year's training camp would lack any notable players aside from myself? He pondered. How did these two manage to show up? Little S watched as the attention of the onlookers shifted away from him, feeling a tinge of annoyance within. However, the opening ceremony of the training camp commenced shortly thereafter. Here, all players would be divided into several teams for a month of training. The accommodations consisted of 2 individuals per room, with players typically sharing a room with their teammates. Li Feng pushed open the door, his gaze falling upon a diminutive figure standing in the room, approximately 6 feet tall. Rondo? Li Feng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The individual addressed, Rondo, widened his eyes in surprise, pointing to himself in confusion and asking, "Are you referring to me?" Oh no, I meant to say my apologies. You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Haha, no worries. I trust that this Rondo must also be quite a remarkable fellow, the petite man responded, extending his hand in greeting. By the way, I am Chris Paul. A pleasure to meet you. Hello, Paul. I am Li Feng. Li Feng? That name rings a bell. You are the one who led St. Mary's High School to victory, aren't you? Paul remarked, momentarily taken aback, then expressed his excitement. You've heard my tale? Li Feng replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I heard you won a championship alongside LeBron. That's simply extraordinary. Paul exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, clearly in awe. Li Feng smiled helplessly and said, Jean, it's not me who said that. Moments later, Paul approached with a beaming smile and remarked, Li, we are teammates from now on. I look forward to your support. Rest assured, although I may not possess the physical prowess of those towering giants, I will deliver the ball to your hands whenever you need it. Without a doubt, Li Feng believed in him. After all, Paul, the master of assists, had rightfully earned his reputation, transforming numerous centers from mere rotation players into all-stars. Even the likes of Dunbo had reached the pinnacle of their careers with Paul's guidance. At this point, Li Feng narrowed his eyes. Currently, his passing skills were limited to a kingly no-look pass learned from James, which was insufficient. To become an all-around forward in the league, merely executing a no-look pass without the finesse of precise passing would be a source of ridicule. However, glancing at his idol, Chris Paul, Li Feng felt reassured. Over the next few days of training camp, his primary objective was to master Paul's passing technique. The triangle offense he had studied through tapes required one to possess ample court vision and above-standard passing skills to create opportunities for one-on-one or even one-on-zero situations. Thus, acquiring Chris Paul's passing prowess was imperative. As for the training tasks set by the camp, Li Feng aimed merely to meet the basic standards. The trainers and coaches here were mostly sourced from the free market, displaying a wide range of abilities, rendering the training somewhat meaningless. Although there were a few future NBA coaches or managers among them, they were in the minority, and most were far inferior compared to Marklo. The entire training camp resembled a high-level pickup game, merely providing a platform for a group of exceptionally talented young individuals to showcase their abilities. Li Feng merely wished to quietly grow stronger, to replicate a few more skills, yet Stoudemire seemed perpetually intent on stirring up trouble. This fellow appeared to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards Chinese players. If memory serves, when Yao Ming entered the league, he did not provoke Stoudemire. Yet the latter relentlessly targeted Yao at every turn. At that moment, he was flaunting an air of invincibility, boasting to his teammates, "What of LeBron and Anthony? I shall show them the true essence of talent on the court. They cannot defeat me. As my teammates, you need only bask in victory." And as for Li Feng, let me reiterate, do not even think of comparing that benchwarmer to me. He merely clings to James's coattails. He is unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as I. Should he dare to face me in a match, I would ensure he never wishes to touch a basketball again. In Stoudemire's eyes, he and these high school players belonged to entirely different realms. He envisioned himself as a future high-draft pick in the NBA, a forthcoming superstar, far beyond the reach of these minnows. During the team's practice games, he indeed exhibited extraordinary dominance in the paint. Stoudemire crushed all opposing big men with a paternalistic ferocity. With every triumphant basket came a roar, as nearly every player he faced was subjected to his taunts. although he was merely a fresh high school graduate in the eyes of all. He had already transformed into a quasi-NBA player. With thunderous dunks, fierce physicality, and exceptional athleticism, he had nearly validated every boast he made throughout the training games. Save for not having yet overwhelmed Feng and LeBron. Feng, being in a different group, did not have the opportunity to engage with Feng in direct competition. Similarly, James and Anthony, as guest players in the training camp, meant that Stoudemire also missed the chance to compete against them during the usual practice matches. However, Stoudemire remained unperturbed, for he knew that an encounter would eventually take place in the elite competition before the conclusion of the training camp. Throughout the regular training matches, numerous scouts and media representatives observed the players' performances, akin to spectators gathered around a gambling table, clutching substantial amounts of cash, ever ready to seize a prized piece of exquisite jade. After a month of training, each scout compiled their own list, documenting all players they deemed to possess potential. The final roster for the elite competition would also consider these scouts' evaluations. Notably, the names that appeared most frequently on these lists were Feng and Stoudemire, one dazzling opponents with exceptional offensive skills, while the other overwhelmed them with sheer physical prowess. Regardless, both left an indelible impression on all who witnessed their talents. The elite competition of the training camp was scheduled for the penultimate day of the training regimen. And just prior to this day, Feng finally grasped Chris Paul's passing technique. At level precision passing, beginner increases passing attributes by 10 and enhances on-court vision by 5. Successfully executing a precision pass will slightly boost a teammate's shooting accuracy within 3 seconds of receiving the ball. To be candid, Feng had never anticipated that this skill would be rated A level. No wonder the difficulty in mastering it was so considerable, consuming so many days of effort. He had assumed that the young Chris Paul could at most possess a B level of passing, which would have already been a pleasant surprise. Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. 3 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 years? I can hardly recall how long it has been since I last grasped an A-level skill. All I can say is that every effort and hardship I have faced has been worthwhile. Feng, having previously invested in the skill of stable shooting, finds himself lacking in available insight points. Nevertheless, he possesses sufficient resources to elevate his exquisite passing to the level of mastery. In the context of the current high school league, a mastered skill is more than adequate to dominate the court. The essential technical prerequisites for executing the triangle offense, passing, triple threat, and one-on-one ability are all firmly in his grasp. Amidst the joy of his upgrades, Feng is informed by his coach that he has been selected to participate in the final elite competition alongside the likes of LeBron James. Meanwhile, on the court, the ever-boisterous Stoudemire interjects, "Oh, why must I compete alongside such mediocrity? Oh, God, grant me a formidable opponent. Is there truly no one in this training camp worth my time?" The other players, upon hearing his remarks, cast him sidelong glances, a mix of incredulity and indignation. Yet, most remained silent, their anger stifled by the harsh reality of having been thoroughly outmatched in recent days. Even if one were to stand up and refute his claims, little good would come of it. However, Feng remains undeterred, for he believes that revenge is a dish best served not 10 years later, but in the present moment. Feng turned his head and spoke softly, "Paul, did you hear any animal sounds just now?" "Animal sounds?" Paul was slightly taken aback. "Indeed. It is certainly not the voice of a human. I truly wonder how these creatures managed to infiltrate this training camp," Feng calmly stated, each word resonating clearly and powerfully in the ears of those present. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished at his audacity. Paul stifled a laugh, barely containing himself. It was utterly gratifying. Just days prior, Stoudemire had referred to himself as a third-rate cripple, and Feng's retort was spot on. It took Stoudemire a while to realize that Feng was indeed mocking him. Yet, before he could respond, both Feng and Paul had already retreated to their quarters. "Sour radish," Stoudemire shouted in a fit of rage, stomping off to let his roommates guess the cause of his vexation. Meanwhile, son of a Carlo, who had been silently observing the group's dynamics, remarked with a faint smile, "I must say, the youth are indeed vibrant. Their palpable intensity bodes well for tomorrow's match." Beside him, Danny nodded in agreement. "Certainly, but whom do you favor? Do you believe Stoudemire will prevail?" Vicarlo stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can't say for certain, but I believe tomorrow's game will undoubtedly hold surprises." The next morning, the training camp's gym was bustling with an extraordinary energy. This was the climax before the conclusion of the camp, the elite match that commanded the utmost attention. On the court, 20 young talents stood ready. Selected from the most gifted high school players worldwide, representing the pinnacle of elite athletes. Their presence was a testament to the recognition bestowed upon them by the media and seasoned scouts alike. Today, they were set to engage in the final 5v5 official match. It was a scene of vengeance and rivalry, as the elite match often turned out to be the most thrilling and charged with intensity. The host divided the 20 players into red and blue teams, 10 for each, with coaches determining the starting lineup and substitutions. Anthony had hoped to be placed on the same team as James, envisioning the opportunity to dominate Stoudemire and Feng. However, whether by the host's design or mere chance, the final team arrangements were entirely contrary to his expectations. To his astonishment, he found himself on the same team as Feng. Oh dear God! Yet Chris Paul was elated. Feng, we are on the same team. This is fantastic. And Anthony is with us as well. Victory is assured. When? What are you fools thinking? You shall lose, and it will be quite humiliating. Stoudemire scoffed from across the way. James glanced at Stoudemire, who was assigned to his team, and let out a barely perceptible sigh. He truly disliked playing alongside someone he deemed not particularly bright, attracting so much animosity before the game was risky. He had a friend who had faced a similar fate, but he chose not to dwell on it. James merely felt a pang of sympathy for that friend. And that was all. Once the teams were established, the coaches provided a brief overview of the starting and substitute lineups. Regarding tactics, to be frank, even if he devises a strategy, the players may not necessarily execute it. In a competitive arena where self-promotion takes precedence, most players prioritize showcasing their individual skills above all else. It is often said that in youth teams, one player can dominate against 5. Coupled with these ad hoc arrangements, a team devoid of synergy finds it exceedingly challenging to execute intricate plays and tactics, even under the guidance of the most seasoned coaches. For these players, merely managing to perform some basic pick-and-rolls and effectively cutting to the basket constitutes a commendable achievement. Beyond that, it all hinges on the player's individual capabilities. To put it bluntly, in such matches, the coach essentially serves a nominal role. Once the 5 starting players from each side are positioned, the grand spectacle of this training camp officially commences. Undoubtedly, James and Stoudemire take their places as the starting duo for the red team, while Feng and Anthony lead the blue team, with Chris Paul stepping in as the backup point guard. Anthony, positioned at the small forward spot, directly faces off against James. Feng was temporarily assigned to the unfamiliar position of power forward due to his height advantage. Fortunately, his comprehensive skill set alleviated any apprehension he might have had. Under the watchful eyes of numerous scouts and media, Stoudemire leapt high with remarkable agility, seizing the basketball for the red team. As the red team's point guard prepared to push forward, Stoudemire impatiently called out, "Pass me the ball quickly. Let me teach this bunch a lesson." Chapter 22. The end, the most anticipated match in history? Although Stoudemire's demeanor was undeniably audacious, the ball did indeed find its way into his hands. Some scouts in attendance were perplexed, questioning why he would begin dribbling beyond the three-point line. Stoudemire's skill set was well known. Explosive dunks, opportunistic scoring near the basket, and even a post-up ability that surpassed the high school level. However, ball handling remained a significant weakness for him. He seemed to completely disregard his opponents. Starting from the free throw line at an angle, Stoudemire initiated a back-to-the-basket move, quickly pivoting to secure the ball with both hands before forcefully slamming it through the hoop. The resounding dunk echoed with overwhelming power. Former opponents of Stoudemire could only express their admiration. His physical prowess was indeed exceptional. On the sidelines, Doug Christie instructed his photography team to capture a close-up of Stoudemire. As his manager, Doug had meticulously orchestrated every aspect of Stoudemire's promotion. The finest photography team and top sports media coverage were all in place. He was confident that victory would lead to heightened interest from NBA teams in Stoudemire, perhaps even a top 3 selection. In his eyes, Stoudemire was destined to win, with no unexpected outcomes in sight. When the ball transitioned to the blue team, Anthony sought to assert his presence at the three-point line, employing his signature triple threat stance. He exploited a slight opening in LeBron's defense and swiftly penetrated. However, when LeBron obstructed his path, Anthony smoothly executed a crossover dribble and broke through from the left side. His ball handling skills and ability to adapt were outstanding, allowing him to swiftly approach the basket. Yet, just as Anthony charged towards the unguarded hoop, Stoudemire, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, delivered a thunderous block. The ball rocketed away from the immense force, and LeBron quickly retrieved it, transitioning into a fast break dunk. This is James's signature thunderous slam dunk, a display of grace and explosive power that even surpasses the earlier dunk by Stoudemire, leaving the audience in awe. With a score of 4-0, the red team, represented by James, has made a formidable statement right from the outset. "I am back," James exclaimed with palpable excitement. This marks his first game back, showcasing his prowess to the world after his injury. Meanwhile, within the confines of St. Mary's High School's basketball arena, regardless of Coach Dumlett's meticulously crafted training regimen, the players remained steadfastly glued to their screens, engrossed in the broadcast. Ultimately, a resigned Dumlett granted them a day off, quietly bringing in a bench for himself. If you can't beat them, join them. Upon witnessing James's triumphant return and his explosive dunk, enthusiasm surged among the spectators. Joyce mused, "So impressive. This is our LeBron." Carl chimed in, "I've always wondered who would prevail in their prime, James or Feng, haha." Joyce retorted, "That's a given, of course. James is superior. The real question is how many points Feng can score against him." Romeo scoffed, "Puffed, he just got crushed 4-0. If Feng scores in double digits, I'll eat my hat." Carl laughed. "Hold on, let me record that so I can play it back for Feng later." The red team commenced with a flurry of points, exhibiting remarkable dominance on both ends of the court. On the other side, Anthony, unwilling to be outdone, seized the ball and challenged James one-on-one. After a series of deft movements to create space, he executed a quick stop-and-pop jump shot. Though he faced Stoudemire's defensive assistance, his shot, albeit rushed, found its mark. The score now stands at 4-2, as the blue team manages to pull one back. Feng observed the performance of the crowd and nodded silently, indeed, quite spirited. Everyone displayed a keen awareness. In such a highly scrutinized match, each individual was exerting their utmost effort. After all, the venue was not only filled with media and reporters but also numerous scouts. Their performances, every movement on the court, would ultimately dictate the trajectory of their professional careers. The game continued, yet Feng soon discerned some issues. Currently, both teams were relying on individual prowess to score, but it was evident that James and his team held a distinct advantage. During offensive plays, there was a noticeable lack of tactical coordination, which could be overlooked for the time being. However, on the defensive front, the red team boasted an historically exceptional small forward and a formidable center, both of whom could provide substantial help defense. This often forced Anthony to contend with not one, but two elite defenders when attempting to score, significantly complicating his offensive efforts and inevitably affecting his shooting percentage. In contrast, our chosen one and the little tyrant proved nearly unstoppable in one-on-one confrontations, with an astonishingly high shooting accuracy. If the game continued in this manner, it was inevitable that the score would soon widen. Feng's presence here transcends mere academic pursuits. It serves as a stepping stone prior to his university journey. He intends to vanquish Little C, secure victory at the ABCD training camp, and subsequently attain fame and fortune. The script is meticulously penned, so do refrain from altering it. "Anthony, pass the ball." "I shall orchestrate the play," Feng called out to the ball handler, Mello. However, Mello, upon hearing this, merely turned his head and declared, "Trust me, watch my performance." Subsequently, Anthony executed a stunning behind-the-back dribble followed by a turnaround shot, a spectacle of grace, yet he was met with a formidable block from LeBron. In response, LeBron surged forward, executing a breathtaking reverse dunk that ignited the crowd. Boom. With half of the first quarter elapsed, the score stood at 15-9, with the red team holding a substantial lead. The coach, sensing the shift in momentum, raised his hand to call for a timeout. Feng glanced at Anthony beside him and softly applauded. "Wonderful, truly splendid." The embarrassed Sweet Melon sheepishly replied, "There's nothing to explain. That last play was indeed a personal failure." The coach interjected, "You must pay attention to the opponent's defense. Do not engage them head-on. Their ability to double-team is formidable, and a one-on-two situation is quite disadvantageous." While the others nodded in agreement, they recognized the current issues plaguing the team. However, recognizing a problem does not equate to having a solution. In this situation, what alternative do we have other than to confront them directly? This makeshift team has no time for tactical training or to devise specific defensive strategies against the opposing players. We must rely solely on individual prowess. As for the generic tactics taught in training camp, please, they were all imparted by the same mentor, rendering them ineffective against distinct styles. Amidst the silence, Feng inappropriately interjected, "Let us bring Chris Paul onto the court, and I shall take charge of the organization." The coach and the other players were momentarily taken aback. You and that little guy? Li Feng assured, just pass me the ball. I will dismantle their defense. Anthony waved his hand dismissively, not taking Li Feng's words seriously. Forget it, Carmelo. Even if you can score, your efficiency won't surpass theirs. Follow my lead, and I will guide you to victory. Li Feng's extraordinary confidence momentarily left the coach in a state of indecision. Could it be that this young man truly possesses a solution? Although Anthony felt a twinge of annoyance towards Li Feng, still haunted by the previous instance of being outmaneuvered, there was one matter on which they all agreed. Relying solely on individual scoring to secure victory was an unlikely prospect. Embracing the notion of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Anthony and the other players nodded in unison. Li Feng cast a glance at the gathered crowd, and then spoke slowly. All right, from here on out, everyone will adhere to my strategy. Our team's core offensive points will revolve around myself, Anthony, and Chris Paul. Next, we shall execute a tactic. The crowd momentarily paused, taken aback by his words. What? A tactic? The timeout seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, leaving little room for significant adjustments. On the sidelines, Doug Christie shook his head slightly. Another small player? Does that guy even stand at 1.8 meters? TSK. It appears they realize their impending defeat and wish to expedite the conclusion of the match. The expressions of the other scouts mirrored his uncertainty. The primary issue for the blue team was the lack of synergy among their core players, unlike the connection between LeBron and Stoudemire, whose physical prowess alone instilled great intimidation on defense. LeBron's exceptional passing vision and overarching perspective naturally knitted the team together. Thus, the two mainstays of the red team were indeed interlinked. Conversely, while Anthony excelled in isolation on the offensive end, capable of overpowering nearly any defender in one-on-one situations, he often faced the daunting prospect of two defenders. During the earlier timeout, it was evident that Li Feng had shared something with the players on the sidelines. However, the scouts and trainers present dismissed it, doubting Li Feng's potential to effect any change. After all, even if the ball-handling responsibilities shifted from Anthony to Li Feng, the outcome of the game was unlikely to alter. No matter how formidable Li Feng's isolation skills, penetrating the joint defense of LeBron and Stoudemire remained a formidable challenge. Although the match was still ongoing, it became apparent to all that the roster distribution was flawed, with the red team holding a significant advantage. Even an NBA-level coach directing from the sidelines would likely struggle to orchestrate a turnaround in such circumstances. This was an arduous task. Perhaps this would become the most predictable elite match in the history of the ABCD training camp. Returning to the court, the blue team prepared for the inbound. This time, upon receiving the pass, Anthony refrained from going solo. Instead, he advanced the ball past half-court and relayed it to Li Feng at the top of the arc. A pass? It seems they have indeed altered their ball-handling core. Perhaps we can anticipate Li Feng's offensive performance? He excelled in the scrimmage. Yet, what significance does this hold? The critical issue remains unresolved, have you not noticed? The moment Li Feng received the ball, the focus of both LeBron and Stoudemire shifted towards him. Let us observe. Perhaps they have devised a counter-strategy. Li Feng, upon reaching the three-point line, did not hastily dribble the ball. Instead, he executed a swift breakthrough akin to Anthony's initial move, creating a preliminary threat. Meanwhile, his gaze remained fixed on his teammates on the court. Chris Paul positioned himself on one side of the three-point line, while Anthony occupied the low post on the weak side. As Li Feng commenced dribbling, his continuous feints attracted the defender's attention, while on the other side, Anthony and Paul maintained a proper distance, forming a perfect triangle. Though it might not have been apparent at first glance, they were deliberately preserving this triangular formation. Suddenly, Li Feng executed a swift change of pace, creating space as he expertly dribbled to his left hand, adopting a feigned shooting posture. At that moment, the lurking James sprang into action. He soared into the air, poised to deliver an imposing block to Li Feng. The bald-headed coach chuckled, proclaiming, "I told you." He cannot solve the problem. Just as the crowd was about to nod in agreement, Li Feng unexpectedly altered his movement. He transitioned from the shooting stance to clasping the ball with both hands and flung it toward the wing. His exquisite pass significantly enhanced Li Feng's vision. As he delivered the ball securely into Chris Paul's hands, Paul received it comfortably. At the instant of the catch, he required no adjustment before releasing the shot. Whoosh! Thanks to Li Feng's precision passing skill, Paul shot a three-pointer without hesitation, hitting the mark flawlessly. Although Paul's forte in the NBA lay in punishing opponents with mid-range shots from the free throw line following pick-and-rolls, his three-point attempts being relatively scarce. This discrepancy was due to the additional half-meter distance of the NBA three-point line. In reality, within a standard court, Paul's three-point shooting percentage remains commendable. After all, for a diminutive player to thrive in the NBA, a reliable shooting ability is essential. Those present were taken aback, astonished that the unassuming small player had just stepped onto the court and already sank a three-pointer. Impressive, indeed. With Paul's three-pointer stemming the tide, the blue team began their counterattack. In the subsequent possession, Feng again held the ball, drawing the defense's attention. This time, the red team was particularly cautious about the perimeter threat posed by Paul, attempting to sever their connection. Yet, Feng directed the ball to the other side. To Carmelo Anthony. Although this was not an open shot opportunity, Anthony, positioned near the corner, utilized his refined footwork to elegantly pivot past his defender and score effortlessly. In a one-on-one scenario, Anthony's offense proved nearly insurmountable. After several plays, even the slowest observer couldn't help but notice that since that timeout, after Feng gestured and spoke, the blue team's offense had inexplicably become much smoother. Many onlooking players wore bewildered expressions, pondering what Feng had done. Just then, a coach suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Wait. This is the triangle offense." Chapter 23. No, buddy, you truly understand strategy. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood momentarily stunned. What on earth? They were witnessing teamwork and tactics in a match at the ABCD training camp? In regular elite competitions. The tactical arrangements primarily revolve around showcasing physical prowess and indulging in spectacular alley-oop dunks. Are you all serious? Some players scratched their heads, pondering, the triangle offense, Sounds somewhat familiar. What exactly is it? For these high school athletes who only know how to charge forward blindly upon receiving the ball. Grasping the intricacies of NBA tactics is indeed a stretch. The crowd looked bewilderedly at the coach, who slowly began to elucidate. This is the strategy that Phil Jackson developed based on the Bulls' iconic triangle. The core idea revolves around utilizing triangular positioning to dismantle defenses and create ample offensive space. Furthermore, this tactic ensures that Jordan has sufficient opportunities for one-on-one plays, thereby minimizing the likelihood of being double-teamed. While the fundamental concepts of the strategy are not overly complex, the requirements for players are notably high. Passing, vision, ball handling, and the triple threat upon receiving the ball. Each element is indispensable. Only by meeting these criteria can they hope to execute this strategy effectively. However, I never anticipated that a high school player could make such on-the-fly adjustments and seamlessly integrate unfamiliar teammates into the tactic. Such a profound sense of the game is astonishing. Upon hearing this, the audience experienced an epiphany. No wonder they saw the blue team's offense intensify in previous matches. James and Stoudemire had managed to display some remarkable zone defense, constructing an impenetrable barrier. Yet after Feng orchestrated the blue team's offense, the red team's defense underwent a complete reversal, giving the impression of numerous vulnerabilities. So that was the reason. Coach Damlot, watching the broadcast from St. Mary's High School Gymnasium, was momentarily taken aback. He could naturally discern the tactics Feng had devised for the team. What perplexed him, however, was how Feng had acquired this knowledge. He had never taught him such a thing. Where could he have learned it? Self-study? Suddenly, Damlot recalled that Feng had spent a considerable amount of time watching game footage of the Bulls. Initially, he thought the boy was merely going through a phase, but it turned out he was stealthily absorbing their tactics. Nevertheless, just watching the footage without practical experience, even if he understood the tactical movements, would not allow him to execute them so proficiently in real time. It defies logic. This is utterly unscientific. Feng orchestrated his teammates' movements on the court with remarkable coordination, complemented by his precise passing and exceptional vision. This makeshift team, unexpectedly, displayed a synergy akin to that of a professional squad that had trained together for years. In a match between equally improvised teams, even the slightest tactical collaboration could significantly influence the game's outcome. As Feng assisted Anthony in scoring once more, the score was leveled at 20-20. In just a matter of minutes, the blue team astonishingly closed the gap. At this moment, Stoudemire, incensed, directed his ire at Feng, exclaiming, "You damned coward. Do you only know how to hide behind your teammates? First, you cling to James. And now you've latched on to Anthony? You spineless weakling." After witnessing the relentless approach of the score since that timeout, Stoudemire was thoroughly agitated. To him, Feng was merely a piece of trash easily crushed, and without Anthony, the blue team wouldn't even pose a challenge to him. However, Feng remained unperturbed, turning his gaze towards the referee on the sidelines, silently watching him. His eyes seemed to convey a message. Go ahead, what are you waiting for? In the next moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Stoudemire was assessed a technical foul. The scouts in attendance exchanged knowing glances, promptly jotting down notes. Stoudemire's impulsive nature could prove detrimental to his professional future. Despite his physical prowess, he might only ever be regarded as a formidable enforcer, nothing more. In stark contrast, the Chinese player, Feng, exuded calmness and composure, showcasing a high basketball IQ. He consistently made choices that benefited the team, embodying the qualities of a true leader. Observing the changing expressions of those around him, Doug couldn't help but let out a subtle sigh. The situation had turned somewhat unfavorable for Stoudemire. Winning the game would ease his predicament, but should he lose, though it seemed unlikely, what would that mean? After the free throws concluded, the red team called for a timeout, seemingly to reassess their strategy. Upon returning to the bench, the blue team gathered around Feng, exclaiming, "Oh man, this is just incredible. Under your guidance, they're like headless chickens running amok. You're an absolute genius." At that moment, although Paul remained silent, his gaze towards Feng was filled with admiration. Feng is undeniably captivating, a commanding presence on the court and a tactical genius for the team. Paul had never imagined that possessing a high basketball IQ could bring such a significant transformation to the game. Once, he believed that his height would forever preclude him from the NBA. Yet now, he appears to have discovered a path suited to him through Feng. Meanwhile, Anthony, shedding his previous hesitance, gleefully exchanged high-fives with Feng, exclaiming, "Lee, I must confess, playing alongside you is incredibly comfortable. Tell me, what shall we do next? I have unreserved faith in you." Everyone eagerly anticipated Feng's forthcoming strategy, with the team's coach holding his breath, fully attentive. However, when Feng addressed the group, he calmly uttered a phrase that took them by surprise: "Spread out for isolation." The crowd was perplexed. As the match continued, Stoudemire eagerly positioned himself before Feng, while the red team intensified their defense against Anthony and Paul, denying them even the simplest opportunities to receive the ball. It was evident that the red team's objective was to sever the connection between Feng and his teammates, hindering their ability to execute their usual strategies. This tactic proved effective, as one fundamental aspect of the triangle offense is the ability to facilitate proper ball movement. Without this, executing the strategy becomes exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Anthony and the others watched the unfolding game in bewilderment. Feng anticipated that the opponent would bolster their defense, which is why he suggested isolating for a one-on-one play. Previously, I was skeptical of the notion that basketball followed a script, but now I find myself a believer. In retrospect, my earlier defeat against St. Mary's seems justifiable. How could one compete against a team armed with prophetic insight? Anthony silently gave Feng a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive, indeed. Meanwhile, the defender facing Feng, Xiaoxi, wore a smug expression as he taunted, "Kid, now your passes are rendered futile. Let us see how you'll maneuver from here. Your strategy has been thoroughly deciphered. It's all over for you now. You are but my prey, awaiting your demise." Xiaoxi had intended to utter more, but recalling his recent technical foul, he thought better of it and chose to restrain himself. Feng smiled faintly, sensing the intrigue of an amusing incident. The red team's current strategy may appear to restrict their triangular tactic, yet in essence, it aligns perfectly with their intended objective. The ultimate aim of the triangular tactic is to seize opportunities for one-on-one scoring. In professional competitions, chances for a one-on-zero situation are rare and elusive. Achieving a one-on-one scenario is already commendable. Moreover, Feng's initial motivation for implementing the triangular tactic was to address the joint defensive challenge posed by James and Stoudemire. Thus, the red team has unwittingly fallen into the trap they meticulously devised. When it comes to one-on-one confrontations, Feng has never shied away from any opponent. However, at this moment, Stoudemire's taunts persisted. "Humph, why the hesitation? Come on, it's time to showcase your prowess, you clever trickster. If you have the guts, take a shot at me. I'll stand right here, come on. Let me tell you, a true champion humiliates the weak. Go ahead, score over me if you dare. Do you have the courage?" Feng smiled faintly and said, "I apologize, but I am not like you. I am not adept at delivering harsh words. I only excel at playing fiercely." In the very instant he finished speaking, Feng swiftly stepped forward with his right leg to initiate an attacking move, simultaneously lowering his center of gravity. Xiaoxi felt a jolt, his body involuntarily retreating, only to realize that Feng had chosen not to drive past him but instead pretended to take a shot. Just as he intended to step forward to block Feng's attempt, and the next moment, Li Feng made his move, seizing the opportunity created by the shift in rhythm. He executed a layup from the right side before propelling himself forward with newfound speed. Cursing under his breath, Xiaoxi attempted to keep pace with Li Feng as he broke through. However, the three threats posed by Li Feng unfolded in rapid succession, leaving Xiaoxi no time to respond appropriately. Consequently, he found himself rooted to the spot. After effortlessly bypassing his opponent, Li Feng executed an elegant Euro step, finishing with a reverse layup. Upon scoring, he turned to the completely befuddled Stoudemire with a nonchalant smile, remarking, "This is the first time I've heard such a request from you. I wouldn't mind scoring against you, but at least you should put up some defense." Upon hearing this, the young powerhouse erupted with fury, exclaiming, "Wait for it." Meanwhile, numerous scouts in attendance were left in disbelief. How could Li Feng so easily maneuver past Stoudemire? Goodness, is this guy that formidable in one-on-one situations? They glanced down at their earlier scouting reports, their expressions filled with confusion. Wasn't Li Feng supposed to be categorized as a playmaker? The tactical arrangements he had previously showcased, along with his passing skills and overall vision, had all corroborated this notion. But now, could someone explain how he possesses the capability for such individual plays? Is this even reasonable? In the following possession, Stoudemire, after receiving the ball, prepared to bulldoze his way to the basket, relying on his physical advantage to overpower Li Feng. Although Li Feng's strength attribute had reached an impressive A grade, he had no intention of engaging in a physical confrontation with Stoudemire. After Li Feng engaged in 2 confrontations with Stoudemire, the latter summoned all his strength for a direct charge, intent on overpowering him beneath the basket, prepared to be vanquished. However, with a swift retreat, Li Feng deftly sidestepped the impending clash. Stoudemire, caught off balance, stumbled awkwardly, and was penalized for traveling by the referee. As it was the blue team's turn to attack, Li Feng once again took the initiative, initiating a one-on-one against Stoudemire. After a series of intricate fakes, he exploited the momentary lapse in Stoudemire's defense, creating just enough space. In a desperate attempt to regain his defensive position, Stoudemire hurriedly pursued Li Feng, aiming to deliver a block as he approached the basket. Yet, upon reaching the rim, Li Feng executed a rondo-esque fake, soaring for a layup. Whoosh! In that moment, he spotted a bewildered giant rodent soaring over him. The next instant, with no defender in sight, Li Feng effortlessly scored, turning towards the sidelines to exclaim, "Where is everyone? Why am I unguarded? Hey, delicate little girl, where have you gone? Weren't you supposed to be a fierce shark?" Li Feng's trash talk was akin to a relentless barrage, each word piercing the heart. Yet, for the players on the court, it provided a welcome release. They were thoroughly weary of Stoudemire's pretentious demeanor, and at last, someone had emerged to put him in his place. What a relief. Stoudemire fell silent, reaching for the ball, preparing to take on Li Feng once more. However, James furrowed his brow, denying him the opportunity, for our LeBron still aspired to victory. He could not afford to be bested by Li Feng again. With the ball in hand, LeBron charged toward the basket, and as he encountered a double team, he pivoted and executed a bank shot that found its way into the hoop, effectively halting the team's downward spiral. Yet, at that moment, Li Feng's taunting voice rang out again. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you only capable of hiding behind James? But if you wish to be his little darling, you ought to seek Romeo's approval first, unless you fancy being the submissive one." Stoudemire's lips twisted in anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for he was indeed in the wrong. Meanwhile, outside the court, Romeo, watching the broadcast, was momentarily taken aback. What does this have to do with me? And who dares to call someone James's little darling? As the latter half of the first half unfolded, the strategy of the red team proved remarkably effective, with Li Feng not passing the ball even once. Their plan was undeniably successful. As for Li Feng's consecutive successful one-on-one plays against Stoudemire, it amounted to a mere 14 points. Life is a balance of gains and losses. One should not dwell on such trivial matters. Setting aside the facts, consider the success of preventing him from passing the ball. As the game progressed into the latter part of the half, James earnestly addressed Stoudemire. "From here on, let me handle the defense against Li Feng." Undoubtedly, James's physical prowess and lateral speed surpassed Stoudemire's by a significant margin. His defense against Li Feng would undoubtedly yield better results. Yet, as they switched defensive assignments, Li Feng unabashedly shouted, "Give the ball to Anthony. Let him take on Stoudemire. Just let him go. This guy has no defense." Chapter 24. The transition of MVPs. You must ensure Li Feng joins our team. Allowing Anthony to take on Stoudemire? The spectators at the sidelines were left in stunned silence. Goodness, he just called him out. How could one disregard this year's NBA lottery picks? The scouts present also raised their eyebrows, astonished by Li Feng's undeniable presence. Should this individual indeed enter the NBA, he would undoubtedly be a master at manipulating the psyche of his opponents, much like Rodman. A moment of sympathy for his future adversaries was warranted. At that very moment, Li Feng also heard a mechanical voice from the system in his ear. Ding. Host's trash talk is extraordinary. Stoudemire's mentality is shattered. Reward granted. Stoudemire strength fragment X1. Stoudemire jump fragment X1. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. A reward for explosive performance? How delightful. This young man certainly knows the virtue of gratitude. Following the explosive mindset of Little C, his actions in the subsequent rounds became increasingly vigorous. Unsurprisingly, he soon accumulated his 5th foul. Although the ABCD training camp did not impose a strict rule about fouling out, persistent fouls severely dampened the morale of the team. Each time they began to gain momentum in scoring, Little C would inevitably commit another foul. His frustration escalated, and the spirits of his teammates plummeted. Upon his return from injury, LeBron James poured every ounce of effort into his first game. He drove to the basket, contested rebounds, distributed assists, and anchored the defense. He executed everything within his capabilities, arguably reaching the zenith of what any high school player could achieve. Yet, it bore no fruit, despite his valiant efforts. The scoreboard read 0-5. When the final whistle blew, the score stood at 84-69. James racked up an impressive 30 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Yet still could not alter the outcome. He experienced the bitterness of being the leader of a team that fell short despite individual brilliance for the first time since entering high school. On the other side, Li Feng and Anthony's blue team emerged victorious by a significant margin. Li Feng recorded a triple-double with 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, perfectly filling his statistical column. Both Anthony and Paul had commendable performances as well, contributing 24 points and 4 assists, and 11 points and 8 assists, respectively. The implementation of the triangle offense proved remarkably successful, essentially determining the final trajectory of the match. As the result was confirmed, everyone present was left in stunned disbelief. For the outcome starkly contrasted with their expectations. They had anticipated a dominant victory for the red team, yet the reality was quite the opposite. They were the ones being overwhelmed. Outside in the St. Mary's High School gymnasium, spectators watching the broadcast were taken aback. James lost again. But wait. Why was this referred to as another loss when it was indeed his first defeat against Li Feng? Carl glanced at the tape in his hands before turning to Romeo and asking, "Would you like some more? If the restroom is unavailable, I can whip something up for you." Romeo muttered a quiet curse, feeling somewhat guilty. As a close friend of James, he naturally hoped and believed that James would secure the victory. After all, he was already a champion before Li Feng arrived. However, life is often filled with unexpected twists and turns. He could never have envisioned that the overwhelmingly talented red team would ultimately succumb to Li Feng, and by such a considerable margin. No, this was illogical. Li Feng must be cheating. With a gasp, Romeo exclaimed, "This is the only reasonable explanation." However, the crowd merely shot him a glance, retorting, "Are you playing a 2K game? To evade punishment, you'll say anything." After the match, Anthony jubilantly dashed to the center of the court, grasping Li Feng's hand. He then raised it high above his head, proclaiming to everyone present, "Hey, hurry and present the MVP trophy to him. This guy truly deserves this honor." Li Feng, he is most deserving. In high spirits, Anthony reflected on the match, noting that since entering high school, he had never played such a gratifying game. Although his personal statistics did not shine as brightly as during his solo endeavors, he felt an undeniable comfort throughout the game. The passes from the diminutive Paul and Li Feng allowed his offense to flow seamlessly, as if everything fell into place with perfect timing. Honestly, he had come to cherish the sensation of playing alongside Li Feng. The event staff hurriedly retrieved the MVP trophy, which had been prepared in advance, and handed it to the host. Clearing his throat, the host cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate the blue team for their victory in this match. They have delivered an extraordinary visual feast. We are now about to present the MVP trophy for this game. Without a doubt, our MVP is the only player from China in this match, Li Feng." Originally, it was planned for the previous MVP of the ABCD training camp to present the award. However, as the previous awardee, LeBron James, accepted the gleaming trophy. He felt an inexplicable discomfort. Hadn't he intended to demonstrate to the world who truly was the leader of this team by overpowering Li Feng? Now, He found himself in the position of awarding the trophy instead. Wouldn't that only solidify his identity as a slacker? Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he felt reluctant to back down, fearing it would portray him as petty. Scratching his head, he mustered the courage to walk onto the court and accept the trophy from the host, forcing a smile. In a display of false generosity, he embraced Li Feng and slowly stated, "Li Feng, my good brother, this is yours." Applause erupted from the sidelines as Li Feng received his trophy from the previous MVP. James. This moment was meticulously captured by the cameras of numerous media outlets present. To receive a trophy from the hands of the chosen one, a scene that sparks endless imagination. From their professional perspective, this scene is poised to become sensational news, undeniably so. This elite competition represents the pinnacle of the entire ABCD training camp, with its significance far surpassing that of regular matches. The viewership for the broadcast has also reached a recent peak. In a corner of the crowd, the once mighty Stoudemire now resembles a defeated cheetah, his eyes aflame with anguish as he licks his wounds in solitude. If even LeBron, whose individual statistics remain commendable, feels a sense of discomfort, then young Stoudemire, with a meager tally of 9 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists, finds his mindset utterly shattered. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that the statistics fail to adequately convey the extent of his dismal performance on the court. In the latter half of the match, Li Feng and Anthony relentlessly pursued him, making the phrase endless training seem quite apartment. His defensive prowess was certainly not the weakest in the team, to speak fairly. He was arguably the second-best rim protector in the squad, following only LeBron. Yet, he could not escape the fate of being singled out. By the end of the game, spectators unfamiliar with Stoudemire likely perceived his defense as nothing short of abysmal, especially after being overwhelmed by an unnamed Chinese high school student. Stoudemire had intended to boost his draft stock, but instead, he inadvertently diminished his value. Stoudemire was distraught, while Doug was in tears. As his agent, Doug had hoped to elevate Stoudemire's draft prospects through this game, but what transpired? He had been rather boastful before the match, spewing trash talk more than anyone else. Yet afterward, Stoudemire fell utterly silent. "My friend, I can feel your embarrassment." Doug pulled out his phone and dialed several sports media outlets with whom he had prearranged the front-page coverage, requesting the cancellation of tonight's reports. To his astonishment, the response was swift and accommodating. Initially believing it to be an act of goodwill, Doug was taken aback when he learned the rationale. "Oh, your slot just opened up. We can now cover today's game." Stoudemire, who talked the most trash, ended up taking the hardest hits. This makes for great television. Everyone is clamoring to report on the new MVP, that high school student from China. What's his name? Oh yes, Li Feng. I'm sure this news will captivate many fans. If you hadn't canceled, we wouldn't know how to proceed. Thank you, Doug. You're a good sport. On the other end of the line, Doug was left speechless, having been handed a good guy card. After ending the call, he turned to Stoudemire, his expression calm yet dim, and said, "Your chances are gone." "What's wrong, Doug? What happened?" Stoudemire inquired, puzzled. "Don't call me Doug, and certainly not bro. We are not close. Farewell." Doug Christie turned away without looking back as he exited the training camp. Damn it, if he goes from the lottery to undrafted. I hope the outside world doesn't blame me for it. That would ruin my career as an agent. Stoudemire, may you find your own way. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest on your choice to provoke that monstrous rookie from China. The ABCD training camp held significant weight during this period, even more so than its contemporaries, captivating the attention of many. Similarly, the results of this competition quickly spread through the media. Even in an era where information was not easily accessible, fans across the ocean in China had heard whispers of a player with black hair and yellow skin making a name for himself in America. The initial reaction of many Chinese fans upon hearing this news was one of astonishment. They had never encountered this name before. Li Feng? He triumphed over teams consisting of last year's and this year's top high school players in the United States, achieving a victory by a considerable margin? Doesn't this sound a bit surreal? Do not spread rumors. Do not believe them. However, when domestic sports channels began broadcasting footage of Li Feng's post-match interview, everyone was left in disbelief. Goodness, this is indeed true. He even secured the MVP title. Could it be that a glorious era for basketball in our homeland is finally upon us? Who do you believe will reach the NBA first, he or Yao Ming? I support Yao Ming. He has already established himself as the undisputed #1 in the country, with a performance that speaks for itself. He is invincible. Yet, could it be possible that this player, Li Feng, has just outperformed the strongest high school players in America? Let us not argue. With basketball reaching such heights, how far can our national football team be from rising? In my lifetime, I firmly believe our national team will qualify for the World Cup. We all have a bright future ahead. After the conclusion of the training camp competition, Feng undeniably became a sensation. Due to the extensive coverage by various media outlets, the attention was simply irresistible. Numerous outlets highlighted the photograph of LeBron James presenting a trophy to Feng, accompanied by captions and headlines. Has the Little Emperor acknowledged defeat? A new MVP emerges. Dominating over the two-time national top high school players, Feng showcased his prowess. Rational discussions arose regarding who truly brought St. Mary's its third championship, James or Feng. In the years 2001 to 2002, if you paid even the slightest attention to sports media, it was impossible not to recognize the name LeBron James. He emerged on the scene, surging forward, and has now become an acknowledged prodigy in the eyes of many. Now, Feng's name is frequently mentioned alongside James by the media, making it difficult for anyone to remain unfamiliar with him. Feng's performance has increasingly caught the attention of numerous college scouts, who regard his value and significance as progressively weightier. Having completed his senior year of high school basketball, should Feng decide against entering the NBA draft, he will undoubtedly opt for the NCAA. Numerous impatient universities have already extended their olive branches, presenting enticing offers, including several prestigious schools from Division I of the NCAA. Meanwhile, Chris from Syracuse University is in a state of agitation. He had long recognized Feng's potential and desired to recruit him for the team. Given Feng's current impressive performance, Chris is not at all surprised. However, considering Anthony's previous stance, he finds himself in a difficult position. Unable to bear the thought of such a talented player slipping away from under his nose, Chris takes out his phone and dials Anthony's number. Anthony, it's me. I have something to discuss regarding our earlier intention to recruit Feng into our team. Please don't be too hasty in rejecting my proposal. Hear me out. I know you're not particularly keen on him, just as Chris prepares to articulate his well-rehearsed rationale to persuade Anthony. He is abruptly interrupted by an excited voice on the other end. Oh, I forgot to mention. Listen to me, Chris. You must secure Feng for our team. I absolutely adore this guy. Chris is taken aback. Is that an acceptance? This doesn't align with your previous sentiments. Indeed, men are fickle creatures. How infuriating. Chapter 25, The Unstoppable Technique. After the conclusion of the training camp, Feng opened his physical attributes system panel. The recent enhancement in his abilities is undeniably evident, and he is quite pleased with the progress he has made. Host, Feng, overall strength rating. A. Strength, 114, A grade, speed, 103, B grade, vertical leap, 107, B grade, projection, 109, B grade, dribbling, 104, B grade, defense, 92, B grade, passing, 106, B grade, stamina, 102, B grade, insight points, 260 total skills, 9, omitted. Though the quality of the attribute fragments acquired from Little S is not on par with that of LeBron James, they still possess a purple quality. These fragments have granted Feng an additional 3 points in strength and 5 points in vertical leap. This represents arguably the most significant gain from this training camp, aside from skills. Had it been anyone else, such a marked improvement would likely require at least 2.5 years of personal practice. Furthermore, Feng has also gleaned an A-grade passing skill from Paul, making this experience truly rewarding. Since the awakening of the system in February, the pace at which Feng's personal strength has escalated could only be described as meteoric. Concurrently, his physical attributes have undergone a thorough evolution. Presently, Feng ranks among the top 3 athletes at St. Mary's High School purely based on his athletic prowess. His trajectory suggests he is destined to develop into a multifaceted warrior. Upon returning to the team during this period, the expressions of all players, including the coaches, have markedly changed when they regard Feng. They were aware of his strength, but the extent of his prowess has taken them by surprise. The rate at which he has improved is nothing short of terrifying, as the rigorous training of others only serves to highlight how much further Feng seems to advance. Even LeBron James has recently faced defeat at Feng's hands on 2 consecutive occasions, casting doubt on his title as the chosen one. Moreover, a source of considerable frustration for Darnell has been the overwhelming influx of enthusiastic, fervent 17-year-old girls crowding the doors of the team's training facility. The reason is simple. Feng has recently become the center of attention, establishing himself as the most prominent superstar at St. Mary's High School. His ruggedly handsome appearance and athletic physique have further endeared him to the hearts of infatuated teenage girls, rendering him a veritable magnet for admiration. These exuberant fans, often clad in revealing attire and cheerfully chanting, have caused considerable disruption to the team's normal training routines. For instance, Romeo and the others have been so captivated that their focus on basketball has waned significantly. To this end, Coach Damlot found himself compelled to secure the gymnasium's entrance, barring entry to any uninvited guests during team practice. Meanwhile, Li Feng's roommate had been enduring considerable tribulation lately. Countless girls, thwarted in their attempts to approach Li Feng, began to gravitate towards his roommate, hoping to seize an opportunity to get closer to him. Thus, after engaging in heartfelt conversations for 3 days and nights, Li Feng's roommate ultimately realized on the day of a confession that, well, it was best to simply ensure that Jiang was happy. The recent transformations within the team had not gone unnoticed by James, who observed everything keenly, though he remained outwardly indifferent and detached. However, a tinge of envy and jealousy lingered in his heart. After all, during the previous 2 years when he had secured 2 state championships for the team, he had not elicited such fervent admiration from the female populace of the school. In the restroom, as he pondered while adjusting his voluminous hair before the mirror, James mused, what is the source of the issue? Li Feng doesn't even possess a hairstyle as dashing as mine. Why is he so exceedingly popular? I'm not inferior. Fortunately, at this moment, James found solace in the fact that he could withstand these feelings. After all, Li Feng's popularity stemmed merely from the adoration of those uninformed. What did it matter if these girls admired him? Patience and perseverance are the keys to triumph. On an ordinary training day, Coach Damlot routinely closed the gym's doors to evade the enthusiasm of ardent fans. However, it was too long before a series of knocks echoed from outside. Hello, could you please open the door? I'm Devin from the University of North Carolina. We spoke over the phone. Upon opening the door, Damlot was met by a man clad in a tailored suit, clutching a black briefcase. It dawned on Damlot that this was indeed Devin, the scout from the University of North Carolina with whom he had recently conversed. Devin was also an acquaintance of James, having previously reached out to him in hopes that he would consider North Carolina as a primary option for his future. Moreover, Devin had assured him that should he wish to participate in the NCAA league, the doors of North Carolina would always remain open to him. Initially, James surmised that Devin's visit pertained to him, as professional scouts had a deeper understanding of the game than those superficial admirers. However, Devin greeted Coach Damlot with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hello, Coach Damlot. It's a pleasure to see you. I am here today to discuss in detail what we spoke about over the phone regarding Li Feng." Turning to meet James Southgaze on the court, Devin paused momentarily, saying, "Oh, you're here too, James." Unbeknownst to him, German nodded slightly, which sufficed as a greeting. Subsequently, he strode directly across the court, engaging not a word with our chosen one, and entered the team office alongside Coach Damlot and Li Feng. James observed them, then glanced at himself, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Ever since triumphing over Rannick Cook at the ABCD training camp during his sophomore season, LeBron had always been the center of attention wherever he went. He had never before experienced such neglect. Nevertheless, James maintained his composure, recognizing that such occurrences were not a daily affair. The fervor surrounding Li Feng during this time is bound to wane swiftly, is it not? However, it has become evident that James has underestimated the situation. The scouts from the University of North Carolina are merely the beginning. In the subsequent days, the doors of the training facility are almost trampled by these scouts. Upon entering, they greet the training James with a casual, "Oh, you're here too, James?" before promptly bypassing him, their faces adorned with broad smiles as they enthusiastically engage with Li Feng and Coach Damlot in the office. James is left in a state of despair. Who truly understands this feeling of neglect, dear family? Yet, one cannot entirely fault these scouts for their lack of discernment. After all, to be fair, LeBron James is merely a high school senior at this juncture, still needing to play another year before college. And there is no pressing urgency for him to select a university team. Moreover, considering his status as a prodigious talent under national scrutiny, it remains to be seen whether he might bypass college altogether to enter the draft. Thus, while the scouts maintain a friendly demeanor towards James, their interest is limited and they see no need to invest excessive time in him. This explains why, from the outside, James garners applause yet lacks substantial recognition. In stark contrast, Li Feng stands out. His recent performances can only be described as astonishing. Throughout numerous games, Feng has consistently delivered results that surpass expectations. His comprehensive skill set, mature mindset, and exceptional attitude have garnered widespread acclaim from all who witness his current prowess. Feng not only dazzled Anthony in the highly publicized match against Oak Hill Academy, but also triumphed over a team composed of two renowned high school prodigies at the ABCD training camp. With such impressive accomplishments, who would not desire Feng to bolster their team's competitive edge? It is now common knowledge that Anthony is already committed elsewhere, making Feng the most prominent player in the senior class. Numerous prestigious universities have extended their olive branches to him, including elite institutions like North Carolina, Duke, Kansas, and Kentucky. The level of attention Feng receives rivals that which Anthony garnered in his prime. However, for Feng, such overwhelming popularity can be burdensome. In the initial days, he accompanied Dumlet to engage with scouts and college coaches. Eventually, he chose to disregard the attention entirely, even relegating the invitations from various teams to a cabinet, never to glance at them again. This behavior prompted exclamations of wastefulness from Romeo and Joyce, who would be content with just a couple of offers from those esteemed schools, while Feng seemed indifferent to them all. Ironically, despite his aloof demeanor, scouts continued to flock to him, eager to extend invitations. The allure of the unattainable only intensifies desire, while the favored remain unyielding. Meanwhile, Chris from Syracuse University reached out once more, conveying that since Anthony's return from the ABCD training camp, his attitude had undergone a remarkable transformation. They extended a sincere invitation for Feng to join Syracuse and partner with Anthony in pursuit of a championship. Although this was initially Feng's plan, he surprisingly did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he informed Chris that he required time to deliberate. Chris, though taken aback and somewhat disheartened, expressed understanding, stating that he would await Feng's decision. In truth, Feng's contemplation rests on two primary considerations. First, he ponders the extent of skills and attributes Anthony could impart to him. When Feng first activated his system, he was envious of Anthony's multifaceted offensive skills. However, upon reflection, he realizes he has already mastered Anthony's signature moves, rendering other skills less enticing. Thus, he contemplates whether it would be more advantageous to seek mentorship from another player. Second, Feng considers the trajectory of his future professional career. Should Feng gain admission to Syracuse University, he could effortlessly secure a championship and subsequently partake in the draft. However, unlike many of his peers, Feng harbors no interest in merely coasting to victory. It is widely acknowledged that Syracuse is synonymous with Anthony's legacy. As noted by the esteemed basketball commentator Stephen A. Smith, the prestige of a championship won as the primary player vastly differs from that of a secondary role. It is noteworthy that Dwayne Wade, despite securing 3 championships, arguably diminished his historical standing. In contrast, Dirk Nowitzki, with just 1 championship as the leading player, consistently ranks above Wade in discussions of historical significance. Undoubtedly, this factor will be weighed by numerous NBA scouts, indirectly influencing Feng's draft position. As May unfolds, Feng finds himself with nearly a month to deliberate on his collegiate destination, rendering hasty decisions unnecessary. All aspiring NCAA teams are fervently competing for talent, including the illustrious UCLA, a prestigious institution renowned for producing numerous NBA stars. Their head coach, Steve Lavin, is resolutely focused on clinching this season's championship title. To this end, he personally traveled to St. Mary's High School in Ohio, intent on recruiting Feng to enhance his team's roster. Initially, Feng regarded this elite university with impartiality. However, Coach Lavin presented an irresistible proposition. Feng, I trust you are aware of the NBA's offensive technique deemed utterly indefensible? A subtle smile graced Lavin's lips as he spoke. Feng squinted slightly, as flashes of renowned historical photographs and memorable competition clips traversed his mind, yet only those worthy of the title and associated with UCLA. Kareem Skyhook? Feng began to speak. Indeed, it is Kareem Skyhook. Ravi replied with a knowing smile. Are you suggesting? Feng paused momentarily. If you choose to join us at UCLA, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to meet Kareem. As a distinguished alumnus of our institution, we invite him back annually to conduct specialized basketball training for our team. This year, the program is scheduled for July 30th. Upon hearing Ravi's words, Damlock curled his lips slightly, inwardly scoffing. Such training sessions are merely formalities. A mere 1 or 2 days of practice holds little significance. Is it truly expected that Li Feng could grasp the essence of Kareem's skyhook by merely observing it once? If these training sessions were effective, wouldn't you have produced a second Kareem by now? What a joke. Such claims are merely sensationalism, and a shrewd individual like Li Feng would not fall for it. Nevertheless, Ravi remained undeterred. He paused briefly, then placed his hands crossed upon the table, leaning slightly forward as he continued. So, Li Feng, what is your response? Li Feng felt a slight thrill in his heart. After all, this was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. While others might struggle to master this technique, he had an advantage. Currently, he had limited opportunities to interact with NBA players, let alone legendary superstars. This opportunity was akin to finding a sheep far more substantial than Anthony. Thus, Li Feng stood up and extended his hand. Damlot assumed it was time to part ways and rose as well, donning a polite smile. However, he was caught off guard by Li Feng's unexpected declaration, "I'm in." Chapter 26. To hell with friendship first, let us crush them. Steve Lavin initially mentioned Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's specialized training for the team merely to bolster his own insignificant bargaining chips. He did not harbor high hopes for its efficacy. After all, he had heard from numerous scouts and coaching acquaintances that Li Feng was unlike the average 17 or 18-year-old. He was not easily deceived. It was apparent to any discerning observer that Abdul-Jabbar's return to school for specialized training would primarily serve a symbolic purpose. Yet, what even Lavin did not foresee was Li Feng's swift and affirmative response. Overjoyed, Steve Lavin firmly shook his hand and proclaimed, "It's a deal." Meanwhile, Damlot smacked his forehead, pondering if Li Feng had lost his mind today. This was uncharacteristic of him. Foolish boy, was he not aware he was falling into a trap? Wait, was UCLA not a top-tier university? With a full scholarship and guaranteed playing time, why did he feel that Li Feng was at a disadvantage? Something felt amiss. Perhaps it was he who had lost his senses. When other teams learned of Li Feng's decision to join UCLA, they were filled with regret. Not only had they lost a promising new star, but they had also gained a formidable rival for the future. On the other hand, Anthony felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing that Li Feng had chosen not to join Syracuse University. Why is it that we only come to appreciate what we have after it is lost? Anthony was filled with remorse, blaming himself for being silent when he should have spoken up and for being weak when he should have been brave. Alas, there are no second chances. Li Feng's destination has been determined, and as the fervor of the competition gradually subsides, the atmosphere within the arena has become considerably tranquil. The athletes have resumed their usual training regimens, diligently preparing for the upcoming season. During this period, Li Feng has not been idle, despite the impending graduation. He has been meticulously preparing for the competitions that await him in college. He has dedicated over 20 days to honing his skills through practical experience, aiming to fully assimilate the abilities he has acquired and to enhance his rapidly developing physical prowess. After this period of introspection, Li Feng has discovered that his strength attribute has reached 114 points, grade A, and his vertical leap has attained 107 points, grade B. Consequently, he can now execute a one-handed windmill dunk with relative ease during a running start. Though he cannot yet compare to the NBA's formidable athletes who effortlessly perform windmill dunks in-game, among his peers on the cusp of their freshman year, he certainly ranks within the upper echelon of talent. Li Feng estimated that even after entering university, his physical attributes, graded at an A level, would at least reach the average standard of the NCAA Division I league. After all, such extraordinary talent, akin to soaring through the skies, is not something one encounters frequently among college students across the United States. The majority of these athletes are merely role players executing specific tasks or specialists in their unique skills. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the occasion of Li Feng's graduation. Under the leadership of LeBron James, his teammates bid farewell to him. Watching Li Feng's silhouette fade as he left the campus, James felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He was reluctant to admit that he perceived a threat in Li Feng. Yet the reality seemed to suggest otherwise. UCLA's academic year commenced on July 15th, followed by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's training starting on July 30th. During this interim period leading up to enrollment, the NBA draft for the class of 02 also approached. Historically, this particular draft class is not regarded as particularly strong. It is undeniably a year of mediocre talent, especially when juxtaposed against the dazzling class of 03. However, due to the participation of Yao Ming, this year's draft garnered significant attention, even seeing an increase in viewership. In this instance, the Houston Rockets, with merely a 1 in 10 chance, surprisingly secured the first overall pick, selecting Yao Ming. Watching the broadcast, Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at such extraordinary luck. How could one be so fortunate as to draw the first pick? Although Yao's subsequent injuries were indeed linked to the Rockets' personnel strategies, it remains debatable whether his smooth progression in the NBA was influenced by these individuals and circumstances. Perhaps this was the best choice after all. Who can say? Nonetheless, this year's draft did share some similarities with the previous one. Li Feng noted that Amare Stoudemire, originally projected to be selected 9th overall by the Phoenix Suns, plummeted to the 18th pick, where he was ultimately chosen by the Orlando Magic. Li Feng thought to himself, "This has nothing to do with me." When Stoudemire took the stage, his expression was as grim as the clouds before an impending storm, devoid of any joy at being selected. Having aimed for a top 5 or even top 3 selection, Stoudemire's stock had plummeted ever since his defeat to Li Feng at the ABCD camp, leading scouts to label him a problematic player and express doubts about his adaptability to the NBA system. Had this year's rookie class not been so lackluster, it would not have been surprising for Stoudemire to have fallen to the second round. As he gazed at the newly selected first overall pick, Yao Ming, Stoudemire recalled the face of Li Feng as he taunted him with trash talk. Once back on the sidelines, Stoudemire clenched his fists silently, vowing to make them pay for their misjudgment. They would come to realize the enormity of their mistake. The draft unfolded much as anticipated. After switching off the television, this was Li Feng's sole reflection. In the ensuing days, he continued to assimilate the skills and accolades he had recently acquired. Before long, the date of July 15th arrived, marking his entrance into UCLA. Ravi warmly guided Li Feng through the campus, familiarizing him with the surroundings and the training facilities of the arena, advising him to return and rest well, as he would introduce him to the other members of the team the following day. After Li Feng departed, Jason Capono approached the coach and inquired, "Is he truly the rookie we painstakingly acquired this year?" "Indeed," Steve Lavin nodded in affirmation. "He appears like a docile sheep. Can he really perform?" Jason expressed his skepticism. At that moment, however, Lavin revealed a knowing smile before softly responding, "You shall find out." The following day, Li Feng arrived at the gym as promised. Coach Steve Lavin introduced him to the key players of the team. Jason Capono, a towering white sharpshooter standing at 2.03 meters, is the most formidable perimeter threat from UCLA, wielding his exceptional shooting skills to dominate opponents and serving as the team's scoring linchpin. DeJuan Thompson, a 2.1 meter shooting guard, is the secondary option of the team, adept at penetrating defenses and possessing a commendable mid-range scoring ability. Additionally, players like TJ Cummings and Andrew Patterson are also integral members of the squad. Li Feng regarded Jason Capono with a sense of familiarity, if his memory served him right. Capono had later entered the NBA and had established himself as an exceptionally reliable perimeter shooter. At one point, he even surpassed Stephen Curry, earning the prestigious title of the player with the highest three-point shooting percentage in the NBA, boasting an impressive accuracy of 46.1. This white shooter belonged to the category of what Li Feng referred to as the one-trick ponies, excelling in a singular skill. As for the others, Li Feng found them less memorable, yet it was evident that all players who made it onto the UCLA varsity team had their own merits. After introducing the group, Steve Lavin presented Li Feng to everyone with great seriousness. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Li Feng from St. Mary's High School. You may know him as he was once a teammate of LeBron James. During the Ohio State Finals, when James faltered, it was Li Feng who led the team to victory and secured a championship trophy. He is a highly talented player, and I hope you all will get along splendidly." Although not everyone had witnessed Li Feng's games live, they had all heard of his accomplishments to some extent. However, when they saw Li Feng standing before them, disbelief flickered in their eyes. The brash player who had taunted the nation's top high school athlete, sending him into a mental breakdown, appeared surprisingly refined. This was unexpected. Steve Lavin turned to Li Feng and said, "This afternoon, we have a scrimmage. If you are interested, feel free to stay and watch." Li Feng nodded, responding affirmatively. Lavin hoped for Li Feng to acclimate to the team swiftly. Engaging with them was certainly beneficial. At that moment, Jason Capono approached, patting Li Feng on the shoulder, adopting a tone of camaraderie as he said, "Don't worry. Our team environment is quite pleasant. If you need anything, just let us know. No need to be shy. Once you're here, we are brothers." Jason spoke earnestly. "Okay," Li Feng nodded in agreement. After the morning's brief physical assessments, Li Feng wandered around the school, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. While meandering, he suddenly spotted a group of tall players clad in white uniforms, carrying basketball bags. The most notable detail was that the names emblazoned on their jerseys read not UCLA, but Arizona. Just as Feng was observing the scene, a voice called out to him, "Hey, isn't that Feng?" Feng turned his head and soon beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black polo shirt, standing with his hands on his hips, gazing intently at him. In an instant, he recognized this as Coach Olsen from the University of Arizona. For he had once declined Olsen's invitation, an expression of disappointment etched in the coach's face that Feng would never forget. At this moment, Olsen had approached him, accompanied by a group of players trailing behind. He scrutinized Feng and then shook his head slightly, saying, "Feng, you are mistaken. If you had chosen Marquette University, where Wade plays, or Syracuse University, where Anthony joined, I would not have said a word. But why did you opt for UCLA?" "Because I have my own reasons." "What?" Olsen was taken aback, confused by the response. "Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend." Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Feng, you will regret joining this team. Out of goodwill, I advise you to refrain from playing in the match. We will show no mercy," Olsen stated calmly, his tone imbued with an unwavering confidence of victory. It turned out that UCLA's warm-up match opponent was indeed the University of Arizona. Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Ah, Mr. Olsen, you truly misunderstand me. I am a person who thrives on rebellion." Feng, having finished speaking, did not wait for a response from the other party before turning on his heel and departing. Meanwhile, Olsen gazed at Feng's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. The youth was indeed excessively arrogant. However, he would soon come to comprehend the stark differences between the NCAA and high school leagues. The reality of the situation would impart a lesson to every young individual who was oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances, revealing the harshness of the world. In the afternoon, all the key players of UCLA were poised in the gymnasium, ready to embrace the commencement of the exhibition match. Feng, with a bucket of popcorn in hand, sat in the audience, eagerly observing the competition. The system initiated. The clock on the wall clicked, marking the arrival of 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Subsequently, the doors of the arena creaked open. Olsen, accompanied by a group of players clad in white jerseys, slowly made their entrance into the training hall. Ravi exchanged a brief pleasantry with him, but his expression soured as he glanced at the players Olsen had brought along. Jason Gardner, Channing Frye, Andre Iguodala, Luke Walton, most of the key players from the University of Arizona were absent. The individuals present could hardly be considered anything more than the second string of Arizona. "Olsen, where are your main players?" "Oh, you mean Channing and the others? They're resting, so they couldn't make it. But rest assured, these young lads are capable of winning the match," Olsen replied nonchalantly. Ravi fell silent. These players were exceedingly arrogant. To bring a team of substitutes to face us in a friendly match and claim they could win was nothing short of an insult. What on earth was the obstinate old Olsen trying to accomplish? Yet, Olsen seemed to find nothing amiss, as if this situation were entirely ordinary. He turned his attention to Feng, who was enjoying his popcorn, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Kid, refusing our invitation will be the gravest mistake of your life. Here, you shall never attain a championship." Upon hearing this, the members of UCLA displayed their indignation. Arrogance. Sheer arrogance. Despite UCLA's disappointing performance last year, finishing 6th in the Pacific 10 Conference, they had still qualified for the NCAA tournament. Did he truly think he could match us with a team of substitutes? At that moment, Ravi understood why Olsen had been unusually pretentious. It was undoubtedly due to the bitterness stemming from Feng's rejection of his invitation to join the team. And to curse us to never win a championship? How petty. Before the game even commenced, Ravi issued a stern command to his team. To hell with friendship. They intended to show the University of Arizona what they were truly made of. Chapter 27. Just a freshman, what use are you on the court? The players of UCLA were filled with a fervent determination. Each individual was geared up, ready to triumph on their home turf. This included Jason Capono, Dijon Thompson, and TJ Cummings, all of whom had once been celebrated among the top 100 talents in the nation. Even though they were not in their prime, they were by no means easy prey to be trifled with. Life and death were but trifles. If challenged, they would rise to the occasion. You may not have your starters, but we shall show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. However, contrary to expectations, the University of Arizona, despite missing several key players, managed to conclude the first quarter with a score of 20-17. They not only avoided a humiliating defeat, but also maintained a firm upper hand over UCLA. On the sidelines, Ravi's face turned pale at this sight. Last year, key team members Matt and Dan departed for the NBA leaving the current roster weaker than before. This has resulted in a diminished frontline strength and a lesser external threat compared to the previous season. Although Jason Capono, the core shooter, remains with the team, he is not the type of player who can create scoring opportunities through dribbling. More often than not, he is a stationary shooter, reliant on receiving passes for his shots. Consequently, under the defensive pressure from the University of Arizona, Jason found himself with limited opportunities to shoot, and his proud shooting skills went unutilized. As a result, UCLA failed to showcase their prowess in the first quarter, falling into a disadvantage. After making some tactical adjustments, Ravi guided the game into the second quarter. He attempted to create shooting opportunities for Jason through screens, but Arizona's players were well aware of his three-point threat and remained resolute in their defense. Following a successful three-pointer, Jason cast a brief glance towards Feng on the sidelines, then rallied his teammates, proclaiming, "This is our first game of the new season. We cannot embarrass ourselves in front of the newcomers. Let's give it our all and take them down." At the conclusion of the second quarter, the score stood at 44-35. A disgrace, an utter disgrace. They had lost even more than in the first quarter. Ravi felt utterly humiliated. Their first exhibition match had been obliterated by the opposing team's second string, right before Feng's eyes. How could he possibly maintain an imposing image after this? During halftime, Olsen approached the disheartened Ravi and slowly remarked, "I told you, Ravi, you must face reality. Your roster lacks strength, and your offensive capabilities are insufficient. How can you expect to compete? Are you relying on a freshman to lead the team forward? Keep your composure. Practice makes perfect." While his words seemed like advice, they were laced with sarcasm. Olsen wore a victorious smile, as if the match had already concluded in his favor. Meanwhile, Feng suddenly set down his bucket of popcorn, stretched, and stood up, saying, "Coach, let me play." Ravi looked at Feng in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Feng would voluntarily request to enter the game. Upon hearing this, the Arizona players displayed expressions of disdain, as if they were witnessing a farce. Beside them, Olsen raised an eyebrow, wearing an eager expression as he said, "You want to play? You truly take yourself quite seriously, young man. Do you believe this is still the familiar high school league you once knew? Nevertheless, since you are eager, let us proceed. It will provide an opportunity for your coach to impart a lesson on the stark contrast of the NCAA." Steve Lavin was not acting impulsively. He turned to Feng and gently advised, "Feng, I urge you to refrain from impulsiveness. Victory and defeat are commonplace in this realm. You have just joined the team and require time to acclimate to our tactics." In truth, Lavin's words were exceedingly tactful. The adjustments Feng needed to make extended far beyond mere strategies. The intensity of NCAA competition and defense was worlds apart from his high school experience. And considering Feng had not even warmed up, the likelihood of him being thoroughly overwhelmed was high. Frankly, he was concerned about the potential blow to Feng's self-esteem. Yet, Feng remained unfazed, responding, "Rest assured, Coach, I have observed sufficiently. The opponent's strength is rather mediocre. They are merely a disorganized crowd." Upon hearing this, Olsen displayed a look of astonishment, soon bursting into laughter. "Huh, a mere rookie daring to utter such words. I admire your audacity. But you will regret it, Feng. You truly will." Witnessing Olsen's reaction sent a chill down Lavin's spine. He understood that Olsen was genuinely prepared to deliver a lesson to Feng. Meanwhile, Feng appeared completely unconcerned, casting a brief glance at Olsen before silently stepping onto the court. He was not wrong. If this game could impart any useful skills to him, he would indeed observe quietly from the sidelines. However, after watching for some time, Feng concluded that the opponents were simply lacking in skill, offering little of interest. He thought it might be more beneficial to take the court and disrupt their mental state, thereby regaining some insight. Jason Capono, observing Feng beside him, found it perplexing that this seemingly naive young man possessed such courage. "I, too, was among the top 10 high school players in the nation when I first entered college. I did not exhibit such boldness." Although Olsen and his team feigned indifference, they were strategically prepared. Otherwise, UCLA would not be struggling so. On the sidelines, Olsen appeared completely at ease, unconcerned about how Feng's entrance might alter the dynamics of the team. As the game progressed into the third quarter, Feng boldly extended his hand to request the ball from his teammates. After receiving the pass from Jason Capono, Feng positioned himself on the wing, keenly observing the unfolding action. However, the opposing team had no intention of permitting him the opportunity to read their defense. They pressed closely, relentlessly reaching out to initiate physical contact. Feng turned around, securing the basketball with great care. He then glanced sideways to assess the defense, followed by a swift pivot to initiate an offensive stance. It was this instantaneous shift in rhythm that unsettled the defender, causing him to take a step back. At that moment, Feng dribbled the ball to his right hand and executed a clean, abrupt jump shot. Swish. The ball sailed smoothly through the hoop. Olsen's expression instantly transformed into one of seriousness. He opened his mouth, ready to utter a curse. Damn, can't you even defend against that? Yet, before he could speak, Feng on the court beat him to it, exclaiming, damn, can't even make him stumble? At this remark, a silence enveloped the crowd. My goodness. Not only did you pass him effortlessly, but you also expect to make him falter? However, Feng was not merely boasting. He genuinely felt a tinge of regret. Based on past experiences, that very change in rhythm should have easily left the defender in disarray. Alas, Feng could only acknowledge that the defensive prowess of NCAA players had indeed surpassed that of high school competitors. Perhaps their defensive skills could easily be rated at A, B, or even higher. What a pity. On the sidelines, Olsen commanded his team. Focus. Execute the strategy. Keep this kid pinned down. The players from the University of Arizona quickly fell into their pre-trained tactical formations, demonstrating that they had rehearsed this strategy hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Even though this was merely the second string, each player was acutely aware of their positions and assignments, executing their tactics with remarkable precision. Soon, the ball found its way into the hands of their shooting guard, who finished with an open shot from the corner. The basketball swished through the net. This starkly illustrated the differences between college and high school play: concise, intelligent, efficient, and disciplined. In high school level games, one could often rely on individual athleticism to navigate the paint with ease. However, upon reaching the NCAA level, the difficulty of scoring without tactical support multiplies significantly. Even when certain college teams allow their star players to take the reins, it is always under the careful orchestration of the coach regarding lineup and tactical movement. Following their offensive play, the Arizona players swiftly transitioned into defense. The player tasked with guarding Feng opted for close coverage, but, wary of Feng's triple threat ability, refrained from aggressive pressure. Instead, he maintained his defensive stance, aiming to disrupt Feng's shot as much as possible. At that moment, Feng executed a rapid triple threat stance, using a feigned shot to slightly mislead the defender's weight distribution before accelerating forward. Yet, the defender kept pace remarkably well, only losing a fraction of positioning as he swiftly matched Feng's breakthrough. Olsen smiled slightly. Now that's how to defend. Well done. Show this kid what you've got. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Feng maneuvered the ball with finesse, creating space through a powerful confrontation. Feng possesses an impressive strength attribute of 115 points, enabling him to actively seek confrontation. He subsequently utilizes the principle of reaction force to execute a backward shot. With a sharp swish, the basketball strikes the backboard and then effortlessly arcs into the hoop. Thanks to his recent refinement of the skills he has mastered, he can now seamlessly integrate various techniques with remarkable proficiency. Although his offensive maneuvers may appear familiar, the efficiency of his finishing has undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. Feng swiftly scored 4 consecutive points, seemingly without any pressure. Olsen was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Feng would adapt quickly to the collegiate game, but he never expected it to happen so rapidly. Did this lad truly possess no rookie wall? At that moment, Feng turned to the Arizona University players and remarked, "Hey, could you show a little more effort? Is this the kind of defense you intend to employ for a senior citizens team?" The players, taken aback by his words, fell silent but soon rallied their spirits, focusing intently on the upcoming offensive play. Arizona University executed a series of precise passes, ultimately seizing an opportunity on the flank and scoring once again. When the ball returned to UCLA, Feng found himself facing a significantly more stringent defense. The opposing team had clearly recognized his formidable offensive prowess and techniques, naturally drawing increased attention from the defensive side. Feng once again initiated a triple threat. Yet the opponent's stance was unequivocally clear. Rather than allowing you to penetrate, they preferred to cede the shot. No matter how you faked, I simply wouldn't jump. What could you possibly do to me? In response to their reaction, Feng did not hesitate, executing a right-handed switch to forcefully drive towards the basket. After 2 fierce confrontations, he leaped to the rim. At this juncture, he had undoubtedly breached enemy territory, thus encountering a defensive double team beneath the basket. Oh no, I'm about to be blocked. Lavin on the sidelines observed the situation with acute clarity, sensing impending doom. Rick Anderson, poised to intercept, intended to swat the ball away, even if it meant making contact. Just as Li Feng ascended, Anderson and his teammate launched their attack, converging to thwart him. However, what they did not anticipate was that the sound resonating across the court was not the crisp noise of a block, but rather the clap of two hands meeting. The crowd momentarily paused, turning to the court, only to discover that the defenders from the University of Arizona had inadvertently collided, attempting to block Li Feng. Yet, the ball had vanished. Outside. What the hell are you doing? Olsen shouted. At that moment, the players on the court realized that Li Feng had somehow passed the ball beyond the three-point line. He delivered it flawlessly, not too high, nor too low, requiring virtually no adjustment. Jason Capono, upon receiving the ball, did not hesitate and took a shot in an impeccably standard form. Swish. With an assist from Li Feng, the three-pointer effortlessly found its mark. Jason raised 3 fingers to the sky in celebration, casting a glance towards Li Feng and giving him a slight nod. This acknowledgement from Jason Capono spoke volumes. Li Feng's performance exceeded all expectations. Olsen fell silent for a moment, pondering the extraordinary nature of Li Feng's passing vision. How could this newcomer to the team so seamlessly locate his teammates? Something felt amiss. The game continued, with the University of Arizona launching a counterattack. They maintained a continuous flow of ball movement, utilizing screens and cuts to seek open opportunities. Their fluid tactics were nothing short of dazzling. Once again, a chance emerged from the corner. Shooting guard Salim raised his hand and swiftly released a three-pointer. Olsen nodded slightly, proud of the player he had personally developed. The execution of the strategy was flawless. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, Li Feng inexplicably emerged from nowhere. At the instant Salim released the shot, Li Feng surged in from the side, leaping high into the air. With a resounding clap, he swatted the ball away. He then shook his right hand lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you all just playing house? Running around with the same few strategies is rather dull. Couldn't you conjure something fresh?" Upon hearing those words, the players from the University of Arizona were filled with indignation. How dare you accidentally cover up a shot? The next time, if you can deflect it, consider yourself impressive. Salim, who had just been blocked, coldly remarked. The University of Arizona resumed their offensive, and this time, Li Feng indeed did not deflect the ball. Chapter 28. Do you think you're Jordan? Soon you will be even more extraordinary than Jordan. After yet another tactical maneuver, the center moved to a high position to set a screen, then cut in to pass the ball to Salim on the wing. A flawless execution of strategy warranted a stable scoring opportunity. Salim leaped off the ground and released the ball. The strategies of the University of Arizona were undeniably proficient. However, their familiarity bred a predictable pattern in most of their movements. For someone like Li Feng, endowed with exceptional insight, having observed the game for nearly a half, he was well aware of their next move. At the moment Salim took the shot, Li Feng was already prepared, soaring from beside him. He was indeed a man of his word, and this time, his shot was not deflected by Li Feng. After all, if he had, it would still be their possession. With a resounding clap, Li Feng firmly seized the ball with one hand. A rejection. He denied the University of Arizona another chance to initiate their offensive, calmly securing the ball and leading a fast break. Receive. Li Feng shouted as he charged into the paint, addressing his teammate in the corner. The defender in front of him was momentarily taken aback. The threat of Li Feng's passing was too great, prompting his body to instinctively retreat a couple of steps toward the corner. However, Li Feng had no intention of passing. At the moment he pivoted. He leaped off one leg, raising the ball high. Boom. A thunderous single-handed dunk. This swift counterattack was the most evident result of Li Feng's enhanced physical prowess. As the rim reverberated with the impact, Olsen, with a resigned expression, silently signaled for a timeout. At that instant, a harmonious cheer erupted from both the court and the bench of UCLA. Who could have anticipated such a rapid turn of events? Upon Li Feng's entrance onto the court, his impeccable performance on both offense and defense, as well as his ability to connect the team, was nothing short of extraordinary. He promptly forced the University of Arizona to call a timeout. A look of uncontainable surprise and delight spread across Lavi's face. Which player can seamlessly integrate into a team like Li Feng, exhibiting no adaptation period whatsoever? It is not Li Feng who is adjusting to the NCAA, rather, the NCAA appears to be adapting to him. It is worth noting that even the legendary Michael Jordan, hailed as the god of basketball, averaged only 13.5 points during his freshman year. Similarly, the so-called big fundamental, Tim Duncan, who was thought to have no room for growth, averaged a mere 9.8 points in his first year in the NCAA, failing to even reach double figures. Yet, in the brief span of 5 minutes on the court, Feng astonishingly scored 6 points, blocked 2 shots, and provided 1 assist. A phenomenon, Feng is undeniably a prodigy, having only observed half a quarter from the sidelines. He had already mastered the tactical systems of both teams. One can only speculate how far he could progress if given time to develop further. The imagination falters at the thought. Olsen, witnessing Feng's rapid approach in the game, suddenly sensed an impending disaster. Could it be that this player had overestimated his prowess? In response to the variable that was Feng, he made tactical adjustments on defense and increased the ratio of one-on-one plays. Olsen, with his astute vision, discerned that this young man had thoroughly grasped their strategy. Although the means by which Feng achieved this remained a mystery, the reality was undeniable. Each time his team attempted an offensive maneuver, Feng would position himself perfectly near the finishing point. This was no mere coincidence. Consequently, to mitigate Feng's interference with their offensive plays, Olsen allocated more opportunities for Salim to execute one-on-one situations. However, UCLA was not a team easily penetrated defensively, and Salim, being merely the third option, lacked the strength to break through effectively. Feng even felt that this player paled in comparison to Anthony. In truth, he could only be likened to a mere half of Anthony's caliber, which is to say, moderately competent. With Feng on the court, UCLA fully unleashed their true offensive potential. Feng's relentless assaults on the paint, utilizing his footwork and an array of finishing techniques, led to an abundance of points. Coupled with his ability to draw attention, Jason on the perimeter was also in top form, consecutively sinking 3 three-pointers to secure the victory for the team. Following this impressive display, the warm-up match became increasingly fluid, culminating in UCLA triumphing with a score of 77-67. A 10-point margin is significant in the slower-paced NCAA environment, especially considering UCLA had initially trailed by 9 points at halftime. In the second half, it can be said that Feng invigorated the team's offensive play, maintaining relentless pressure on the University of Arizona. Coach Olsen's expressions transitioned from initial confidence and provocation, believing victory was assured, to bewilderment, astonishment, confusion, and ultimately, impotent rage. The myriad of human emotions was vividly reflected upon his face. As this contest was merely an exhibition match, Feng approached his opponents with a warm smile, engaging in post-game camaraderie. "Brother, your defense is commendable. It reminds me of my great-grandfather, who is currently stumbling along in China. Your offense evokes fond memories of playing with my 3-year-old nephew. Thank you. You are a good person." Before departing, he also addressed Coach Olsen, saying, "Thank you for enlightening me on the disparity between NCAA and high school basketball." "No need for thanks," Olsen replied, well aware of the underlying sarcasm but unable to retort, swallowing his pride instead. However, this matter would not end here. When they return, they will come back with their core players in full force. We shall see if you can maintain your bravado then. Watching the forlorn figures of the University of Arizona depart, Feng nodded slightly. "Your devastating defeat holds value. Feel free to leave." Congratulations to the host for demonstrating extraordinary dominance. Salim's mindset has fluctuated, and you have been awarded 100 insight points. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting remarkable dominance. Rick's mentality has collapsed, and you have been awarded 100 insight points. Congratulations to the host for showcasing unparalleled dominance. Olsen is questioning his life choices, and you have been awarded 130 insight points. After the game, Coach Ravi praised Feng's performance and announced before everyone, from now on, Feng will be our starting small forward. Does anyone have any objections? There was no dissent or challenge. Moments later, the response to Ravi was a resounding round of heartfelt applause. The players at the end of the bench looked at Feng with envy. Having spent over a year on the sidelines learning the team's tactics and coordination since joining last year, this reflects the reality for most players and is an inevitable path for the majority. Many do not see any playing time even by their sophomore year, enduring a monotonous cycle of training day after day. Those who secure a starting position as freshmen are undeniably prodigious talents, drawing significant attention. As for Feng, who managed to claim a starting spot within a day of joining the team, one could only describe him as extraordinary. Following the match, Jason Capono completely revised his perception of Feng. No longer could he be seen as a mere lamb. The genteel, harmless facade was a mere illusion. In truth, he resembled a wolf in sheep's clothing, one that devours without leaving a trace. Nevertheless, despite the banter, it must be acknowledged that Feng is indeed a commendable teammate. His presence has undoubtedly strengthened UCLA. After the departure of key players like Matt and Dan, UCLA's overall strength had diminished, raising questions about their chances of qualifying for the NCAA tournament this year. Yet, after witnessing Feng's performance, Jason found himself inexplicably hopeful about this rookie who had just joined the team. Perhaps this year, UCLA might reclaim its former glory. On the night following the game, Jabbar received a phone call. "Hello? Is this Mr. Jabbar? This is Coach Steve Lavin from UCLA. We spoke previously over the phone." "Ah, I remember you. What is on your mind?" Jabbar replied. "I would like to discuss our scheduled training camp on July 30th. I hope you can pay special attention to a newcomer." "A newcomer?" Jabbar paused, surprised. "What rookie requires my special attention?" Lavin's tone grew serious as he replied. "He is a young man from St. Mary's High School, and his potential showcased in the game is remarkable. If you witness it, I believe you will be equally astonished." "Are you referring to that kid named LeBron?" Jabbar recalled having seen James play on television, leaving a lasting impression. "No, this young man's name is Feng," Lavin clarified. At that moment, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Jabbar's hearty laughter filled the air. "Ha! Are you serious?" Lavin maintained his solemnity, responding earnestly, "Mr. Jabbar, once you meet him, I trust you will understand my words. This kid is exceptionally talented." All right, Jabbar replied somewhat dismissively. "Feng, you say? I'll remember that and keep an eye out to see how this kid manages to surprise me." After hanging up the phone, Jabbar's expression remained somewhat amused by the events that had just transpired. Having navigated the NBA for so many years, he had encountered a plethora of exceptionally gifted individuals. To discuss talent in my presence? Please, such remarks strike him as rather juvenile. In truth, had Ravi been referring to LeBron James, he might have paid a modicum more attention. After all, the explosive physical gifts of that high schooler, coupled with his remarkable passing vision, are indeed impressive. James is formidable and remarkably versatile. His future in the NBA may well herald even greater development. However, this player named Feng, seemingly a Chinese athlete, strikes him as unfamiliar. Jabbar is indifferent to the happenings of high school leagues, whether they are good or bad. To him, they merely represent children playing make-believe. It is crucial to recognize that those who make it to the NBA are among the finest 500 players in the world. Having witnessed so many prodigies, it is hardly surprising that he holds such lofty standards. The surprise that Ravi speaks of may appear, in Jabbar's eyes, as nothing more than an ordinary player. The NCAA regular season commences in November, and the top team from each conference will directly qualify for the bidding tournament, colloquially known as the ticket to the madness of March. Feng and his companions at UCLA and the University of Arizona belong to the same conference. This implies that their future roles will also position them as rivals. It is no wonder that even before the competition commenced, a sense of tension was palpable. Steve Lavin assigned the team their training regimen for the upcoming period. As the new semester begins, the focus is on helping everyone regain their competitive edge, with the majority of the training consisting of fundamental physical conditioning exercises. Although Feng is eager to swiftly master Jabbar's skyhook, he understands that some things cannot be rushed. Moreover, from his previous warm-up matches, he has recognized that, upon entering the NCAA, the significance of physical attributes has become more pronounced than ever. Often, after creating a half-step of space from his opponent, he finds it increasingly challenging to rely solely on speed to break away. Indeed, athletic ability undergoes a qualitative transformation with age. Thus, it is hardly surprising to witness someone dominating the U18 matches after they have aged, right, Wang Zhilin? Day by day, Feng diligently adhered to the team's training schedule, methodically enhancing his physical capabilities. After several days of acclimatization, he has also integrated well with his teammates, particularly forming strong bonds with core players like Jason Capono and TJ Cummings, with whom there is no competitive tension. Feng's ability to grasp the team's tactics is remarkably swift, astonishing all the players in their third and even fourth years with his exceptional prowess. Feng's remarkable insight and comprehension are truly extraordinary. Essentially, he can swiftly grasp and apply the strategies articulated by the coach in real game scenarios. At this rate, Ravi believes that within a month, Feng will seamlessly integrate into the team's tactical framework. At this moment, Ravi even began to anticipate how much Feng could learn from the legendary Jabbar. On July 30th, the UCLA gymnasium was filled with enthusiastic Lakers fans and ardent followers of Jabbar. This event was part of the university's promotional efforts. Despite UCLA's recent performance in basketball not being particularly outstanding, no one can deny their past glory. When Feng witnessed this scene, he felt a sense of awe. The influence of an NBA legend is indeed profound. Once the scheduled activities concluded, they transitioned into the training segment. Here, Feng finally beheld the legendary center, the unstoppable skyhook Jabbar, up close. Jabbar smiled at the crowd and slowly spoke. "All right, gentlemen, let us commence our special training today." In Chapter 29, titled Special Training, "This kid is unbelievable." Jabbar addressed the group. "All right, gentlemen, let us commence our special training today." Jason and the others, being juniors and seniors, had encountered Jabbar in previous years and were relatively familiar with him. With a career total of 38,387 points, averaging 24.6 points per game, alongside 17,440 rebounds, 11.2 per game, and 3,189 blocks. He is a 6-time NBA regular season MVP, a 19-time NBA All-Star, and a 10-time NBA first-team selection. Having long held the position of the all-time leading scorer, it is essential to recognize the difficulty of amassing 38,387 points in an era when three-point shots were not a primary scoring method, all while maintaining a shooting percentage of 55.90. Truly astonishing. This illustrates just how unanswerable his skyhook was. Jabbar gazed at the young men before him and suddenly recalled what Ravi had previously mentioned. He was to pay special attention to a young man named Lee something. Was it Feng? Yes, that seemed to be the name. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Well then, gentlemen, before we begin training, why don't you introduce yourselves?" One by one, the individuals shared their names, familiar positions, playing styles, and roles within the team. When it was Feng's turn, he stepped forward and calmly stated, "My name is Feng, and I am a freshman at UCLA. I do not have a fixed position." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean you don't have a fixed position? Aren't you a small forward?" However, from these words, Jabbar discerned an underlying meaning, the implication of being versatile enough to play any position. Even the legendary Elvin Johnson would have hesitated to assert such confidence. This audacity was quite amusing, reminiscent of an old rival of his, a white forward clad in Celtics attire. Jabbar flashed a grin, revealing his pristine set of teeth, and cast a discerning glance at Feng before proclaiming, "All right, young men, let us rally our spirits. We shall commence our training session today." Ravi observed Jabbar's enthusiasm, which seemed notably heightened compared to previous occasions. This was indeed a positive sign. He eagerly hoped that this NBA luminary would invest more effort and impart invaluable skills. Jabbar initiated a brief warm-up for the group before seizing the basketball in his hands. Despite having reached the age of 55, his physical condition remained remarkably fit, devoid of the typical post-retirement weight gain seen in many athletes. "Young men, pay close attention. I shall impart the basketball techniques I have honed over my many years in the NBA. Watch carefully and learn well." Jabbar's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Feng. "Young man, step forward and collaborate with me." Feng approached and stood directly before Jabbar, adopting a defensive stance. Truly, he is the unrivaled master of the skyhook in the NBA. It was only upon close comparison that Feng realized the extent of his physical superiority was astonishing. Feng's innate talent was already remarkable, yet in comparison, he resembled a towering giant standing at 2.18 meters, complemented by an astonishing wingspan of 2.26 meters. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar approached Feng closely, then executed a dribble and pivot to face the basket, subsequently launching the ball high over his head with his left hand. Swish! In the next instant, the crisp sound of the net echoed in Feng's ears. Even after years of retirement, Abdul-Jabbar's soft touch remained as exquisite as ever. And there you have it, gentlemen. As you turn, extend your arms, stabilize your core, and effortlessly guide the ball into the hoop. It's as simple as that. With these words, Abdul-Jabbar maneuvered to the opposite side of the rim, utilizing his other hand to deposit the ball into the basket. Did you see that? Quite simple, isn't it? Jason and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Simple? Do you truly believe this is easy? Observing the group's speechlessness, Abdul-Jabbar slightly shook his head and remarked, all right. Everyone, allow me to demonstrate once more. Do pay close attention. Feng, defend me with more intensity. Bring it on." With those words, Feng's focus sharpened, his defensive intensity elevating to a new level, reminiscent of his efforts when guarding LeBron James. However, Abdul-Jabbar remained unfazed. skillfully using his shoulder to shield himself from Li Feng's interference while maintaining control of the basketball, searching for an offensive opportunity. As Li Feng advanced to apply pressure, Abdul-Jabbar executed a swift pivot, pulling the ball away from Li Feng and releasing it from above his head. Thud! The ball struck the rim's edge, circling the hoop before ultimately settling into the net. Throughout the entire sequence, Li Feng's vigorous defense scarcely posed a challenge. Abdul-Jabbar exhaled deeply and mused, one cannot deny the passage of time. In my prime, that shot would have been a clear swish. Li Feng's lips curled in a sardonic smile, exclaiming internally, goodness, I've been outsmarted. Old dang, if you don't release some gold coins today, it would be an affront to my dignity as the king of pressure. At that moment, Li Feng turned his gaze towards Jabbar and declared, let us have another go. I was careless just now. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. Seriously, buddy? With Jabbar's height and wingspan, what difference would it make if you actually tried? Throughout his illustrious NBA career, Jabbar had only been blocked a mere 5 times. In the NBA, he barely faces a block each year. What are you thinking? Isn't this just a recipe for humiliation? At this juncture, Jabbar, intrigued, remarked, young man, do not be too overzealous. To which Li Feng replied nonchalantly, isn't youthful exuberance a hallmark of being young? What a spirited lad, Jabbar mused, casting a subtle nod of acknowledgement towards Li Feng. It seemed that Ravi's words held truth. This young man indeed possessed a spark. As Jabbar took possession of the basketball, he slightly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to engage this young challenger with some NBA-level intensity. With a resounding thud, he initiated the confrontation. Although he was past his prime, slower than in his heyday, he was more than capable of handling a group of college players. After one bout of competition, Jabbar raised his hand high from the side of his body and, with an exquisitely gentle touch, deftly placed the ball into the hoop. Li Feng, unwilling to concede, thrust the basketball back into Jabbar's hands and proclaimed, once more. They engaged again, and the outcome was nearly identical. Although Li Feng could withstand the formidable backing of this gentleman in his 50s, it proved largely futile. Jabbar's release point was exceedingly high, rendering any attempt at interference by Li Feng utterly ineffective. It is said that someone once calculated that to successfully block a shot from Jabbar at his prime, one would need the height of Yao Ming coupled with the leaping ability of Kobe Bryant to have a chance. In this moment, Jabbar roamed freely within the restricted area, effortlessly scoring with every attempt, a task as simple as quenching one's thirst. He even took the time to elucidate the nuances and intricacies of the skyhook to the onlookers, detailing how to respond to various defensive scenarios. Meanwhile, Li Feng persisted like a moth drawn to a flame, tirelessly positioning himself before Jabbar. Though everyone recognized the futility of his endeavor, no one could muster a smile. They understood that even if they were to confront Jabbar, they too would be utterly powerless to impede his shots. For the skyhook was not merely about height. The crux lay in his ability to select the most opportune moment to release the ball, deftly avoiding any attempts at blocking and executing his shot with serene confidence. Jabbar had already made 6 consecutive baskets, yet Li Feng showed no sign of surrender. At that moment, he realized that by attentively absorbing Jabbar's instruction during such close defensive encounters, he was gradually beginning to grasp the essence of the skyhook. It seemed as though he was merely separated from the comprehension of this skill by a thin veil. Li Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, his attention fixated on every movement of Jabbar during his offensive maneuvers. The pivot, the reset of his footing, the lowering of his shoulders, the protection of the ball. Suddenly, everything before Li Feng unfolded like a scene from a slow-motion film, gradually coming to a standstill. It was reminiscent of the moment Neo first entered bullet time in The Matrix. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Li Feng could even foresee the precise moment when Jabbar would make his move. Perhaps, in terms of sheer height, Li Feng was unable to impede him in any way. Yet, extending the ball behind one's head invariably requires a moment's delay, does it not? In that instant of anticipating Jabbar's shooting timing and trajectory, Li Feng swiftly pivoted and extended his right hand. Almost instantaneously, he executed a powerful swipe. A resounding smack echoed through the air. Jabbar felt an immense force surging through the basketball in his grasp. Despite his 2 large hands gripping the ball tightly, he lost control in that fleeting moment. It all transpired in an instant. As he hurriedly attempted to reclaim the airborne basketball for another shot, his rhythm was utterly disrupted. This time, his skyhook technique resulted in a complete airball. When the basketball landed out of bounds, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Ravi was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly innocent young man before him. Did Feng just block Jabbar's skyhook? Nearby, Jason Capono and others were equally stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. Perhaps Jabbar had diminished in strength over the years, but he was certainly not weaker than us. Feng was not merely acting out of frustration, was he? Yet, he truly managed to block him. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar also gazed blankly at the hoop, momentarily lost in thought. Then, he suddenly regained his composure and turned to Feng, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. It seems I am indeed growing old." At that moment, Feng, the protagonist of the scene, did not respond, for just moments ago, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears, "Ding. Host's comprehension is extraordinary. Under Jabbar's guidance, you have grasped the S-level skill, the skyhook, beginner level. Effect: increases block resistance by 30 and interference resistance by 30 upon release. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, it enhances the shooting accuracy by 10. Accuracy will significantly decrease as the distance from the hoop increases." Feng's heart brimmed with exhilaration, for he understood that this skill would be exceedingly challenging to master, and its level would undoubtedly be high. Thus, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failing to comprehend the skill. However, he never anticipated that everything would unfold so smoothly. An S-level skill, this was his first time acquiring such a rare technique. It is worth noting that even Carmelo Anthony's signature triple threat was rated merely A, elevated to S-level only after the system compensated for his technical shortcomings. The effects of this skill were nothing short of extraordinary. A 30 increase in block resistance and a 30 increase in interference resistance. This was merely the beginner level's effect. Yet, the requirement to upgrade to the next level demanded an exorbitant amount of comprehension points, a staggering 2,000. His S-level variable speed triple threat only required 1,000 comprehension points for an upgrade at the beginner stage. Moreover, the A-level spin move needed just 2,000 points to progress from proficient to elite. Clearly, the disparity between each level above S-level was far greater than he had ever imagined. On the court, Jabbar had already put away the basketball. He then addressed the audience, stating, "You have witnessed enough of a demonstration. Now, it is your turn to engage in practical application. Come on. Strive to score in front of me, young man." The moment Lavi and the senior players present heard this, they were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it typically the assistant coach's role to perform such tasks? Why was he personally stepping onto the court today? Could it be that Feng's earlier actions had provoked him, prompting a desire to reclaim his honor? Observing Jabbar's eager demeanor, the players nodded in agreement. This was indeed a strong possibility. In the fierce competition, the players were ill-equipped to master the essence of Jabbar's movements, let alone score against him. Faced with the overwhelming dominance of Jabbar, the onlookers found themselves utterly impotent, unable to even graze the rim before being thwarted, or worse, launching ridiculous airballs. It left everyone exasperated. Was this truly the caliber of the NBA? When it was Feng's turn, Jabbar smirked, addressing him with a taunting tone. "Kid, I wonder if you're truly prepared. You must understand, while youthful vigor is commendable, mere enthusiasm is insufficient." His expression was a blend of amusement and challenge, as if he was poised to impart a lesson to Feng, reclaiming some dignity as a seasoned NBA veteran. However, upon receiving the ball, Feng remained silent. He took his time, absorbing the nuances of his movements, a peculiar familiarity washing over him. Then, with determination, he sank into the ball, pivoting and tightening his core at the precise moment. Seizing the opportunity while Jabbar was momentarily unsteady, he launched the ball high into the hoop. Swish. Chapter 30. Can't even secure the first place? We might as well disband. At the instant of his release, the spectators caught a glimpse of the skyhook in Feng's form. The movement and posture appeared as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. Jabbar himself was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not held back, nor had he engaged so earnestly with a young contender since his retirement. Yet, this shot was simply beyond his reach. In an instant, Feng countered the spatial pressure, subsequently retracting his body forward in response to the force. During the moment of executing the hook shot, he even utilized his protecting hand to shield the ball. It can be said that Feng paid heed to nearly every detail, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he had already mastered his signature skyhook. How could one possibly contest his shot? There was simply no opportunity. If he were granted an additional 20 years of youth, Perhaps he might have had a chance to utilize his height advantage for a block. However, given his current state, one might implore, please spare this nearly 60-year-old gentleman. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, feeling a touch of humiliation, shook his head slightly and remarked resignedly, enough, I'm done. This is no longer enjoyable. He then set the basketball down and walked toward the sidelines. Observing this, Lavi assumed Jabbar was retreating into himself and rushed over with concern. Mr. Jabbar, is there something you wish to do? If you have any issues, you can speak to me. No, Jabbar gently waved his hand and stated, I am simply pleased that Li Feng has learned. If you have any questions moving forward, you can directly consult him. Are you saying Li Feng has mastered it? Lavi paused, seemingly taken aback by the revelation. Jabbar, maintaining a calm and even somewhat gratified expression, affirmed, indeed. I mean to say that Li Feng has fully grasped this technique. He may still be a bit unrefined, but that is inconsequential. At that moment, the expressions of those present shifted, each person momentarily taken aback. They had just noted how Li Feng's movements bore a striking resemblance to Jabbar's skyhook. But to think he had truly managed to learn it? What a surprising revelation. How could this be? After only a brief span of 10 minutes, how was it possible for him to stand out so remarkably among peers? However, at that moment, Li Feng was acutely aware that what he had executed was not the complete version of the skyhook and could, in fact, only be deemed a rudimentary rendition. First, Jabbar was not at his peak, and thus the movements and techniques he demonstrated could not exhibit their full potential in Li Feng's understanding. The system rating of this technique could easily be classified as SS level. On the other hand, his own skills were merely in the nascent stages of mastery, still at an introductory level, which left him vulnerable to being blocked. If possible, Li Feng felt he ought to enhance his proficiency and, ideally, have Jabbar provide him with one-on-one coaching. In the subsequent training sessions, Jabbar withdrew entirely from participation. The responsibility of guiding the team's movements on the court had shifted entirely to Li Feng. Witnessing this surreal scene, UCLA's head coach, Lavi, exchanged glances with the team's manager. Jesse, Lavi, did you already know this young man possessed such talent? What do you think? Robbie's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He had previously acknowledged Li Feng's prodigious talent, suggesting that he might bring some surprises. However, this situation had transcended mere surprises. This was, indeed, a fright. The team's manager, Jesse, also bore a countenance marked by complexity. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. I believe we should reassess our team's objectives for this year. Please elaborate, Ravi replied. Last year, after two of the team's primary players entered the NBA, the only core player left at UCLA was Jason Capono, alongside a rather unremarkable second-in-command, TJ Cummings. While the team had several role players, their overall strength was lacking. Their initial goal was simply to match last year's performance, which would be deemed successful if it secured them a spot in the NCAA championship. Yet, inexplicably emboldened, Jesse boldly declared, I believe we can aim for a top 3 finish in the group stage this year. Ravi responded incredulously, last year we only managed 6th place. And now you want to strive for the top 3? Do you truly believe that a freshman, newly arrived to the team, can wield such influence? It was nothing short of a splendid daydream. Choosing to remain silent, Ravi turned and approached the court, gently placing a hand on Li Feng's shoulder. Li Feng, what do you think our placement will be in this year's group matches? Ravi intended to dispel Jesse's unrealistic fantasies and encourage him to heed the thoughts of those directly involved. Li Feng set down the basketball in his hands and tilted his head to inquire, what position do you believe the University of Arizona holds in terms of strength? It was evident that they were the most formidable seed in this year's Pac-12 conference, and even their second-string lineup could easily be considered among the top 5 teams. Ravi responded. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng nodded slightly and calmly remarked, with his level of skill, a top 5 finish? If we can't even secure first place, we might as well disband. Ravi nodded in agreement and turned to Jesse, saying, did you hear that? This level of performance can't possibly earn us first place. Indeed, Li Feng innocently affirmed, then glanced towards Jabbar beside him. Do you think I'm right? Yes, it's merely a preliminary round in NCAA Division I. If we can't even achieve first place, what's the point? We might as well abandon the NBA aspirations. It's just self-inflicted torment. Jabbar, the legendary center, spoke with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, team manager Jesse also stood nearby, giving a thumbs up and nodding in approval. Ravi observed their confident and serious expressions. Feeling a swirl of complex emotions, madness, This world has gone mad. Steve Ravi felt a surge of blood pressure, his head spinning, ultimately needing assistance to exit the arena. Feng gazed at the coach being carried away, bewildered, and inquired of the team manager, Jesse, what happened to him. Who knows? Jesse shrugged, then added. Perhaps he was just too elated. Feng nodded, choosing not to press further. As the day's training session concluded, it was evident that Feng reaped the greatest benefits from it. The others had merely scratched the surface, barely grasping the fundamentals, akin to merely learning a rudimentary hook shot. Just as Feng was preparing to tidy up and return to his dormitory, Jabbar suddenly intercepted him. Feng, do you have time in a few days? I have time. What is the matter? Feng replied. I would like to invite you to a private gathering of mine. I hope you can showcase your skills there and dazzle everyone with your skyhook. Jabbar affirmed with a knowing glance. A gathering? Feng asked, slightly perplexed. Indeed. I trust you have heard of the name Magic Johnson, Jabbar smiled. Magic Johnson? Of course. Goodness. So you've agreed? To be candid, I have long wished to teach him a lesson. He has mocked me for years, claiming that my signature move lacks successors. Today, I finally have the opportunity to deliver a resounding rebuttal. At this point, a victorious grin spread across Jabbar's face, embodying the essence of a conqueror. Feng remained silent. Yet he was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Although Jabbar claimed he intended to give Johnson a thorough lesson, the two were, after all, longtime friends who had collaborated for many years on the Lakers. Their private concern for one another could hardly be lacking. It was likely akin to the familiar camaraderie found in college dormitories, where sons affectionately call their fathers. Previously, he had often contemplated how he might seize the opportunity to interact with players of NBA caliber and perhaps glean some wisdom from them. Now, however, this was a golden opportunity presented right at his doorstep. To engage closely with the youngest finals MVP in history, the legendary point guard affectionately dubbed Magic, standing at an impressive 6 feet 6 inches, was nothing short of exhilarating. Furthermore, Johnson shared numerous similarities with Feng. For instance, both stood over 2 meters tall as forwards, yet their playing styles and positions were not confined. It could be said that they possessed a repertoire of skills across various positions. They were versatile players, akin to hexagonal warriors. Indeed, Johnson represented the closest template to Feng at this moment. Naturally, Feng would not let such an opportunity slip away. Just let me know when, he replied eagerly. I would be delighted to participate. However, I must confess that my skyhook is not yet refined. I have only scratched the surface in mastering it. Should I underperform, it would be a disservice to your reputation. Feng spoke eloquently, his sincerity evident in every word. Jabbar stroked his chin, contemplating the validity of Feng's assertions. Well, if I find some time soon, I shall give you a call. You can come over, and I will provide you with personalized training. It's a promise. Feng grinned. Jabbar nodded in agreement, yet the smile on Feng's face left him with an unsettling feeling of being exploited. After an intensive day of training, everyone had made significant progress in mastering the hook shot. However, it was inevitable that they would forget the technique by the following day. Learning to mimic it within such a short period was already a testament to their exceptional talent. While the movement may seem uncomplicated, the distinction between an amateur's view and a professional's understanding lies in the details. Is the action of a block simple? Indeed, it is as easy as positioning oneself beside the defender. Yet, our astute Wiseman failed to grasp it even after several seasons with the Warriors, while Looney had mastered it, maintaining his consistent performance. This exemplified the disparity in skill. Thus, the fact that other players could not learn Jabbar's skyhook was not due to their lack of comprehension, but rather because Feng's prowess was extraordinary. Upon concluding the day's training, Jabbar returned home, reluctantly acknowledging that Ravi was correct. That young man, Feng, was indeed gifted and had made a lasting impression on him. Even in the realm of the NBA, teeming with talent, Feng's ability to learn and comprehend was unparalleled. Perhaps at the upcoming gathering, he would truly astonish that young Irvin. Rubbing his palms together, Jabbar felt a surge of anticipation. However, he could not wait long. That very evening, he dialed Irvin Johnson's number. Hello, still alive, are you? Hey, listen, I have news for you. That skyhook you've been mocking has been outdone by a player. Trust me, you will soon regret your laughter. What? No, not an NBA player, but a freshman just entering college. Damn it, what is so funny? Oh, Irvin, you don't believe me, do you? Let's make a bet. $100,000? I'm in. Just wait to collect your winnings. In his room, Jabbar, mocked by Irvin Johnson, angrily hung up the phone. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. realizing the potential loss. Suddenly, he picked up his phone again and dialed Li Feng's number. "Listen, be at the Central Arena in Los Angeles at 8 tomorrow morning. Starting then, I will provide you with specialized training. Remember, this is not just about $100,000. It is about my dignity." After speaking, he disregarded any response from Li Feng and abruptly terminated the call. On the other end of the line, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback by the series of beeping sounds. Goodness, what had prompted such a reaction? What was this talk of $100,000 and one's dignity? Li Feng found himself somewhat perplexed, however. The silver lining was that specialized training would commence the following day. At this moment, Li Feng accessed his system panel. Host, Li Feng, overall strength rating, a level, strength, 114, a level, speed, 103, B level, jumping, 107, B level, projection, 109, B level, dribbling, 104, B level, defense, 92, B level, passing, 106, B level, stamina, 102, B level, insight points, 660 total skills, 10, max, S level skyhook, novice increases block resistance by 30 upon shooting, and enhances interference resistance by 30. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, the accuracy rate increases by 10. The probability of hitting significantly diminishes with increased distance from the basket. 12. 000. S-level change of pace triple threat. Mastery, a 50 chance to deceive players with a defense rating below B, while the probability of deceiving higher-level defenders decreases. 1. 222, 500, a level stable shooting. Professional increases shooting accuracy by 17 for both dribble shots and catch-and-shoot situations, and enhances shooting accuracy by 45 when in an open state. 5. 294, 000. Since Li Feng mastered the skyhook skill, AMAX insignia had appeared next to the total number of skills on his system panel. Li Feng initially intended to clarify certain matters, when suddenly the notification sound of the system resonated in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully surpassing the novice phase. The system explanation feature has now been unlocked for you. We are pleased to present you with a graduation gift pack for beginners, 2,000 insight points and 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing these words, Li Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I have already achieved an A rating. Is this merely considered surpassing the novice stage? My friend, how do you truly define my capabilities? Are you suggesting that I am destined for greatness? Yet what will become of our humble beginnings? Alas, Li Feng shook his head, not pondering too deeply, and decided to allocate the attributes granted by the system first. With 2,000 points of insight bestowed upon him, it was the perfect opportunity to upgrade his signature skill, the skyhook. Chapter 32, Special Training, Evolution. Who says that people of Asian descent are unfit to play basketball? Based on previous experiences, the proficiency at each stage significantly enhances the effectiveness of skills. However, since the skyhook was Li Feng's first S-level skill, he was intrigued by the extent of improvement that would accompany its elevation to proficiency. System, allocate points. As the mechanical voice echoed in his ears, the experience bar for the skyhook rapidly filled. The moment the skill ascended to proficiency, the effect panel was instantly refreshed. S-level skyhook. Proficient, the resistance to blocks upon release increases by 35, and the ability to withstand interference rises by 35. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, the accuracy rate increases by 18. However, the accuracy diminishes significantly with increased distance from the hoop. Non-upgradable, indeed. The 2,000 insight points were not squandered. The improvement was remarkably pronounced. The accuracy nearly doubled, and the resistance to interference saw a substantial enhancement. However, at that moment, Li Feng noticed that the experience points on his skill panel had transformed into a non-upgradable status. This change was unprecedented. Li Feng pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that the system had seemingly unlocked a feature capable of answering inquiries. Tentatively, he posed the question, "System, why am I unable to elevate my skill level?" In response, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in Li Feng's ear, stating, "The assessment of the host's physical condition indicates that the mastery of this skill has reached its zenith, thus preventing any further enhancement of proficiency. Should the host wish to allocate additional points or engage in training for improvement, it is imperative to first elevate the strength attribute to a rating exceeding A." Unbelievably, such a stipulation existed. Li Feng remained silent, initially believing that the system was boundless, only to discover that he could not escape reality. He had hoped that upon fully mastering a certain dunking skill, he might unleash a magnificent, whirlwind dunk akin to the dragon's roar. However, it appeared that unless he embarked on a path of cultivation and elevated his jumping ability to an SSS level, such aspirations were futile. To elevate his strength to an A rating would typically require 2 to 3 months of rigorous training, although individual physical constitutions varied widely. Deep Blue, allocate points. The system had generously provided him with a graduation gift that included 10 free attribute points, equivalent to 2 purple attribute shards, significantly easing his burden. At that moment, Feng allocated 5 points to his strength, pushing it past the 120-point threshold and achieving an A rating. The remaining points were dedicated to enhancing his jumping ability, which surged to 112 points, subsequently raising its system rating to A. Feng was acutely aware that to fully harness the advantages of his extraordinary talent, both strength and jumping prowess were indispensable. Particularly in the NCAA league, teaming with jumpers, he needed to bolster his physical attributes as much as possible. Once the attribute allocation was complete, the system properties refreshed, and experience points appeared on the skill panel. However, the requirement for the next upgrade had doubled, now demanding a staggering 4,000 points. Though this was considerable, the benefits and potency of the skill were undeniable, making the challenge acceptable to Feng. After completing his point allocation, Feng admired his system panel. Both fundamental physical attributes had surpassed a level, complemented by an S-level skill of extraordinary prowess. I feel terrifyingly strong, he thought. At that moment, he recalled the max designation next to his total skill count, pondering its significance. Thus, he inquired, "System, what does this max mean?" The system's mechanical voice responded steadily, "Host, prior to entering the NBA, your maximum skill count is limited to 10. You have completed the first phase of skill acquisition." "Wait, are you saying I cannot learn any new skills until then?" Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. The system clarified. The host may increase the skill limit upon entering the NBA or wait until a skill slot becomes available to continue learning new skills. Feng's surprise deepened. Would he be unable to learn any skills when he met Magic Johnson? The tantalizing prospect of merely observing without the ability to partake was indeed frustrating. After all, even the Tang monk nearly failed to emerge from the kingdom of women. One must devise a means to engage him in a passionate encounter. Feng pondered thoughtfully as he stroked his chin, and then suddenly recalled his past experience of reintegrating the low-level C-grade skills he had mastered to elevate their proficiency. Surely, the B-grade skills could also be amalgamated in a similar manner. Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to give it a try. The following morning, Feng arrived punctually at the Los Angeles Center Gymnasium. Although it was not as exaggerated as the 4 o'clock sun that Kobe spoke of, the court was still desolate at approximately 7:40 in the morning. As Feng was about to warm up, he noticed a classic Jaguar sports car from the 1980s pull up outside the door. Shortly thereafter, the tall and slender Jabbar emerged from the vehicle and made his way directly into the gymnasium. "You're quite punctual," Jabbar remarked with a smile as he glanced at the time. "Of course, this is our scheduled special training session. Let us commence. First, I wish to assess your skyhook to see if there has been any improvement since our last meeting." Jabbar settled onto a nearby bench and proceeded to open a can of black coffee for himself. Feng's lips twitched slightly, his mind filled with a sense of disbelief. It had been less than 20 hours since their last separation. What progress could a normal person possibly make in such a brief span? Nevertheless, Feng approached the court, picking up the basketball with one hand. Thump, thump. After bouncing it twice, he tapped into his muscle memory. The exquisite skyhook was flawlessly executed by Feng. He pivoted, raised his hand, and tightened his body. Swish. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, displaying a remarkable proficiency. Beneath the white circle near the basket, Feng adeptly made shots with both hands, significantly reducing unnecessary movements. Compared to yesterday's actions, his performance was markedly more streamlined and efficient. Cough, cough, cough. Upon witnessing this, Jabbar was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his coffee. After a fit of coughing, he regarded Feng with a peculiar expression. "Kid, have you been practicing secretly?" "What are you talking about? Why would I practice in secret?" Feng replied. "Then what about this?" Jabbar stammered, at a loss for words. His initial intention was merely to observe any progress Feng might have made, a polite inquiry, for he understood that a mere day's time offered little opportunity for improvement. He had merely aimed to identify any areas where Li Feng's movements lacked fluidity and to assist him in refining the speed and smoothness of his shots. To his astonishment, Li Feng had evidently made significant strides. Both the finesse and correctness of his movements had ascended to an entirely new level, as if he had been clandestinely honing his skills for months. This had completely derailed Jabbar's training regimen. It was perplexing. Was there a discrepancy in our perception of time? At that moment, Jabbar stroked his chin, contemplating what to teach next. After a brief pause, he slowly inquired, Li Feng, what aspects do you believe you still need to improve? Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes lit up as he responded eagerly, speaking of which, Mr. Jabbar, do you think it might be possible for me to slightly extend the range of my skyhook? Perhaps to cover the entire restricted area with my threat? Li Feng primarily contemplates the integration of his hook shot technique into his skills for finishing at the rim. Should he truly succeed, it would free up a skill slot for him to allocate to the magician. After analyzing Li Feng's words, Jabbar, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, what you propose is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the latter part of my career, I indeed endeavored to extend the range of my skyhook beyond 3 feet from the basket, and I have successfully executed long-range game-winning skyhooks. That was the pinnacle of my technique. However, to be candid, I have not attempted such feats for many years. Yet, if you are earnest in your pursuit, I am willing to teach you. I must forewarn you, though, that it will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Jabbar's words rang true. The execution of a long-distance skyhook truly represented the zenith of his prowess. However, such mastery was attained only after years of practice, refinement, and countless attempts, culminating in an extraordinary level of skill. He believed that even with Li Feng's seemingly unorthodox learning ability, acquiring this skill with a reliable accuracy in a short span of time would be an exceedingly arduous task. But did Li Feng fear such obstacles? The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Mr. Jabbar, rest assured, I thrive on challenges, he exclaimed with a laugh. Jabbar chuckled heartily. I am growing fonder of you, young man. Let us commence. With that, Jabbar rose and stepped onto the court, beginning to analyze the movements with Li Feng. Li Feng endeavored to merge his B-level skill, the zone terminator, with his S-level skill, the skyhook. Logically, these two skills should have a synergistic effect. However, in his pursuit to expand his skill repertoire, Li Feng could only muster the determination to give it a try. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had not devoted himself so earnestly to the intricacies of basketball techniques in quite some time. On the court, he was diligent, even showcasing his most treasured moves. He not only demonstrated to Li Feng how to maintain the stability of the skyhook from a distance, but also imparted numerous subtle techniques to avert blocks. What pleased Jabbar the most was that while many others might require weeks to grasp certain concepts, Li Feng could nearly master them after just 1 or 2 demonstrations. He resembled a relentless learning machine, voraciously absorbing knowledge. Li Feng's rate of progress was astonishingly visible. Within merely a morning, his offensive range with the skyhook had expanded from 3 feet under the basket to 6. It had taken him nearly a year to achieve something similar. Although his shooting percentage slightly declined as he moved further from the basket, he still posed a formidable threat to defenders. Jabbar initially believed that as the distance increased, Li Feng's practice speed would naturally slow. However, to his surprise, by the afternoon, Li Feng's progress remained steady. It was as if he had transcended any limitations, progressing methodically and effortlessly. This approach to practice left Jabbar in awe. Was he truly human? He stroked his chin, pondering whether the players he had encountered in the NBA were indeed the world's greatest talents. Could they truly compare to Li Feng? This year's top draft pick had been claimed by China's Yao Ming. Could next year's be seized by this young prodigy, Li Feng? Was it possible that the enigmatic powers of the East were finally making their mark on American sports? Meanwhile, the arena began to buzz with excitement as many recognized the legendary Los Angeles star, Jabbar, and gathered around. Initially, they sought mere autographs, but soon their attention was captivated by Li Feng on the court. With each step, 1, 2, 3, 4, his hook shots under the basket soared with grace and precision, almost every attempt culminating in a flawless swish. The most astounding of all was his free throw line hook shot. It was a slight disappointment that the shot did not land, as it struck the front of the rim and subsequently bounced away. Under the guidance of Jabbar and bolstered by his own understanding, Li Feng felt that he had essentially mastered the hook shot technique in the paint. However, it seemed he still lacked that crucial moment of synergy for the two skills to merge. At that moment, from the crowd emerged a robust African-American man, donned in a tank top, adorned with a Cuban chain, and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Allen Iverson's cornrows. Suddenly, a voice from the onlookers broke the murmurs. "Oh, no way. That's the madman Bart, the underground basketball king of 12th Street in Los Angeles, who once triumphed in 32 consecutive street games." Upon hearing this, many recognized Bart, the very one notorious for targeting white and Asian players. "Oh no, that poor Asian player is in for it," someone remarked. "I've seen Bart play. His rim protection is terrifying. He once delivered 10 blocks in a single game." Enough speculation. With Jabbar here, they surely won't clash. The towering street basketball emperor Bart, standing nearly 6 feet 11 inches tall, approached Feng and, after a fleeting glance, turned to Jabbar and said, "Is this your pupil?" "Oh God, he is pathetic. Why would you choose a yellow-skinned player?" Bart's expression was filled with disdain and incredulity. He snatched the basketball from Feng's hands, scrutinized him thoroughly, and declared, "Basketball is not a sport for Asians, understand? Don't even mention yourself. Even Yao Ming would be sent home crying if he faced me." The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. The madman Bart lived up to his name, brash and powerful. This strong man could easily dominate opponents, leaving them overwhelmed in every game, showcasing a raw talent that was hard to match. Yet Feng remained unfazed, merely twitching the corners of his mouth, internally mocking the double standards of the Americans. Jabbar initially intended to disregard Bart's absurd provocations and quell this trivial altercation. However, he soon realized that allowing Feng to experience real competition might be beneficial for refining his hookshot skills. Thus, Jabbar slowly spoke, "Lee, you shall face him. But remember, you can only employ the hookshot techniques I taught you." Chapter 33. The hookshot master battles on the street court. Do you think this is just training? Oh, it's all right. Feel free to bring out any of your skills. At this, the madman Bart chuckled at Feng and Jabbar, saying, "Honestly, Jabbar, I used to hold you in high regard, but now it seems you've truly lost your touch. How could this kid dare to compete with me?" He'll suffer a humiliating defeat. Jabbar chose to ignore Bart's taunts and instead turned to Feng, leaning close to whisper, "Go on. Show him what you've got. If we cannot even defeat this young man, then it would be best for us to refrain from attending the gathering and embarrassing ourselves. Leave it to me." Feng gestured dramatically, embodying the anguish of losing the Korean market, signifying his firm grasp of the situation. He then ascended to the stage with measured steps, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Come on, you serve first. I certainly hope you won't seek excuses should you falter in this match." "Will I lose? Huh, are you truly in denial? I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado." Bart positioned himself at the three-point line and then declared, "Street rules apply. We shall alternate serves, and the game shall be played to 21 points. Feng shrugged, indicating that he was unfazed. Bart glanced at the crowd in the arena before turning to Feng and remarked, "Kid, prepare to go home and weep." With a sudden burst of power, Bart dribbled past, swiftly maneuvering beyond Feng's defensive zone. A smirk crept across his face as he thought to himself that Feng's defense was nothing more than a mere obstacle, easily surpassed. He then leapt with vigor, executing an explosive one-handed dunk. Boom! The audience gasped, acknowledging his extraordinary athletic prowess. As Matt landed, he raised his arms in triumph, ready to hurl some trash talk at Feng's seemingly flimsy defense. However, he was taken aback to find Feng calmly positioned beyond the three-point line, awaiting the ball. Feng regarded Matt with an expression akin to that of a spectator watching a fool. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "What's the holdup? Hurry and pass the ball." It dawned on Matt that he had not merely surpassed Feng, but rather, Feng had chosen not to defend him at all. "What do you mean? Letting me through one tee make your loss any more dignified?" Matt retorted, feeling insulted. Feng, however, remained composed and replied nonchalantly, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. Who said you would definitely win?" Feng smiled faintly as he accepted the basketball, then proceeded to dribble in a languid and unthreatening manner. Observing this, many onlookers began to murmur, "Honestly, I couldn't care less about this guy's connection to Jabbar. At this rate, he stands no chance against Matt. Whether he can even score against Matt is questionable. He'll likely be swatted so hard by the maniac Matt that he'll start doubting his own existence. Indeed, this fellow's style appears as though he is already 70 years old. I reckon I could dribble better than he can." In stark contrast to Matt's explosive offense moments ago, Feng seems utterly lackluster. However, he remains indifferent to the opinions of the crowd, slowly advancing with the ball towards the basket. Once he reached the low post, Matt felt a twinge of impatience and closed in for a tight defense. Yet, in that very instant, Li Feng's speed abruptly increased. As he pivoted to secure the ball, he swiftly transitioned it to his left hand and, with an elegant arc, tossed it behind his head into the hoop. Swish! Li Feng had mastered the essence of the hook shot, effortlessly tossing the ball into the hoop. As the ball swished through the net, the onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Could it be that such a seemingly simple hook shot could actually score? And with such a casual dribble, it appeared he was playing rather leisurely. Matt, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Li Feng would be so fortunate, synchronizing his shot precisely as Matt approached. What a stroke of luck! He smirked, then resumed his offensive play. This time, Li Feng did not defend against him, merely watching as Matt charged into the paint and leapt high to execute a dunk. The score was 4-2, yet Li Feng remained unfazed, steadily retreating to the three-point line to initiate his own offensive maneuver. He dribbled with a calm demeanor, eschewing flashy moves or explosive dunks, and as he approached the baseline, he delivered a mundane hook shot. Swish! The ball hit the backboard and went in. The match progressed to a tie of 10-10, with Matt having completed 5 consecutive dunks. He felt that playing against someone like Li Feng was an utter waste of time. In a bid to swiftly conclude the game, he chose not to penetrate the paint this time. As he caught the ball beyond the arc, he launched a three-point shot. His shooting form was far from conventional, resembling a wild cannon, yet the trajectory of the ball was inexplicably precise. Swish! The three-pointer found its target. The score was now 13-10, with Matt widening the gap. At this juncture, his taunts resurfaced. Kid, my patience is wearing thin. I intend to end this game swiftly. However, Li Feng remained unperturbed, continuing to dribble with his back to the basket, seemingly dismissing Matt's provocations. Sensing Li Feng's disregard, Matt, the underground basketball emperor of Los Angeles, could hardly tolerate being belittled by an Asian player. You're asking for trouble. This time, he refused to allow Li Feng to enter the paint easily, closing in for a tight defense. In his eyes, with Li Feng's dribbling skills, a modicum of seriousness would render Li Feng incapable of even approaching the basket. Did he truly believe that a few lucky shots made him the next Jabbar? Yet, at the moment when Matt pressed in for a close defense, Li Feng suddenly lowered his center of gravity and met Matt's advance with a powerful counter. Bang! Li Feng's a level of strength and confrontation caused even the burly man, who stood half a head taller than him, to stagger back a step. In this fleeting moment, Li Feng swiftly pivoted, pressing his body against his opponent, while his right hand soared high. At that instant, the spectators gasped in awe as they noticed that Li Feng's hand had risen a staggering 30 to 40 centimeters above the rim. Is he about to dunk? A wave of astonishment washed over the audience. However, just as Li Feng approached the basket, he gently flicked his wrist. With an exquisitely soft hook shot, he sent the ball gracefully through the hoop. The surrounding crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. How could he not dunk when he was so far above the rim? Wasn't he feeling the urge? Was he perhaps practicing restraint? Li Feng merely turned his head calmly and muttered to himself, almost forgot, I promised to practice the skyhook. Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered crowd was left even more perplexed. Goodness, are you treating this match as a practice session? Chapter 34. You dare to shoot this? You must be out of your mind. At this moment, Matt's lips curled into a slight smirk, though it was not one of joy but rather a cold sneer of provocation. You little brat, how dare you humiliate me? From now on, you won't score a single point. I will defend you to the point of self-doubt. Matt then launched a shot from beyond the arc, a reckless attempt. Yet fortune smiled upon him as the ball swished through the net. He forcefully tossed the ball into Li Feng's hands, initiating an all-out defensive stance, declaring, come on. You won't even step into the paint. On the sidelines, Jabbar, who had remained silent until now, finally adopted a serious expression, directing his gaze towards the center of the court where Li Feng stood. The distinction between practice and actual competition lies in the reality that opponents will never afford you the time to prepare, nor a comfortable shooting space in your favored range. This is akin to the confusion many harbor regarding why NBA players, despite commanding contracts worth millions, frequently miss shots during games. Observers often fall into the illusion that they could easily replicate the players' performances when witnessing shooting percentages of merely 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. Yet, the truth is that even for ordinary individuals facing CBA's main players, merely shooting without being blocked is an arduous task, let alone scoring. Thus, even if Li Feng's skyhook guarantees a respectable shooting percentage, what does it matter if the opponent maintains constant pressure, preventing him from entering the paint? This is the true test of a professional player. Jabbar's eyes flickered with interest. It was apparent that this so-called madman Bart possessed a certain level of arrogance, supported by commendable physical prowess. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, exhibiting a raw, untamed essence when it came to athletic talent, he could certainly hold his own, even within the ranks of the NCAA. As Li Feng, a novice fresh from high school, faced such a formidable opponent, it indeed posed a significant challenge for him. Jabbar sat up slightly, his gaze fixed on the court. "Let me see how you will respond," he thought. At this moment, confronted by Matt's relentless defense, Li Feng exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. He swiftly lowered his center of gravity from a relaxed stance and executed a rapid triple threat move. Matt, unaccustomed to such a maneuver, found his footwork disrupted. Li Feng then accelerated towards the basket with a quick drive down the right side, but Matt adjusted his speed with surprising agility. Utilizing his impressive height of over 2 meters, he positioned himself in Li Feng's path, effectively blocking his advance. Normally, Li Feng would seek to engage in a contested shot with a lean-back finish. However, intent on practicing his skyhook, he opted for a 2-footed jump to create space within. Anticipating this, Matt braced himself, refusing to yield an inch. The audience was left in awe, wondering how Li Feng had suddenly escalated his intensity. "My goodness," they gasped. "We can hear the collision of muscles from this distance." Matt was remarkably resilient, standing his ground in silence. It appeared that this Asian lad could neither penetrate the paint nor dribble effectively now. The odds seemed against him. There was no denying it. Although Matt had a reputation for a fiery temperament, his prowess was undeniable. Rumor had it that he had once outplayed a retired NBA player, making it understandable that this Asian boy struggled against him. Yet, before the thought could fully form, Li Feng, recognizing the lack of space, took a decisive step away from the basket while simultaneously raising his shooting hand high behind his head. Employing the aiming technique Jabbar had taught him, he adjusted his shooting trajectory. At this moment, Matt lunged outward, attempting to defend against Li Feng's skyhook. However, Li Feng's shot combined both height and speed. Matt could only watch as the ball soared through the air. Swish. Even from nearly 3 meters away, the ball gracefully descended into the net. Nothing but net. This time, Bart was left speechless. He had not anticipated that Li Feng's skyhook could succeed from such a distance. Remarkably, Li Feng had now made all 7 attempts. Damn it. Could it be that this kid is genuinely learning something? Matt glanced nervously at the silent Jabbar beside him, feeling a twinge of panic. Damn it, this is truly infuriating. I had hoped to pick an easy target, to boast about defeating a legendary figure like Jabbar through a student. It would have been a great topic to brag about with friends on the streets. But now, why do I feel as though I've run into a brick wall? Matt was acutely aware that he still held the lead at 16-14. With just one more 3-pointer, he would require only a single 2-pointer to secure victory. He remained composed and steady. With a calm demeanor, he adjusted his stance and unleashed a powerful shot. Whoosh. Bang. The basketball hit the rim and soared away. Li Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and then, with a hint of resignation, slowly spoke. "If you were to win a couple of rounds by chance, that would be one thing, but why can't you understand the wisdom of knowing when to stop?" "I assure you, I am not relying on luck," Matt retorted angrily. "You're not relying on luck, but I am?" "You." Li Feng disregarded him and raised his hand to attempt a 3-point shot. Naturally, Matt would not allow this. In an instant, he lunged forward. However, Li Feng did not take the shot. With a swift acceleration to the right, he maneuvered beneath the basket and effortlessly executed a hook shot, scoring. The score was now tied at 16-16. Seeing Li Feng equalize the score, Matt felt a surge of anxiety. He resolved to attempt another 3-pointer to regain the lead. Yet, one must understand that shooting percentages are merely averages. Having just made 2 consecutive shots, it was hardly surprising that he might miss this one. Bang! The basketball soared once more into the air. Witnessing this, the audience became restless. If Li Feng were to score on this possession, he would take the lead. Matt was acutely aware of the stakes, and his defense was more tenacious than ever. Every step he took was a challenge to Li Feng, as he unleashed all his skills. Nevertheless, Li Feng remained unfazed. After methodically advancing a few steps, he pivoted and moved to a position even further away than before. Swish! Li Feng's hook shot soared further and further, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Was that distance not his limit just moments ago? Despite Matt's impressive leap, it proved futile. As Li Feng continued to unleash his shots from increasingly distant positions, effortlessly surpassing Matt's formidable defensive wall each time. When the score reached 20-20, Li Feng astonishingly stepped only 1 foot onto the free throw line before pivoting and executing a skyhook. The distance was so great that even Jabbar stood in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck? You're playing like this at match point? Kid, you're truly phenomenal." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the basketball swished through the net, prompting Jabbar to break into applause with a beaming smile. "That's how it's done, just as I taught." Chapter 35. The Emperor's Terminator, the Venerable Feng. At that moment, Matt gazed in bewilderment at the hook shot that Feng had just effortlessly launched into the hoop from the free throw line, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "God, are you kidding me?" Feng's style of offense. Even the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has seldom experienced similar success. The faces of the surrounding players and spectators were marked by profound astonishment. Is it true? Matt has lost. That madman Matt has actually lost. Goodness, I must be seeing things. The old gentleman, or rather, the one who plays like an old man, has won solely using his skyhook? Incredible. No wonder this guy has earned the privilege of being personally coached by Jabbar. He must have diligently practiced the skyhook for over a decade. It undoubtedly is his signature move. He must be the future superstar center. Although he may be slightly shorter in stature, with this exceptional skill, he is likely to dominate like Barkley. At this moment, the crowd was abuzz with speculation. After all, Feng's skyhook is utterly astonishing. Initially, scoring against Matt's ironclad defense under the basket was already a formidable task. Who would have thought that Feng would continue to shoot from further away? Does this fellow's skyhook have no range limitations? Even if one claims that the skyhook is their ultimate technique, this is simply outrageous. Matt's defense is formidable, exceptionally so. This guy has even leaped from a standstill to snatch an opponent's shot from midair. Yet throughout the match, Matt failed to register a single block. And he did not interfere with Feng's offensive maneuvers at all. Absurd. Everyone now yearned to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic Asian player. Just then, a loud voice erupted from the crowd. "Oh, I remember now. No wonder this name sounds so familiar. Isn't this the Feng from St. Mary's High School?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to reassess Feng on the court. Gradually, their expressions turned serious as they spoke. "No way. I distinctly recall that Feng played as a small forward at St. Mary's. This guy clearly possesses the offensive techniques of a center." "You're right. His playing style is evidently that of a center, vastly different from a small forward. He cannot possibly be Feng. The surname Li is quite common in China." "That's just how it is, brother. If you don't understand the game, refrain from making baseless claims. How could anyone possibly play both the 3 and the 5 positions?" "I concur. Such a skyhook could not be mastered without at least a decade of rigorous practice. He might be Bruce Lee or Jet Li, but he certainly cannot be Feng." Hearing the crowd's rebuttals, the initial speaker began to doubt his own judgment. Wait. The Feng who faked out Anthony was clearly the team's backup small forward. Could it be that I truly misjudged? However, at that moment, Jabbar spoke softly. "All right, Feng, it's time for us to go." Deprived of his name, Feng acknowledged softly before gradually departing from the court, leaving a bewildered crowd in disarray amidst the wind. Bart gazed at Feng's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had heard of Feng's renown, a player celebrated for his versatile triple threat capabilities and an array of finishing techniques. He had once outmaneuvered Carmelo Anthony, led his team to a triumphant three-peat, and decisively defeated the nation's top high school player. These feats were predicated on Feng's inherent potential as a small forward. He had assumed that the skyhook was Feng's signature move, only to discover that it was merely one of his many skills. Truly, one could possess an overwhelming arsenal of talents. At that moment, after exiting the gym with Feng, Jabbar glanced at the time and remarked, "Let us conclude today's practice here. I am thoroughly impressed by your progress. If you can sustain such a trajectory, there is no doubt that you will leave that group astounded at the upcoming gathering." After all, they had trained for less than 6 hours. Yet Feng's advancement equated to what many achieved in half a month. Jabbar could only exclaim, "It defies logic, but I find it delightful." He could already envision the $10,000 from Johnson beckoning him. "Feng, I have other matters to attend to. You may choose to remain and practice or pursue other endeavors. The choice is yours. Our next training session is scheduled for 3 days hence, at which point I shall impart additional knowledge." "Absolutely," Feng nodded, watching as Jabbar climbed into the classic Jaguar sports car and departed the gym. Feng had no intention of continuing his practice. Although he had gained considerable rewards today, the physical exertion of training was equally significant. With the tasks nearly accomplished, it was time for him to indulge in a well-deserved respite. At that moment, Feng opened his system panel and smiled faintly. For now, His skill bar no longer contained 10 skills, but rather 9. Under the guidance of Jabbar, Feng has successfully combined his B-level rim protector skill with the S-level skyhook. What astonishes Feng the most is that the skill level of the skyhook has surged from its original S to an impressive SS level. SS level skyhook. Proficient, the resistance to blocks upon release increases by 36, and the ability to withstand interference is also enhanced by 36. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, the shooting percentage increases by 21. Within the restricted area, the shooting accuracy diminishes with distance from the hoop. The slight increase in shooting accuracy due to enhanced interference resistance was anticipated by Feng. However, the upgrade to SS level is entirely beyond his expectations. Could this perhaps be classified as a divine skill? Feng felt a considerable sense of satisfaction. His skyhook skill was no longer confined to the mere 3-foot radius beneath the basket. Once he entered the paint, his hook became a formidable threat. Since Feng did not possess the towering advantage of someone like Jabbar, approaching the basket too closely during one-on-one confrontations with opposing centers was not conducive to showcasing his strengths. However, by extending his shooting range and distance, he experienced a qualitative leap in his skills. This was the complete form that a peak skyhook should embody. At present, it seemed that relying solely on this singular move to dominate was not a daunting task for Feng. Moreover, he estimated that even within the NCAA, finding a defender superior to the one he had just faced, Matt, would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, that individual's height, wingspan, and athleticism were undeniable. Armed with a secret weapon, Feng felt increasingly confident about clinching the NCAA championship. Additionally, with an empty slot in his skill set, he could eagerly anticipate the surprises that awaited him when he encountered Magic Johnson next. In the following 2 days, Feng did not completely relax. Instead, he dedicated a portion of his time each day to training his hook shot stability, following the guidance previously imparted by Jabbar. This diligent training over 2 days resulted in a significant increase of nearly 300 experience points for his skyhook. Given the recent scarcity of sources for insight points, this was indeed a rewarding achievement. On the day of his scheduled training with Jabbar, Feng arrived at the gym as promised. Frankly, learning from such a legendary superstar was far more meaningful than fumbling through it on his own. Jabbar first assessed Feng's progress over the past few days. Suppressing his emotions, he slowly began to speak. "Do you remember when I mentioned I would teach you something different?" Feng nodded. "You're truly fortunate, young man. You should know that I charge those NBA guys for lessons, so pay close attention to what I am about to say." Jabbar chuckled, then took a basketball and walked towards the basket. "What you are about to learn is the training method employed by real NBA players. I believe, given your learning speed, you will quickly see results. This training regimen is what we call the McKinn method. It is highly effective for improving your shooting percentage under the basket and enhancing your finishing efficiency, which will greatly aid in stabilizing your skyhook." Upon hearing this, Feng nodded slightly. In his previous life, he had also heard of the McKinn method, which had even been recommended by the later ball handling maestro, Kyrie Irving. It is worth noting that Irving's finishing ability and technique rank among the elite in the history of shorter ball handlers. A training method that has withstood the test of decades without being discarded speaks volumes about its inherent value. Noticing Feng's silence, Jabbar slowly began to speak. "Young man, you may have heard of this training technique, but do not underestimate the significance of having a skilled trainer by your side. If you can train with the appropriate rhythm and volume, it will save you an immense amount of time." As he mentioned a good trainer, Jabbar proudly patted his chest. At this moment, Feng nodded in agreement and replied with a smile. "Of course, I can hardly wait. You have a discerning eye, young man, so let us commence." Though the McKinn training appeared to consist merely of simple finishing exercises on both sides of the basket under Jabbar's guidance, Feng discovered that his proficiency in the skyhook was advancing at a remarkable pace. In just a single day of training, his skill experience points had surged by nearly 500. This training efficiency was several times faster than practicing alone. With such rapid progress, it was conceivable that before attending the gathering, Feng could elevate his mastery of the skyhook to an expert level. While Feng marveled at the enhanced training efficiency, Jabbar could not help but internally reflect on Feng's extraordinary capacity for learning. If he were to enter the NBA and engage with those elite trainers, what feats might this young man achieve? It is difficult to fathom that during this period, Feng devoted himself almost entirely to mastering basketball techniques and movements under the tutelage of Jabbar. Whenever he sensed that his training had reached an impasse, Jabbar would instruct him to randomly select a few challengers for one-on-one matches, a colloquial practice known as leveling up through combat. After a fortnight had elapsed, the streetball emperors of Los Angeles, on 3rd Street, 12th Street, 16th Street, 5th Avenue, and 7th Avenue, had all been stripped of their titles by Feng. In fact, these streetball players had privately dubbed Feng the Emperor Terminator, a fitting moniker, especially considering that even the young emperor, LeBron James, had once succumbed to Feng. During Feng's time on the court, these self-proclaimed streetball legends were left trembling and fleeing in disarray, akin to the way hulking gymgoers might fear a janitor named Anatoly donning headphones. As a result, tales of Feng began to circulate on the streets. It was said that if a yellow-skinned Chinese player, smiling and feigning humility, asked, "Shall we play a couple of games? I'm not very skilled," one should never respond, lest they lose the hard-earned titles they had established on the streets. This urban legend became known as the Emperor's Transformation. After 3 weeks of intensive training, Feng's attribute panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Host, Feng, overall strength assessment, a level, strength, 120, a level, speed, 104, B level, jumping, 112, a level, shooting, 110, a level, dribbling, 104, B level, defense, 94, B level, passing, 106, B level, stamina, 102, B level, insight points, 0 total skills, 9 SS level skyhook. Mastery increases block resistance by 40 upon release. Enhances interference resistance by 40. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, the shooting percentage increases by 21. An additional 5 accuracy is granted when shooting with the dominant hand. Within the restricted area, the shooting percentage decreases with the distance from the hoop, non-upgradable. During this time, Feng's shooting and defensive capabilities saw notable improvement, particularly as his shooting ability surpassed the 110-point threshold, thus elevating his rating to a level. Undoubtedly, the most significant gain for Feng was the extraordinary experience points accrued in mastering the skyhook skill, as imparted by Jabbar. Ultimately, with all his insight points accumulated, he succeeded in elevating this skill as proficiency to mastery level, reaching the current limits of his physical prowess. Feng now believed that he could confidently dominate any street basketball court across America, utterly unfazed, even at an event attended by legendary NBA superstars. Feng estimated that his current prowess would suffice. With a sense of ease, Feng inquired of Jabbar after the final day of training, "When is our gathering? I am poised to showcase my skills." "The day after tomorrow," Jabbar replied, adding, "We will be traveling on my private jet." "Oh, really? Wait, a plane?" Feng responded, slightly taken aback. "What, did I not mention it? The day after tomorrow, we will fly to New York to convene at the legendary Rucker Park." Jabbar scratched his head before continuing, "Oh, by the way, you might encounter some current NBA players there. Perhaps you know one of them. He plays in Los Angeles." Feng, Chapter 36, The Sacred Grounds of Street Basketball, Rucker Park. Rucker Park, located on 155th Street in Harlem, New York, is a revered sanctuary of basketball that fills every New Yorker with pride. As a seasoned basketball enthusiast, Feng is undoubtedly well aware of this fact. Nearly all legendary streetball stars have showcased their talents at Rucker Park, and numerous NBA players have come here to engage in spirited contests with streetball virtuosos. Among the NBA athletes who have graced this iconic court are Allen Iverson, Rafer Alston, Stephon Marbury, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Tracy McGrady, and Kevin Durant, among others. Feng pondered incessantly on the airplane, contemplating the identity of the NBA player from Los Angeles that Jabbar had mentioned. Could it possibly be the man he had envisioned? Although Jabbar's private jet lacked the imposing size of a large commercial aircraft, its comfort surpassed that of ordinary planes by several degrees. Reflecting on his past life, Feng recalled that he could only afford discounted economy class, the kind where in-flight sales pitches were a common annoyance. How the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. Within the luxurious confines of Jabbar's private jet, not only was exquisite cuisine available, but champagne flowed abundantly, complemented by the attentive service of beautiful flight attendants. What could Feng possibly say? Let the music play and the dance continue. Soon, Feng and Jabbar found themselves in New York, resting in a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel after a night's repose. It was then that Feng truly grasped the essence of the avaricious wealthy. The level of service was exceedingly extravagant. Previously, Feng had been solely focused on basketball, but now, upon reflection, It was evident that he needed to incorporate financial pursuits into his plans. Relying on the meager sum from his NBA rookie contract offered little promise. After a modest taste of the lavish, yet somewhat unappetizing breakfast of lobster claws, king crab legs, and sliced foie gras toast, Feng prepared to depart for the basketball court with Jabbar. As they traveled, Feng observed that New York's basketball culture was indeed vibrant. Several outdoor courts they passed were already bustling with individuals engaged in shooting drills or competitive games. Upon entering the Harlem neighborhood on 155th Street, the atmosphere surged to an entirely new level. Countless fans had gathered, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the basketball match. The spectators and players alike donned outfits that epitomized a quintessential street style. Flashy jerseys and dazzling chains created an impenetrable crowd surrounding the court. Even the legendary showdown between LeBron's St. Mary's High School and Oak Hill Academy paled in comparison to the fervor radiating from the street today. At that moment, Jabbar turned to Feng and said, "Lee, I must impart a few pieces of wisdom to you. First and foremost, you must remain humble at all times. Otherwise, these street players will not extend you any courtesy. Secondly, if you wish to earn respect here, you must secure victories. These guys, raised on the streets, do not care who you are, do you understand?" Feng nodded slowly and spoke, "I understand. Rest assured, since you have trained me for so long, I shall repay your trust by defeating them all." Jabbar waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about repaying me. Just don't mention that you know me when you get beaten." Feng was rendered speechless. Jabbar chuckled, clearly amused. In truth, he held considerable faith in Feng's abilities. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to bring him along. While there was no doubt that facing NBA players would pose challenges, among these street ballers, few could claim an advantage over Feng. He remained optimistic about the outcome of the match. As the two conversed, a tall player with a buzz cut, dressed in a suit, approached them. "Jabbar, old buddy." "Oh, Johnson, are you ready with my $100,000? Haha, your confidence in victory is remarkable." Johnson, with a buzz cut, embraced Jabbar and then smiled slightly. "So, who is this young man who has mastered the skyhook?" At that moment, Jabbar gestured for Feng to step forward. As Feng approached, Johnson looked momentarily surprised. "Where are you from, China?" "Yes. Remarkable. I seldom encounter Chinese players competing in the NCAA. When Jabbar first mentioned you, I thought he was exaggerating." "You are the one boasting, kid," Jabbar retorted playfully. Their banter revealed a camaraderie that belied their age difference. Then, Magic Johnson introduced the match format to Feng. The competition will consist of two segments. First, some of the most skilled street ballers from across the nation will face off in one-on-one matches. The top 5 players will then form a team to compete in a 5v5 against a specially invited star team. I believe you are aware of the wager between Jabbar and me, so let us simplify things. If you manage to land a skyhook and reach the finals, consider the wager won by your side. What do you say?" Magic Johnson concluded with a smile, and Feng nodded in relaxed agreement. "It's a deal." He then turned to Jabbar and whispered, "Cough, cough, helping you show off is one thing. How about splitting the winnings?" Jabbar's lips twitched. "Kid, you were just talking about repaying me, and now you're changing your tune too quickly." However, while the $100,000 from 2002 had significant purchasing power, enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, for a superstar like Jabbar, it was merely acceptable. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "You can have it all, provided you win. Rest assured." Feng patted his chest and chuckled, stating that, in essence, the initial one-on-one competition was merely a preliminary selection. What could it matter, even when facing street ball players who believed themselves to be formidable? At present, Feng felt that the celebrity team he might ultimately encounter would pose a slight challenge. Moreover, with the memories from his previous life, he had formed a conjecture about the members of this celebrity team. If it indeed turned out to be him, there might be delightful surprises in store. At that moment, a DJ with striking white hair, who also served as the host, took the microphone to maintain order in the venue. "Yo, everyone, welcome to Rock Park. Next up, we shall commence the head-to-head battle featuring the finest street ball players gathered here. All players confident in their abilities are invited to step onto the court for challenges. However, the rule is simple. One defeat means the end of the game. Now, challengers wishing to take the stage, please come forward." Chapter 37. The Last Spot, Challenger Feng. Upon hearing these words from the DJ, the atmosphere in the venue erupted in excitement. Aside from the times he had witnessed crowds chanting for refunds after a national football match, Feng had never encountered such a breathtaking scene anywhere else in the world. The court itself was not particularly large, yet the density of the crowd rivaled that of a packed train in India. The throngs of spectators were tightly packed, prompting Feng to instinctively check his pockets, wary of the quintessential American shenanigans. While the rule of a single elimination might sound cruel and very much in line with street culture, it seemed to encapsulate their ethos. Strength reigns supreme, and failure results in being cast aside, which appeared to be quite reasonable. As the one-on-one event commenced, Feng gradually made his way onto the court, following the crowd. Although anyone could challenge, it was wise to be cautious in a street ball setting. Observing the rules first would not be a disadvantage, after all. The street ball scene in America bore no difference to the tales of bizarre regulations. Deviating from the rules could easily lead one to an untimely end. This competition essentially took the form of a tournament, with 3 baskets determining victory or defeat, whether they were 3-pointers or 2-pointers, each counted as a single basket. The challenger must first establish a defense before launching an offense, favoring the defending player. Just as Feng was pondering this, he witnessed the challenger executing a counterattack, finishing the match with a powerful 2-handed dunk. Consequently, he naturally assumed the role of the defending player, ready to face the challenges from the sidelines. There were a total of 5 spots available for the final 5v5 match, so unless players were confident in defeating the defending player, they would not act recklessly. A loss meant a swift return home. Nevertheless, despite the stringent rules, many players on the sidelines were eager to showcase their skills, ready for the wheel of challenges. As the advantage of defending did not seem particularly pronounced, Feng stroked his chin, pondering deeply. After a brief moment, the atmosphere escalated through a series of intense confrontations until no one dared to step up to challenge further. The DJ seized the microphone to announce the results of the competition. Our first victor today is none other than the destroyer from Florida, White. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams, a rare cultural phenomenon that infused the atmosphere. They bestowed their sincerest respect upon this player who had triumphed among a multitude of top street ball masters. The competition continued, showcasing spectacular slam dunks, challenging 3-pointers, exquisite fadeaways, and fiercely contested layups. A myriad of astonishing maneuvers unfolded on the court, captivating the fans who watched with fervent enthusiasm. Setting aside commercial interests and media hype, here lay the essence of pure basketball. Even the championship prize for the entire event was merely a symbolic sum of $1,000. Yet it drew countless renowned street ball players from across the nation to participate. As the subsequent matches progressed with exceptional intensity, the second, third, and fourth qualifiers emerged in quick succession, each demonstrating their formidable and flamboyant style to vanquish their opponents and win over the audience. Meanwhile, the one-on-one challenge reached its final stages, where the contenders would vie for the last coveted qualifying spot from among the many renowned players. Numerous skilled competitors eyed this final opportunity with keen anticipation, readying themselves for action. Suddenly, a familiar figure strolled into Feng's line of sight, a towering man with a distinct mullet hairstyle, standing at an impressive 210 centimeters. As he made his entrance, many players who had been eager to challenge shook their heads and sighed, abandoning their aspirations. The madman Matt. He is here, having come all the way from Los Angeles. If it were him, few would dare to challenge. Indeed, Matt's physical prowess was extraordinary. One might even believe he possessed the capability to play in the NBA. While there were a few capable players who could have potentially defeated him, most had either qualified or been eliminated by now. With Matt stepping up, the final spot seemed destined for him. Discussions erupted among the spectators, including those who had initially planned to compete but now chose to engage in conversation instead, finding some sense of participation rather than leaving empty-handed. Observing the crowd's wavering resolve, the DJ turned to the audience and declared, "Well, everyone, summon your spirit and courage. Seize this final opportunity and spot. On this court, only the ball speaks. Now, is there anyone willing to challenge our madman Matt?" Matt stood at the center of the court, reveling in the sensation of the spotlight and the gaze of the crowd fixed upon him. Having previously been somewhat withdrawn after being outmaneuvered by Feng's inexplicable hook shot, he had seldom visited the Los Angeles Central Court. Even while playing, he found himself furtively glancing to see if Feng was present, akin to a thief feeling guilty. However, that was in the past. Now he was in New York, where he gradually reclaimed his confidence. Indeed, my prowess still reigns supreme on the street ball court. Moments later, a few players, emboldened by a sense of daring, approached to challenge the wild Matt. Without a doubt, Matt toyed with his challengers, decisively dominating the paint before unleashing an outrageous dunk over his opponents. Even during the final offensive play, he intentionally eased off, merely to deliver an overwhelming rejection. With a thunderous slam, he completed yet another flawless victory, achieving a resounding 3-0 win that left his adversaries in disarray. "Oh, you pitiful crybaby. How dare you challenge me? Go home and practice," Matt taunted, basking in the cheers of the crowd that belonged to the victor. Certainly, no one in attendance would dare to confront him again. At that moment, the DJ, observing the reactions of the renowned players, began to grasp the situation. Ahem, if no one else is willing to challenge, then the final spot in the challenge tournament belongs to the Wild One, he announced, microphone in hand, ready to declare the ultimate victor. Just then, a player clad in a tank top and of Asian descent emerged from the crowd. Matt, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, sensing something amiss. This familiar figure could not possibly be Feng. It must be a trick of his eyes. Surely, it could not be him. The DJ inquired, "All right, challenger, please tell us your name." At that moment, Feng stepped forward from the throng, stretched lazily, and simply stated, "Feng." Chapter 38, Another Soft Target? The mysterious guest in the 5v5 challenge. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers than before. Initially, they believed no one would dare to continue the challenge, yet unexpectedly, Feng appeared. This meant the thrilling competition would continue for another round, much to the delight of the spectators. However, for the well-known street ball players from New York, there was a sense of confusion. An Asian player, presumably Chinese by name, was set to participate in the one-on-one challenge at Rucker Park. Was this a jest? They have been on the court for over a decade and have scarcely encountered a handful of skilled Asian players. It is evident that the individual named Feng is unlikely to be a worthy opponent for Matt. Thus, for these long-established street ball legends, the outcome of the match between Feng and Matt is all too predictable, rendering it entirely unworthy of their attention. At this moment, they merely wish for the game to conclude swiftly and nothing more. Meanwhile, Johnson smiled slightly upon Feng's entry onto the court and turned to Jabbar, saying, "He has finally taken the floor. I am somewhat eager to witness this match." "If it were me, I would not harbor such expectations for this game," Jabbar retorted. "Why not?" Johnson inquired, puzzled. "Because this match is destined to be exceedingly dull. Trust me, it will be utterly mundane." Jabbar concealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, amused by the unexpected encounter with this eccentric character. However, at that moment, the most bewildered and disoriented individual was undoubtedly Matt, who had traveled thousands of miles to play in New York. He cradled his head in his hands, staring at Feng as if he were a harbinger of doom, voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Why is it you again?" Observing Matt's distressed expression, Feng struggled to suppress a laugh. After a moment, he managed to say, "Long time no see, Matt. Surely, you need not be so delighted to see me?" "Delighted? I am far from it." Matt cursed vehemently, then turned away, declaring, "I'm done. Give me the ball. I want to go home." Following this, he pushed through the crowd and fled the court in a hasty retreat. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion. Johnson, perplexed, turned to Jabbar with a look of disbelief. "Is this some kind of joke?" he seemed to ask. Jabbar merely shrugged in response, conveying a silent message that he had forewarned him. The DJ was clearly taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. Just moments prior, Matt had been playing with unbridled confidence, yet now, upon the arrival of this newcomer, he had abruptly withdrawn from the match. To forfeit against an opponent seemingly inferior to oneself without contest is a historical anomaly of considerable magnitude. In the meantime, the more skilled players who had been eliminated by Matt vociferously protested. They were utterly unwilling to accept the presence of this unknown Asian player, demanding a rematch with fervor. If Feng can serve as the defending champion, then what grounds do they have to deny others the same opportunity? At this moment, the DJ found himself in a quandary. He too felt that Feng's victory was somewhat unmerited, even inexplicably so. However, as the host, he could only adhere to the principle that rules are rules to maintain order at the event. According to the regulations, players who had been eliminated could not continue to compete, but those who had not yet participated were still permitted to challenge. Upon hearing this, the recently eliminated players expressed their grievances, as though they had suffered an injustice. Meanwhile, some less capable players, who had long lacked the courage to step forward and compete, found themselves delighted by this turn of events. Feng, this fellow, lacks the agility of Matt, the strength of Matt, and does not appear to embody a formidable presence. Perhaps they might seize an opportunity to secure a coveted spot. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue became electrified. Where once no one dared to engage, now everyone was ready for battle. All eyes were on Feng, perceiving him as a mere soft target, a fortunate soul thriving on serendipity. At this moment, the DJ glanced at the dwindling time remaining as per the plan and then surveyed the crowd, now brimming with enthusiasm. This disparity was rather striking, wasn't it? How utterly pragmatic you all are. Thus, the DJ grasped the microphone and, with a hint of resignation, announced, "We will now draw the final 5 individuals for the challenge. Once this challenge concludes, we shall proceed to the next segment, so please make haste." Upon hearing these words, the fervor in the air intensified. Everyone was eager to claim that last precious position from Feng. Meanwhile, Feng remained unperturbed, fully aware of what indiscriminate challenges entailed. As the defender, Feng faced his first challenger, who slowly walked onto the field, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Feng. "I apologize, my friend, but this arena is governed by strength alone. Should you lose this match, you can only blame your own inadequacy." His demeanor suggested that he believed victory was already in his grasp. Feng offered no verbal response, yet his body was already in motion. Thud. The basketball struck the ground and rebounded into his hands. In stark contrast to Matt's explosive style of play, Feng commenced a casual dribble forward. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, his opponents, though harboring disdain, resolved not to afford him any opportunities. They advanced with the intent to pressure him, aiming to thwart his advance. However, the moment they approached, Feng executed a swift dribble and pivot. Skillfully evading their attempt to steal the ball, he effortlessly maneuvered into the unguarded paint. In the next instant, Feng leaped slightly, executing a layup so effortless that it seemed almost trivial. The spectators were left bewildered. Did Feng truly score so easily? Was it really that simple? Initially, they suspected it was merely a fluke, yet Feng's subsequent performance left everyone utterly astonished. The aggressive challengers found themselves thoroughly schooled by Feng's graceful layups. Feng's offensive prowess was utterly unremarkable, lacking any semblance of excitement. One could easily predict his next move. Yet, he managed to drive toward the basket with ease, effortlessly placing the ball through the hoop. Even though the spectators anticipated his intentions, their efforts proved futile. Their defense failed to disrupt Feng's offensive maneuvers, rendering their attempts meaningless. Some challengers couldn't even touch the ball before being eliminated by Feng. With 5 consecutive, decisive 3-0 victories, he swept aside all contenders without breaking a sweat. The arena fell silent, the previously vibrant atmosphere stifled by Feng's unreasonable hook shot. The restless crowd felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Chilled from head to toe, they simply could not comprehend how this was even possible. Although the players lacked elite skills, they were not entirely inept. How could they lose so easily? DJ was at a loss for words, but according to the rules, it was indeed Feng who advanced. At that moment, he grasped the microphone and spoke slowly. "All right, our final victor in the one-on-one challenge today is Feng from Los Angeles. Let us extend our applause and respect to this street ball player from China." A smattering of applause punctuated the silence, but most faces bore no signs of admiration or respect. Instead, they clearly conveyed a singular sentiment. Is that it? If it weren't for Matt's unexpected withdrawal from the competition, Feng would never have had the chance to capitalize on the situation. Defeating a few unknowns meant little. The real competitors had been eliminated cleanly back when Matt was still in the game. Otherwise, Feng would not have qualified for the final 5v5 match. This guy is simply fortunate. At that moment, the first successfully selected disruptor for the 5v5 match, White, voiced his resignation. The other 3 nodded slightly in agreement. Having emerged from a pool of formidable talent and naturally looking down upon Feng, who seemed to rely on luck. On the sidelines, Jabbar, having anticipated this turn of events, turned to Johnson and remarked coolly, 100,000, cash or credit. Johnson, with a look of exasperation, felt that winning $100,000 so effortlessly was simply too easy, although Feng's every move bears a striking resemblance to Jabbar's skyhook. His opponents are merely minor players. A wager is a wager. You wouldn't attempt to evade your debt, would you? Moreover, the money isn't even mine. How shameful to default on the youth's funds. Jabbar unleashed a tirade upon him, leaving Johnson in a state of exasperation. All right, the cash is in the car. It's not far from you. The great Magic Johnson felt as though he had just been robbed, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claim. Jabbar flashed a subtle smile and proposed, "To ensure your defeat is truly accepted, shall we engage in another bet?" How about a wager of $100,000? Let us wager on how many points Feng can score in a 5v5 game using solely the skyhook. The one whose guess is closest shall be declared the victor. If that is the case, I'm wide awake now. Johnson pondered seriously for a moment before stating, if we're talking about scoring solely with the skyhook, he surely cannot exceed 10 points. Excellent. Prepare your funds, darling, Jabbar grinned, revealing his pristine white teeth. To be candid, Johnson found himself somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why Jabbar held such unwavering confidence in Feng, especially considering that the opponents awaiting him were no ordinary street ballers. At that moment, though the skill levels of Feng's adversaries varied, they had yet to demonstrate a prowess that would instill confidence in the crowd. Nonetheless, by the rules, Feng smoothly advanced to the final 5v5 match against the star-studded team from Rucker Park. DJ maintained order in the arena before announcing, "We are about to enter our final showdown. Let us welcome our star team with the most enthusiastic applause." As his words echoed, the spectators parted, creating a pathway. Gradually, 5 players donned in Rucker Park as specially designed white jerseys made their entrance. They included New York's premier guard, Daniel, the legendary North American streetball player, Darren, the Danish basketball textbook, Raleigh, our star behemoth from Rucker Park, Henderson, and our special guest for the evening. At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted to the figure at the back of the throng. DJ then declared over the microphone, "Let us welcome Kobe Bryant." The audience momentarily froze, realizing it was that man. Kobe. Oh my God, it's Kobe. I anticipated a star player, but I never imagined it would be him. Today has indeed proven fortuitous. This match is bound to be spectacular. Meanwhile, Feng's expression remained unperturbed, for he had already surmised that the star player would be Kobe. Los Angeles. An active NBA player, and having graced Rucker Park back in 02, who else could it possibly be? However, now that Kobe has arrived, Feng felt no need for restraint. Everyone praised Kobe's fadeaway as a masterpiece. If Jordan's was unattainable, Kobe's would suffice. "Brothers, let me match up against Kobe," Feng declared to the four surrounding him. Yet, the only response he received was a few disdainful glances. They disregarded Feng's suggestion and began to deliberate their strategy independently. Given that our primary strength consisted of just 4 individuals, we needed to evade contact with the opposing team's defensive stalwarts, such as Kobe and their center, Henderson. "I can handle the ball from the perimeter. You can trust me completely," one of them asserted. "All right, I'll defend well. Let me take Kobe," another chimed in. "Then I'll focus on orchestrating the plays." The 4 of them continued to arrange their tactics, leaving Feng utterly sidelined. Ultimately, they conferred and assigned the dirty work of rebounding and defending the paint to him. Once the star team entered the arena, the atmosphere surged to a new pinnacle. Kobe delivered a brief pregame address. "I am here today to shatter the Destroyers' record of 73 points. Therefore, I expect everyone to give their all. As only through superior defense will I find greater exhilaration." These elite streetball players were undaunted by the challenge, for their nature was such. Even if you were an NBA superstar, they would not indulge you. Once you stepped onto this court, everyone was on equal footing. In fact, it could be said that these renowned streetballers intrinsically yearned to conquer formidable opponents, regardless of whether one was Kobe. Before the game commenced, Jabbar called Feng aside and whispered, "Game, skyhook, win by 10 points, $100,000. Do you understand what I mean?" "Indeed, completely comprehended." Feng responded with a smile, returning to the court. It was merely a matter of winning by 10 points with a skyhook. He was ready to execute. Feng, play with precision. Chapter 39, the hope of the entire village? "Kobe, I will defend him." Feng had scarcely considered that the wager hinged on merely scoring 10 points with a skyhook. He deemed the condition exceedingly facile, utterly unworthy of the substantial stake of $100,000. Scoring 10 points could be achieved in no more than 5 attempts, a feat that posed no challenge whatsoever for him at this stage. In contrast, besting his opponent by 10 points presented a modicum of difficulty. In a moment, both teams had taken their places on the court, greeted by an overwhelming chorus of cheers, an earnest homage to the players, though it did not extend to Feng, who had effortlessly advanced to the finals. While the match was billed as a 5v5 contest, it was widely acknowledged that the ultimate outcome hinged upon the contributions of 9 players. This implied a significant advantage for the star team. As the host gradually approached the center of the court and tossed the ball high into the air, the match commenced. The team donned in white jerseys was the star team, while the challengers sported red. This game adhered to street ball rules, devoid of free throws and referees. The match was divided into 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes. From a regulatory perspective, street ball does not prioritize scoring as the NBA does. Rather, it emphasizes defense and physicality, thereby escalating the difficulty of offensive maneuvers. This is precisely why the remarkable record of 73 points set by a superstar at Rucker Park remains unbroken to this day. Even the illustrious Kevin Durant, famed across the United States, fell short of this record with a mere 66 points in his attempt to shatter it at Rucker Park after establishing himself as the NBA's premier scoring machine. On this court, barring malicious intent, players would exert every effort to thwart one another's scoring attempts, showing no deference to NBA stars. Consequently, the ability to consistently score during the game became paramount to securing victory. In the moment of the tip-off, Henderson, the local star from Rucker Park, propelled himself into the air, claiming possession for his team. Subsequently, Kobe received the ball from a teammate and advanced it past half court. After executing 2 rhythmical dribbles, he penetrated the opposing defense with a speed that rendered him nearly unstoppable. The defender, who had boasted of his defensive prowess, was effortlessly surpassed. Kobe then halted abruptly, launching into a swift jump shot. Whoosh! The release of the shot was so rapid that it left the defender bewildered. Indeed, the defense scarcely had time to react. Alas, even an unstoppable offense could not evade the rim. Clang! The sound of iron echoed, a testament to the well-earned title of Iron King. The crowd felt a twinge of awkwardness, having anticipated that the shot would undoubtedly find its mark. In this moment, Kobe too experienced a hint of embarrassment, however, fortuitously. Upon witnessing his missed attempt ricochet off the rim, he executed a swift sidestep and surged towards the basket. He then launched himself into the air, completing a resounding putback dunk. Though this particular dunk may not have been exceptionally explosive, it nonetheless set a positive tone for the match. The score stood at 2-0, with the white team seizing the initial advantage. Next, it was the turn of the challengers clad in red to commence their offensive. The quartet, adhering to their pregame strategy, engaged in a straightforward yet effective collaboration, opting to isolate for individual plays. On a street court, most tactics are strikingly simplistic, relying heavily on personal skills and athletic prowess. Showcasing alley-oops and fast breaks became the order of the day. When it came to half-court play, their best recourse lay in one-on-one confrontations to resolve challenges. At this juncture, White, mirroring his approach from their earlier one-on-one duel, attempted to penetrate the defense for a layup. However, the defensive prowess of the star team was markedly superior to that of the players from the earlier selection rounds. Coupled with Kobe's defense, which was undeniably among the elite even by NBA standards, he proved to be an unyielding bastion of defensive might, even while exerting only 70% of his strength. When White's attempt to break through faltered, he resorted to a challenging fadeaway shot to score. Were this a formal match, even in a high school league, the coach would likely be incensed by such an audacious play. Yet here, on the streets, the audience reveled in the display of heroism. Witnessing individual talents pushed to their limits, executing extraordinary shots to find the net, the spectacle was undeniably captivating. However, as the game progressed, the white team, under the leadership of Kobe Bryant, grew increasingly fluid in their play. Renowned for his reluctance to pass, Kobe managed to execute remarkable 1-on-2 and 1-on-3 plays with remarkable efficiency. His jump shot percentage while leaning back is remarkably impressive. Except for his first missed attempt, Kobe has consecutively made 4 flawless shots into the hoop. In contrast, the red team, led by Feng, struggles with inconsistent scoring reliant on individual prowess. Such high-difficulty shots may find success once or twice. However, as attempts increase, the instability of their offense becomes apparent. Repeated misses have plunged the red team into a scoring drought during the first quarter. Adding to their woes, Henderson from the white team dominates the paint like a ferocious beast, virtually wreaking havoc beneath the basket. Meanwhile, Feng, nearly invisible on the court, has scarcely had the opportunity to handle the ball. By the end of the first quarter, he managed to secure a single rebound and executed only 1 open mid-range shot, nothing more. The score stands at 17-10, with the star team holding a commanding lead. Kobe Bryant alone boasts an astounding scoring efficiency, having made 6 of 8 shots for a total of 12 points, rendering him nearly unstoppable. On the sidelines, Magic Johnson observes this spectacle with a hint of admiration. This young man indeed possesses something extraordinary. While the public may claim Kobe simply rode the coattails of Shaquille O'Neal, I believe the reality is far different. His offensive decisiveness and two-way play mark him as a formidable competitor. At this moment, having just led the Los Angeles Lakers to a third consecutive championship, Kobe continues his relentless training during the off-season, pushing himself to the limits. Johnson harbors a certain fondness for this remarkable protege of the Lakers. From the brief display just witnessed, it is evident that this fellow is in superb form. Kobe is undeniably one of the finest perimeter players in recent years, a sentiment that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar readily agrees with. Do you think that young man, Feng, could score 10 points against Kobe using a skyhook? At this moment, Johnson feels confident in his assertion. Of course, came Abdul-Jabbar's unexpected reply. Why? There is no reason. I can only tell you that even if Shaquille O'Neal were on the court today, scoring 10 points would not present a challenge for Feng. Abdul-Jabbar answered without hesitation, exuding confidence not only in Feng's abilities but also in his own skyhook prowess. Johnson remained silent, his gaze on the court growing more serious. As the 5-minute break concluded, the second quarter commenced. Faced with their teammates' unreasonable shots, Feng could no longer remain passive. You may squander your shots and lose, but this is about my $10,000. Damn it. If you can't make the shot, stop shooting recklessly and pass the ball to me. Feng's sudden outburst left everyone in a state of bewilderment, not only his teammates, but also the multitude of spectators present. What? This player, who seemingly ascended through sheer luck, possesses such a fiery temperament. However, as White stood there in confusion, Feng unleashed his tirade. I'm talking about you. You so-called soft White. Did you actually dribble past someone to take that shot? You think you're impressive just because you made a few lucky shots? If I were the coach, you'd be sitting on the bench, staring at the water cooler right now. Now hand me that damn ball. Upon hearing these words, White did not respond with anger but instead chuckled, glancing at Feng with a mocking smile. He provocatively licked his lips and passed the ball directly to Feng. All right, let me see if your performance matches your bravado. White had no regard for Feng, and as he passed the ball, he merely anticipated a spectacle at Feng's expense. Meanwhile, several teammates strategically distanced themselves, denying Feng any opportunity for excuses. The audience, intrigued, turned their attention to Feng's impending display on the court. In their eyes, Kobe ranked as a top-tier player, Henderson and his peers as second-tier, while White and his crew fell into the third and fourth tiers. As for Feng, he was relegated to the fifth tier. Many spectators confidently believed that even they would outshine Feng if given the chance to play. Feng was undoubtedly aware that many were eagerly anticipating his performance. However, upon receiving the ball, he remained remarkably composed, decisively launching his offensive towards the inner court. The spectators had long witnessed his repertoire of moves and techniques, yet they believed such maneuvers were only effective against ordinary opponents. Confronted by the athletic prowess and defensive aptitude of the star team, Feng would undoubtedly face relentless challenges. Feng dribbled the ball with his back turned, his gaze keenly observing the surroundings. With all his teammates spread out, the space in the paint was remarkably ample. Gradually, he dribbled to a position at his waist, then forcefully transitioned into a back pivot. A turn? How naive. The defender smirked slightly, taking a large step to the right to obstruct Feng's pivoting path. Yet, Feng had only completed half of the turn before swiftly reversing direction. Seizing the moment of the defender's renewed advance, he unleashed the ball with a rapid flick from behind his head. Whoosh! The defender was unable to intervene in time, and the basketball soared into the air. Feng's series of movements appeared devoid of any speed or explosive impact. Even his final shot seemed haphazard. Yet, in the next instant, a crisp sound of the net being brushed echoed. Swish! The ball had indeed been launched into the hoop, gracefully rolling down through the net. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Did Feng truly score? White and the others exchanged glances, astonished that such fortuitous luck could persist. In the brief moment of transition, Feng approached White and the others, instructing, "Spread out. Pass me the ball. Do you understand? All right. I'm curious to see just how formidable you really are." White retorted with a smirk, his tone laced with sarcasm. Feng, however, maintained an air of composure, as though he had not comprehended the situation, and remarked, "Oh, then pay attention and learn well." Subsequently, Kobe, with the ball in hand, executed a single dribble, followed by a pivot and a fadeaway jump shot, responding with finesse. He scored another 2 points. The 2 points from Bryant. Oh, that fadeaway jumper was simply a masterpiece. He was a true assassin. DJ, holding the microphone, expressed his admiration to the audience. Yet, This sentiment was not an exaggeration. In 2002, Kobe's physical prowess had vastly improved compared to the time when he first claimed his championship. His core strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Thus, once he found his shooting opportunity, his current accuracy and consistency were astonishingly high. Meanwhile, Feng continued to employ his seasoned style of play. After steadily advancing the ball into the paint, he would either execute a direct confrontation leading to an outside hook shot or, following a feint, transition to another side for the hook shot finish. What astounded the audience was the unsettling reliability of Feng's hook shot. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but how could one explain the subsequent successes? Initially, White and his companions anticipated witnessing Feng's folly. They presumed this elderly gentleman, seemingly inept at basketball, would soon be taught a harsh lesson by Kobe and his peers. However, as the second quarter progressed and Feng began to shoulder the offensive load, the score began to inexplicably close in. No matter how steady Kobe's fadeaway was, he would inevitably miss a few. Yet, what of Feng? As long as he penetrated the paint, his skyhook was utterly unassailable. Upon noticing Feng's rising accuracy, the defenders intensified their efforts, attempting to leap and block his shots. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Feng would leap as well. Ultimately, they fell short, unable to make the block. This sensation was profoundly frustrating. They perceived Feng as weak. Yet he consistently scored effortlessly over them. This was deeply aggravating. With Feng's fifth hook shot swishing through the net, he had remarkably achieved a flawless performance of 5 shots, 5 makes, securing 10 points. The audience was left in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be a fifth-tier player? Were they not waiting for him to falter? How was it that Feng was outplaying White and the others? The atmosphere had subtly shifted, and cheers began to rise from the audience, rallying behind Feng. The score now stood at 25-22, with the star team's lead almost eradicated. The audience seemed to sense the challenger team's potential for a comeback. Feng, keep it up. On the opposing star team, it appeared they had finally found a worthy opponent. Kobe, invigorated, turned to his teammates and remarked, "This kid is intriguing. It's my turn to defend him now." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Jabbar cast a glance at Johnson, remaining silent as he extended his left hand in a gesture signifying a monetary exchange. Johnson, smacking his forehead in exasperation, replied, "Understood. Damn it. I always feel like you've led me astray. One must be cautious with words. One must honor the stakes." Jabbar turned his attention back to the game, convinced that Feng had already secured 10 points and would surely not recklessly challenge Kobe's formidable defense. Yet, to his astonishment, in the subsequent offensive play, Feng received another pass from his teammate. Facing Kobe's defense, he calmly stated, "Clear out, it's one-on-one." Chapter 40, Championship Caliber Defense? Apologies. But all are created equal. As Feng stood before Kobe, he remained unperturbed, merely uttering the words, "Create space for the isolation." At that moment, his 4 teammates were no longer the detached spectators they had been earlier, ready to witness Feng's potential folly. They were genuinely awestruck by his performance. In the realm of street basketball, the adage holds true: scoring is paramount, and those who can deliver are revered. To them, Feng undeniably possessed the audacity to command such respect. Therefore, as he faced Kobe, their mindset had shifted. They genuinely hoped to witness Feng engage with the NBA superstar. "Brother, rest assured, we will clear the way for you. Showcase your abilities to the fullest. I have faith in you." White patted his chest, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. The other 3 teammates exchanged glances, bemused, recalling how vocally he had insisted that Feng was merely a flashy player. Yet, despite their jesting, their bodies responded with sincerity, creating ample space to afford Feng the best opportunity for his one-on-one play. The game continued, and as Feng confronted Kobe's defense, he held the ball momentarily, observing intently. In his gaze, he perceived a ferocity and determination unlike anything he had encountered in other players. It was a visceral yearning for victory, almost bloodthirsty. Though Kobe was not particularly towering in stature, the intensity of his defensive pressure surpassed that of any player Feng had previously faced. Feng smiled faintly. Kobe truly deserves the title of a superstar who excels in both offense and defense, exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. However, he remains unfazed. The mastery of the sky hook that Feng possesses today serves as his unwavering confidence. Feng turned once more, commencing a slow dribble. However, unlike others, Kobe did not grant him any space to maneuver. Instead, he opted for a direct and aggressive approach, pressuring Feng to induce a turnover. Simultaneously, Kobe engaged in considerable physical confrontation, and with each contact, Feng felt an undeniable force emanating from his side. Although the rules stipulate that defenders must refrain from excessive physicality, the distinction between proficient defense and a foul is indeed a fine line. Kobe's fiercely aggressive defense rendered it nearly impossible for Feng to penetrate the paint. All seemed lost. It appeared that this strategy was ineffective against Kobe. I had foreseen that this fellow could not contend with elite players, only capable of facing off against lesser-known opponents. Yet, considering the caliber of NBA championship-level defense, it is hardly surprising that he struggles to score. The audience murmured amongst themselves, clearly pessimistic about the current situation. Meanwhile, Kareem remained quietly contemplative. Feng, that foolish child, is so headstrong. Just as Jabbar was about to sigh, he witnessed Feng on the court suddenly unleash his power. In an instant, he transitioned from a casual dribble to a low center of gravity, accompanied by fierce resistance. Bang! The impact of muscles caught Kobe off guard for a moment. This kid possesses considerable strength. Although Feng's power still falls short compared to the significantly muscular Kobe of today, it was evident that after the confrontation, Kobe had lost the desire to press him further. Seizing this opportunity, Feng gradually approached the paint with several dribble spins. Then, from a distance of 4 body lengths from the basket, he unleashed a sudden shot. Whoosh! He released the ball directly. No one anticipated that Feng would attempt a shot from such a distance, yet he was acutely aware that this was within his stable shooting range. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, swished through the net. Swish! The speed of this shot was astonishing. Even the formidable Kobe was caught off guard by Feng's release. Intriguing. Kobe nodded at Feng, revealing a knowing smile. Next, it was the star team's turn to attack. The moment Kobe received the ball, he sprang into action, forcefully colliding with Feng, and then faced the red team's center. Leaping into the air. Boom! An outrageous dunk. Kobe then turned his head and provocatively glanced at Feng, nodding as he said, "Come again, kid. Let's talk. More action." Everyone understood that Feng had completely ignited Kobe's competitive spirit to provoke an NBA star into seriousness, while the crowd marveled at Feng's prowess. They also recognized a profound truth. Feng is finished. Even White, at this moment, stepped forward and, with a hint of hesitation, spoke to Feng. "Brother, let us take over from here. It seems that an extraordinary individual has been thoroughly awakened by you." White's words were somewhat of a gentle persuasion, considering that Feng had just faced considerable difficulty penetrating the inner line. It is unlikely that he would be so fortunate as to replicate that feat once more. Feng gently touched his chest, still aching from the collision with Kobe, aware that a gap remained between them. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. "Look for an opportunity to pass the ball to me in the low post." White paused in surprise. "Are you still planning to play?" However, having witnessed Feng's earlier formidable display, White could not deny his prowess. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "All right, leave it to me." As the offense commenced, White dribbled the ball, searching for a chance. This time, Feng chose not to receive the ball from the perimeter. The spectators assumed he had learned to temper his ambition. Kobe leaned in and chuckled in Feng's ear. "What's the matter, kid? Are you afraid? But it's wise to know when to retreat. No need to rush." Feng gestured for silence. At that moment, after drawing the defense inside, White swiftly passed the ball to Feng. As he caught the ball, both Kobe and Feng sprang into action. With a swift motion, Feng executed a dazzling spin, maneuvering into the paint like a whirlwind. Despite Kobe's early approach to apply pressure on defense, he hesitated for a brief moment as Feng feigned, failing to secure his position in time. Nevertheless, Kobe remained steadfast, resolutely positioned beside Feng, compelling him to veer away from the basket. The sheer agility displayed by Kobe was astonishing. His lateral movement was so impeccable that he appeared to be invulnerable to missteps. It became evident that the first quarter was merely a warm-up for him. The prowess of an NBA Titan is indeed formidable. However, in an instant that left the audience in awe, Feng had already positioned himself directly in front of the hoop. Although Kobe was still in proximity, he found himself completely obstructed, unable to contest effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Feng unleashed a skyhook. Swoosh! Observing this, Kobe matched Feng's intensity, summoning an immense burst of power as he leaped into the air. He soared high and swiftly, almost instantly elevating himself. Yet, the basketball grazed his fingertips as it soared by. Soon, the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed throughout the arena. Swish. The ball had found its mark once more. Chapter 41. In our stead, dominating the NBA for the next 2 decades. On the court, Feng resembled Kareem Abdul-Jabbar himself, as if he had returned to reclaim his legacy. Feng's every movement during his hook shot evokes the sensation reminiscent of the era when the legendary skyhook dominated the game. The audience, captivated in the moment, could hardly fathom that he would actually score against Kobe's imposing one-on-one defense. Even Johnson's face revealed a hint of astonishment and disbelief. As the second core of the current Lakers, Kobe's impact on the game is undeniably profound. In the words of Jabbar, Feng is merely a freshman who has just transitioned from high school to UCLA. The fact that he can perform at such a level is indeed astonishing. Moreover, as Feng gradually exerts his full strength, his movements become increasingly fluid and graceful. Feng's every offensive and defensive move was executed with utmost precision, momentarily evoking in Magic Johnson the shadow of his long-lost comrade, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, with whom he once shared the court. Johnson sighed, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "You've truly stumbled upon a remarkable talent. What can I say? It is clearly a testament to my exceptional guidance," Jabbar chuckled. Yet, he was acutely aware of the astonishing pace at which Feng had progressed in just a month. Rather than attributing it solely to his own mentorship, it was more accurate to say he had discovered a gem. Perhaps, in the future, he might contemplate bringing this young talent into the Lakers. Jabbar's thoughts began to race. Even considering whether to pass on his iconic number 33 jersey to Feng, nurturing him to become the next skyhook Jabbar. Nevertheless, all of this hinged on Feng's willingness to remain in Los Angeles. Suddenly, Jabbar shook his head, realizing, damn, this kid is just a freshman. Am I getting ahead of myself? On the court, upon witnessing Feng's repeated successes, Kobe ignited into a frenzy. Initially, at the game's onset, Kobe was driven merely by the desire to break records. However, now, he was intent not only on shattering records, but also on demonstrating his prowess to the young player before him. As the game progressed, Kobe unleashed a more aggressive approach, engaging in relentless one-on-one confrontations. Even when faced with the red team's zone defense, he remained undeterred. After a swift change of direction, he relied on his unparalleled ability to penetrate and finish at the rim. Even when confronted with blocks, he adeptly resolved the situation with his signature fadeaway jumper. On the defensive end, Kobe exhibited playoff-level intensity. He denied Feng easy catches in the low post, fervently employing a wraparound defense to disrupt the red team's offense. Frankly, the spectators had never anticipated that Kobe would take a casual streetball game so seriously. As the match escalated to a fever pitch, the atmosphere thickened with tension. With both teams intensifying their offensive and defensive strategies, shooting percentages inevitably dipped for everyone, including Feng and Kobe. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the score stood at 46-42, with the star team leading by a narrow 4 points. However, such a result had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. During halftime, Kobe accepted a water bottle from a teammate at the sidelines and downed it in one go, the exertion of the fierce contest having left him perspiring profusely. Glancing at the current score, he turned to Feng, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he slowly declared, in the next quarter, "This lead will stretch to double digits. Kid, I'm going to obliterate you." At this moment, Feng raised his head to glance at Kobe, then responded with remarkable calmness, "I'm waiting." This charged atmosphere was not lost on the assembled crowd, who began to grasp why the once boisterous Matt had fallen silent. Far from being a coward, it was evident that Matt had no intention of embarrassing himself like others. He had long been aware of Feng's prowess. The spectators regarded him as exceedingly shrewd. Though the madman was indeed wild, he was not foolish. Anticipation surged among the audience as they looked forward to the second half of the match, curious as to who would ultimately prevail. Would this unexpected dark horse create a miracle? The 10-minute halftime passed swiftly. However, at that moment, the sky grew increasingly overcast, heavy, dark clouds obscuring the heavens and casting a shadow over the world. Without the sun's rays, the outdoor court, despite the season, felt refreshingly cool. As the third quarter commenced, both teams resumed their fierce offensive and defensive battle. Kobe continued to choose to take on 5 opponents single-handedly, relying on his individual prowess to overpower the red team's defense. Meanwhile, Feng played with greater intelligence, using his offensive threat to create favorable opportunities for his teammates. In the heat of the game, he discovered that at the moment of executing a hook shot, he could cleverly pass the ball to his allies. This tactic proved highly deceptive and successful. In an instant, with Li Feng's assist, the red team's offense became increasingly fluid, allowing them to closely match the score, even drawing level. At that juncture, Li Feng delivered a precise assist leading to a teammate's three-pointer, equalizing the score at 52-52. On the sidelines, Magic Johnson beamed with delight upon witnessing Li Feng's passing skills. "This kid has potential," he remarked. "I never anticipated his passing technique would be so solid." "Kareem, tell me, where did you find this talent? What are you implying? Are you trying to poach him?" "That won't do. He's destined to wear my number 33 jersey." Kareem replied warily. "What nonsense is this? Besides, hasn't your jersey been retired for ages? What good is it now?" Johnson retorted, then continued, "I believe this lad is a malleable talent. Perhaps you could ask him if he'd be willing to learn some passing techniques from me?" "Absolutely not. He is my heir to the skyhook." "And he cannot learn your passing," Kareem insisted. "Hold on. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Just think about it. If we could cultivate a player who masters both my passing and your skyhook, wouldn't that allow this young man to take our place and dominate the NBA for another 20 years? Jabbar paused for a moment in silence, then narrowed his eyes slightly. To continue reigning over the NBA for another 2 decades? Strangely enough, one must admit, this proposition is indeed quite enticing. Li Feng may indeed be the most suitable successor to elevate these 2 remnants of a bygone era onto the vessel of a new age. Furthermore, he might genuinely possess the potential to do so. The indomitable spirit of these 2 old gentlemen ignited as they exchanged a knowing smile. Thus it shall be. Meanwhile, the third quarter of the match had only just commenced when the sky unexpectedly opened up and rain began to fall. Chapter 42, The True Warriors. I await you in the NBA. As the raindrops gently descended upon the court, the audience and the DJ instinctively lifted their heads and extended their hands. It was indeed raining. At this moment, the players on the court gradually halted their movements. Such is the nature of an outdoor court, greatly influenced by the whims of the weather. Had it been an indoor game, the elements would pose no hindrance. However, with the onset of rain, the synthetic surface of the court would become exceedingly slippery, compelling an unwelcome interruption to the game. Regrettably, ladies and gentlemen, due to the current weather conditions, we are forced to pause the match, announced the DJ. He also signaled to the players on the court, urging them to halt the game to avert any mishaps. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and others shrugged, uttering no further words. After all, life inevitably presents such disheartening moments. It was simply unfortunate that the outcome of this contest would remain unseen today. Yet, just as everyone prepared to depart, the DJ noticed that 2 individuals remained steadfast on the court, Kobe and Li Feng. Thud, thud. The sound of basketballs bouncing against the ground persisted, mingling with the splashes of water accumulating on the surface. Kobe and Li Feng seemed oblivious to the rain, continuing their game with unwavering determination. They exhibited no intention of conceding. Swish. Kobe, having evaded Li Feng, soared into the air and executed a jump shot, securing 2 points. Though no one on the sidelines continued to keep score, Kobe muttered, 54-52, kid. Enough chatter. Li Feng, without hesitation, took it upon himself to serve the ball after setting his own baseline, seamlessly driving through the defense. Unlike Kobe's straightforward approach to penetrating the basket, Li Feng favored a more nuanced technique, employing back-to-the-basket moves and spins to mitigate the risk of being stripped of the ball. Ultimately, leveraging his height and wingspan, he executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, artfully banking the ball off the backboard into the hoop. 54-54, Li Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. Impressive, Kobe replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as raindrops drenched his jersey. The audience was momentarily taken aback, witnessing these 2 athletes' determination to continue the duel. While Kobe's relentless competitive spirit was well known, having been apparent since the moment he stepped into the NBA, it was perplexing to see Li Feng, who had already established his prowess, opting to persist. He could have easily concluded the match amidst the admiration and accolades, savoring his triumph at the iconic Rucker Park. Yet, Li Feng chose otherwise. He embodied the essence of a true warrior. The renowned street ball players of New York watched in quiet admiration. On the court, the intensity of the duel captivated those who were preparing to leave, prompting them to turn their gazes back to the action. At that moment, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson also paused, their expressions shifting with intrigue. They had not anticipated such fierce competitive spirit and determination from Li Feng. After a brief silence, both legends arrived at the same conclusion. This young man was destined for greatness. On the court, Feng had no intention of surrendering. With a wager of 100,000 at stake, how could he easily relinquish this opportunity for wealth? Having invested so much time and effort, he had yet to replicate Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot. It was an opportunity too golden to let slip away. He was resolute in his decision to fight until the very end. The match continued, undeterred by the rain that began to fall from the sky. In fact, as the game transitioned to a one-on-one format, both players intensified their efforts. Kobe, with his superior stamina, strength, speed, and explosiveness, gradually began to seize the advantage in the contest. Although Feng's dribbling skills are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of the NBA superstars. Most of the time, Feng had to rely on his physicality to thwart Kobe's attempts to steal the ball, which made the task of advancing the ball past the halfway line significantly more challenging for him than it was for Kobe. He played with considerable difficulty, yet he persevered with unwavering determination. Just as the third quarter of the game was nearing its conclusion, the familiar chime of the system notification echoed in Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for demonstrating extraordinary insight, having meticulously observed Kobe's post-up techniques during their one-on-one duel. He successfully comprehended the S-level skill of deceptive feints in post-play. Feng paused momentarily, realizing he had finally acquired an S-level skill. It had been a challenging journey, and although it was not Kobe's signature fadeaway, one must learn to be content. Moreover, an S-level skill is not something that can be found in abundance. This was indeed a fortuitous gain. As the game progressed, Feng decided to test out his newfound ability. Upon dribbling past the half-court line, he executed a swift spin, feigning his opponent while seamlessly switching hands to accelerate past his defender. In an instant, Feng felt a transformation in his dribbling rhythm. He surged forward with remarkable fluidity and ease. Bang! In that fleeting moment, even someone as formidable as Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Feng had never employed such a deceptive move before. It was strikingly similar to Kobe's own signature maneuvers. Could it be that Feng had somehow mastered his signature moves? Kobe found it hard to believe that any player could spontaneously adopt another's techniques in the heat of the moment. This left only one possibility. Feng had a hidden card up his sleeve. Intriguing, young man, you have certainly provided me with a plethora of surprises. Regaining his composure, Kobe retaliated with the same move against Feng. Bang! At this juncture, Kobe was in a frenzied state, fixated on a singular objective, to score. Relentlessly, he aimed to accumulate points. Though Feng had mastered the deceptive technique of the back pivot feint, his proficiency remained at an elementary level. In the face of a fully unleashed Kobe, this maneuver felt somewhat like a display of naivety. Fortunately, Feng managed to integrate this skill with his signature hook shot, ultimately yielding commendable results. Within the arena, the sporadic drizzle intensified into a torrential downpour, with raindrops resembling the size of beans. By the time the fierce battle reached its conclusion in the fourth quarter, both Feng and Kobe were thoroughly drenched, their clothes clinging to their bodies as if molded by the rain. The final score eluded the memory of the spectators, who no longer cared. What they witnessed was the fervent passion of two basketball enthusiasts braving the storm until the very last moment. What could be more meaningful than that? After the game, Kobe extended a hand towards Feng and spoke slowly. I acknowledge that you are a worthy adversary. Today, I truly enjoyed our match, Lee. However, when we meet again, I shall undoubtedly best you. Feng extended his hand with a smile, responding, without a scoreboard, who can truly claim victory? If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate my prowess once more when I reach the NBA. Are you serious? Kobe grinned. I keep my promises, Feng replied with a light smile. Kobe's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he intended to remember this formidable opponent. I'll be waiting for you in the NBA, kid. As Feng descended from the court, no one regarded him as a weakling as they had before the match, nor did anyone perceive him as a mere loser of the game. Feng's astonishing basketball skills on the court, coupled with his unwavering sportsmanship until the very end, captivated all the players present. The applause that greeted him was more fervent than ever before. Feng, for the first time in over 40 years since the establishment of Rucker Park. The name of an Asian player resonated throughout this hallowed ground. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, witnessing this moment, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Lee, you have become a star. From this day forth, legends of your prowess will echo in this arena. Yet, despite his newfound acclaim, Feng felt a twinge of regret over the matter of the 100,000. What do you care about then? Cheer up, kid. Do you realize you just won yourself 200,000? I know. Wait, 200,000? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. The figures simply did not align. Indeed, you had already known that using the hook shot would earn you 10 points along with $100,000, hadn't you? Moreover, you exceeded the task expectations. What a spirited lad. After uttering these words, Jabbar nodded in admiration. Johnson, standing nearby, also expressed a faint sense of appreciation, acknowledging Li Feng's earlier performance. To contend with an NBA titan like Kobe until the very end, truly a man of resilience. Li Feng scratched his head, falling into a moment of contemplation. Well, as long as the outcome is favorable, that suffices. This battle has also enlightened Li Feng regarding his current prowess. When facing opponents whose height and wingspan do not match his own, his scoring efficiency and low-post attacks is nothing short of formidable, even against guards of NBA caliber. The same holds true. It is indeed a considerable challenge for taller players with broader defensive ranges to contain his hook shot. Presently, Li Feng does not perceive any significant adversaries within the NCAA, at least offensively. He harbors no fear of anyone. Looking ahead, he believes that his primary focus for improvement lies in expanding the range and area of his hook shot, ensuring a consistent offensive output that can effectively encompass the entire key area. From this contest, it is evident that his long-range hook shot, when confronted with intense defense, still requires refinement, as many shots that should have found the net ultimately veered off course under Kobe's interference. This is rather unfortunate. At this moment, Johnson approached Li Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Get in, kid. I have a few things to discuss with you." Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon turned his head to follow Magic Johnson into the car. It was a luxurious, elongated Lincoln, boasting ample space within. The beige leather seats exuded elegance, and surprisingly, there was a table adorned with champagne and delicacies. Furthermore, the ceiling was considerably higher than it appeared from the outside. Even towering athletes like them, standing at 2 meters tall, found it spacious. Once inside, Li Feng settled into the rear seat. Opposite him were Jabbar and Johnson, who sat facing him. After they were comfortably seated, Magic Johnson initiated the conversation. "Young man, what are your thoughts on your future career development? For instance, do you aspire to join the NBA?" "Absolutely," Li Feng replied without hesitation. "Have you considered your future position, or perhaps a player prototype?" Johnson continued to inquire. "I do not confine myself to a specific position. I wish to play from the 1 to the 5, Li Feng articulated without a moment's pause. Li Feng's words sounded rather audacious, however. Both Johnson and Jabbar responded with a satisfied smile. What a spirited young man. At that moment, the illustrious Magic Johnson slowly spoke. "Young man, would you be willing to learn from me? I shall impart to you all that I know." "Ah, is this how you test the leaders? Which leader could withstand such a trial?" Li Feng resolutely replied, "Of course, I am most willing." Li Feng had never anticipated that events would unfold so seamlessly. After all, he had prepared himself for a prolonged pursuit of the magician, yet surprisingly, the opportunity presented itself without effort. Who would refuse such fortuitous circumstances? Johnson nodded in satisfaction before turning to Jabbar, exclaiming, "Honestly, I really like this kid. While I admire him, you must understand that I am his first mentor." All right. No need to be so tense. I'm merely jesting." Johnson raised his hands innocently, yet subtly cast a glance at Li Feng, mouthing the words, "Ignore him. You are my apprentice." As a celebrated figure of the Los Angeles Lakers, Johnson owned a villa and various properties in the area. Thus, he assured Li Feng that he would visit him at UCLA's arena when time permitted. Li Feng was delighted by this prospect, as he currently lacked a vehicle, making independent travel quite cumbersome. This arrangement was indeed perfect. "All right, young man, let us prepare to attend the party. I must proudly showcase my new apprentice." Johnson beamed with joy, clearly elated. Just as the vehicle was about to depart, an individual suddenly halted beside the car, tapping on the window. The person then handed Li Feng a note, claiming it contained a message from Kobe. Li Feng unfolded the note, revealing a string of numbers, 88, 73. Upon seeing these figures, a smile graced his face. Indeed, Kobe was still Kobe. The game had concluded, and everyone was content. Yet this audacious individual had chosen to keep score himself? Truly audacious. At the subsequent gathering, Li Feng could only utter, "The world is a captivating spectacle." This experience enlightened Li Feng, who once toiled as a beleaguered office worker in his previous life, to the allure that drew influential figures to various gatherings. KTV was not merely a venue for singing, nor was a foot massage parlor solely for foot care. After all these years, Li Feng discovered that entertainment venues actually offered private rooms. However, he had no fondness for such a lifestyle, truly. With no romantic distractions, he found his focus on basketball unparalleled. If given the choice, he would have declined the morally corrupting sum of $200,000. But, alas, Li Feng had a friend. The following day, he returned to UCLA. After more than a month, the coach expressed great satisfaction with the team's progress. Upon Li Feng's return, Coach Steve promptly said, "Come, Li Feng, your timing is impeccable. Step up and show the team your skills. Witness their recent advancements." Chapter 43. Have you truly played against NBA players? The players at UCLA, having endured the trials and lessons from the opening game, were now invigorated and determined. It was akin to tossing a shark into a fish tank. The presence of the shark compelled all the other fish to strive and become more active. This is the essence of crisis awareness. The shark in the friendly match at the beginning of the semester was not Arizona University, but rather Li Feng. It is no exaggeration to assert that Li Feng's arrival has fundamentally transformed the attitude of the entire UCLA basketball team. Coach Steve expresses immense satisfaction with the players' current state. Their training and progress over the past month have proven to be extraordinarily significant, surpassing even the results typically achieved in over 3 months of training. After all, no player wishes to be outperformed by a freshman newcomer, regardless of how formidable Li Feng's abilities may be. Furthermore, the team's aspirations have shifted dramatically, evolving from merely qualifying for the tournament to vying for the top position in their conference. The players have adopted a more rigorous standard for themselves. Each individual is now wholeheartedly dedicated to training, and their efforts are yielding tangible results. They have gained fresh insights into tactics and made notable improvements in their physical condition and stamina. The remarkable progress the team has made in such a short span can be attributed not only to Coach Steve's adept guidance, but also to the motivating presence of Li Feng. His emergence has instilled a sense of urgency and ambition within many team members. Now, after more than a month, as Li Feng returns to the team, Coach Steve is eager to reclaim the dignity he momentarily lost. At this juncture, Jason Capono approaches. As the undeniable cornerstone of the team's perimeter play, he has been fervently practicing his three-point shooting daily. Even the practice partner tasked with retrieving his shots has had to rotate with another due to the intensity of the sessions. As a result, Jason Capono's shooting touch has been exceptionally hot lately. All of this is aimed at demonstrating to Li Feng that none of his seniors are to be underestimated. Li Feng gazed at the fervent group encircling him, his expression flickering with uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively inquired, "How about we give it a try?" Yes. The crowd erupted, their fists clenched in excitement, for they had awaited this day for far too long. "Li Feng, today you shall pay the price." Observing the sudden and bewildered expressions on the faces of those around him, Li Feng couldn't help but ponder whether he had inadvertently encountered a group of fools. Is it too late to seek help and transfer to another school? On the court, a team led by key players such as Jason Capono and TJ McConnell was pitted against a second team that included Li Feng. Admittedly, the disparity in strength was somewhat unfair, yet they were intent on salvaging their pride, and thus the coach tacitly approved of this arrangement. In fact, when Li Feng's gaze shifted towards the coach, the latter averted his eyes, as if to avoid any confrontation. Li Feng felt utterly helpless. This team could hardly muster a single adult. In these internal scrimmages, friendly matches are typically played in 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes, akin to FIBA regulations. As the match commenced, the first team quickly took the initiative. Jason Capono received a pass from a teammate and made a circuit from the corner. Utilizing his teammate's screen, he maneuvered to the wing and swiftly released his shot. Swish. The three-pointer sliced through the net with precision. It must be noted that in this era, where dominance in the paint reigns supreme, mere three-point shooters are not particularly coveted by coaches. Jason Capono, too, had his shortcomings. His ability to drive, dunk, or capitalize on offensive rebounds was severely lacking, making him overly reliant on his teammates' assists. He was not particularly swift, his physique was lacking, and he struggled with shot blocking, steals, and rebounding. Defense primarily depended on teamwork, presenting numerous challenges. However, what set Jason Capono apart from other shooters was his remarkable accuracy. Furthermore, his shooting was consistently stable, with his range extending across the entire three-point arc and even beyond it. Li Feng was acutely aware of the formidable perimeter threat posed by the eventual NBA three-point champion. When afforded even the slightest opportunity, his scoring was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. This prompted the implementation of several new strategies tailored for Capono, eliciting a silent nod of approval from Li Feng. As the ensuing offensive unfolded, Li Feng could distinctly sense the palpable malice directed towards him by the team's tactical arrangements. On the offensive front, Capono frequently capitalized on his teammates' screens and assists, scoring with remarkable ease. Conversely, on the defensive end, it was evident that the team had instituted specific limitations to counteract his style of play. One defender shadowed him closely while another positioned themselves within 3 meters, ever ready to provide help defense. Clearly, they were wary of his step-back jumper following a threat dribble, necessitating constant vigilance. Had it been merely a month prior, upon his arrival at UCLA, Li Feng might have been considerably hindered by such defense. Due to the constraints of his shooting consistency, his success rate with contested shots paled in comparison to that of open attempts. Consequently, in situations where defenders maintained their ground, Li Feng predominantly opted to penetrate the basket, where his chances of success were markedly higher. However, now it was time for him to unleash his post-up game. The members of UCLA felt increasingly confident, convinced of their impending victory. The new strategy had proven highly effective, and execution was commendably precise. Particularly, head coach Steve wore a broad smile, exclaiming, "Young men, we are not stagnant. Prepare to witness the fruits of our rigorous training over the past month." The defender in front of Li Feng positioned himself very close, his hands perpetually raised high, denying him any opportunity to shoot. He understood that even if he allowed Li Feng to drive in, his teammates would swiftly provide assistance. Thus, they remained utterly unperturbed. Li Feng executed a series of dribbling maneuvers, followed by a deceptive fake shot after a swift change of direction, then unexpectedly accelerated, eluding the defender closely trailing him. However, in that fleeting moment, a help defender from the paint swiftly closed the gap, positioning himself once again in front of Li Feng to complete the defensive rotation. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Feng's momentum in his drive diminished. He slightly turned his body away from the basket, seemingly relinquishing his breakthrough to seek a pass from a teammate. Steve and the other members of the team exchanged knowing smiles. No drop of sweat is ever wasted. "Li Feng, you are still too young. Accept your fate. Aha." Coach Steve, disregarding his own image, burst into triumphant laughter at the sidelines. However, at that moment, Li Feng pivoted and initiated a post-up. With a resounding thud, he rhythmically utilized his body to assert physical contact while dribbling. TJ Cuming, after being pushed back twice, wore an expression of indescribable distress. He had not anticipated Li Feng to possess such strength. "Damn, this guy's power is incongruous with his physique." Just as TJ Cuming pondered this, Li Feng suddenly executed a spin, shifting his body to the less guarded right side. He then turned to face the basket, lifting his right hand high. Whoosh! The ball was launched over his head, landing precisely in the net. At that moment, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Is this the skyhook? Jason Capono and the others recognized that Li Feng had previously mastered Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's signature move. Yet, back then, his technique appeared somewhat unrefined. The release was not as fluid or natural. Now, however, Li Feng's shooting speed could be described as instantaneous. Before the defender had time to react, the basketball had already found its way through the hoop. Li Feng then turned to the crowd behind him, flashing a smile, and encouragingly said, "Keep up the defense, brothers." Li Feng's words ignited their fighting spirit, yet ultimately proved to be of little significance. After deftly bypassing the first defender, Li Feng entered the paint and executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, effortlessly guiding the ball into the net. Having undergone rigorous NBA-level training under the tutelage of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and bolstered by Kobe Bryant's relentless defensive prowess, Li Feng returned with a palpable sense of mastery, reminiscent of the adage that once one has traversed the vast seas, mere waters hold little allure. TJ Cuming's defense proved ineffectual against Li Feng. Whether the shot would succeed rested solely on Li Feng's disposition. Observing the formidable nature of Li Feng's hook shot from the sidelines, Coach Steve swiftly altered his strategy, instructing the defender assigned to Li Feng to abandon the rotation and instead apply a double team as Li Feng approached the paint. However, Steve had not anticipated that as they initiated the double team, Li Feng would preemptively decipher their intent and deliver a perfectly timed pass to a teammate, who seized the open opportunity to drive towards the basket and secure an easy 2 points. As the match progressed, Li Feng unequivocally illustrated that the only one capable of defending against him was himself. In one-on-one situations, his skyhook was simply insurmountable. Steve experienced an uncanny sensation. It seemed that Li Feng, when confronted with NCAA defense, exhibited an unexpected composure. Such a scenario had not been present merely a month prior. Confounded, Steve racked his brain, unable to fathom how Li Feng had achieved such rapid advancement. What transformative experiences had Li Feng undergone during this period? As Li Feng unleashed his relentless post-up game, the main players from UCLA swiftly abandoned their resistance. It was a stark realization. They simply could not compete. Consequently, the match concluded at halftime with a score of 38-32. Li Feng led a group of substitutes to triumph in the match with a margin of 6 points. To be frank, it was quite disheartening. Jason Capono was perplexed, pondering where the fault lay in the training regimen he and his teammates had undergone over the past month. They felt as though their progress was skyrocketing, yet it seemed that Li Feng's rate of improvement was exponentially faster than theirs. This was utterly unreasonable. Upon returning to the sidelines, Li Feng chuckled as he addressed Coach Steve. "Coach, do you have any hidden talents you haven't revealed yet? Don't keep them under wraps. Let them shine." Coach Steve's lips twitched, sensing the slight condescension in Li Feng's words, and replied with a wry smile, "Kid, don't push me too hard. I happen to know a few NBA players. Don't make me call them in to enlighten you." Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression grew somewhat peculiar, as if he were on the verge of saying something. However, Coach Steve interpreted this look as a sign of Li Feng's apprehension. "Yes, you've realized the gravity of the situation, haven't you? While you possess some skill now, you must understand that there are always greater talents out there. You are still a far cry from the NBA players. Young man, only by calming your mind can you truly progress further." Steve's voice resonated, seemingly meant for the other players nearby as well. Despite the defeat, it was evident that there remained a gap in experience. "With my 2 decades of coaching expertise, do you really think you can withstand it?" Observing Li Feng's silence, Steve assumed that Li Feng had acquiesced to his point. He then patted Li Feng on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "But do not be in a rush, young man. You're only a freshman. Don't expect to achieve everything at once. That's enough of my lecture. Let's get to training." Li Feng nodded faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and then proceeded to his training. Steve glanced at the surrounding players who had gathered to observe and waved his hand, urging, "All right, enough of that. Hurry up and get to training." At that moment, the university's team manager unexpectedly strode through the main entrance of the gym, holding a newspaper, his face alight with excitement. Upon noticing the manager's approach, Steve slowly inquired, "What is going on? You seem quite exhilarated. What good news do you have?" The team manager raised the newspaper in his hand and exclaimed, "Big news. That kid Li Feng has surprised us once more." This statement instantly captured the attention of everyone in the gym, and all eyes turned towards them. Steve, taken aback, took the newspaper and asked, "What surprise? What are you talking about?" The team manager pointed to the center page of the newspaper, saying, "Look here. Do you see? Li Feng faced off against Kobe at Rucker Park." Kobe? The crowd was momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In Los Angeles, even if one is entirely indifferent to basketball, one would surely have heard of the legendary duo, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, who were at the pinnacle of their careers and regarded as the league's finest pairing. In terms of both prowess and influence, Kobe undeniably stands as a colossal figure in the current league. So, how could Li Feng possibly have any association with him? It was unfathomable. Steve was equally bewildered, but as he perused the newspaper's report, his expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. Goodness, this kid Li Feng actually went toe-to-toe with Kobe and had highlight moments? The presence of articles and photographs made it difficult for even Steve to dismiss the claim. Was it said that Li Feng had gone out merely to attend a gathering? What on earth was this one-on-one game at Rucker Park with Kobe? So he has been secretly training, has he? At that moment, Steve recalled his earlier words about seeking out an NBA player to teach Li Feng a lesson. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, it turned out this kid had already competed against an NBA superstar, making him feel rather foolish. Meanwhile, the other teammates, upon examining the content of the newspaper, displayed smiles of relief. No wonder they couldn't compete with Li Feng. It was simply that their opponent was too formidable. Not that they themselves were lacking skill. They nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. Chapter 44, The False Chosen One, the Timid High Schooler versus the True Chosen One's bold strike against the NBA. However, while the other players claimed to be at ease, deep down they still felt a sense of discontent towards this inexplicable kid, Li Feng. It made no sense. They all shared the same background. So why was he so exceptional? As the crowd gazed at the newspaper featuring the photograph of Feng executing a skyhook over Kobe, envy and resentment swelled within them. For over a month, they had relentlessly trained in a fervent attempt to surpass Feng, aspiring to achieve an unexpected victory. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against them. The progress Feng made in just 1 month eclipsed their own efforts. At this moment, Coach Steve relinquished any thoughts of imparting a lesson to Feng. Recognizing that a genius is indeed a genius, and that Feng's future would only be more extraordinary. With a faint sigh, Steve reflected on his predicament. Team manager Jesse, noticing Steve's forlorn demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you? Shouldn't you be pleased with Feng's performance? It signifies our hopeful pursuit of the championship this year. You wouldn't understand." "It's a rather complex sentiment," Steve replied with a wry smile. "One fears for a brother's struggles, yet also envies his successes. Once upon a time, the excellence of a player became a source of personal vexation." Waving his hand, Coach Steve summoned the 2 assistant coaches behind him and instructed, "Please go and discuss the recent tactical arrangements with Feng, so he may learn alongside us." Understood, they nodded before heading toward the court. However, it wasn't long before they returned. "What happened? Weren't you supposed to teach him the tactics?" Steve queried. "Well, Coach, we intended to instruct him on the tactical arrangements. But Feng informed us that he had already grasped them." The 2 assistants responded, their expressions a mix of confusion. "Excuse me?" Steve raised an eyebrow in surprise. "When did this occur? He has only just returned. Who taught him?" The assistants, equally perplexed, replied, "He claimed he understood it during the game just now." Steve took a deep breath. "This kid, Feng, is truly a prodigy, isn't he?" After a moment, he cautioned them, "Do not let the other players learn of this. I fear it may dampen their enthusiasm." "Do you understand what I mean?" The 2 assistants hesitated before speaking, but when we were chatting, the other players were present. Steve fell silent, surveying the bewildered and helpless expressions around him. While it is true that pressure can drive players to train more diligently and approach future competitions with greater zeal, is the current burden not a bit excessive? On the other hand, LeBron James, in his senior year at St. Mary's High School, is poised to embark on his final year of high school. The institution is wholly invested in extracting every ounce of value from this prodigious talent during his last season. Even before the season commenced, the team had summoned a multitude of journalists to create a buzz around LeBron. They boldly placed a price tag on the broadcasting rights for their games. An unprecedented move in history to charge for the viewing of a high school athlete's performance. However, St. Mary's held firm in their belief that LeBron James warranted such an investment, confident that numerous media outlets would be eager to pay for it. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a sharp rebuke. Contrary to their expectations, most media organizations were unwilling to part with significant sums for the broadcasting rights, opting instead to offer meager sums or seek free access. Some outlets even published articles mocking the school's desperate attempts at commercialization, depicting the so-called chosen one as timid in high school while the true prodigy boldly takes on the NBA. The accompanying image for this article was that of Feng engaging in a rain-soaked one-on-one duel with Kobe at Rucker Park. Naturally, LeBron came across this piece, maintaining a facade of calm and expressing happiness for Feng. However, it was evident to all that he was more affected by the situation than anyone else. They witnessed him at a dinner, unable to even enjoy his beloved Mexican taco, a clear sign of his distress. Meanwhile, far away at Syracuse University, Carmelo Anthony, upon seeing the report of Feng's confrontation with Kobe, wore an expression of deep complexity. Having recently engaged with the university's basketball training regimen, he felt his own progress had been remarkable. In terms of both physicality and skill, he had ascended to new heights. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Feng had progressed even more rapidly than himself. In such a short span, this individual was already capable of challenging an NBA superstar like Kobe one-on-one. Unbelievable and unacceptable. After finishing the article, Anthony turned to his coach and declared, "Coach, it seems we have gained another formidable rival. From this day forth, I wish to double my training regimen." Although the Syracuse head coach was unaware of the peculiar motivations driving Anthony, he recognized this as a positive development. Young individuals ought to possess such drive, especially as their sights are set on this year's NCAA championship. "Very well, whatever decision you make, the team will fully support you. Go all out." "Yes, coach." Anthony solemnly nodded. The day after returning to the team, Feng received a receipt handed to him by the coach. It was the full scholarship for the year 2002, amounting to a staggering $43,000, a substantial sum in this era. It is noteworthy that, including Li Feng, only 2 other players on the team were awarded full scholarships. Alongside the 200,000 previously given to him by Magic Johnson, Li Feng's bank account now approached 250,000. In this time, the purchasing power of 250,000 is extraordinarily impressive. At this moment, Li Feng stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should return home and invest in several courtyard houses. However, that was merely jest, as it would take quite a while for such properties to appreciate. Even if he did decide to buy in the future, there would be ample time. For now, it would be wiser to acquire a means of transportation. After all, the subway system in America is rather unsightly, and driving would offer far greater convenience. He resolved to buy a car the following day. After the team's training concluded, Li Feng accessed his system panel. Host, Li Feng, overall strength evaluation. A, strength, 120, A, speed, 104, B, jumping, 112, A, shooting, 110, A, dribbling, 104, B, defense, 93, B, passing, 106, B, stamina, 102, B, insight points, 1,000 total skills, 10, max, SS level skyhook. Mastery increases resistance to shot blocking by 40 upon release, enhancing interference resistance by 40. Increases shooting accuracy by 21 within a 3-foot range under the basket. Grants an additional 5 accuracy when shooting with the dominant hand. Shooting accuracy decreases with distance from the hoop in the restricted area, not upgradable. S-level change of pace triple threat. Mastery 50 chance to fake out players with AB level defense or lower. The probability of faking higher level defenders decreases. 122-2500. S-level back down fake. Beginner 20 chance to fake out players with AB level defense or lower. After the fake, the shooting accuracy for open opportunities increases by 5. 115-1000. A-level steady shooting professional increases shooting accuracy by 17 for shots while in motion or receiving the ball, and by 45 for shots in open positions. 529 for 000. Information omitted. Currently, Li Feng possesses 3 attributes rated above A level and boasts 3 skills with an S-level rarity or higher. It can be said that his combat effectiveness at this stage is quite formidable, a fact perfectly exemplified in his matchups against Kobe. Li Feng, through the judicious combination of skills, can maximize his advantages and distinctive traits. Even when confronted with formidable defenders like Kobe, Li Feng utilizes his height and wingspan to score by employing back-to-the-basket techniques and the skyhook. This exemplifies the benefits of possessing a well-rounded skill set. Li Feng was acutely aware that if he relied solely on his ability to break through defenses, facing a player as swift, explosive, and low-centered as Kobe would render his offensive efforts exceedingly challenging. A broader repertoire of skills would grant him more options when confronted with diverse situations, thereby making him less susceptible to specific tactical strategies. For instance, the defensive scheme devised by Steve for him might have proven effective against others, potentially leading to their downfall. Having tasted success, Li Feng resolved to pursue this path with determination, setting a modest goal, to become the most versatile, most outstanding player in the NCAA. To achieve this, he needed to focus on acquiring insight points in the upcoming phase. After all, mastering a plethora of advanced skills would require a significantly greater number of insight points than before. It was clear that he needed to intensify his efforts. Moreover, after participating in the recent Rucker Park game, Li Feng encountered another dilemma. His skill slots were completely filled. Alas, it seemed that when Johnson came over for his individual training sessions, he would need to assist in merging his skills. Perhaps the flashy pass from Atan and the exquisite pass from Paul could be combined to create a new, sophisticated maneuver. Li Feng believed it should not pose too much of a challenge. Now, it merely depended on when Johnson would be available to visit the gym. The following day, Li Feng took a morning off to visit a Porsche dealership. Ultimately, he purchased a brand new 993, the 4th generation of the 911. Though a vehicle is a consumable asset, if memory served him correctly, this particular model, due to its charming aesthetics, saw its value skyrocket in subsequent years. Thus, by acquiring it, Li Feng not only satisfied his need for transportation and a display of approachability, but also made a savvy investment for the future. When the dealership delivered the car outside UCLA's gym, a throng of students gathered, leaving no room for passers-by. Who says American girls are not materialistic? As they witnessed Li Feng receiving the keys from the attendant, their gazes nearly sparkled with admiration. Tall, handsome, and affluent. It was as if he had stepped right out of a novel as the quintessential male protagonist. Following Li Feng's acquisition of the Porsche, rumors about his mysterious background began to circulate within the team. Some speculated that he had borrowed the vehicle from Kobe, while others suggested he was the illegitimate son of the Wayne Group. Regardless of the conjectures and the multitude of theories, one thing was clear: Li Feng was shrouded in many secrets that eluded their understanding. And the intrigue did not end there. Soon, yet another illustrious guest arrived at UCLA, none other than the NBA's universally acclaimed greatest point guard, Magic Johnson. 5 championships, 3 MVP awards, 3 finals MVPs, and 9 selections to the All-NBA first team. His accolades are virtually countless, showcasing both his individual prowess and his impeccable team achievements. Although later, Stephen Curry emerged, revolutionizing the game with his era-defining style and unparalleled shooting skills, along with his off-ball threat and ball-handling capabilities. Many fans began to include him in discussions for the greatest of all time. However, for a considerable period, Magic Johnson remained the undisputed greatest point guard in history. As a Los Angeles legend, his influence at UCLA is rivaled only by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. How did he arrive here? Is this truly Magic Johnson himself? It feels as though I am in a dream. Oh my God. I feel as though I have encountered numerous legendary stars this year. This suggests that fortune is on our side this time. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that every time I see them, it somehow relates back to Li Feng. Nonsense. How could that be? Is it possible that every superstar comes just to see Li Feng? Just as the thought crossed my mind, Li Feng. Johnson exclaimed from the doorway. Mr. Johnson, it's a pleasure to see you again. Li Feng approached and greeted him warmly. Don't be so formal, kid. Remember, you are my apprentice, and I will certainly take care of you. Johnson replied with a friendly smile, showing no airs. Shall we begin? Whenever you're ready. I have some time on my hands, Johnson remarked casually. He then turned to Coach Steve and asked, I hope my presence won't disrupt your training, Coach? Not at all, Steve replied, momentarily stunned. Why does Li Feng always bring such heavyweights along? At that moment, the coach felt he had witnessed more absurdities in the past month than in his entire life. Surely, Li Feng must be the illegitimate child of the Wayne Group. The other players, however, seemed unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to such extraordinary occurrences. It was indeed bizarre, yet with Li Feng involved, it somehow felt rather normal. They even joked, next time, it wouldn't be Jordan coming to give Li Feng a lesson, would it? Haha. Chapter 45. The Underdog Targeted, the Silent Culprit Upgrading. Magic Johnson is not only exceptionally creative on the court, he is also an excellent teacher during practice. His moniker, Magic, signifies more than just his unparalleled passing skills. Standing at 206 centimeters, his versatile play style bears a striking resemblance to Li Feng's. Moreover, many are unaware that Johnson's turnaround hook shot is equally masterful. When faced with guards, he effortlessly creates mismatches, and he remains undaunted against towering centers. For him, one-on-one offensive opportunities are akin to receiving a gift. Coupled with the exceptional vision afforded by his height advantage, he can swiftly and accurately deliver the ball to his teammates even when confronted with double teams and defensive assistance. In the annals of NBA Finals history, there have been a total of 18 games in which a player recorded more than 15 assists in a single match, with 10 of those performances attributed to Magic Johnson. It can be said that Johnson embodies the quintessential player capable of excelling in all 5 positions. Gaining his invaluable insights is of immense benefit to Li Feng's future career trajectory. Indeed, Johnson has been true to his word, imparting his knowledge to Li Feng without reservation, assisting him in striking a reasonable balance between deft passing and lofty expectations. Furthermore, he instructs Li Feng on how to leverage his height advantage as a forward to dominate guards to the fullest extent. During the training sessions, Johnson even highlighted several areas where Li Feng could improve in his matchup against Kobe. During the time Johnson mentored Li Feng, other team members gravitated towards the sessions, neglecting their regular training routines. After all, the value of this training was abundantly clear to everyone. It is none other than the illustrious Magic Johnson. Even acquiring a fraction of his wisdom is a remarkable achievement. Regardless of whether they fully grasped the lessons, they felt reassured that they would not fall too far behind Li Feng. Meanwhile, head coach Steve felt somewhat sidelined. However, despite the players' enthusiasm, they soon confronted a harsh reality. Li Feng's learning pace far surpassed theirs. It was akin to being in a math class where, while one bends down to pick up a pencil, the teacher has already moved on to the next problem. The disparity in speed was insurmountable. The less adept players could only bridge the gap through extra practice after class, though this proved largely ineffective, serving merely as a psychological comfort. Throughout September, October, and early November, Magic Johnson frequently visited the UCLA gymnasium to provide lessons to Feng. During this period, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar occasionally dropped by to assert his status as Feng's primary mentor, essentially declaring his claim. The sentiments of the other members of the team regarding this matter were no less intense than witnessing the two most illustrious beauties of the school competing for the affections of Feng. Given their historical significance, one could argue that these beauties were indeed of the ethereal kind, akin to the legends of beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. Onlookers pondered for quite some time, unable to discern the underlying reasons, ultimately left with nothing but envy and jealousy. The months of the off-season swiftly passed, and soon the NBA games commenced. On November 1, 2002, the Eastern Giant, Yao Ming, embarked on the inaugural match of his NBA career. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Chinese fans were filled with immense excitement to witness this historic event. As the first foreign first overall pick in history, this Chinese giant, chosen by Houston amidst a plethora of promising rookies, was the focal point of media attention. After all, domestic fans had heard tales of Feng, an obscure Chinese student thriving in the American High School League. Thus, one could only imagine how invincible Yao Ming, a perennial CBA champion with phenomenal performances, would be. Confidence among the audience regarding the outcome of this match was palpable. However, as we now know, the results were disappointing. Yao Ming played for only 13 minutes, achieving a mere 2 points and 7 rebounds from 5 attempts. While this cannot be deemed entirely disappointing, it certainly did not reflect his status as a first overall pick. Nevertheless, Yao Ming did not succumb to despair. Instead, he opted for diligence and rigorous training. In the subsequent matches, his performance visibly improved as his statistics began to rise, seemingly regaining his form. Yet, this promising trend was short-lived. During a match against the Orlando Magic, Yao Ming found himself inexplicably targeted by Stoudemire, who relentlessly pursued him throughout the game. Stoudemire, fueled with fervor, seemed to double his intensity whenever Yao was on the court, resulting in a dismal performance for Yao, 1 out of 6 shooting and 3 turnovers. In the aftermath, spectators were left bewildered, questioning the nature of the animosity between them. When pressed by reporters, Stoudemire simply stated, "He resembles someone I know, and I just can't stand it." While the crowd was still trying to decipher the origins of Shao Xi's remark, during the upcoming match against the Los Angeles Lakers, Yao Ming found himself the target of special attention from Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Typically, such superstars would not deign to engage with a rookie just entering the league. However, Kobe seemed to revel in the challenge. He relentlessly showcased his fading jump shots before the towering 2.26-meter Chinese giant, even assisting O'Neal with a humiliating dunk over Yao as the game neared its conclusion. In the post-game interview, when confronted by reporters, Kobe nonchalantly stated, "The duel with an old rival has yet to commence, so I'm merely using him to hone my skills." Upon hearing these enigmatic remarks, Yao Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Who exactly are you referring to?" he thought. "Why don't you just take him on yourselves? To be honest, what does your targeting of me even have to do with me?" In private, Yao transformed into a passionate advocate for his heritage, fervently channeling his frustrations into motivation for training. He realized that in order to avoid being bullied, he must fortify himself. Damn it, it's time to step up. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this turmoil, Feng, remained oblivious to the impact he had on Yao Ming. In the midst of team practices, he leisurely focused on enhancing his recent training gains. With the assistance of 2 legendary superstars during this period, Feng made remarkable progress. His attributes had once again been upgraded. Host, Feng, overall strength rating: A, strength, 120, A, speed, 105, B, jumping, 112, A, shooting, 111, A, dribbling, 104, B, defense, 95, B, passing, 110, A, stamina, 103, B, wisdom points, 0 total skills, 9 SS rank skyhook. Mastered increases resistance to blocks by 40 when shooting, and enhances interference resistance by 40. Increases shooting accuracy by 21 within 3 feet of the basket. Adds an additional 5 shooting accuracy when using the dominant hand. In the paint, shooting accuracy diminishes with distance from the basket, not upgradable. S-ranked magic pass, proficient increases passing attributes by 25, and enhances on-court vision by 10. If a pass is made within 3 seconds of the end of the possession, the probability of interception decreases by 10, and the teammate's shooting accuracy increases by 6 upon receiving the ball. 123, 1800, S-rank change of pace triple threat, mastered 50 chance to fake out players with AB defense rating or lower, with a reduced chance against higher-level defenders. 122, 2500, S-class backstep deception, mastery, a 30 probability to deceive players with a level defense or lower. After the feint, the shooting accuracy for open opportunities increases by 8. 515, 2500, the following omitted. The recent period of intense training has propelled Li Feng's passing attribute beyond 110 points, earning him an A-level rating from the system. Under Johnson's guidance, Li Feng has seamlessly merged the exquisite passing and King's assist skills into an S-class magical pass. This not only liberates his skill slots, but also transforms Li Feng into a burgeoning talent with 3 S-class skills and 1 SS-class skill. Currently, Li Feng feels that his comprehensive rating is nearing the ceiling of a level, hinting at a potential significant breakthrough in the near future. After more than 2 months of pent-up anticipation, Li Feng longs to unleash his prowess in the upcoming match and ascertain his current capabilities. The match arrives swiftly. In the NCAA regular season commencing in November, UCLA University has entirely transformed from last year's lackluster performance. From the very first game of the season, they have exhibited unparalleled momentum. In confrontations against the University of Southern California and the University of Washington, they secured victories with commanding margins of 12 and 16 points respectively. Logically, following the departure of 2 key players to the draft, UCLA's overall strength should have regressed or weakened. However, the reality is quite the opposite. UCLA triumphed in these 2 games with an absolute display of dominance. As a newcomer to the team, Li Feng averaged 20 minutes on the court in both games, achieving impressive stats of 14, 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. From the outset, Li Feng demonstrated that he had fully acclimated to the intensity of the NCAA league. He navigated the court with ease, exhibiting none of the hallmarks of a novice. Such performance has garnered the attention and apprehension of other teams within the Pacific 10 Conference. Likewise, the UCLA team is invigorated and filled with anticipation for this season's competitions. However, their next opponent, the University of California, does not regard their victories as significant. After all, 2 mere wins are hardly noteworthy. It is essential to recognize that the University of California's objective this season is to contend for a top 2 finish in the conference. To them, their only worthy adversary is the equally formidable University of Arizona. Furthermore, the teams UCLA has triumphed over in the past 2 matches are widely acknowledged as weak within the Pacific 10 Conference, rendering their victories less impressive. What of the once great teams? They are no longer on the same level. Thus, the head coach of the University of California, Ben Bryant, showed no mercy to the opposing team, boldly declaring before the match, "We possess the finest team and the best players. We shall teach them the meaning of ruthlessness." On November 30th, the University of California faced off against UCLA at home. Prior to the commencement of the game, Li Feng approached Coach Steve and expressed, "Coach, I will not be starting in this match. I wish to lead the second unit against them." After a moment of contemplation, Steve hesitated and replied, "Are you serious?" "Well, very well then, let it be so." Li Feng nodded slightly. His decision stemmed from 2 main considerations. Firstly, he felt an urgent need for a formidable team to test the extent of his current abilities and ascertain his standing within the NCAA league. Secondly, Li Feng believed that leading the second unit would maximize the team's offensive potential. Perhaps, in this match, they could even establish a scoring record for the season. 30 minutes before the game commenced, the California University Arena was filled with enthusiastic home supporters. The advantage of playing on home turf lay in the spirited backing of the fans, which often propelled the players to deliver exceptional performances on the court. After both teams entered the arena, Coach Brian approached Coach Steve, teasingly remarking, "Your newcomers are impressive this year, but will he still manage to outshine in this match?" "I have my doubts." "Brian, don't fret. You'll see shortly," came the reply. As the warm-up concluded, the starting 5 for both teams took their positions on the court. However, the crowd from California University soon noticed that Li Feng was conspicuously absent from the lineup. Has he become too timid to start? They chuckled amongst themselves, dismissing Li Feng's withdrawal from the matchup. Under NCAA regulations, each offensive possession lasts for 35 seconds, with the game divided into 2 halves of 20 minutes each. There is no 6-foul rule for disqualification, and free throws follow a 1-1 system. With fewer offensive possessions and minimal foul penalties, this implies that scoring in NCAA games tends to be significantly lower than in the NBA, with total points rarely surpassing 80. Just then, Brian shouted from the sidelines, "Show them what you've got, Tamir. Remember what I said. We aim to score 90 points today." The enthusiasm from the crowd indicated that California University held a dismissive view of the UCLA players. Although Tamir, as the team's power forward, was undoubtedly the dominant force in the paint, he and Josip formed a formidable twin tower on the front line, exhibiting an imposing pressure on both offense and defense. In their previous 2 matches, Tamir and Josip averaged a combined total of 37 points and 13.5 rebounds. Against the currently weaker interior of UCLA, they possessed a significant advantage. The presence of these 2 players could be deemed pivotal for California University's victory. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the game commenced. Chapter 46. Robbing a Bank. Is there a quicker way to make money? The University of California brimmed with confidence, having preemptively concluded that UCLA would pose no significant challenge. However, the game commenced with a jump ball, and to everyone's surprise, TJ Kuminga seized the opportunity, claiming possession before anyone else could react. "Steady and coordinated," shouted Steve from the sidelines. This match represented their first encounter this season with a formidable team of near-championship caliber. A victory here could potentially position the team as contenders for the #1 seed in their division. Thus, the University of California, serving as a litmus test, was indeed a worthy adversary. On the court, after executing their tactical maneuvers, Capono found himself with an open opportunity beyond the arc. Without hesitation, he launched a 3-pointer. Swish. The ball swished through the net, allowing UCLA to seize the early advantage. However, the University of California retaliated swiftly. Tamir, drawing a double team in the paint, passed the ball to Josip on the perimeter. Positioned near the free throw line, Josip effortlessly sank a shot. Yet, the unfolding game deviated dramatically from the expectations of the fans present. UCLA did not falter under the pressure exerted by California's towering duo. Instead, Capono's sharpshooting imposed considerable strain on them, clearly indicating the efficacy of UCLA's recent training. Even though their specialized training with Magic Johnson had only imparted a modicum of knowledge to Feng, the team's overall comprehension of passing had significantly advanced. Their tactical execution and coordination flowed seamlessly, enabling Capono, the perimeter shooter, to frequently exploit defensive lapses. Swish, swish. As one of the most renowned sharpshooters in history, Capono's 3-point shooting was indeed on fire. In the opening 10 minutes, he achieved an impressive 4 out of 5 attempts, boasting an 80 shooting accuracy that momentarily halted the opposing team. Witnessing this spectacle, Coach Steve could hardly contain his delight. Turning to the bench, he remarked to Feng with a grin, "Young man, if you ever encounter a superstar again, remember to bring them along to the team." Feng squinted his eyes, perceiving the old man's cunning intentions. "You want to charge me? Haven't I already awarded you a scholarship, young man?" Steve rubbed his hands together, adopting a serious demeanor. "This is an additional fee. Hey, how much are you asking for, kid? First, settle the $1 million owed to me from when Jabbar and Johnson joined the team. Then we can discuss the rest," Feng replied with a faint smile. "Wait a minute, when did I owe you $1 million? Steve was momentarily taken aback, then whispered, "Could you lower it a bit?" $50,000 flat, Feng declared. "If you agree quickly, I might just bring Kobe over next time." $50,000? Steve's lips twitched. That was certainly no trifling sum. Where on earth would he procure such a hefty amount? Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that Feng's previous efforts in bringing NBA superstars to the team had indeed greatly benefited their performance. Just from the recent game, it was evident that Capono's shooting opportunities had markedly improved compared to their season opener against the University of Arizona. All of this could truly be attributed to Feng. If he could indeed manage to bring Kobe on board in the future, it was undeniably an enticing prospect. Yet, was it not rather audacious of Feng to demand $50,000? Why not just rob a bank? However, Feng was acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation. Robbing a bank? That would hardly yield funds as swiftly, he mused. While he lacked certainty in securing Kobe, if Steve was genuinely willing to part with $50,000, it might be worth a shot, but that was a matter for another day. On the court, the initially confident University of California was evidently taken aback by UCLA's forceful onslaught. Yet, as a formidable contender in the Pac-10 conference, their ability to adapt was top-notch. After a brief timeout, they recalibrated their defensive strategy, shifting from a twin tower approach to man-to-man coverage. aiming to curtail Capone's opportunities as the primary outside threat. As the game reached the 13-minute mark, Capone's shooting touch began to wane, missing several attempts in succession. Seizing the moment, the University of California capitalized on the steady performance of their twin towers, finally taking the lead at 22-20. Steve was acutely aware that Capone's frequent movement was significantly draining his stamina. The inevitable decline in shooting accuracy due to fatigue prompted him to call a timeout and substitute in the second unit. Feng, give it your all, Steve succinctly encouraged. Feng turned his head and smiled, yet said nothing. Upon returning to the court, Josh and Tamir from the University of California casually remarked, "Kid, weren't you just quaking in your boots? If you're too scared to play, you can still head home. We won't show mercy just because you're a novice. How many points did you score in your last game? 10 or 20? No matter, kid, I'll ensure you don't even get 5. However, Feng merely cast them a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Don't speak too soon. The last person who talked to me like that no longer dares to touch a basketball." "Oh, I am so frightened, haha. Tough talk is futile, Chinese boy." The two exchanged glances and laughed, dismissing Feng's retort entirely. The game continued. It was UCLA's turn to possess the ball. As the team's outstanding rookie, Feng's abilities were widely trusted. After his teammates passed the ball to him, they promptly spread out, providing Feng the opportunity to take on a one-on-one challenge. Feng, positioned beyond the three-point line, deftly hesitated before executing a sudden, swift maneuver that allowed him to glide past Josip, encroaching upon the paint with remarkable ease. The unguarded interior presented an effortless opportunity for scoring. However, to everyone's astonishment, Josip's lateral speed proved to be astonishingly rapid. Within merely 2 strides, he had regained ground. "That is my boy," Coach Brian remarked with a subtle smile, his approval evident. The fans erupted in fervent cheers, chanting defense to rally their players. Just as a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, Feng executed a sudden stop and pivot, facing away from both Josip and the hoop. He swiftly feigned a turn towards the opposite side, away from the basket. This abrupt shift in rhythm momentarily stunned Josip, as he attempted to halt his momentum and re-engage. He realized too late that Feng had not indeed turned. A feint. Josip, intending to return for defensive positioning, found his equilibrium compromised by the rapid alterations in his center of gravity. His ankles struggled to bear the weight of his substantial frame amid such swift transitions. In the next instant, Josip collapsed to the ground. Chapter 47. The sole adjective. Monster as the leading scorer for the California team. Josip found himself utterly outmaneuvered by Feng during a single offensive sequence. Feng was not surprised. After all, possessing 2 consecutive S-level skills, it would indeed be questionable if his opponent remained standing. However, the audience at the scene was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by their astonishment. Fans clasped their heads with both hands, their mouths agape in disbelief. Their star player had been outmaneuvered? After Feng sent Josip sprawling, he faced the empty hoop and effortlessly concluded the offensive with a remarkably unadorned layup. Everything appeared so effortless and harmonious, strikingly natural. The score stood at 22-22, with both sides in a deadlock. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating extraordinary insight, having unsettled Josip and earned 50 insight points. Congratulations to the host for evoking a shift in the emotions of the audience, garnering an additional 144 insight points. Listening to the incessant mechanical notifications from the system, Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. He then turned his head with an air of nonchalance and addressed the fallen Josip. "Hey, brother. Why are you lying on the ground? Youth truly has its advantages. One can sleep anywhere." The referees on the sidelines were momentarily taken aback by Feng's sardonic banter. Such captivating trash talk was indeed impressive. Congratulations to the host for his exceptional wit, earning him an additional 10 points in perceptiveness. Josip propped himself up with his hands and jumped up twice to mask his embarrassment. Despite the lingering pain in his ankle from being knocked off balance, he forced a facade of ease. How humiliating it was to be so easily outmaneuvered. In the ensuing offensive play, the University of California once again attempted to penetrate the paint, but alas, their strong drive to the basket faltered as Feng seized the rebound. With a deft flick of his wrist, he executed a magical pass, delivering the ball with remarkable speed and precision into the hands of a teammate. Swish. A straightforward layup ensued. What transpired next in the game completely astonished the spectators present. The defensive strategies employed by the California team held no significance against Feng. Once he charged into the paint, he unleashed an absurdly high release point on his skyhook shot. Standing at 2.01 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.17 meters, he was more than capable of playing the power forward position even at the collegiate level. His turnaround skyhook was an insurmountable challenge when faced one-on-one against the likes of Tamir and Josip, both of whom played the forward positions. Brian, caught off guard, couldn't fathom that Feng could perform at such a stellar level even against his elite players. This was no rookie. Many star players from various teams lacked his caliber. Realizing the dire situation, Brian opted to call a timeout to regroup. He understood that relying on a single player to defend against Feng was futile. It was maddening enough that they could not compete with UCLA's starting lineup, yet now, even against Feng's second-string team, they were being utterly dominated. What kind of absurdity was this? How could a second unit outshine a starting lineup? With no other recourse, Brian reluctantly decided to have Tamir and Josip double-team Feng. However, they overlooked one crucial fact. Feng's passing skills had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Ultimately, Josip and his teammates were merely college players, struggling to balance their defensive responsibilities. Once faced with double-teaming, Feng swiftly passes the ball to an open teammate beyond the arc. As the halftime buzzer sounds, UCLA enters the second half with a commanding lead of 45-39. The fervent atmosphere among the spectators suddenly cools. Fans are taken aback, realizing that their team, Tamir and company, has been thoroughly overwhelmed by the opposing bench players right in front of their own territory. Prior to the game, they had boasted that Feng would be unable to score even 5 points, yet within a mere 10 minutes, he has already racked up double digits. How can they possibly compete under such circumstances? As the second half commences, UCLA introduces Capono to join Feng on the court. This combination of inside and outside players complicates the defensive strategy, neither fully committing to double-team Feng nor leaving him unguarded. The players find themselves in a quandary, leading to numerous lapses in their defense. Ultimately, the outcome of the match becomes a foregone conclusion, with UCLA amassing an impressive 92 points, decisively concluding the game. Remarkably, this score was achieved without Feng and Capono on the court during the garbage time. 92 points is an astounding tally within the entire NCAA league. After the game, Coach Steve sauntered over to Brian, a smirk on his face, and slowly remarked, "Oh, I seem to have forgotten. How many points did you claim you would score?" 90. "Although you only managed 76, we are old friends, so my achievement is akin to yours. Do not underestimate yourselves. You stand a chance against weaker teams." Following this bout of sarcasm, Steve felt elated. He had long harbored disdain for Brian's arrogance, and today he finally felt vindicated. The players of UCLA, having not experienced such a resounding triumph in quite some time, erupted in jubilant cheers. They cupped their hands to their ears, shouting at the now silent spectators and fans, "Hello, California, where's your voice?" While the players celebrated passionately on the court, Brian stood on the sidelines with a grim expression, wordless. Deep down, he understood that the primary reason for this defeat was not due to anything else, but the sheer dominance of the opponent's second-string lineup. The player named Feng was simply otherworldly, capable of driving, shooting, passing, and overpowering the paint. The term monster was the only descriptor Brian could conjure. In truth, without Feng's presence, even if Capono's shooting prowess were exceptional, UCLA would still be a team riddled with deficiencies. The squad lacked a strong finisher, an organizer, and a core player capable of maintaining possession. Yet, Feng's versatility rendered him devoid of a fixed position or style of play. This signifies that it is exceedingly challenging to restrain his tactics, which is precisely where the true terror lies. In this match, Feng, coming off the bench, amassed an impressive double-double with 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 10 assists. Yet, this seems to barely scratch the surface of what this Chinese player is capable of. At this moment, Brian, with his head bowed, has lost the arrogance he once displayed. Nevertheless, he does not doubt the strength of his own team. Rather, he is curious to discern what type of team could possibly contain this individual. Does the fully assembled University of Arizona stand a chance? Chapter 48. How to play? I am 1 against 9. Following the victory in this match, Feng has gained a clearer understanding of his own prowess. It becomes evident that the average NCAA starting player poses little threat to him. The University of California is undoubtedly not a weak team. In one-on-one confrontations, Feng remains highly confident in his ability to overpower his opponents. Of course, this may be attributed to the fact that he has yet to encounter players with exceptional defensive skills. However, It is undeniable that Li Feng's offensive capabilities far exceed the collegiate average. Li Feng estimates that achieving a comprehensive system score of A equates to the caliber of a starting player in the NCAA. If the overall evaluation reaches an S level, it is roughly akin to the NBA standard. Presently, he believes he has nearly reached the pinnacle of a level, which could be considered as approaching NBA readiness. However, it is crucial to note that Li Feng's physical condition still requires enhancement, and his defensive skills lag behind. Therefore, in terms of offensive technique and efficiency, his current level may even surpass that of some NBA players. This match served as a trial, and Li Feng was genuinely satisfied, gaining a clearer understanding of his abilities. Moreover, he acquired some insightful points, contributing to his development. Winning against the University of California was merely a beginning. The illustrious achievements belonging to UCLA have only just commenced. In the subsequent 20 days, they successfully secured victories against Washington State University, Oregon State University, and the formidable Stanford University, consistently winning each match by a margin of over 10 points. This season, they have maintained an impressive 6-game winning streak, holding a perfect winning percentage and firmly establishing themselves at the pinnacle of the league standings. Li Feng's name instills fear and trepidation among all teams in the Pacific 10 Conference, a name that sends shivers down their spines. A rookie player, freshly graduated from high school, yet he has reached the pinnacle of his career right from the outset. Such occurrences are nearly unheard of and unseen. However, UCLA cannot claim to be an unrivaled force, for the University of Arizona also boasts a flawless winning record. In terms of sheer strength, Arizona unequivocally stands as the foremost team in the Pacific 10 Conference. It is noteworthy that in their last warm-up match against UCLA, they fielded only their second-string players. Yet they left Jason Capono and his teammates struggling to keep pace. One can only imagine the terror they would unleash with their full roster. In the backcourt, they possess the scoring machine Jason Gardner, averaging 15 points and 9 assists alongside the near-NBA caliber point guard Salim. Their frontcourt features formidable players such as Luke Walton, Andre Iguodala, and Rick Anderson, all of whom are of nearly NBA caliber. As for the center position, they have the defensive stalwart Channing Frye. Within this team, there are a remarkable 9 players who were ranked among the top 100 high school players in the nation from 1998 to 2002. This implies that both their starting and second units are nearly devoid of weaknesses. Such a lineup has relentlessly overwhelmed all the teams they have encountered. In this fierce rivalry, 2 titans cannot coexist peacefully. A clash between these 2 premier teams is inevitable. On December 27th, UCLA will host Arizona. Arizona's head coach, Lute Olson, is making his second visit to this court this semester. "Standing here feels splendid. I am delighted to be back," Olson remarked, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the enthusiastic crowd. At this moment, Coach Steve Lavin approached with a smile, teasing, "Have you forgotten the painful lesson from our last encounter?" "Not at all," Olson replied with a composed smile, dismissing the previous loss. He then stated calmly, "I am well aware of Li Feng's capabilities and performance. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to recruit him. Hence, I have come fully prepared this time." Olson smiled faintly, and soon, the players from the University of Arizona, clad in blue uniforms, began to stride in from the locker room. Leading the pack was the towering 2'11" Channing Frye, followed closely by Jason Gardner, Salim, Luke Walton, Andre Iguodala, Rick Anderson, and others. Their demeanor was fierce and serious, clearly indicating that the lessons learned from their previous lackluster warm-up match and subsequent defeat had galvanized them into thorough preparation. All the starters and substitutes were fully alert and ready to confront this match. At that moment, Olson turned his head and continued, "In this game, we shall not hold back. I hope you do not lose too quickly, Lavin." Upon hearing this, Steve Lavin furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively swallowed hard. Goodness, the newcomers are not to be underestimated. Although Coach Lavin had no intention of conceding victory, he felt an overwhelming pressure. He then turned to his assistant coach and instructed, "Quickly, fetch the senior brother." Moments later, the senior brother, Li Feng, was brought to the sidelines by the assistant coach, where Steve had been waiting. "What's going on, coach?" "There's still plenty of time before the game starts." During the time Johnson had been with the team, Li Feng had naturally assumed the role of senior brother as his direct disciple, while Capono and TJ were dubbed the second and third younger brothers, respectively. They were merely a white dragon horse and a chubby monk short of embarking on a journey to the west. Steve Lavin's expression was grave as he quietly inquired of Li Feng, "I see that the University of Arizona is coming in strong this time." How confident are you of winning? About a 10 chance, Feng replied. 10. Steve exclaimed, quickly asking, who is the 1 and who is the 9? I am the 1. They're the 9, Feng answered nonchalantly. At this, Steve Lavin's mouth twitched, his face a portrait of despair. Goodness, I've laid bare my vulnerabilities. And this is what I get. Why is he so composed with such odds? The head coach looked at the carefree Feng, utterly perplexed by his thoughts. Aren't we about to be thoroughly trounced? However, Feng's interpretation of 1 and 10 differed slightly from Steve's understanding. Throughout the pregame preparations, Steve Lavin remained somewhat withdrawn. He sat on the sidelines, wearing an expression that conveyed annoyance, deeply troubled. Olsen, too, refrained from pregame banter, quietly waiting alongside his team for the match to commence. Words were futile. This time, he aimed to demonstrate, through sheer strength, who truly deserved the title of the strongest team in the Pacific 10 Conference. Although the NCAA regular season lacks significant exposure and cannot be compared to the fervor of March Madness, the match between Feng and the University of Arizona indeed captivated a considerable number of enthusiastic spectators who gathered to witness the event. The entire arena was filled to capacity, with attendees eagerly anticipating the outcome of who would claim the title of the top team in the Pacific 10 Conference. Moments later, as the players concluded their warm-ups, the announcer took to the microphone to declare the commencement of the game. The starting lineup for the University of Arizona featured Jason Gardner and Salim at positions 1 and 2, Luke Walton and Andre Iguodala at positions 3 and 4, and Channing Frye at position 5. Feng observed that among the starting 5 of the opposing team, for what eventually ascend to the ranks of the NBA, the lineup was indeed splendid. The sole exception, Jason Gardner, despite not making it to the NBA, was undeniably the scoring linchpin for the University of Arizona. His skills were comprehensive and his shooting remarkably steady. Aside from his slightly diminutive height of around 1.8 meters, he possessed virtually no shortcomings. Meanwhile, UCLA's starting lineup featured Thompson, Capono, TJ, Young, and Mike, while Feng continued to lead the second unit. Amidst the cheers of the spectators, the match commenced. The inaugural confrontation between the University of Arizona and UCLA was officially underway. Prior to the tip-off, Jason Gardner unexpectedly spoke. You capitalized on our incomplete roster last time. But this time, fortune shall not favor you. In the next moment, the referee lofted the ball high into the air. Both teams' players leapt into action. TJ Kuminga stretched his arms with all his might, striving to seize possession. Yet, Channing Frye soared even higher. He leapt with a height surpassing TJ's reach, effortlessly swatting the basketball into the backcourt. As Salim received the ball, he promptly located Jason Gardner, who had positioned himself beyond the three-point line, and unleashed a sudden strike. Whoosh! The three-pointer found its mark, and Gardner raised 3 fingers, then emotionlessly began his retreat on defense. His confidence in his shooting was unwavering. He had no intention of dribbling excessively or searching for opportunities. A shot was taken without hesitation. Such was the confidence of Arizona's primary scorer. On the other end, Capono at UCLA held the ball at the arc, seeking to respond with a three-pointer. However, his defender, Iguodala, clung tightly to him, denying any chance to shoot. Yes, that's the way to defend, Olsen exclaimed from the sidelines. Unable to find an opening, Capono was compelled to pass the ball. Upon receiving it, Thompson attempted a solo drive, executing a crossover to penetrate the interior. Channing Frye came over to provide help defense, and as Thompson approached the basket, he dished the ball to the center, Mike, who was positioned behind him. The moment Mike caught the ball, he stepped forward, preparing to dunk. Yet, Channing Frye swiftly pivoted, delivering a thunderous block that sent the ball soaring away. Luke Walton opportunistically seized the loose ball and immediately passed it to the fast-breaking Iguodala. The latter caught the ball and, with a single-foot takeoff, executed a one-handed slam. Boom! In the arena, all spectators were taken aback. From Channing Frye's block to Andre Iguodala's swift counterattack, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. Each transition flowed seamlessly, and the players' counterattacks were both rapid and powerful. Such coordination, coupled with the players' formidable prowess, had never been witnessed by other teams. Could it be that this match was destined for defeat? In the stands, a girl with softly curled blonde hair murmured. Had anyone made such a statement during previous games, it would undoubtedly have elicited derisive laughter from fellow fans. Yet now, a heavy silence prevailed. The University of Arizona had, thus far, performed with the precision of cold-blooded assassins. They were here for one singular purpose, to obliterate UCLA. As the game progressed, Steve Lavin felt an increasing chill in his heart. The Arizona team approached the match with a determination to dominate. Every move, every tactic, was meticulously crafted to counter UCLA. In the first 8 minutes, Capono found himself ensnared by Iguodala's relentless defense, unable to secure a decent opportunity. As for others attempting to penetrate the paint, success was elusive. Channing Frye's interior presence ranked among the most intimidating in the NCAA. UCLA found itself in a passive position from the outset, with poor offensive choices. Conversely, the number of scorers for Arizona was overwhelming, even with some reserves on the court. Their offensive firepower remained ferocious. With Luke Walton sinking a three-pointer from the perimeter, the score soared to 24-16 before the 10-minute mark, granting Arizona an 8-point lead. Coach Steve now understood why Feng had declared their chances to be 1-9. The focused Arizona team was indeed formidable. How could they possibly overcome this? Nearby, Olsen, feigning casualness, remarked to Coach Steve, "If you don't devise a strategy soon, the game will swiftly descend into garbage time." Steve, with a serious expression, pondered strategies with his arms crossed. Olsen was correct. He needed to think of a solution. Meanwhile, Feng inquired, "Coach, are you still not putting me in? Why so composed? Substituting you in?" Steve replied, slightly taken aback. "Isn't it obvious that we are at a severe disadvantage? I can see that. But didn't you say you lacked confidence?" Steve countered. "Who said that?" Feng asked, puzzled, furrowing his brow. "Didn't you say it was 1-9? Yes. But in one quarter, let us make their 9 main players crack." Feng replied nonchalantly. "Wait, are you saying that 1-9 means this?" Steve was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn. You consider yourself a riddle master, do you?" Well. With this thought, Steve Levy decided to drop the pretense. He had initially intended to engage with you as an ordinary individual, but instead, he encountered estrangement. "I shall lay my cards on the table. I possess a secret weapon." Since the senior master displayed confidence, he promptly requested a timeout from the referee to substitute players. On the sidelines, Olsen had clearly heard Feng's recent explanation regarding the 1-9 score. Thus, while making the player's substitution, he shouted across the court to Feng, "Lee, I genuinely admire you. However, this is a competitive arena, and I shall unleash my finest players to vanquish you. You had better be cautious." Feng smiled serenely, then extended a finger, beckoning slightly. "You come here?" Olsen observed Feng's reaction, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He leaned towards his companion, Andre Iguodala, and whispered, "Stay close to him at all times. Remember, this kid is more troublesome than any player you have encountered before. However, I have faith that you can contain him. Leave it to me." Iguodala's gaze was resolute. After exchanging those few simple words, he returned to the court. Chapter 49, A Reckless Toss? No, it's a relay in midair. Upon returning to the court, Feng surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "We are ready to initiate our counterattack." At the sound of Feng's declaration, the expressions of the audience and team members shifted from surprise to determination. His words undoubtedly infused them with immense confidence. Even in light of the impressive performance displayed by the Arizona team earlier, Feng's statement served to uplift the spirits of the squad. This young man, without them realizing it, has already become the leader of this team, Steve mused contemplatively. Feng consistently achieves remarkable feats that often catch him by surprise. A slight, unassuming remark from him has the power to restore morale that had begun to wane. Truly impressive. On the field, the ball belongs to UCLA. Upon receiving a pass from his teammate, Feng advanced the ball with a measured pace while facing off against Iguodala's defense. Iguodala extended his arms, maintaining a distance of half an arm's length, rather than completely denying Feng the opportunity to shoot as others had done. Regardless of Feng's attempts to probe for an opening, Iguodala consistently maintained this distance. "No need to test the waters. I know you won't take the shot," Iguodala remarked with a faint smile, his voice calm and assured. Feng's expression grew slightly solemn upon hearing this. Intriguingly, it appeared that his opponent had indeed scrutinized his shooting tendencies with great care. Under the enhancement of his skills, Feng boasts a remarkably high shooting percentage when left unguarded. Thus, after a series of successful shots in such circumstances, it is only natural that the opposing defenders would heighten their vigilance. This is to be expected. Typically, universities prioritize defending against shots, maintaining close proximity to their opponents. However, it appears that the University of Arizona has discerned that a significant majority of their attempts have been uncontested. The few occasions they faced defenders have predominantly resulted in missed shots. "Your preparations are indeed quite thorough," Feng remarked with a smile. We shall not repeat the same mistake. In regard to this match, we extend the utmost respect, stated Iguodala with a calm demeanor. As a leading team in the NCAA league, they certainly would not falter in the same manner twice. The utmost respect. So you intend to assign just one person to guard me? Feng chuckled. One is sufficient for me, Iguodala replied with remarkable composure. How intriguing. Feng struggled to find opportunities from the perimeter and subsequently opted for an inside-out dribble before accelerating towards the right side for a drive. However, Iguodala's lateral movement was remarkably swift, and he showed no fear of physical confrontation. He effectively denied Feng even the slightest angle or pathway to penetrate, steadfastly blocking his approach to the basket. Bang! Yet, Feng was not one to back down easily. Upon nearing the baseline, he suddenly unleashed a powerful shot, exerting all his strength into confrontation, and then executed a turnaround jumper. At that moment, Iguodala, having been momentarily dislodged, leapt with fervor. A massive hand shot up to contest Feng's shot. Nevertheless, Iguodala's fingertips merely grazed the edge of the ball. Fortunately, this slight contact did not significantly alter the trajectory. And in the next instant, the basketball struck the backboard, bounced a few times on the rim, and then descended into the net. Swish. The audience at UCLA erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Team S bench was equally exhilarated. Nice, the counterattack has commenced. Next time, I shall block that shot of yours, Iguodala remarked, glancing at his right hand. Come at me. The morale of UCLA's home crowd surged due to Feng's successful solo effort. Yet, only Feng understood the substantial difficulty of that shot. In fact, the pressure of Iguodala's defense was nearly akin to what he experienced while facing Kobe. Truly, this was a player once named the best in high school. His prowess was indeed approaching NBA caliber. Although he never claimed a DPOY in his professional career, he did possess a remarkable feat of rendering LeBron mute during the finals. One must admit, his defensive skills exhibited a certain innate talent. But alas, I have faced NBA stars. Why should I fear a college player? As the Arizona University perimeter shot clanged off the rim, Channing Frye grabbed the offensive rebound and promptly stuffed it back into the basket. Turning back, Thompson sought an opportunity for a jump shot. However, this attempt lacked sufficient force and sailed over the rim. Fortunately, Mike secured the rebound and passed it back outside to reorganize the offense. Upon receiving the ball, Feng once again faced the solitary defense of Iguodala. The others on the court appeared disinclined to provide assistance, placing their unwavering trust in Iguodala's individual defensive prowess. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, Feng had never feared anyone. He passed the ball from the arc to the corner, where Yang lay in wait, then swiftly cut into the paint, extending his hand for the ball. Yang, without hesitation, delivered the ball into Feng's grasp. Positioned in the low post, Feng found himself well within the range for his signature skyhook. After 2 dribbles while backing down, despite Iguodala's relentless pressure, Feng seized the opportunity to pivot into the lane. In that fleeting moment, facing Iguodala from the side, Feng unleashed a rapid shot. Suddenly, Channing Frye erupted from beneath the basket. Waiting for this moment, he charged forth with arms wide open, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. On the sidelines, Steve Lavin shouted urgently, Feng, watch out. Meanwhile, Olsen from the University of Arizona wore a knowing smile, exuding an air of strategic command. Feng, your offensive tactics have been thoroughly analyzed by us. Do you think you can emerge victorious? What do you have to secure a win? Chen-Ning-Fly, with an unwavering determination, charged forward to deliver a block. Yet, at that moment, Feng suddenly smiled and nonchalantly remarked, Is that all you've got? Chen-Ning-Fly's outstretched arms resembled a formidable wall. However, Feng's shot was released with a terrifying arc, soaring above that very barrier like a high lob. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. What? Is this guy seriously throwing it that high? This must be a joke. Can he really score from such an angle? It's utterly absurd. Yet, just as the crowd was in disbelief, the basketball began its descent. Just when everyone was convinced it would surely miss, a figure appeared beneath the hoop. It was Mike, the center from UCLA. He leapt high, grasped the ball with both hands, and sent it soaring through the hoop. Boom. The announcer was momentarily stunned. Was that an alley-oop? Chapter 50. Unbelievable. He is the magician. When Steve witnessed this spectacle, he couldn't help but laugh. He was all too familiar with this maneuver. During practice, Feng had used it to give Mike, who was attempting to defend the paint, countless headaches. Now, the tables had turned, and Mike was executing an alley-oop, outsmarting others. Steve squinted at Li Feng on the court. This self-assured young man from China displayed remarkable creativity on the basketball court, akin to an Asian magician. Meanwhile, the game continued. After suffering several setbacks, Qian-Ningfly refrained from lunging at the ball again, which granted Li Feng the opportunity to isolate Iguodala in the low post. With a series of dribbles and spins, he gradually approached the basket. During this process, Luke Walton, defending in the corner, could no longer contain himself. Watching the basketball dance in front of his face, he felt compelled to seize the moment. Confident in his ability to intercept, Luke Walton took a step forward, ready to snatch the ball as Li Feng momentarily glanced away. However, in that instant, Li Feng seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly retracting the ball. Then, with a long flick, he delivered it to Thompson in the corner. Shoot! DeMarcus Thompson, upon receiving the pass, did not hesitate and launched a three-pointer. Swish! With a perfectly executed open shot, the basketball swished through the net. Oh my God! With Li Feng's assist, he had already accumulated 6 assists in just half a quarter. The on-site host, visibly astonished, spoke with an expression full of disbelief. Since Li Feng's entrance onto the court, he had consistently exuded an air of strategic mastery. Despite Andre Iguodala's formidable defense, which rendered Capono incapable of finding a shooting opportunity, he adhered to standard defensive protocols against Li Feng without the slightest hint of carelessness. Nevertheless, Li Feng consistently made astute decisions at pivotal moments. He attacked when necessary and passed when appropriate, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. On the sidelines, Olsen's face darkened, and he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Luke Walton, what on earth are you doing? If you continue to play this way, I'll have you sit on the bench to cool off." Meanwhile, Luke Walton wore an equally grim expression on the court. Who could have anticipated that Li Feng possessed such uncanny awareness? This was not my fault. Since Li Feng took to the court, the morale of both teams underwent a dramatic transformation. UCLA grew increasingly confident and vigorous, while Arizona's momentum faltered. By the end of the first half, Li Feng had led his team to close the gap to 39-43. Although Arizona still held the advantage, their lead had become precariously tenuous. "Well done, Li Feng. Those guys are no match for you. We can win." His teammates approached him, exchanging high fives and laughter. Li Feng remained composed, then smiled gently at Coach Steve, saying, "Coach, let us bring Capono back in for the second half. He should be well rested by now." "Of course," Steve replied, turning to Capono, who nodded affirmatively. As the second half commenced, Olsen intensified the defensive efforts against Li Feng, instructing Iguodala to tighten his coverage without resorting to double teaming. In the second half, Iguodala's confrontations and defensive plays became more aggressive. Even if he couldn't stop Li Feng's offense, he aimed to exhaust his stamina as much as possible. However, with Capono re-entering as an offensive option, UCLA's perimeter game regained its dynamism. After a screen-and-roll maneuver created an open opportunity, Li Feng executed a swift bounce pass. The ball landed seamlessly in Capono's hands. Without hesitation, Capono took a shot from just beyond the three-point line. It was a bold attempt, yet it found its mark. The crisp sound of the net echoed as UCLA's audience erupted in jubilant cheers once more. Li Feng's assist count rises once again. With the absence of the elite defender Iguodala, the perimeter shooter Capono has been liberated to unleash his scoring prowess. Although Jason from the University of Arizona has also landed 2 consecutive three-pointers, they remain unable to halt UCLA's burgeoning rhythm. Alas, as the situation tilts unfavorably for him, Olsen begins to feel restless. In prior games, they were only aware of Li Feng's substantial threat in the paint and his accuracy from beyond the arc, recognizing him as a versatile scorer. Occasionally, he would execute some straightforward passes to assist his teammates. Yet, he never anticipated the extent of Li Feng's court vision. This is simply outrageous. Li Feng now resembles a magician on the court, capable of delivering the ball precisely where it is needed. "Catch!" Li Feng exclaimed, prompting everyone to widen their eyes in anticipation. Where would this fellow deliver the ball? "Be cautious, watch out for the perimeter shooter," Olsen shouted. With one holding the ball and 9 in a flurry, the crowd was left in suspense regarding Li Feng's next move. Would it be the corner? The top of the arc? Or was someone poised for a backdoor cut? All minds in the arena raced, anxiously fixated on the unfolding play. However, Li Feng merely smiled as he gathered the ball. Suddenly, he leapt into the air with both hands gripping the ball. Boom! A thunderous two-handed dunk from Li Feng. Underneath the basket, Qian-Ningfly stood utterly unprepared, having never anticipated Li Feng would opt for a dunk. Consequently, he was caught off guard, and was decisively dunked over. Oh my God, what an incredible scene! Li Feng had successfully executed a ferocious dunk over Qian-Ning-Flei. He's the kaleidoscope of the court, the magician of the game. The commentator, hands on his head, exclaimed incredulously into the microphone. Completing such a two-handed dunk in the heat of battle is no challenge for the current Li Feng. After landing effortlessly, he turned to the still-dazed Qian-Ning and chuckled. Brother, if you're not watching the rim, what are you looking at? At that moment, Qian-Ning's face flushed, and he retorted angrily, You little brat, I will kill you. Li Feng offered no response, instead simply smiling with indifference. This infuriated Qian-Ning-Flei, as he felt utterly disregarded by this novice. In a fit of anger, he managed to record 2 points, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, and 1 turnover, successfully aiding UCLA in their comeback. Remarkably, just 25 minutes into the game, the substantial lead established by the University of Arizona had vanished. Although they boasted a roster of star players, under Li Feng's assistance, Arizona was overwhelmed by UCLA's relentless multi-pronged offensive, leading to a collapse in morale. Within the span of a single quarter, 20 minutes since Li Feng's entry, Arizona's 9 key players were thoroughly dismantled. Meanwhile, Li Feng achieved an impressive tally of 12 points and 12 assists, a remarkable double-double performance. Olsen's expression gradually turned ashen. For in Li Feng, he perceived the shadow of the legendary Magic Johnson. Chapter 51. Coach, I prefer to pursue culture. It must be acknowledged that during this match, the University of Arizona indeed showcased their formidable prowess. Remarkably, both Jason and Qian-Ning-Flei achieved personal statistics that set new season highs. They had thoroughly prepared for this contest and exerted their utmost effort. Yet, as the game concluded, they could only gaze at the scoreboard with sighs of disappointment. The final score read 87-79, with UCLA triumphantly defending their home court. Let us extend our congratulations to the victors, UCLA. As the announcer's words echoed through the arena, waves of cheers erupted from the audience. On the court, both teams engaged in amicable post-game handshakes, with the coaches exchanging gestures of goodwill. However, Olsen, during the handshake, lamented with a hint of resignation, Steve, you truly had the luck of the draw. Do enlighten me as to what benefits you promised to recruit Li Feng. The once enthusiastic Olsen, after this contest, had been thoroughly humbled. Li Feng now exhibits an all-encompassing offensive prowess, surpassing even the heights of his high school days. It is noteworthy that he has only been out of high school for less than 6 months. Olsen experiences a sense of incredulity, while Steve recognizes the treasure he has stumbled upon, remarking, to be honest, this is all thanks to Jabbar. Jabbar? In an instant, Olsen's mind conjures numerous possibilities, an upperclassman and a younger student, an unspoken arrangement. Shocked, he realizes that the two, long separated, are indeed brothers from different parents. The secrets behind the legacy of the skyhook are compelling. Though the playful banter has concluded, it is too late for regrets. He can merely shake hands with Steve and declare, when you visit our home court next time, we shall confront you with our utmost vigor. We have no intention of relinquishing the top seed of the Pacific 10 Conference to you. As he speaks, Olsen has already acknowledged UCLA's current performance, recognizing them as a formidable contender for the top position. We look forward to it, Steve responds with a smile. While the NCAA regular season may not attract extensive media attention, the UCLA school newspaper has taken the lead in promoting Li Feng and the entire team with a grand and overwhelming campaign of publicity and interviews. It is essential to remember that UCLA, as a premier basketball powerhouse, has produced countless basketball luminaries and NBA stars. Basketball remains one of their proudest sports. Despite the team's lackluster performance in recent years, UCLA students have harbored a fervent hope for a return to greatness. Little did they anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Currently, UCLA stands firmly at the top of the Pacific 10 Conference with an impressive 7-game winning streak, while the University of Arizona trails in second place with a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. The recent victories can undoubtedly be attributed to this extraordinary rookie hailing from China, Li Feng. Both coaches and teammates have sung praises for Li Feng's performance. The head of the school newspaper, Paler, has decided to make every effort to enhance Li Feng's personal influence. In his eyes, Li Feng possesses the potential to become an NBA superstar. However, before promoting and creating a buzz, it is essential to establish a memorable identity. The boy still attending St. Mary's High School, renowned across the nation, is referred to as the Chosen One, a blend of Jordan and magic. Thus, Li Feng's title must not fall short. After much contemplation, Paler assigned Li Feng the epithet of a combination of Jordan, Jabbar, and the true magician. He even proclaimed that Li Feng is indeed the real chosen one. Every aspect is designed to elevate him. Upon witnessing this title, Li Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although his aspiration is to become a versatile warrior, he is acutely aware of the disparity between reality and idealism at this stage. If one were to draw comparisons between himself and Jordan, it would only be in the realm of baseball. Nonetheless, the reaction from the students on campus regarding this title has been exceedingly favorable. They pay no heed to whether LeBron James is the chosen one. In their eyes, Li Feng, who brings them victories and honors, is there true the chosen one. This title swiftly gained traction across the United States, buoyed by the vigorous promotion from Paler and various endorsements from friends. However, many prestigious institutions expressed little interest in UCLA's publicity. Many of them had already familiarized themselves with Li Feng's profile during the months of June and July. While this young man undoubtedly possesses immense potential, it is premature to assert he embodies the collective prowess of Jordan, Magic, and Kareem. Can we not embellish the truth with a modicum of credibility? After all, you have merely achieved 7 consecutive victories. One might mistakenly believe you have secured an undefeated record in the tournament. Yet, as UCLA's winning streak escalated to 10, then 13, and ultimately 17 victories, other colleges across the nation began to furrow their brows, realizing the situation was far from straightforward. Goodness, has UCLA truly risen this season? On February 14, 2003, the final match of the regular season approached, pitting the University of Arizona against UCLA once more. However, this time, it was on Arizona's home turf. Presently, Arizona boasted an impressive record of 16 wins against a single loss, firmly holding second place. If they could defend their home honor by vanquishing Li Feng's UCLA, they would still have a chance to ascend to the top. Consequently, Coach Olson prepared his team for a fierce battle. The audience and media placed significant importance on this matchup, as the last game of the NCAA regular season unfolded. The atmosphere within the arena rivaled that of the most exhilarating March Madness contests. Particularly, with these two longtime rivals facing off once again, the anticipation was palpable. A fierce confrontation was undeniably imminent. Olson had coveted UCLA's top position for quite some time, while Li Feng and his team aimed to seize the moment and secure an unblemished record. The stage was set for an epic showdown. This time, Olson evidently gleaned insights from previous matches, fully aware that it would be arduous to restrain Li Feng through the efforts of a single defender. Consequently, from the very beginning, he orchestrated a dual defensive strategy aimed at Li Feng, a rarity on the NCAA stage. Throughout the match, they relentlessly pressured him to pass, resolutely denying him the opportunity to retain possession. This treatment proved somewhat effective. During the first half, when confronted with double teaming, Li Feng did not hesitate to distribute the ball. In the entirety of the first half, spanning 20 minutes, he remained scoreless. However, he delivered an impressive 12 assists. His teammates at UCLA were on fire. Although Arizona maintained its status as a premier team, bolstered by Chien Ningfly's offensive rebounds and Iguodala's spirited defense, it was evident that such a level of performance was insufficient against the current UCLA squad. In the second half, facing the opponent's double team once more, Li Feng recorded an additional 9 assists. Seizing a moment of hesitation from the opposition, he even managed to score 4 points in the paint. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the media and spectators, UCLA triumphed on the road with a score of 78-73 in this final regular season match. With an impeccable record of 18 wins, they secured the top seed in the Pacific 10 Conference. Although Arizona ranked second, it posed little concern. With their capabilities, they were likely to receive an invitation to the NCAA tournament. After all, a record of 16 wins and 2 losses is quite commendable. It is simply the case that both defeats were at the hands of UCLA. Being second in the nation is still quite admirable. Following the game, Olson gazed at the statistics, lost in contemplation. In this match, Li Feng remarkably scored 4 points, delivered 21 assists, and made 1 steal, all while facing double teams throughout the game, astonishingly achieving 0 turnovers. How is this even possible? Olson was left utterly speechless. His tactics indeed seemed effective, as Li Feng was restricted to single-digit scoring. However, the unfortunate news is that this young man managed to record over 20 assists in a single game, setting a new record for the highest number of assists in a single game this NCAA season. He even contemplated that in his over a decade of coaching, he had never encountered a player with more than 20 assists in a single match. Could it be that he inadvertently helped Li Feng create history? Olson closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yet, during the post-game handshake, he had to muster a smile to congratulate Feng and his teammates. It was tormenting, truly tormenting. The thought of having to face this monster again in the league championship made his head ache. On February 25th, as the number 1 and 2 seeds of the Pacific 10 Conference, UCLA and the University of Arizona met once more. The victor would claim the trophy in honor of the Pacific 10 Conference Championship. If Arizona sought to redeem itself, winning this game was the best approach. However, UCLA had built considerable momentum, staging a triumphant performance against Arizona. Yet, the University of Arizona, having lost yet again, was becoming somewhat accustomed to defeat. After enduring numerous matches, this once proud and lofty team had been thoroughly subdued. After the game, Iguodala gazed at Feng, who had once again scored 18 points and delivered 9 assists, and let out a resigned sigh. He slowly turned to the head coach and asked, "Coach, should I consider switching to academics instead?" Olsen looked at him and sighed, offering comfort. "Silly boy, I believe in you. Next year, we still have a chance to vie for the top position in the league. Remember, this is only your first year in college. Are you suggesting that I have the potential to defeat him next year?" Iguodala's eyes sparkled at this remark. Olsen noticed the young man's hopeful gaze and waved his hand, saying, "Silly boy, what I mean is that Feng will surely enter the NBA draft next year. And by then, you won't have to face him." Iguodala fell silent. Perhaps it would be best if he pursued academics after all. Truth be told, he had a keen interest in financial investment. As for basketball, oh goodness, basketball was just too incredibly challenging. Following UCLA's triumph in the Pacific 10 Conference Championship, the campus media went into a frenzy. Paler even spent money to invite several professional external media outlets to the school to interview Feng and his teammates. It was evident that the school was eager to promote Feng and his achievements. Among the multitude, including team managers, coaches, and even school officials, there exists a profound desire for the team to produce another superstar who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. From the current circumstances, it seems that Feng indeed possesses such an opportunity, a versatile forward hailing from China. Presently, Yao Ming's performance in the NBA continues to improve, with media outlets intentionally drawing comparisons between him and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal in the race for the title of the league's premier center. A wave of enthusiasm for Chinese talent is sweeping through the league, and everyone at UCLA believes that Feng has the potential to carry this flame forward. On the other hand, Syracuse University is similarly led by a freshman prodigy. Their team has achieved an impressive record of 13 wins and 3 losses, securing the top position in the Big East Conference. The remarkable feat accomplished by Carmelo Anthony, a first-year newcomer, is nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone is acutely aware of the vast chasm that exists between high school and collegiate leagues. Teammates and opponents alike have bestowed high praise upon Anthony, acknowledging him as an unparalleled offensive force and a creator endowed with extraordinary talent, destined to surpass even Michael Jordan. A kaleidoscope devoid of flaws. He has become the nightmare of every defender. Such accolades have echoed in Anthony's ears since the moment he stepped onto the collegiate court. Aside from the initial games where he required time to acclimate, he soon found his rhythm and displayed an absolute dominance that belies his freshman status. Even Chris, the scout from Syracuse University, felt a sense of satisfaction with his astute decision, affirming that he had indeed recognized the boundless potential of this remarkable talent. With Anthony's addition, Syracuse University has undergone a transformative evolution in its overall strength, igniting hopes of a deep run in March Madness. During the celebration banquet at Syracuse University, they unfurled a newspaper chronicling the championship results across various leagues. All players were profoundly impressed by Anthony's performance, as he had nearly single-handedly led the team to victory. Truly, who else could achieve such a feat? Anthony, too, felt a sense of pride in his accomplishments, which undoubtedly warranted such sentiments. At the banquet, he instructed Chris to look up Feng's record. Chris nodded and began to peruse the newspaper. Moments later, the smile on Chris's face abruptly froze, replaced by shock and confusion. Wait, is this for real? Chapter 52, Preparations for the Future, S-Class Panel. At the celebratory banquet of Syracuse University, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by the astonished expression on Chris's face. They quickly approached him, inquiring, "What's wrong? What did you see?" At that moment, Chris pointed at the newspaper, indicating the Pacific 10 Conference champions, and incredulously exclaimed, "Feng, they also secured first place." What? The collective disbelief was evident on the faces of those present. They gathered around to scrutinize the newspaper. Anthony, having overheard, walked over and cast his gaze upon the article. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he nodded slightly, acknowledging, as expected of Li Feng, he truly deserves to be regarded as a rival. During their high school encounters, Anthony had recognized Li Feng's potential. Otherwise, he would not have changed his mind to invite Li Feng to fight alongside him. If there were to be a contender among the freshmen of the entire university, it would undoubtedly be Li Feng. However, when they examined UCLA's record, everyone stood in stunned silence. An undefeated regular season of 18 wins, plus a conference championship, this meant that the UCLA team, under his leadership, had not lost a single game since the season commenced. The others present also noted this fact, falling into deep contemplation. They had presumed Anthony was invincible. Yet it appeared that Li Feng was even more of a prodigy. The atmosphere at the Syracuse University banquet grew palpably tense. At that moment, Carmelo Anthony set down his champagne-filled glass, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and rose to his feet. "Coach, I believe it is not yet time to celebrate. I must return to rest. I will begin additional training at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." With that, Anthony departed under the gaze of all present. The attendees exchanged glances, realizing that if someone more accomplished than them was still striving, they had no right to claim defeat. As long as one can endure, one must train relentlessly. "Brothers, let us go for it." Perhaps inspired by Anthony's determination or perhaps disheartened by Li Feng's achievements, the entire Syracuse University team lost their festive spirit. For in their eyes, they were on the verge of witnessing a formidable opponent rising in the madness of March. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, it is not solely Syracuse University that is experiencing such trepidation. At present, all teams that have secured an invitation to the NCAA championship are bracing themselves with a sense of urgency. The formidable resurgence of UCLA this season has instilled a profound sense of caution among Li Feng and his team. Even the grandiose claims made by Paler in support of Li Feng are now taken to heart by numerous fans. Undoubtedly, this March Madness is poised to truly become exhilarating. In truth, the attention garnered by the regular season and conference championships has thus far been rather pedestrian. Given the plethora of Division I NCAA institutions and the multitude of games, the focus on each team is somewhat diluted. However, as we transition into the fervor of March Madness, all media and fans will converge their gaze upon the 64 teams that have distinguished themselves. These 64 teams will be allocated into 4 competitive regions. The members of the NCAA committee, after thorough deliberation and analysis, will finalize the team matchups and brackets. Taking into account the team's overall strength, player popularity, narrative, and commercial potential, they will strive to ensure that favored teams do not meet prematurely in elimination rounds, thereby preserving the excitement of March Madness. In such an electrifying atmosphere, the performances of players during this exhilarating period will be magnified under the fervent scrutiny of the media. This scrutiny could even influence the future NBA draft positions of the players and enhance their individual commercial value. Li Feng was acutely aware that the accolades and victories achieved in previous matches had come to a definitive close with the onset of March Madness. In the single elimination format that characterizes this period, even the slightest misstep could yield irrevocable consequences. Thus, Li Feng exhibited no semblance of complacency. Rather, he was resolutely committed to utilizing every moment to strengthen himself further. On March 15th, the final schedule was unveiled, a day that stirred the hearts of countless fans and players alike. The arrangement of the matches could significantly influence how far the team could progress. A team, if fortunate enough to face a series of weaker opponents, might find themselves advancing to the top 8. Conversely, an initial matchup against a powerhouse like UCLA could jeopardize their chance of even reaching the round of 32. Consequently, many players found themselves unable to focus on training or other matters in the lead-up to March 15th, appearing listless and preoccupied. Even recently, UCLA's head coach, Steve, had experienced bouts of insomnia, stirred by excitement and anticipation. Yet, Li Feng seemed entirely unfazed by the impending events, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor as he trained diligently in the empty gymnasium. The only sounds that echoed through the vast space were the creaks of the weights in his hands. Observing Li Feng's relaxed posture, Coach Steve approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Young man, are you not the least bit anxious?" Li Feng set aside the instrument in his hand and, wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked, "Why should I feel nervous? After all, our aim is to triumph in the end. It matters not who our opponents are." Steve offered an awkward smile in response. Li Feng's assertion holds merit. The team is indeed on a remarkable trajectory. The overarching aim remains the pursuit of the NCAA championship. The order of opponents, whether first or last, bears little significance. However, while the rationale is understood by all, few players possess the composure that Feng exhibits. On the television screen, the renowned sports media outlet ESPN provided live coverage of this matchup. Prominent teams such as UCLA, Syracuse, and Marquette, all regarded as strong contenders, have been strategically placed in separate brackets. The committee, much like the audience, desires to see these formidable teams advance beyond the Sweet 16. UCLA, the institution Feng represents, has been designated as the #1 seed in their Western Division. It is common knowledge that the University of Arizona boasts an exceptionally robust lineup. In terms of both theoretical prowess and actual performance, they can be likened to a galactic fleet. Yet, such a formidable squad found itself decisively subdued by UCLA, suffering 3 consecutive defeats. Had UCLA not secured the top seed in their bracket, it would have been a grave injustice. Their forthcoming adversary is the 16th-seeded University of Vermont. Undoubtedly, this will culminate in a straightforward victory. Most players are reveling in anticipation of this imminent triumph. However, Feng refrains from joining in the collective euphoria, instead focusing on planning for his future. He is acutely aware that he must prepare for entry into the NBA. Though only a little over 6 months have passed since his enrollment, Feng feels he has fully acclimated to the rigors of NCAA competition. This year presents the perfect opportunity to face off against talents like Anthony and Wade before entering the NBA draft. What a splendid prospect. With a touch of confidence, Feng believes he will undoubtedly be a formidable contender for one of the top 3 draft positions. Thus, his immediate priority is to enhance his physical attributes. When physical confrontations are not on par, no amount of technique can compensate. The fadeaway shots that once proved effective in high school now seem lacking in college competition. In a previous match, he nearly fell victim to a block by Iguodala while attempting this maneuver. The underlying reason lies in the emerging disadvantages of Feng's physical confrontation: speed and explosiveness. It is imperative to fortify his physical prowess without delay. In the absence of James, who once assisted him in accumulating attribute fragments, Feng's physical prowess has experienced a slight deceleration during this period. At this moment, Feng accessed his attribute panel. Host: Feng Comprehensive Strength Rating: A. Strength, 121, A. Speed, 106, B. Jump, 112, A. Projection, 111, A. Dribbling, 105, B. Defense, 95, B. Passing, 110, A. Stamina, 104, B. Insight Points, 6104 Total Skills, 9 SS Level Skyhook. Mastery increases resistance to blocks by 40 upon shooting, and enhances interference resistance by 40. When shooting within a 3-foot radius of the basket, the accuracy rate increases by 21. An additional 5 accuracy boost is granted when shooting with the dominant hand. Within the restricted area, the accuracy diminishes in accordance with distance from the hoop. Non-upgradable, S-level Magic Pass. Mastery increases passing attributes by 25 and enhances on-court vision range by 10 while active. The probability of being intercepted during a pass is reduced by 10. 154425500. S-level Change of Pace Triple Threat. Mastery, a 50 chance to fake out players with a defense rating below B, while the chance to deceive higher-rated defenders diminishes. 3332500. S-level Back to the Basket Fake. Mastery, a 30 chance to fake out players with a defense rating below A, with an 8 increase in shooting accuracy for open shots following the feint. 5152500. Although through rigorous training, Feng has seen some improvement in his attributes. None have manifested as significant breakthroughs. However, a comforting aspect is that through a series of recent matches, Feng has indeed accumulated a fair number of insight points. With his current balance, he now possesses enough points to elevate all 3 S-level skills to elite proficiency, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Today marks the day Feng can elevate his system rating to S-level. System, allocate points. As Feng's thoughts shifted, the experience values of the 3 skills on the system panel surged swiftly. Moments later, the proficiency of the 3 S-level skills reached elite status. It was at this precise moment that Feng's system panel refreshed once more. The comprehensive evaluation at the top of the panel finally shifted, ascending from a directly to S-level. What an arduous journey it has been. Feng felt a tinge of sentimentality. It is worth noting that he had sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough for quite some time. Now that he has finally transcended this threshold, it signifies that, According to the system's assessment, he possesses the prowess of an NBA player, at least for the time being on the NCAA stage. There are scarcely any adversaries who can pose a challenge to him. However, the experience points for the 3 newly elevated S-level skills have all transformed into a line of text indicating they are now at their maximum, akin to the SS-level skyhook. This implies that Feng has reached the pinnacle of mastery over these skills, constrained by the limitations of his physical attributes. The path to rapidly enhancing his overall evaluation by further upgrading skill levels has become a dead end. Feng fell into a moment of silence, realizing that the system was compelling him to enhance his physical prowess. Beyond his daily training regimen, he needed to devise another strategy. At that moment, he cast a glance at Steve Rave, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Coach," Feng approached and suddenly spoke. Observing the beaming countenance of Feng, Steve instinctively took a step back, his expression turning cautious as he inquired, "What is going on? What are you up to? Coach, why are you so tense? Am I someone truly worthy of suspicion?" "Well, that's not quite the case." Steve himself was baffled by his reaction. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Feng's smile boded ill. At this moment, Feng slowly began to speak. "Coach, are you interested in the proposal of 500,000 I mentioned last time?" 500,000. "No, I'm not interested," Steve replied with a shrug, taking a step back. "Coach, what if I told you that today I am offering you an opportunity? Today, I am advocating for the welfare of my family. Forget about 49 or 39 now. It's only 9.9. Family, let's get on board." After Feng spoke these words, an inexplicable urge surged within Steve to frantically press his phone. Although he could not fathom why he felt compelled to retrieve his device, Feng's statement was undeniably captivating. The prospect of investing 99,000 for Kobe's specialized training was indeed alluring. "You want to back out, will you?" Steve inquired, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "Absolutely not," came the reply. "Very well. I shall advocate for this matter with the school and provide you with a response by this afternoon." Later that day, having received Steve's affirmative answer, Feng once again dialed Kareem's number. As one of his esteemed mentors, there was no time to waste. After Feng expressed his thoughts to Jabbar pragmatically inquired, "When does Kobe have the time?" "The day after tomorrow, they have a game against the Clippers. Even if you were available, who would cover the appearance fee?" Feng spoke up directly. "Even if he is exceptionally busy, considering my esteemed teacher, the legendary Lakers, the superstar, and the greatest center in history, he ought to show some respect, right?" After a brief silence on the other end of the call, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's smug chuckle, deliberately lowered in tone, resonated. "Kid, this is a one-time exception." Not long after, the basketball department of St. Mary's High School received a phone call from Kobe's agent. The voice on the line expressed regret. "I am terribly sorry, but the scheduled visit to watch LeBron's game next week has been abruptly canceled." Although St. Mary's High School felt disappointed, they could only express their understanding. After all, Kobe must have his reasons for such a decision. It must be something of great importance. Chapter 53. Kobe's Expectations. UCLA University struggles to maintain momentum after the home game of the Los Angeles Lakers concluded in the UCLA gymnasium. Kobe squinted as he scrutinized the yellow-skinned player before him. Has the kid not had enough of a beating last time? With a hint of mockery in his expression, Kobe crossed his arms and spoke. Feng, however, remained unfazed, slowly smiling as he replied, "Last time, no one was keeping score. Perhaps it was you who lost?" "I lost." Upon hearing this, Kobe's eyes ignited with competitive spirit, revealing the unique smile of the Black Mamba. Just as Kobe prepared to step onto the court for a fierce showdown with Feng, Steve gently applauded and said with a smile, "Mr. Kobe, we are thrilled to have you here today. We understand your time is valuable, so let us get straight to the point." At this, Kobe gradually set aside his desire to teach Feng a lesson and surveyed the group. "You've won the league championship, which is commendable. It proves you are not a bunch of hopeless misfits. However, you are still not qualified to win in the NCAA. A bucket of cold water was splashed over everyone, and many players' expressions subtly shifted. As an underdog team enjoying a winning streak, they found this hard to accept. Unfazed, Kobe met their gazes and continued, "If anyone is unconvinced, come up and challenge me. I offer you this opportunity." Yet, the moment the players met Kobe's gaze, their resolve waned. "Well, taking a scolding doesn't seem too bad," Kobe mused, shaking his head slightly before dismissively curling his lips. "TSK. None of you have the guts of Feng." Kobe had no intention of prolonging the banter, so he spoke directly. "Today, I will teach you but one thing. Regardless of the circumstances, you must always exhibit your aggression. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Do you understand? At all times, in every circumstance, once you step onto the court, consider yourselves the strongest. Only by embracing such a conviction can you continuously surpass yourselves. Failure is not to be feared. Rather, it is the fear itself that stands as your greatest adversary. Do you understand? Kobe's voice grew progressively louder, and it was evident to all that he was deeply passionate. Though Li Feng remained silent, he was acutely aware that Kobe's words were a reflection of his own sentiments. This season, Kobe was no longer content to be merely regarded as the second-in-command of the Lakers. Seizing the opportunity during Shaquille's foot injury, Kobe had fervently dedicated himself to rigorous training in the off-season, achieving a comprehensive evolution of his personal prowess. On the court, he displayed an insatiable desire to take charge, averaging an astonishing 30, and at times even 40, shots per game. The ferocity of his gameplay was palpable, yet the Lakers' record did not mirror his individual brilliance, as they languished in 5th place in the Western Conference. Nevertheless, Kobe remained steadfast in his aggression and confidence, just as he had proclaimed. At this moment, D'Angelo Thompson interjected. Not everyone can do what you do. However, Kobe did not deign to acknowledge him, responding coldly, someone can. Why not you? Have you ever witnessed the sunrise in Los Angeles at 4 in the morning? Thompson was rendered speechless, his lips sealed. Meanwhile, Li Feng was taken aback. Could it be that the 4 o'clock sun had already begun to rise? Kobe then turned his gaze to Li Feng, the individual who had once battled him in the legendary Rucker Park. He gradually posed the question, do you think you can? Naturally, Li Feng replied with utmost confidence, absolutely. Moreover, I intend to outshine you. Li Feng refrained from commenting on Kobe's various actions, pondering whether this was indeed the best choice for the team. Had it not been for the Eagle County incident, had Shaquille O'Neal not ventured east, and had the F4 not disbanded, how many more championships might the Lakers have secured? Alas, there are no what-ifs. However, one indisputable point remains. Maintaining a spirit of ambition is always commendable. Kobe smiled faintly at Li Feng, seemingly unfazed by his proclamation of intent to outshine him. He promptly shifted to the crux of the matter. Your upcoming adversaries are all relatively weak teams. Therefore, during this period, I shall grant you no respite. I do not care whether you are fatigued or in form. Outside of game days, you are required to complete your training tasks every single day. If you wish to grow stronger, you must pay the price for that strength. Losing equates to elimination. Complaining also leads to dismissal. I have already provided your coach with a detailed training plan for the next fortnight. What you do next is entirely up to you. As the group stood in bewilderment, Kobe turned to leave. Clearly, he lacked the patience and willingness to impart basketball techniques. However, Li Feng was not one to let such an opportunity slip away easily. As an old saying from the Northeast goes, one should seize the moment. Would Li Feng allow him to brush off the encounter so casually? Observing this, Li Feng followed him outside and intercepted him at the door. Kobe turned his head, asking, what is it that you want? If you seek to implore me for additional skills, you are mistaken. I must inform you, that comes at a cost. No, I merely have a message for you. What message? Li Feng replied with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Do you believe yourself to be clever, kid? Such provocations do not affect me, Kobe retorted, though his expression revealed he was taking the matter seriously. Li Feng continued, if you have come solely to assign us these training tasks, then it holds little significance. It is far too simple for me. Simple? You dare to say that, kid? Kobe paused slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed approached this with a somewhat perfunctory attitude, yet the training could hardly be deemed simple. With a proud shake of his head, Kobe declared, if you can strictly adhere to my training regimen and progress to the finals, then fine, I shall impart to you some genuine skills, those rare, hidden techniques. Is it a deal? Li Feng inquired. Of course, Kobe scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Feng. The training regimen he had devised for Li Feng and the others would undoubtedly be considered high intensity even for NBA players. Sustained training under such conditions, while also performing at a high level in games, was simply unattainable, even if Li Feng managed to triumph against weaker opponents in the initial matches. Facing the top 8 would present an entirely different challenge. The intensity of the NCAA March Madness is such that even Kobe Bryant holds it in profound respect. Confronted with the elite teams of the NCAA, Li Feng could never have made it to the finals so effortlessly. It is simply inconceivable. Unless Li Feng were to resort to deceit by reducing his training regimen or secretly taking breaks, Kobe never entertained the notion that he might lose the bet. Kobe entered his sports car, rolled down the window, and tossed a remark to Feng. "Train hard, kid. I don't wish to witness your folly." With that, he drove off into the distance. Feng gazed at Kobe's departing figure with a faint smile. Regardless of the circumstances, his objectives had been largely fulfilled. Unbeknownst to Kobe, Feng's prowess had significantly advanced since their last encounter. At this moment, Feng had fully crossed the threshold into the realm of the NBA. For an ordinary team, posing a threat to UCLA was indeed a formidable challenge. Feng offered a faint smile, ready to bring a touch of astonishment to this world. The following day, prior to training, he received the promised remuneration from Steve. After deducting the expenses incurred from his car purchase, Feng found himself with a savings exceeding $100,000. With funds secured, he contemplated attending Jordan's training camp if time permitted. As Feng and his teammates commenced their training session according to Kobe's meticulously crafted schedule, they quickly realized that the task at hand was far from simple. The training regimen prescribed by Kobe was, in fact, more than double what they typically endured. However, they refrained from voicing their grievances. For an unfamiliar figure had inexplicably appeared at the edge of the court, diligently jotting down notes in a small notebook. Goodness, has Kobe truly employed a spy? Feng mused helplessly. Kobe had claimed indifference, yet one could not help but doubt the sincerity of such words. The training proceeded as planned. Initially, Capono and the others believed their prior training sessions had been sufficiently rigorous. Yet, in comparison to today's exertions, they came to understand the true meaning of being outmatched. Exhaustion, indeed, was a profound reality. By the conclusion of the first training day, Feng and his companions were utterly fatigued, collapsing into their beds upon returning to their dormitories. The sudden increase in training intensity was undoubtedly a torment for their bodies. Nevertheless, Feng had approached this endeavor with the intention of honing his physical prowess, thus finding it a dual benefit with little to complain about. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. After several days of rigorous training, the group gradually discerned that although Kobe's regimen was undeniably taxing, it was not solely designed to torment them. Rather, it could be said that this NBA training methodology was remarkably effective and efficient. Most importantly, this grueling approach cultivated their ability to maintain bodily control and stability, even in states of fatigue. Feng also noticed a remarkable increase in the values of stamina, dribbling, and shooting on his system panel, particularly in stamina. The rigorous training during this period has indeed yielded significant results. Feng found himself witnessing the gradual enhancement of his physical attributes almost daily. Although he understood that such a rapid growth might not persist for long, he could not suppress his excitement over the newfound elevation of his abilities. Under the vigilant watch of Kobe's scouts, the training sessions at UCLA remained rigorous, undiminished by the passage of time. Even on the eve of the competition, there was no sign of relaxation. The team continued to adhere to their relentless training regimen. On the day of the match against the University of Vermont, the nearly 5,000 fans present were astounded to observe the apparent fatigue etched upon the faces of the UCLA players. It seemed illogical. Had they perhaps engaged in some nocturnal revelry the previous night? Each member of the team appeared as though they had endured a grueling battle, utterly drained. The players from the University of Vermont keenly sensed this vulnerability, igniting a flicker of hope for victory within their hearts. Though they were unaware of the cause behind UCLA's weariness, it appeared that they might indeed have a chance. As the 16th seed and the lowest-ranked team in their division, the University of Vermont had never contemplated defeating such a formidable opponent. Yet now, it seemed as though an opportunity had arisen. Seizing the moment, they resolved to take their chances, regardless of whether UCLA had partied all night or suffered from food poisoning. They were determined to secure victory in this match. What did it matter if they were facing a powerhouse? They aimed to demonstrate to the world that the University of Vermont was equally tenacious and capable of achieving the miraculous. Before the game, the impassioned speech from their head coach thoroughly invigorated the players. They were ready to topple UCLA. As the match commenced, the University of Vermont players exhibited spirited determination, embodying their fearless nature. This spirit resonated throughout the game, captivating all spectators in attendance and those watching from home. In stark contrast, UCLA played with a distinct lack of vigor, their performance marked by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Ultimately, the match concluded with UCLA managing a narrow victory, scoring 83 points while Vermont showcased their regal demeanor with 72 points. It was a thrilling contest indeed. The head coach of the University of Vermont remarked with satisfaction, When Kobe learned of their triumph in the first game, he was not surprised in the least. If UCLA had lost their opening match, that would have been the true anomaly, far less likely than the odds of an 8th seed triumphing in the playoffs. The forthcoming games would serve as the true test for Feng and his teammates, as Feng once again led his team to victory against the 9th-seeded Gonzaga University. Triumphing by a margin of 9 points, Kobe maintained a semblance of composure. However, when UCLA secured a 78-70 win against the 5th-seeded University of Notre Dame, Kobe found himself momentarily taken aback. Throughout these 3 matches, Feng averaged an impressive 13 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds, showcasing a remarkable double-double performance. Although the players exhibited signs of fatigue, under Feng's adept orchestration, they managed to deliver the ball to the basket with minimal exertion. Despite appearing somewhat lethargic, this was merely an illusion. The team's offensive strategy remained succinct and efficient, retaining an extraordinary level of competitiveness. What was anticipated as a potential setback for UCLA instead proved to be a catalyst for their fortitude. Kobe fell into a contemplative silence. Feng, that lad. When did he acquire the skill of passing and orchestrating plays? It's truly astonishing. In the upcoming match, the University of Arizona is set to face the 2nd seed of their conference, the University of Kansas. Surely, they cannot win this time, can they? After a moment of contemplation, Kobe made a decision that defied organizational protocol. Give me a ticket. I must witness the game in person the day after tomorrow. Kobe's assistant was momentarily taken aback. Wait, you have your own game the day after tomorrow. Are you foregoing rest just to watch a college game? What is so extraordinary about UCLA? Chapter 54. The confident Kansas with a flawless plan. In the madness of March Madness. To progress beyond the Sweet 16 is no small feat as they enter the regional finals, or the Elite Eight. The intensity and scrutiny of the competition escalate dramatically. The next opponent for UCLA is none other than the formidable Kansas University. This team's prowess cannot be underestimated. They boast the NCAA's premier interior player, Nick Collison, a white center with solid skills and formidable physicality. Additionally, they have the explosively athletic Wayne Simeon, who, through sheer raw talent, averages 14, 8 points and 2 rebounds per game, embodying a ferocious forward. On the perimeter, they feature Langford, regarded as the best American player in European basketball. The other 2 starters are equally formidable, one being a top scorer averaging 17, 3 points per game, while the other contributes an impressive 9 points and 7 assists, serving as the team's cerebral leader. The entire starting lineup of Kansas is unparalleled, exhibiting the potential for dominance in the NCAA tournament. The anticipation for the matchup between UCLA and Kansas is palpable. All 8,000 tickets for the event sold out in an instant, with front-row seats skyrocketing from a few $100s to over $1,000. Renowned television networks like ESPN and TNT seized the opportunity to broadcast this highly anticipated contest live. On game day, the audience arrived early, and the atmosphere was electric, filled with exuberant fans waving flags and chanting, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. What surprised everyone most was the unexpected presence of a special guest at the event, the Los Angeles Lakers superstar, Kobe Bryant. When Kobe made his entrance, the crowd was left in awe. Oh my God, he actually came to watch. It was utterly unforeseen. I recall hearing that Kobe had previously declined an invitation to attend a game at St. Mary's due to a tight schedule, yet here he was, arriving right after his own game. It seems that the match of the so-called chosen one, James, pales in comparison to this contest. I am genuinely curious about who will advance to the Final Four. They all possess formidable strength. I believe it will be Kansas. Their demeanor and past prowess clearly indicate their exceptional capability, undeniably strong in every respect. At that moment, Feng also spotted Kobe seated in the front row by the sidelines. Has he come to lend his support? Why are you here today when there's no game? Feng approached him slowly and inquired. Kobe, seated comfortably, responded with a slight smile. I fear that if I do not watch this match, I may never have another opportunity. Do you think we will lose? Please, don't jest. I am still awaiting you to fulfill your promise. Feng chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. Their strength is formidable, quite unlike the opponents you have previously encountered. I am quite intrigued to see how you will surpass them, just like always. Very well, I appreciate your confidence. Kobe clapped his hands and then produced a box, saying to Feng, if you emerge victorious, this gift shall be yours. Feng smiled faintly upon hearing that. What a delightful harbinger of fortune. I quite like it. Meanwhile, Coach Roy of the University of Kansas was fervently providing his players with final pregame instructions at the sidelines. Recent match performances indicated that the UCLA players seemed to lack vigor for some unknown reason. Their statistical data revealed a staggering 30% decrease in average running distance compared to the regular season. Spectacular dunks and alley-oops were regrettably scarce, nearing extinction. In light of this, Coach Roy audaciously altered the strategy, issuing a directive to his team. They were to exhaust the opponent's stamina through relentless offensive pressure while actively contesting defensively to force them into unfavorable positions. The objective was clear: wear down the adversary and engage in a war of attrition. Although this approach would also impose considerable physical strain on his own players. If Roy's assessment was accurate, in no more than 30 minutes, they would completely undermine UCLA. The decisive moment of the match would arrive in the final 10 minutes. At that juncture, they would wield the power of life and death over their opponents. Observing Feng conversing effortlessly with Kobe on the sidelines, a faint smile graced Roy's lips. "Enjoy your moment, kid. Soon you shall learn the true meaning of ruthlessness." During a pre-game interview, Roy confidently stated before the camera, "I have devised a method to neutralize Feng. We believe that after this match, their myth will finally come to an end." Feng, as a rookie, had indeed showcased commendable prowess, but a novice is still a novice. Ultimately, there would be but one victor in this contest: the University of Kansas. On the other side, during an interview, Feng merely remarked, "The opponent? Apologies, they are not yet worthy of being called our rivals." The audacious expression on Feng's face under the camera lens evoked a sense of irritation, yet when he spoke, it felt as though he was simply stating a fact. It seemed he truly held his opponents in disdain. Meanwhile, having completed a day of training, LeBron James sat with his teammates in front of the television, eagerly watching the broadcast of today's NCAA game. With their former teammate Feng playing, they had prepared popcorn and cola, anxiously awaiting the start of the match. "Who do you think will win?" Joyce queried. "As much as I'd like to say I hope Feng triumphs, Kansas has been exceptionally strong lately." Romeo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Take Romeo's words with a grain of salt. Let us not forget his previous impressive record of deceit, Carl jested. "Damn you, Romeo," he retorted, then turned to his good friend James. "James, who do you think will emerge victorious?" James paused for a moment, then lifted his gaze towards the crowd. "Let us set aside the question of who will win. Do you all remember that Kobe was unable to attend our game due to time constraints?" "Of course, we remember." "What about it?" The crowd responded, puzzled. "Then look at the court. Who is that?" As the crowd beheld Kobe seated courtside, an instant silence fell over them. In the past, he was affectionately referred to as Little Sweetie, but now he was dubbed Mrs. Beef. "He abandoned us, James, to witness Feng's game, didn't he?" Very well, very well. All we can say now is, go Kansas. Defeat Feng." With the raucous cheers echoing through the arena, the game commenced. Kansas University's Wayne leapt into action, seizing possession of the ball. Wayne's athletic prowess had clearly ascended to an NBA caliber. His physique was a testament to solid muscle, even more formidable than that of Nick Collison, the team's center. Point guard Myers received the ball and leisurely brought it across half court. He exhibited no urgency, methodically orchestrating the UCLA defense in accordance with Coach Roy's directives. As the offensive clock neared its end, Nick Collison established his position in the low post and, with a decisive move, delivered a pass into Collison's waiting hands. Harnessing his physical advantage, Collison executed a feint before pivoting and forcefully driving past Mike. With a resounding bang, he completed a two-handed dunk just as the shot clock expired. Although Nick Collison was not the type to rely solely on physical gifts, this did not imply he lacked the capacity to dominate the NCAA. After all, he was selected 9th overall in the historic draft year of 2003. Meanwhile, upon receiving the ball, UCLA faced immediate full-court pressure from their opponents. The Kansas players swarmed like a relentless adhesive, pressing forward with remarkable speed. They compelled UCLA's ball handler to exert greater effort and expend more energy to protect the ball. After considerable effort, they managed to pass the ball to Capono beyond the three-point line, yet the defense denied him any opportunity to shoot. With Kansas's defensive intensity soaring, coupled with UCLA's somewhat diminished stamina, they opted against complex movements to evade their adversaries, instead opting to deliver the ball into Feng's hands. As Feng received the ball in a low position, his opponents swiftly closed in. The University of Kansas had long been aware of Feng's formidable hook shot, even dubbing him Little Jabbar. They could not possibly be caught off guard. At this moment, the defender against Feng was none other than the exceptionally gifted Wayne. With advantages in height, wingspan, speed, and strength, Wayne was ideally suited to restrict Feng's skyhook. However, Feng appeared undaunted. After 2 dribbling confrontations, he executed a rapid feint with his back to the basket. Feng's shoulders swayed in synchrony with his gaze, a misleading display that was utterly captivating. My goodness. His movements were reminiscent of Kobe Bryant's finesse, leaving Wayne utterly bewildered. It was so impressive that I felt as though my bank card PIN might be at risk of being extracted. This was simply inconceivable. Could such a maneuver truly be executed by a forward? The spectators were left in a state of utter confusion. Although Wayne possessed remarkable physical attributes and could keep pace with Feng's speed, he was indeed deceived by the latter's crafty feint. This caused Wayne to lose his defensive balance, stumbling in the opposite direction and leaving him completely exposed. Now bereft of his defensive position, Wayne could only watch as Feng effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. The sound of the net rippling was crisp and clear as the ball swished in. 2-2. Clearly, both teams commenced the match with unyielding resolve. On the sidelines, Kobe observed Feng's recent move with a flicker of surprise. That very feint was a technique Feng had employed during their one-on-one encounters. Yet, Kobe suddenly recognized that Feng's skill had transformed beyond direct comparison with that time. His graceful and agile back-to-basket feint surpassed that of most clumsy imitators in the NBA. Even while seated in the audience, Kobe felt an involuntary urge to be deceived. This lad possesses a certain talent, he mused, stroking his chin with a subtle smile. However, he then muttered to himself, yet, if you remain oblivious to the trap laid by your opponent, you are bound to face defeat. In just a single exchange, Kobe had discerned the opponent's strategy. Kansas University aimed to engage Feng's team in a war of attrition. In a scenario where both teams were evenly matched, the right strategy often determines the course of the game. On the sidelines, Kansas University's head coach, Roy, paid little attention to Feng's recent basket. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased with his team's performance. Everything was unfolding according to his envisioned plan. No matter how fierce UCLA's early counterattacks might be, they were ultimately destined for defeat. In the subsequent play, Kansas University executed another exhausting sequence, employing a pick-and-roll strategy from the perimeter. As Wayne cut in to receive the ball, he executed a challenging bank shot, successfully placing the ball in the basket. Defensively, they maintained their relentless full-court press, akin to hyenas, persistently harassing and tormenting every player from UCLA. Faced with the opposing team's intense pressure, TJ Ku-Ming attempted a forceful drive down the right side. Just as he managed to penetrate the basket, he was met with a foul from the opponent. Damn it, they clearly had no intention of allowing us to score easily. After executing the free throw, TJ cursed under his breath. At that moment, Capono and the others also began to comprehend the situation, slowly articulating, "They are wearing us down." Dijon Thompson, with a grave expression, then turned to Feng and inquired, "What shall we do?" Feng, upon hearing those words, exhibited no surprise whatsoever. As he leisurely made his way back on defense, he calmly addressed the others, saying, "Let things unfold naturally." The group paused for a moment, bewildered. Was this truly our strategy? Could it possibly succeed? The match continued, with the University of Kansas persisting in their stamina-draining tactics. However, even after more than 8 minutes of play, the score remained tightly contested. At this critical juncture, Feng's formidable defensive capabilities indeed posed a challenge for the University of Kansas to counter. Coupled with his exquisite passing skills, opponents were hesitant to double-team him. It must be said that Feng's technical finesse far surpassed that of his peers in the forward position. He had a remarkable ability to sink the ball. This resulted in a rather astonishing scenario. Despite the relentless offensive efforts of the University of Kansas, they found themselves barely ahead of a lethargic UCLA team, with a score of 15-14, a mere 1-point lead. However, in the subsequent play, Lanford swiftly maneuvered the ball both inside and outside the three-point line before executing a clean jump shot. With a satisfying thud, the basketball grazed the rim and then seamlessly fell through the net, finally establishing a slight advantage. The Kansas fans erupted in cheers, and at that moment, Feng turned to Coach Steve on the sidelines and said, "Coach, we need a timeout." Steve Lavin nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity to make substitutions or to recalibrate their strategy. He could not afford to watch his players' stamina deplete endlessly at the hands of Kansas. Yet, once Feng exited the game, he uttered a statement that left Steve utterly perplexed. Coach, we need to initiate full court pressing. Steve, The players, are you suggesting we hasten our own demise? Chapter 55. We agreed to finish the game in 10 minutes. Why is it you reaping the rewards? Coach Steve. Bewildered, inquired Feng. You must understand that the opposing team aims to exhaust our stamina, correct? I am aware. Then what is your intention with this approach? Not only was Steve perplexed, but the others also shared his confusion. Wouldn't this play directly into the opponent's hands? Yet, at that moment, Feng spoke slowly. Trust me. If we continue this way, it may not be us who falters first. Who falters first? Surely, it will be us. The players wore expressions of incredulity. However, Steve, seemingly struck by a realization, nodded slightly and unexpectedly declared, All right, let us proceed with that. The players? Coach, have you also lost your mind? Aside from the usual rotations, the most significant transformation at UCLA lies in their tactical approach. Upon returning to the court, they adopted a defensive strategy strikingly similar to that of the University of Kansas. Full court pressure. At this moment, Kansas's head coach Roy wore a perplexed expression. Were they attempting to hasten their own defeat? On the sidelines, Kobe also appeared bewildered, unable to decipher Feng's intentions. Given his past insights into Feng, he believed this young man would not engage in self-destructive actions. Kobe furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed. On the court, Kansas's point guard, Miles, found himself besieged by UCLA's relentless defense. He was compelled to pass the ball to his teammates to avoid turnovers. Clearly, UCLA was prepared to confront Kansas head-on, willing to match their stamina. In terms of overall team defensive capability, Kansas undeniably held the upper hand, boasting one of the premier backcourts in the NCAA, along with formidable forwards like Nick Collison and Wayne. However, UCLA's approach proved to be quite a headache for Kansas, forcing them to expend considerably more energy than usual to break free. The intensity of the contest was palpable, emblematic of the Elite Eight's fierce competition. Every possession was fiercely contested, and this commendable attitude towards basketball warranted applause from everyone present. While the audience reveled in the thrilling match, many UCLA fans felt a twinge of concern, acutely aware of the sustainability of their team's current strategy. Could they endure for another 10 minutes? It was conceivable that by halftime, Kansas could declare victory outright. However, as the game progressed, the spectators were surprisingly astonished to observe that UCLA's stamina appeared to remain intact. Though they still bore the semblance of exhaustion, the situation did not seem to deteriorate further. By the end of the first half, a certain point differential had indeed been established, but it was not as outrageous as many had anticipated. With a score of 35-30, UCLA trailed by a mere 5 points, an outcome brimming with hope and suspense. Yet, Coach Roy of Kansas maintained a remarkably nonchalant demeanor, stating, Remember, whether we are leading or trailing at this moment is inconsequential, for the final 10 minutes is when everything is decided. The broadcast captured Roy's calm assertion, and as the audience observed his confident composure, anticipation began to build for the final 10 minutes of the match, eager to see what surprises awaited. After the halftime intermission, the second half of the match resumed. The defensive intensity from both teams had become increasingly stringent, buoyed by a brief recuperation of their stamina. Such a defensive strategy posed a challenge to the endurance of all players. Just as Roy was jubilantly anticipating a seamless victory, he suddenly observed some peculiar occurrences. The offensive errors from the University of Kansas appeared to have multiplied. Typically, point guard Myers displayed remarkable steadiness in his passing. While he lacked the intricate plays and legendary flair of historical greats, his passes were consistently reliable and error-free. Yet today, he had already committed his third turnover. Even Nick Collison, the team's cornerstone known for his reliability and stability, had just executed a missed layup reminiscent of a blunder by a former Memphis Grizzlies star. Roy speculated that perhaps the players were experiencing a lack of rhythm or that fatigue had begun to affect his team. However, he did not allow himself to worry excessively, as he reassured himself that if fatigue were indeed a factor, it would be UCLA that faltered first. He clung to this notion until the 27th minute of the match, when he could no longer remain seated. After Jason Capono secured a defensive rebound, he initiated a swift counterattack, delivering the ball to Feng. The latter charged into the Kansas University paint with astonishing speed and executed a two-handed dunk. Boom! The audience erupted in applause for this spectacular counter. The ESPN commentator, astonished, exclaimed into the microphone, Oh, the UCLA player still possesses the energy for such a counterdunk. Is this Li Feng truly an Asian player? By the way, I am not a racist. I am merely expressing that Li Feng's performance has completely shattered my preconceived notions about Asian athletes. His endurance is remarkable. I once believed I was sufficiently enduring, but in comparison to him, I find myself lacking. At that moment, not only were the spectators in the arena and those watching on television taken aback, but even Roy, positioned closest to the sidelines, wore an expression of disbelief. What was happening? The match had progressed for so long. Why had Li Feng's stamina not yet waned? It is worth noting that in previous games, Li Feng's average playing time was merely 23 minutes. He was not the type of player like Kobe, who could endure a full game and still find time for extra practice. How was he able to execute such a powerful dunk? Was it merely a fade? At this moment, Coach Roy began to doubt whether his strategy had been misguided. However, after a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. After all, judging by the score, the advantage was still mine. Even though their own tactics encountered certain issues, there was no possibility for UCLA to mount a comeback in the final 10 minutes. Steady now, victory is within reach. When it was once again UCLA's turn to attack, Roy shouted emphatically, "Do not allow Li Feng to receive the ball in the low post. Force him out," heeding their coach's directive. The players exerted every ounce of strength to push Li Feng out of the paint. However, they were unprepared for what transpired next. Capono, utilizing a screen, suddenly accelerated, effortlessly slipping past the defense and charging into the lane, executing a reverse layup that found its mark. Furthermore, he drew a shooting foul, earning an additional free throw. With this basket, the score stood at 62-55, with UCLA trailing. In truth, as a shooter, Capono's ability to dribble and penetrate was not particularly strong, nor was his speed remarkable. Thus, he seldom scored through one-on-one drives against most defenses. Yet this time, he managed to do just that. Roy, visibly displeased, bellowed from the sidelines, "What are you doing? Defense. Are you just going to let him score? Get your act together." Nevertheless, upon witnessing this scene, Li Feng merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Stop thinking about it. The outcome has already been decided. You have lost." "Lost? Kid, do you not realize who is currently trailing?" Roy scoffed. "Trailing? Did you not say that the last 10 minutes are the decisive moment of the game?" Li Feng smiled faintly, choosing to disregard him, and turned to sprint back on defense. As Roy observed Li Feng's retreating figure, an unsettling premonition surged within him. Watching the timer count down relentlessly, the unwavering belief in his victory wavered for a brief moment. Surely, nothing unexpected would occur, right? The two teams exchanged fervent blows, neither yielding an inch. After Miles assisted Nick Collison in scoring a basket from the paint, Li Feng returned the favor by setting up T.J. for a thunderous dunk. The players from the University of Kansas ardently sought to widen the score gap, yet the members of UCLA proved unexpectedly resilient. They clung tenaciously to the score, even hinting at a potential comeback. The spectators were enthralled, their eyes glued to the exhilarating confrontation. As time slipped away, the atmosphere intensified, reaching a fever pitch. During yet another offensive maneuver by Kansas, they opted to continue manipulating UCLA's defense, executing their strategy with approximately 10 seconds remaining in the possession. Point guard Miles spotted an opportunity in the corner and unhesitatingly passed the ball. However, in that very instant, a figure surged forth from beneath the basket, and an enormous hand swatted the basketball away with force. Crack! The sudden turn of events transpired swiftly, and before anyone could fully comprehend what had occurred, another figure dashed after the ball. At that moment, Roy snapped to attention, shouting, "Hurry, chase after him. That's Li Feng." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Li Feng had already charged towards the basket with the ball in hand, leaping into the air for an emphatic one-handed dunk. Boom! Li Feng gently hung the rim before landing gracefully. He then cast a slight smile towards the furious Roy on the sidelines, pointing at the timer above the hoop. With a calm demeanor, he began to speak. "There are still 10 minutes remaining. Now, we shall commence the harvest of this game." At that moment, the ESPN commentator, intrigued, directed his gaze towards the center of the court where Li Feng stood, remarking, "I am quite astonished that UCLA has managed to remain so resilient, maintaining their formidable prowess. However, with only 10 minutes left, narrowing the 6-point deficit will not be an easy task. Frankly, I am curious where this confidence of Li Feng stems from. Shouldn't harvesting the game be the mantra of Kansas University?" The audience, both present in the arena and watching from their screens, shared a sense of bewilderment. Why did Li Feng, despite trailing, exhibit such unwavering confidence? After all, Kansas University still held an undeniable advantage. Yet, Li Feng's subsequent actions elucidated everything. Upon receiving the ball once more, he immediately shifted into a mode of dominance, seizing control of the match. Kansas University maintained their strategy of preventing Li Feng from receiving the ball and penetrating the paint. However, in that instant, Li Feng, with minimal resistance, carved out a significant space for himself. He executed a powerful spin move, soaring effortlessly as if lifted by unseen forces. And, undeterred by Nick Collison's defensive presence beneath the basket, delivered a resounding one-handed dunk. Boom. At that moment, the audience was left in utter astonishment. Goodness, am I dreaming? Li Feng, that fellow, effortlessly outmaneuvered the opposing center. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. In the next play, after seizing the defensive rebound, Li Feng propelled a swift counterattack. Once again, he showcased his unparalleled athleticism by decisively outmaneuvering Wayne, who hesitated momentarily. With a deft step, he penetrated the lane, executing a bank shot that found its mark. As Li Feng gradually closed the gap in the score, Roy found himself increasingly agitated. In stark contrast to Li Feng's formidable performance, his own players appeared as if trapped in a slumber, performing abysmally. Witnessing the imminent threat of being overtaken, Roy was on the verge of losing his composure. Focus. Get your act together, he urged, yet his exhortations fell on deaf ears. Li Feng continued to dominate the court with an air of invincibility. Moreover, the other UCLA players also began to shine, dismantling the once proud defense of the University of Kansas as if it were made of mere paper. With a casual jab, Li Feng taunted, "Your defense is as fragile as this paper." In a mere 4 minutes, UCLA closed the gap, tying the score with an impressive 8-point surge. At this moment, Kobe, standing helplessly on the sidelines, stretched languidly. It seemed that Li Feng had indeed mastered my training. Victory appeared inevitable. In truth, the defense of the University of Kansas was commendable, ranking among the top 4 in the nation this year. For Li Feng to score effortlessly against their diligent defense was no small feat, however. Therein lay the crux of the matter. Kansas could not sustain their full defensive intensity. Their stamina had waned considerably. Meanwhile, the UCLA players had engaged in grueling, high-intensity training, their bodies now accustomed to the demands of rigorous competition, even in states of fatigue. The University of Kansas, evidently lacking such experience, found the toll of exhaustion to be far more detrimental. This was precisely why Li Feng felt emboldened to engage them in a battle of attrition. The intensity was scarcely greater than that of their usual training. It was, in fact, a veritable walk in the park. As the game progressed, the unfolding events left every spectator astounded. In the final 10 minutes, Li Feng transformed into a veritable deity of slaughter, utterly consumed by his fervor. Chapter 56. There was scarcely time to mourn for Kansas. As the next contender took the stage, Marquette, outside the arena at St. Mary's High School, James sat before the television, utterly transfixed. Could it be that his former teammate had grown so formidable? Nearly 6 months had passed. While it was one thing for Li Feng to showcase his brilliance in high school tournaments, this was now the realm of collegiate competition. Even LeBron James, confident in his own prodigious talent, had never underestimated the intensity of the NCAA championship. Li Feng's passing technique appears to be significantly more refined than one might expect. Is this truly reasonable? Furthermore, where did he acquire that hook shot? It is utterly astonishing. As the University of Kansas found themselves in a precarious situation during the game, they promptly called their final timeout. They aimed to implement strategic adjustments to curtail Li Feng's scoring prowess. They decided to tighten their defense in the paint, ensuring that he wouldn't penetrate for easy baskets. The moment he steps within 3 feet of the rim, he becomes an overwhelming threat. They would rather force him to shoot from the perimeter than allow him to enter. If he can sink those shots, then perhaps he has the skill. But I refuse to believe he possesses such shooting consistency. Roy, clutching the tactical board, appeared furious, as if he were ready to devour someone at any moment. However, this reaction is understandable. Who could stand by and watch a hard-earned victory slip away? After all, they had been performing so smoothly up to this point. And Roy found it impossible to reconcile such a stark contrast. No matter what, they simply could not afford to lose. If you have the ability, then go ahead and shoot me down, Li Feng. As the timeout concluded, Roy shouted directly at the players from UCLA on the court. Upon witnessing the opposing team's head coach personally take to the court, Li Feng felt compelled to respond. As he observed the adversary tighten their defense in the paint and initiate his own defense, a subtle smile graced his lips. Positioned beyond the three-point line, he launched the ball with precision. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air with a graceful arc, ultimately descending into the hoop with unwavering certainty. From the very moment of its release, the shot appeared destined for success, a pristine, effortless swish. After Feng made the basket, he did not indulge in excessive celebration. Instead, he casually addressed the spectators and Roy, stating, "You know, my nickname is the one who grants wishes," since Roy had expressed a desire for Feng to shoot him down. Feng was more than willing to oblige this modest request. In the ensuing match, Feng transformed into a merciless and unyielding artillery piece, commencing a frenzied display from beyond the arc. The commentators from ESPN were left in awe, as Feng had consecutively sunk 4 three-pointers. Feng's three-point shots continued to find their mark, leaving Roy questioning his very existence. How could he possibly be so accurate? It wasn't just Roy who was bewildered. Even Feng's teammate, Capono, wore a look of astonishment. Wasn't it established that I am the team's sharpshooter? How could this young man's shooting percentage surpass mine? Capono glanced at his own performance. 3 successful shots out of 8 attempts, a mere 40%, and fell into deep contemplation, sensing that his position on the team might be in jeopardy. As Feng took his 5th three-point shot of the game, an unmistakable sound of iron striking echoed in everyone's ears. Clang! Feng has finally missed a shot. The supporters of the University of Kansas in attendance erupted in a chorus of cheers, their excitement surpassing that of winning the game itself. Feng glanced at his right hand, letting out a soft sigh. The issue of waning physical strength persists. Otherwise, with the advantage of a consistent shooting skill, his accuracy from beyond the arc would undoubtedly exceed 92%. However, before the fans of Kansas University could revel in their excitement, TJ seized the offensive rebound and subsequently drew a foul beneath the basket. At this juncture of the match, Roy had also come to a realization. They no longer needed to covet victory in this game. The defeat had been far too decisive. Feng had clearly not exerted himself to the fullest. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, it marked a moment of relief for the players of the University of Kansas. The match had been overwhelmingly stifling for them. Initially, they believed they had the upper hand, yet they were merely the jesters of the game. In the final 10 minutes, Feng led his team on a staggering offensive surge of 29-7, decisively clinching victory. The scoreboard settled at 91-80. No one could have anticipated that the team, which had held the lead for 30 minutes, would succumb to such a dramatic turnaround in the last 10 minutes. Even in a rigged match, such a performance would be unimaginable. An extraordinary contest. Let us extend our applause to both teams and congratulate UCLA on advancing to the Final Four. As the host encouraged the audience, waves of applause and cheers filled the venue. During a post-match interview with the head coach of Kansas, Roy appeared somewhat dazed as he addressed the camera, stating, "Feng understands basketball better than I do. I apologize for not allowing him to fully enjoy the game." The reporters were taken aback by such a statement from a coach of a championship contender. Was he truly defeated in spirit? In an interview, Kobe finally articulated the crux of the match's issues. UCLA has been rigorously adhering to the training regimen I provided, which is highly intensive. Hence, their apparent fatigue on the court is a direct result of this. However, they have exceeded my expectations and are progressing rapidly, especially Feng. How many points did he score in this game? Was it 32 or 33? I can't quite recall. While he may not compare to me, he certainly possesses some skill. I initially doubted their ability to overcome Kansas, yet this young man has proven himself quite capable. The reporters were once again stunned. So, it was indeed the intensity of their training that rendered UCLA seemingly fatigued? This implied that what they displayed was not their full potential. A weary UCLA triumphed over the heavily favored Kansas, with Feng notching an impressive 33 points and 10 assists, a remarkable double-double. One might have thought this revelation was astounding enough, but when Feng was subsequently interviewed, his response further astonished the journalists. To be frank, the intensity of this match was not greater than our usual training sessions. I must thank the University of Kansas for their support. I consider today a rest day. With this buffer, we will be in an even better training state tomorrow. Everyone perceived this match as highly intense, yet he regarded it as merely a day of respite. Feng certainly has a way with words that leaves one astounded. Although many perceive his statements as somewhat arrogant, they find themselves at a loss for rebuttal. After all, this individual has indeed triumphed time and again. Following the conclusion of the match, Kobe presented Feng with a token of appreciation, a pair of sneakers adorned with his own signature. The moment Li Feng laid his eyes upon the pair of sneakers, a flicker of recognition ignited within him. In his previous life, it seemed that Kobe had once gifted a similar pair to LeBron. Could it be that you have repurposed a present meant for another to bestow upon me? What, are you still being choosy? Kobe curled his lip in a dismissive manner, yet did not refute the implication. Well, although I harbor some reservations, it is, after all, a token of your heartfelt intention. Li Feng reluctantly accepted the pair of sneakers and then turned to the cameras, declaring, "Hey, LeBron, I know you're watching from the screen. If we meet again in the future, let us settle it based on our skills. I'm waiting for you. By the way, I will be entering the NBA draft next year." In front of the television, James fell silent. Initially, he had been contemplating whether to participate in the NCAA to gain another year of collegiate experience. However, upon hearing Li Feng's words, he swiftly made his decision. "Coach, I'm preparing for the draft," James stated, gazing at the screen, a profound smile emerging on his face. He, the chosen one, was determined to reclaim what he had lost from Li Feng, starting with the NBA. Meanwhile, when the news of Li Feng's intent to enter the NBA draft broke, major media outlets erupted with excitement, as it served as a public declaration from him. During the NCAA tournament, the performances of players from various college teams had already garnered significant attention from NBA scouts. Not to mention, the core player of a dark horse team like Li Feng was bound to attract even more scrutiny than others. Coupled with his recent formidable performances, it was no exaggeration to say that Li Feng was in the spotlight. After the game, Kobe, unusually, engaged in a longer conversation with Li Feng. "Listen, kid. Now that you've announced your intention to enter the NBA draft, it will certainly enhance your visibility. However, you must understand one thing. You will receive a great deal of special treatment going forward. More players will target you, aiming to step on you to gain fame. Therefore, your upcoming games will be quite challenging. Be mentally prepared and watch out for unexpected pitfalls," Kobe advised earnestly. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Feng simply smiled and replied, "Don't forget, I said I would dominate you once I enter the NBA. If I falter here, it would be better not to enter the draft at all." At this, Kobe chuckled. "You certainly have some bravado. I'm eager to see how you plan to dominate me. Don't worry, it will definitely come before your 4th championship." "What? You're telling me I'm going to secure my 4th championship this year? Just wait," Kobe exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail, his demeanor shifting dramatically. However, Li Feng merely smiled calmly and said, "Let us wait and see. You little punk, I wasted my breath on you. Just you wait. When you get to the NBA, I'll make sure to take you down. I possess 100 methods to ensure your failure in the NBA. I warn you." Provoking me equates to invoking the ire of Kobe, who unleashes a torrent of criticism directed at you. Meanwhile, a sudden notification resonates in Li Feng's ear. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your trash talk has reached an extraordinary level, causing Kobe's mental state to waver. Reward, 300 insight points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your trash talk has reached an extraordinary level, causing Kobe's mental state to waver. Reward, Kobe's jumping attribute shard X1. Upon hearing these words, a subtle smile graces Li Feng's lips. It seems that fortune favors him today. He has undoubtedly gained immensely from this match. Shortly after, Li Feng publicly unveiled his draft intentions before the cameras across town at Syracuse University. Carmelo Anthony announced to the cameras and media that he would be entering the 2003 NBA draft following the conclusion of his game. Simultaneously, St. Mary's High School held a press conference to declare that LeBron James would also be declaring for the draft. In an instant, the entire NBA community was set ablaze. The upper echelons of numerous teams, indeed nearly all the key management, were in a frenzy. If one were to identify the 3 most talked about and surprising players of the year, without a doubt, they would be LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Li Feng. One is lauded as the chosen one, an extraordinary high school talent. Another is a renowned offensive virtuoso, and the last is a technically gifted, rapidly ascending Asian prodigy. The simultaneous declaration of their draft intentions catapults the significance of this year's draft to unprecedented heights. All of this stemmed from Li Feng's post-game declaration about his intention to enter the draft, which triggered a chain reaction. Had Li Feng not made that statement, who could say whether Anthony and James would have opted for another year? However, at this moment, the NBA teams that had been deliberately underperforming since the beginning of the season were overjoyed. Yet, some team owners felt a pang of anguish. The simultaneous declaration of these 3 players meant that what could have been a simple rebuilding process over 3 years had transformed into an insurmountable dilemma. Undoubtedly, All three are highly likely to be selected within the top 3 picks. Even Feng, who has only recently garnered attention, is now experiencing an astonishing draft buzz due to his impressive performances against elite competition. Thus, the question of whom to choose looms large. Even with several months remaining before the NBA draft, teams can hardly contain their excitement. Meanwhile, at Marquette University, the coaching staff is meticulously analyzing game footage of their upcoming opponents, which not only includes the tournament games from UCLA but also seemingly sourced regular season footage from unknown origins. The preparation was remarkably thorough. After reviewing Feng's match footage, their coach turned to the somewhat inexperienced little Flash Wade and inquired, "What are your thoughts on your next opponent? Do you feel confident?" Wade nodded slightly, then replied nonchalantly, "They cannot contain me. He will merely serve as my stepping stone." Chapter 57. Behind every prodigy lies countless sweat and relentless effort. The recent performance of UCLA has indeed been surprising. Even Kobe had misjudged their capabilities, as he witnessed Feng nearing victory in their agreed wager. With genuine prospects of contending for the NCAA championship, Kobe grew anxious. He dispatched individuals to meticulously oversee the team's training regimen, determined to ensure that Feng could not exploit any loopholes. Coach Steve Lavin, on the other hand, welcomed this development with open arms, as it meant someone was keeping an eye on his mischievous players, allowing him a moment of respite. During this period, Steve found himself rejuvenated, his spirit invigorated, and his familial relationships significantly improved. Meanwhile, the players at UCLA lamented their grueling training, questioning how it differed from sheer torture. Capono, as a senior, could not help but express, "I would rather face Kansas again. This training is more exhausting than the actual games." The team collectively furrowed their brows in frustration, sharing their exasperation in hushed tones. Yet, amidst this discontent, only Feng remained silent, diligently training without uttering a word of complaint, whether in the gym or during private moments of rest. Eventually, Thompson approached him after practice, asking, "Feng, after all this training, aren't you tired?" "Yes." Feng nodded. "Then why have we never heard you say so?" Thompson pressed. "Hey, brother, you must understand, the things we discuss privately will never reach Kobe. We are not snitches." He patted his chest, assuring Feng that he could speak freely, and at that moment, other players turned their attention to them, nodding in agreement. However, Feng merely smiled faintly and, after stretching his muscles, replied, "I'm sorry, but I genuinely have no complaints." With that, he patted Thompson on the shoulder and headed towards the vending machine in the locker room, craving a bottle of Gatorade. The surrounding players fell into silence, initially believing that Feng was simply wary of complaints reaching Kobe, yet they could not have fathomed the truth. Feng, this fellow, surprisingly possesses no desire to express any grievances. The crowd exchanged glances, each person observing the others in silent bewilderment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Capono spoke, "Perhaps I now understand why he has progressed so rapidly." Upon hearing this, the others fell into deep thought. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in this world. The brilliance of a genius is often accompanied by countless hours of perspiration and unwavering effort. This is reality, not a 2K game. There are no players with cheats here. The arduous journey that Feng has traversed is undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Alas, today marks yet another day of enlightenment imparted by Feng. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting unparalleled prowess, which has inspired profound insights in Capono, granting 100 wisdom points as a reward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for showcasing extraordinary talent, evoking reflections in TJ, rewarding 66 wisdom points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Feng had just purchased a bottle of beverage from the vending machine when he heard the incessant chime of the system notification ringing in his ear. Feng was taken aback. What have I done? When did I act pretentiously? To his bewilderment, this had led them to gain such a plethora of insight. After a moment of contemplation, Feng concluded that his current state of being no longer necessitated any deliberate pretense, for pretentiousness, like the wind, was ever at his side. Feng chuckled softly, then promptly twisted open a chilled bottle of blueberry-flavored Gatorade, gulping it down with great enthusiasm. The refreshing sensation was delightful. To be candid, Feng, like any mortal, experienced the aches and strains brought on by training, and his struggles were no less than anyone else's. However, no matter how arduous or exhausting the journey, the prospect of visible rewards rendered it all worthwhile, especially for someone like Feng, who possessed a systematic interface that allowed him to clearly observe the fluctuations in his attributes. A bit of fatigue was inconsequential. As long as there were gains to be had, Feng would not utter a single complaint. He would certainly refuse to work overtime under leaders who merely painted grand visions and spoke of sacrifice. Yet, when tangible rewards were laid before him, everything became negotiable. Feng's principle is simple. Salary must be met, and the four emperors must be dealt with decisively. Moreover, the benefits Feng reaps today extend far beyond the mere enhancements derived from his training. Previously, when Kobe broke through, the fragments he provided for Feng's jumping attribute allowed Feng to directly increase his jumping ability by a remarkable 8 points. This alone is equivalent to a year of arduous training. As Feng called upon the system in his mind to open the attribute panel, a vast blue light screen materialized before him in the next moment. Host, Feng, overall strength evaluation, S level, strength, 123, A level, speed, 109, B level, jumping, 120, A level, shooting, 114, A level, dribbling, 110, A level, defense, 104, B level, passing, 113, A level, stamina, 110, A level, wisdom points. 2666 total skills, 9 SS level skyhook. Mastered increases block resistance by 40 when shooting. Enhances interference resistance by 40. When shooting within 3 feet of the basket, increases shooting accuracy by 21. An additional 5 accuracy boost when shooting with the dominant hand. Within the restricted area, shooting accuracy decreases with distance from the basket. 04000. S-level magic pass, elite increases passing attribute by 30, enhances on-court vision range by 12. Reduces the probability of being intercepted while passing by 12, non-upgradable. The following omitted. After a period of relentless training and skill enhancement, Feng's strength and jumping attributes have both surpassed the 120-point mark, achieving an A rating in the system. Other attributes have also nearly crossed the 110-point threshold, reaching an A rating. It can be said that Feng, solely relying on his physical prowess, would not be outclassed by many on the NCAA stage. More importantly, with the elevation of his attributes to a new level, his SS-level signature skill, the skyhook, is finally eligible for further upgrades. It has not been an easy journey. Feng took a deep breath, feeling that the hardships he had recently endured were all worthwhile. At that moment, his spirits soared as he strolled around the court, clutching a Gatorade. As he passed beneath the hoop, he suddenly looked up at the rim and, with a surge of energy, leapt into the air. Although it was merely a vertical jump, the sheer force generated by his legs propelled him to an impressive height. As if he had liberated himself from the clutches of gravity, his right hand soared above the rim, reaching a height exceeding that of half his forearm. With a deft motion, he steadied the bottle in his right hand, positioning it gracefully atop the back edge of the hoop before descending. Upon landing, Feng gazed at his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. It was worth noting that during his previous match against the University of Kansas, while he had managed to dunk, he could never have accomplished such a feat as placing an empty bottle securely on the rim from a standing jump. This required precise control of strength and the ability to linger in the air for a sufficient duration. Feng stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should attempt to execute a stationary windmill dunk the following morning. As he chuckled and departed the gymnasium, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the lounge. It was none other than the team's head coach, Steve Lavin. He rubbed his eyes and gazed at Feng's retreating silhouette before making his way to the basket, lifting his gaze towards the beverage bottle perched atop it. He observed with clarity that Feng had indeed jumped vertically to place the bottle there. However, Steve Lavin felt a twinge of skepticism. When had Feng become so capable of such a leap? It seemed illogical. Lost in thought, he mused that if the bottle were not so securely resting on the rim, he might have doubted his own vision. At that moment, the other players, having concluded their training for the day, emerged from the locker room. Steve turned to face them and, without warning, extended his hand, calling out, "Come here." The players shuddered at the sound of his voice, silently pleading, "Dear God, please don't let us have extra practice. I'm truly at my wit's end." As they approached, they noticed the empty beverage bottle sitting on the rim. TJ, recalling something, leaped up and swatted the bottle down, then turned to the coach, explaining, "Coach, we truly did not throw that. We are not the sort who litter. Please spare us, Coach. We have the semifinals the day after tomorrow." The team cast weary expressions towards Coach Steve. Yet, Steve merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Who is criticizing you? You've added your own drama, haven't you?" The players sighed in relief and inquired, Then what is it? All right, TJ, you and Mike should attempt to place this bottle up there, Steve instructed, adding, grip the cap and jump straight up to place it. TJ was arguably the most athletic player on the team, while Mike, the center, possessed an advantage in height and wingspan. In their usual games, both had showcased numerous spectacular fast break dunks and even dunks over defenders. Thus, the task did not seem overly daunting to them. Easy, leave it to me, TJ said with a slight smile, preparing to exert his strength. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, gripping the cap and pressing the bottle against the back edge of the rim. However, just as he believed he had succeeded, the bottle tilted and fell as he descended. Darn it, I had it up there, TJ grumbled, dissatisfied, before declaring, let me try again. Subsequently, he earnestly prepared once more, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, his legs propelling him upward while his hands vigorously swung above. The outcome, however, was that despite TJ placing the bottle atop the hoop, it wobbled slightly before tumbling down once again. At this moment, the crowd erupted in laughter, teasing TJ, brother, have you been utterly drained by today's training? You can't even manage this? Perhaps you should let Mike demonstrate. They jested, come on, TJ, you're getting old. TJ, feeling indignant at their mocking remarks, thought to himself, do you really believe this is as simple as it appears to you? With determination, he handed the bottle to Mike, stepping aside with a sense of resignation. Mike glanced at the bottle in his hand and then at the hoop, puzzled as to where the challenge lay. However, as he leaped with confidence, reality delivered a harsh rebuke. Thud. The bottle fell from the hoop once more. Seriously? Is it truly this difficult? I shall give it a try, exclaimed Capono and the others, now eager to join in. In truth, neither Mike nor TJ struggled due to a lack of vertical leap. Rather, they failed to secure the bottle in midair, lacking the necessary time to stabilize it. After several attempts by the team, it was ultimately TJ who first succeeded in placing the bottle atop the hoop. Oh, splendid job, TJ. Damn, that was incredibly taxing. However, it is evident that we have accomplished it. The group celebrated, akin to having secured a remarkable victory. Yet, Coach Steve's brow deepened with concern as he pondered how, after nearly an entire season of play, he was still unaware of the full extent of Feng's capabilities. What kind of coach am I? This is a failure, he lamented. All right, everyone disperse and ensure you rest well. With a wave of his hand, the excited crowd began to leave the gymnasium. However, once they had exited, a realization struck them. If placing an empty bottle atop the hoop was such a challenge, then who had initially placed the bottle there? Ultimately, the Final Four, often referred to by fans as the semifinals, consisted of the elite among the elite, having emerged from hundreds of NCAA institutions. Syracuse University, the University of Texas, UCLA, and Marquette University stood out, drawing the attention of countless sports media and enthusiasts alike. The victors would advance to the finals to contend for the championship, while the defeated would return home, relegated to the sidelines. Head coach Tom of Marquette University prepared meticulously for this match, even devising strategies and player movements for the opening tip-off, which they practiced extensively. They approached the game with unwavering confidence, regardless of the circumstances. They were determined to overcome UCLA and advance to the final showdown. Wade, too, aspired to secure an NCAA championship for his alma mater before entering the NBA draft. Remember, we are likely to seize possession. Their TJ cannot match you, Robert. At that moment, Wade would swiftly advance the ball, executing a pick and roll to set up Novak for the first three-pointer. Do you understand? Prior to the commencement of the game, Coach Tom reiterated the forthcoming tactics. The players, fully aware, nodded in agreement. They had rehearsed this countless times, and no unforeseen incidents would arise. Just as the victory of this match seemed preordained, it was foolproof. As the warm-up period concluded and the referee approached the center circle, Coach Steve suddenly turned to Feng and said, Feng, you will take the tip-off. Feng, I? TJ? He? Chapter 58. What difference does it make to let him jump for the ball? Isn't it akin to conceding possession to us? At this moment, the players from UCLA appeared utterly bewildered. What is this coach suddenly doing? Is he serious? At this moment, Feng wore a look of perplexity. Although his jumping ability had indeed improved significantly as of late, he had yet to showcase it to his teammates. Could it be that the coach had already discerned his capabilities? Regardless of the circumstances, since the coach had made this arrangement, there was little for Feng to contest. Understood, coach. As he approached the referee holding the basketball, the players from Marquette University were taken aback. Wait, is Feng jumping for the tip-off? This caught them somewhat off guard. However, their head coach, Tom, did not regard this development with much concern, for it was evident that Li Feng had a slim chance of outjumping TJ. Having him take the tip-off was akin to handing over possession of the ball to us. The plan remains unchanged. After uttering these words, Tom observed his players nodding in agreement. No need to panic. We shall remain steady. The referee, seeing that both teams were ready, blew the whistle to commence the match. The basketball soared high into the air, and Robert, the team's strongest rebounder, kept his gaze fixed intently on the ball. He was waiting for that precise moment when the ball would reach its zenith. That would be his cue to leap. Robert felt an unusual calmness. He was indifferent to whether his opponent was TJ or Li Feng. His sole objective was to seize possession and establish an advantage for his team, nothing more. However, just as the basketball was ascending, he suddenly noticed Li Feng opposite him springing into action. Robert inwardly scoffed, thinking, "TCH, amateurs will always be amateurs." Clearly, Li Feng's timing was completely off. Jumping so early would only result in reaching the peak of his jump before the ball even began to descend. Apologies, but possession is mine. Moments later, Robert seized the opportunity to leap with vigor. Yet, just as he confidently believed he was about to secure the first offensive possession for his team, he encountered a startling realization. Li Feng, who had jumped even earlier, had yet to begin his descent. Wait, this is not right. There was no time for Robert to ponder this revelation. He soon discovered that his own jump had reached its limit. Yet, astonishingly, Li Feng remained a wrist's height above him. This defied all logic. Robert screamed in his mind, but such thoughts could not alter the outcome. Li Feng effortlessly directed the basketball towards the backcourt, allowing it to land steadily. The live commentator, witnessing this moment, expressed surprise into the microphone. "Wow, I truly did not expect this. This is merely Li Feng's first jump ball of the season, yet he has so effortlessly established an offensive advantage for UCLA. Moreover, I am uncertain if the previous footage captured it, but the height Li Feng reached during his jump was simply astonishing. He exceeded Robert's vertical leap by at least 10 centimeters. Besides the incredulous expressions of the commentators, numerous NBA scouts along the sidelines also displayed looks of disbelief. Their reports had never mentioned Li Feng's remarkable leaping ability. They had never envisioned that a technically adept Chinese player could possess such extraordinary athletic prowess. If I am not mistaken, Li Feng's vertical leap from a standing position was conservatively estimated to be over 70 centimeters. And is this truly Li Feng's maximum effort? Perhaps not. At that moment, wasn't Kobe stating that the entire UCLA team was intensifying their training? This indicates that Li Feng's athletic condition might be somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even if we were to assume a modest 70-centimeter vertical jump, it is undoubtedly at an NBA level for a forward. Not to mention, Li Feng also possesses exceptional static talent and an incredibly well-rounded skill set. A glimmer of realization flickered in the eyes of the scouts. It is no wonder that this young man, Li Feng, has transformed from an obscure bench player into a superstar rookie, comparable to the likes of LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, in just a year. Truly, he is brimming with potential. On the sidelines, Coach Tom from Marquette University wore a puzzled expression. Wang Defa? Li Feng astonishingly outmaneuvered Robert during the jump ball segment. The American basketball community has long harbored a stereotype that black players are drawn to ostentatious chains, dreadlocks, and possess an innate ability to dunk, while their white counterparts are perceived as adept passers and sharpshooters, typically excelling in three-point shooting. Chinese players, in their eyes, are often viewed as lacking in physicality, dribbling skills, and agility, with only towering figures like Yao Ming deemed capable of thriving in the league. However, as the game commenced, Li Feng swiftly caught the attention of NBA scouts and seasoned coaches alike. As the match began, UCLA quickly seized the ball and initiated an aggressive offensive play. After several swift passes around the perimeter, the basketball found its way into Jason Capone's hands. With ample space to operate, Capone decisively launched a three-pointer. Alas, the shot lacked sufficient force, resulting in a rebound off the rim. "Robert, rebound," Wade shouted. Upon hearing this, Robert sprang into action, leaping to secure the defensive rebound. At that moment, TJ, fueled with determination, yelled as he jumped, "Not a chance. That rebound is mine." Yet, amid this competitive clash, Li Feng leaped effortlessly from the side, bolstered by a single-handed rebound, soaring high above the crowd to snatch the ball with remarkable agility. As the spectators momentarily stood in astonishment, he deftly flung the ball to the perimeter where Capone awaited, who, without a moment's hesitation, took another shot. As the saying goes, one must never grant a shooter a second opportunity. Capone's three-pointer was executed with precision, cleanly swishing through the net. UCLA claimed the first 3 points, accompanied by a chorus of cheers from the crowd, while Marquette's coach, Tom, felt a profound sense of resignation. This was not how the plan was supposed to unfold. They had intended to secure the initial 3 points themselves. Nonetheless, despite his mild frustration at the unexpected turn of events, Tom remained composed, aware that no one on the court could thwart Wade. Let us show them what we're made of, he thought to himself. At this moment, Marquette entrusted the ball to Wade, while the others positioned themselves on the court, creating space. As Wade approached the three-point line, the lane for a drive was entirely opened. Cedric, UCLA's most formidable defender, was well aware of Wade's prowess in one-on-one situations. This season, Wade had been averaging an impressive 21.5 points alongside 6.3 rebounds and 4 assists. Thus, when Wade readied himself for an individual attack, Cedric, unfazed, remarked, "Come on. Let me see if you're as quick as they say." Wade remained silent, his confident demeanor subtly rising. Then, he executed a combination of dribbling that brought him close to his opponent, swiftly transitioning into a deceptive move. The action was uncomplicated, yet his speed was astonishing. With 2 rapid dribbles, he cleanly bypassed his defender. Cedric, taken aback by the ease with which Wade maneuvered past him, shouted, "Mike, stop him." As he encountered Mike's defensive help under the basket, Wade remained unruffled, smoothly switching hands for a layup. With an air of grace, he evaded Mike's block and effortlessly deposited the ball through the hoop from the opposite side. This series of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, astonishingly swift. The eyes of the NBA scouts on-site sparkled with renewed interest. This young lad named Wade is indeed impressive. His ability to break through defenses single-handedly is remarkable, displaying composure even in a one-on-two situation. The scouts along the sidelines became increasingly animated, surprised to discover the high caliber of this year's NCAA players. The question lingered: who among UCLA's Feng and Marquette's Wade would lead their teams to victory? The anticipation was palpable. On the court, the duel between the two had only just begun. As both teams settled into the game, the intensity of their offense and defense escalated significantly. However, UCLA's squad struggled to contain Wade's offensive prowess one-on-one. As the rumors suggested, his speed was indeed lightning fast. Cedric, while possessing a lightweight frame, boasted a defensive range akin to that of a small forward. Typically, most guards would find it challenging to surpass him, yet in his encounters with Wade, he was repeatedly outpaced by Wade's sudden burst of acceleration following a feint. During one offensive play, Wade received the ball and charged down the right side without even a feint. He effortlessly sliced through Cedric's defense with sheer speed from the arc. "I fail to understand why your coach still has you on the court. What's the point of trailing behind me? Please, let them bring in someone capable to guard me," Wade taunted. Although his trash-talking skills were still somewhat immature, the frustration he provoked in Cedric was undeniable, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. "Shit. If it weren't for my exhausting training yesterday, I would have surely shut him down." Beside him, Feng patted Cedric's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Don't be disheartened. While we may not be able to stop Wade, they can't contain me either. Just look at the score." At that moment, the score stood at 11-10, with UCLA leading by a single point, a reason indeed not to feel upset. Yet Cedric thought, "Wait a minute, they can't guard Feng. What does that have to do with me?" He donned a mask of anguish once more, feeling utterly helpless. Now it was Feng's turn to attack. He began with a three-point threat from the perimeter, and as he shook off his defender, he seamlessly transitioned into a spinning drive towards the paint. "I've been waiting for you, kid." Robert lunged in from the side the instant Feng penetrated the lane. He could hardly contain his eagerness to exact revenge, ready to deliver a steaming hot block to Feng. However, at that moment, Feng did not even glance, and with a deft pass over his head, he sent the ball to the weak side corner. There awaited the ever-anticipating D'Angelo Thompson. As the team's second sharpshooter, Thompson boasted a commendable three-point shooting percentage from the corner. Whoosh! With a swift release, the basketball soared toward the hoop. Yet the shot was slightly off, veering just enough to brush the rim before ricocheting away. This time, Robert could not contain his delight. After all, the ball's trajectory ensured it would land right above his head. Who else could seize that rebound if not him? However, Feng denied the ball any chance to escape, leaping directly beneath the basket. With a powerful two-handed grab, he snatched the ball from Robert's head and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. Boom! Witnessing this spectacular display, the entire arena ignited with fervor. My goodness, Li Feng just snatched the rebound from Robert's head and executed a thunderous putback dunk. Unbelievable. Just moments into the game, he gifted us with an unparalleled highlight. The commentator, overwhelmed with excitement, clasped his head with both hands and exclaimed. The audience, including numerous UCLA fans, was left in sheer astonishment. My God, is this truly Li Feng's doing? It's so ferocious, so visceral. I absolutely adore it. I never imagined Li Feng could play like this. I always thought it was beyond his reach, only to realize it was merely his reluctance to showcase such prowess. Oh my God, this guy is outrageous. Is there anything he cannot do? This thunderous dunk left Robert's head spinning. Damn, is Li Feng really this monstrous? The crucial question is, can you not focus solely on tormenting me? With UCLA's morale soaring, Tom on the sidelines could hardly sit still and quickly signaled the referee for a timeout. He felt the situation warranted a tactical reassessment. Meanwhile, upon returning to the bench, Li Feng's teammates regarded him as if he were a creature of legend. After a moment, TJ, with an odd expression, inquired, Li Feng, you can't possibly have been viewing me as a fool all this time, can you? What brings this on? Li Feng countered, you jump higher than I do. Why have I never heard you mention this? TJ retorted, prompting the team's center, Mike, to nod vigorously in agreement. Yet, Li Feng tilted his head, feigning innocence, and replied, I never claimed I couldn't did I? Is it that you subconsciously think I am incapable of jumping? Is this a form of discrimination? Oh no, no, no. Let us not use that word. Upon hearing these words, the crowd quickly gestured for Li Feng to cease his discourse. This term, akin to every word commencing with the letter N in America, is an absolute forbidden incantation imbued with ancient magic. TJ refrained from further inquiries and returned to his bench, sitting quietly. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait a moment, Li Feng, was that bottle of beverage you placed on the hoop a couple of days ago? Indeed. Li Feng did not deny it. Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the others was piqued, and they eagerly gathered around to inquire, oh, that must have been quite challenging. How many times did you succeed? Chapter 59. Is this my horse? This is my horse. How many times did you succeed? Li Feng gazed at the eager expressions of the crowd and then smiled, responding, I threw it up. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. What nonsense! Are you jesting? The crux of the matter is, who would believe such a claim? It is evident that Li Feng must think we are fools, without a doubt. Li Feng had no intention of delving deeper into this topic with the others, as the game was still in progress and UCLA's lead was not substantial. The reason lay in their defense against Wade, which had not met expectations. Wade was simply too swift. Within the entire UCLA team, there was no other player capable of matching his speed. After all, the moniker The Flash was no jest. Even in the NBA, few could keep pace with him, even if they were merely facing a younger Wade. Although the outcome was not surprising to Li Feng, they still needed to devise a strategy to contain Wade. At the very least, some interference would be beneficial. Steve Lavin was also acutely aware of the need for a tactical adjustment. They would implement a 2 to 3 zone defense. Whenever Wade received the ball, they would execute the zone defense. Li Feng, Jason Capono, and TJ, you three will rotate for a rest. The group nodded slightly. This was indeed one of the few strategies that could limit Wade's penetrations. However, Li Feng furrowed his brow slightly. While the zone defense was acceptable, one of their opponents was the formidable shooter Novak. Even though Novak was inept in all aspects aside from three-point shooting, he was far more extreme than Capono from their team. Nevertheless, Li Feng felt that perhaps their zone strategy would not yield results as easily as anticipated. As both teams returned to the court, the cheers of the audience resonated endlessly. The crowd was still enraptured by Li Feng's astonishing performance, unable to extricate themselves from the moment. Yet, Marquette University, now back on the court, seemed intent on reclaiming the momentum of the game. It appeared that Marquette was well prepared, as I could discern the fierce determination burning in their expressions. They once again placed the ball in Wade's hands. Were they planning to continue with isolation plays? I suspected it would not be that simple, for UCLA seemed to have altered their defensive strategy, forming a zone in certain areas, evidently wary of Wade's drives. The commentator's words had barely left his lips when Wade, using Robert's screen, launched an assault. Knowing full well the dangers ahead, he charged forth. Oh my God. Was Wade planning to take on all 5 defenders? The commentator was momentarily taken aback, his tone tinged with disbelief. At that moment, Cedric, guarding the perimeter, smirked disdainfully. You think you can isolate me after 2 attempts? Not a chance. You dare to run a zone defense? You must enjoy handing out regrets. Just wait. And you'll wish you hadn't. As Wade accelerated and closed in on the free throw line, encircled by UCLA's defenders, Cedric approached from behind, preparing to snatch the ball. But in the next instant, Feng suddenly shouted from the bench, "Ignore him. Watch the perimeter." Cedric was momentarily taken aback by the words. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wade swiftly passed the ball to the corner, finding the point guard, Travis. Observing this, Thompson quickly pivoted and charged forward to block the opponent's shooting path. Yet, Travis had no intention of taking a shot. The moment Thompson approached, he passed the ball to Novak, who stood just a step outside the three-point line. This player was not perceived as a threat, given his distance from the arc. Nevertheless, as Novak received the ball, he shot without hesitation. Whoosh. In an era devoid of Stephen Curry, Novak's shot was already considered extraordinarily distant. In the next moment, the basketball traced a perfect arc and swished through the hoop. "Fantastic, boys. Keep playing like that, and show them what you're made of," exclaimed Coach Tom, clapping with encouragement. They had anticipated that UCLA would employ a zone defense. After all, numerous teams in the NCAA had previously utilized this tactic against them. But who could halt Marquette University's unstoppable advance into the semifinals? No one. In the subsequent play, Liu Yang directly targeted Novak. However, upon driving to the basket and encountering the opposing center's defense, he made a passing error that was intercepted by Wade. In an instant, Wade accelerated with full force. If James was a heavy tank, Wade was a sleek sports car. He practically launched himself, leaving his defender behind. Fast breaks were Wade's forte. Seizing the hard-earned opportunity for a one-on-one fast break, Wade dribbled with his right hand and accelerated once more. Just as the defender lunged at him, he executed a swift Euro step, lifting the ball high above his head to evade the defender. In that fleeting moment, the defender realized he had been deceived. But it was too late. With a decisive motion, Wade reversed layup from the other side of the backboard, twisting the ball into the hoop. "This is my moment," he shouted triumphantly after scoring. The Marquette University fans erupted in excitement at this play. "Things are looking up, brothers. This young man is indeed quite formidable," reflected Coach Steve. Arms crossed in contemplation, Wade's Euro step had proven effective time and time again, having scored countless points during fast breaks. The key was its deceptive nature. It was nearly impossible to defend against in one-on-one situations. Feng, do you have any strategies to counter this move? Wade's fast breaks are quite a headache. Due to Feng's consistently remarkable comprehension of the game, he has left a lasting impression on those around him. Consequently, Steve Lavey often seeks Feng's insights. However, after pondering for a moment, Feng shook his head. He truly had no effective solutions, as the contrasting tempos were exceedingly difficult to counter. Moreover, Wade's layup technique is undeniably among the finest in the NCAA league. Yet, in the next instant, Feng's eyes narrowed and a faint smile appeared on his face. Difficult to defend? That is precisely the challenge. Just moments ago, an alert from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your extraordinary intuition. By observing from the sidelines, you have mastered the A-level skill, Wade's Eurostep, beginner level. Wade's Eurostep, a divine technique for fast breaks, is equally effective in one-on-one drives to the basket. Feng currently possesses over 2,000 insight points, and without a moment's hesitation, he elevated the proficiency of this maneuver to the mastery level. A-level Wade's crossover, mastery when utilized during accelerated dribbling. It boasts a 75% probability of evading players with defensive attributes below a level, while also enhancing block resistance by 8. However, the effectiveness of this skill diminishes significantly when faced with multiple defenders. 0-1-5-0-0. The efficacy of this skill is indeed commendable, with a 75% chance to escape from defense, surpassing even some S-level skills. Although there are certain limitations, its implementation at the right moment renders it nearly invincible. For instance, it is particularly advantageous during one-on-one situations while accelerating. Yet, these challenges are trivial. Opportunities favor the prepared. Coach, I have devised a strategy to counter their fast breaks, Feng suddenly declared. The coach, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Didn't you just shake your head?" My head shake indicated that their approach is rather ordinary, exceedingly simplistic. Almost child's play. Steve Lavin's expression brightened slightly. "What strategy do you propose? Let us counter their aggression with our own fast breaks." Steve, bewildered, responded, "Who will initiate our fast breaks? They have a player like Wade, adept at driving the ball and consistently scoring, which justifies such a tactic. Do we have a talent of that caliber? Why was I unaware?" At that moment, Li Feng confidently patted his chest and reassured, "Trust me." When UCLA's defensive footing was still shaky, Wade penetrated effortlessly, scoring repeatedly on the court. Conversely, when they adopted a zone defense, Wade would leverage his breakthrough capabilities to create opportunities for outside shooters. Marquette University is not devoid of shooting prowess. In fact, their ability to score from beyond the arc ranks prominently within the NCAA. As the game reached the 17-minute mark, Marquette reclaimed the lead, bringing the score to 34-29. A 5-point margin is neither negligible nor insurmountable. At this juncture, UCLA reintroduced Li Feng, Cap Ono, and other key players, aiming to revitalize their performance before halftime. However, Marquette opted to substitute their star players, including Wade, who had been on the court for 15 minutes. "Substituting? Don't accuse me of bullying," Li Feng remarked with a slight smile. Tom, on the sidelines, scoffed, "Rest assured, we will carry this 5-point lead into the second half, you arrogant young man. And Wade will return. Let him return swiftly. I do not wish for the game to descend into garbage time." Li Feng smiled faintly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Coach Tom shook his head slightly, choosing not to engage further with Li Feng, as he found conversing with the young man increasingly exasperating. Although the point difference stood at 5, the initiative remained firmly in Marquette's hands. Should they seize their opportunities, the gap could very well widen to 7 or even 8 points. With just over 2 minutes left in the first half, how many offensive possessions could there be? It was virtually impossible for UCLA to mount a comeback. The substitutes from Marquette understood their mission, to delay as much as possible before Wade's return while maintaining their lead. They had calculated their strategy well, yet UCLA offered no respite, applying intense pressure with their aggressive defense. On Marquette's side, the diminutive point guard Bradley passed to a teammate in the corner, but the moment the latter received the ball, he was met with an immediate block from Li Feng. He hastily abandoned his shooting motion and attempted to dribble and slip along the baseline. However, perhaps the pressure from UCLA's defensive tactics took effect, resulting in a costly turnover. The basketball struck his foot, causing him to tumble as if possessed by Jordan himself. Seizing the moment, Leong dove for the ball, cradling it in his arms and swiftly aiming it towards the advancing Li Feng. The pass was swift, though slightly off target, necessitating a small leap from Li Feng to catch his teammate's throw. Yet, before him stood a defender awaiting his move. Regrettably, what was once a perfect fast break opportunity had devolved into a one-on-one scenario. I do not wish to place blame, as controlling the trajectory of a pass while on the ground is undeniably challenging. Nonetheless, this presented a conundrum for Li Feng. How would he handle this situation? Would he wait for his teammates to regroup, or would he rely on his individual prowess to resolve the issue? The commentator's words ignited excitement among the spectators. For UCLA, a half-court offense was undoubtedly their forte. Unlike Marquette, who had scored primarily through chaotic fast breaks in previous encounters, Li Feng need not rush into a solo play. With a steady approach, they stood a significant chance of scoring. Should Li Feng opt for a forced layup, he would be confronted by one of Marquette's key forwards, Scott Merritt, a robust power forward standing at 206 centimeters. At that moment, many, including Coach Tom, smiled faintly, calmly believing that Li Feng would not dare challenge Scott's defense. Yet, to everyone's surprise, instead of decelerating to regroup in the face of Scott's formidable presence beneath the basket, Li Feng chose to accelerate once more. What was he planning to do? Amidst the momentary daze of the crowd, Li Feng surged forward to stand before Scott, his body leaning significantly to the right as he took a substantial step in that direction. At that instant, Wade, who had been quietly observing the match, suddenly sensed something amiss. This movement seemed eerily familiar. Wait a moment. His eyes widened in realization, and he shouted, "That's the Euro step. Don't fall for it." However, by the time Wade uttered these words, Scott had already been swayed to the right. As he registered Wade's warning, he caught sight of a basketball gliding past him. Li Feng, after executing a high pass, pulled the ball to his left hand and then leaped into the air. However, this was distinct from Wade's signature switch-hand layup. As Li Feng leaped into the air, his left hand soared above the rim. In the next moment, he executed a thunderous dunk. The audience was utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. The host, equally taken aback, trembled slightly, microphone in hand, at a loss for words, while others employed a Euro step to score. What on earth was this? A fast break Euro step with a switch dunk? Unbelievable, simply astounding. Chapter 60, Can You Shoot? This is what shooting truly means. At this moment, the spectators were enveloped in sheer astonishment. Even Wade, renowned for his signature moves, was left speechless by Li Feng's audacious style. Was Wade's gameplay entertaining? Undoubtedly. Yet, Li Feng's recent display eclipsed even Wade's most exhilarating performances. Li Feng cast a subtle smile at Wade standing on the sidelines and then gestured towards the floor. This is my domain. In an instant, Wade's eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched with intensity. Is this a declaration of war against me? I accept, Li Feng. Wade seized the moment to recuperate on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Li Feng and his teammates unleashed a relentless barrage on the court. The strength of Marquette University's substitutes paled in comparison to that of Kansas and the University of Arizona. Their bench depth offered no advantage over UCLA. Consequently, this lineup, faced with the full offensive might of Li Feng, was utterly shattered. Li Feng possessed an unwavering confidence in his skills, demonstrating an effortless mastery of the game. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would execute rapid offensive maneuvers, repeatedly dismantling the opposing defense. In that moment, the players from Marquette University were once again haunted by the fear reminiscent of being outmaneuvered by Dwayne Wade's elusive footwork. Coach Tom had anticipated that. With just over 2 minutes remaining, UCLA would manage a mere 3 or 4 offensive possessions at most. Yet, the reality unfolded differently. With 2 steals, Li Feng himself scored 5 points, amassing a total of 8, while also drawing a foul against their opponents. The sharpshooter Capono contributed as well, hitting 1 of 2 attempts to secure an additional 3 points. In less than 3 minutes, UCLA had astonishingly tallied 11 points with terrifying efficiency. As the halftime buzzer sounded, not only had Li Feng led his team to catch up, but they had also surpassed Marquette University by a single point. What an impressive feat. It was simply remarkable. Boys, this is how it should be played. Coach Steve beamed with pride. Regardless of any notions of underdogs rising, he remained unperturbed, for it was evident that the rhythm of the game had been reclaimed by his team. Once Coach Tom recognized that relying solely on Wade's individual plays would not suffice for victory, he once again consulted the tactical board, sketching and strategizing to adjust their game plan. However, everyone understood that the outcome of the match would hinge not on the supporting players, but rather on a direct clash between titans. Thus, after a brief intermission of 20 minutes, both teams returned to the court as the second half commenced. Led by Li Feng, all the starting players of UCLA faced off against the full roster of Marquette University. Following the halftime intermission, the enthusiasm of the audience showed no signs of waning. Rather, their spirits soared with excitement and anticipation. Within the crowd, NBA scouts sat intently, their focus sharpened as they observed the unfolding contest. They understood that opportunities for a dramatic comeback are rare. This second-half encounter might very well determine the outcome of the match. Would the versatile forward from China emerge victorious, or would the powerhouse from Marquette prevail? It was time to unveil the answer. As Marquette prepared for a baseline inbound, they deliberately advanced the ball past half-court, choosing not to rush their offensive strategy. Have they altered their tactics? Li Feng inquired, glancing at Wade nearby. However, Wade offered no response. Instead, he utilized a teammate's screen to dart out to the perimeter, creating an opportunity. As Cedric followed him, Wade swiftly penetrated the lane for an offensive thrust. Truly, Wade lived up to his reputation as the man who could outpace even a torn meniscus. His explosive start left the defender with no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was already a step away from the key. At this moment, with TJ and Mike anchoring the paint, Cedric did not anticipate Wade engaging in a one-on-one post confrontation. In a moment of inspiration, he quickly shifted to cover the unguarded Capono on the perimeter. Yet, as he arrived, Wade came to an abrupt halt. Then, he launched a mid-range jumper. This marked Wade's first shot of the game, and only his 3rd attempt of the season. The announcer paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "Will this shot find its mark? Oh my God, it's good." The basketball swished through the net, producing a delightful sound. The crowd, momentarily stunned, erupted into cheers. Oh, what a shot! Not only the audience was taken aback, but the scouts were equally astonished. Initially captivated by the blade-like prowess of a penetrating guard, they were now further intrigued to discover that this young man possessed a reliable jump shot as well. This is truly a delightful embellishment. Coach Tom at the sidelines slightly curled his lips. This was his ace in the hole. Wade, during his high school years, had been subjected to intensive training due to severe academic disparity, honing his shooting skills. However, even upon entering college, Wade's shooting ability still left much to be desired. Coach Tom recognized the young man's potential and his struggles with shooting. Thus, he discreetly assisted Wade in refining his technique while on the court. He commanded Wade to attack the basket as much as possible. This strategy served a dual purpose: to allow Wade to leverage his strengths, maintaining an aggressive and confident demeanor in offense, while simultaneously ensuring that opposing teams would remain oblivious to his shooting capabilities. Initially, Tom intended to spring a surprise on their rivals after reaching the finals, but the formidable nature of UCLA exceeded their expectations. Tom foresaw that if he were to conceal another tactic at this juncture, they might very well lose the game. UCLA was an adversary they needed to confront with utmost vigor. With a smirk, Tom remarked, "Steve, let us see how you respond next." On the court, after Wade made the shot, his mindset did not shift significantly. He merely clenched his fists silently and swiftly returned to defense, aware that the final showdown was just beginning. In truth, Feng was not as astonished as others. As a time traveler, he possessed a general understanding of Wade's combat prowess and shooting standards. While Wade demonstrated some shooting ability, his consistency was not particularly strong. Had he encountered an unsuspecting team, Tom's maneuver might have indeed intimidated them. Unfortunately for him, he faced Feng, who was all too familiar with how to counter players lacking in shooting finesse. The moment Wade began to harbor even a hint of doubt about his shooting, even the slightest, his execution would falter and his accuracy would consequently diminish. Thus, Feng was ready to play mind games again. After Feng assisted Mike with a hook shot that found its mark, there was no celebration. He simply turned to Cedric and calmly stated, "This time, I'll take the defensive assignment." During the subsequent offensive play, Wade noticed that his defender had transformed into Feng. However, he felt no surprise or concern. In fact, there was a glimmer of arrogant confidence in Wade's expression, as if to say, "Are you coming, Lee? You are no match for me. Let us wait and see." Feng responded nonchalantly, then positioned himself before Wade, spreading his arms apart across a distance of 2 strides, and declared, "Go ahead and shoot. Is this space not ample enough for you to make your move?" Everyone present was taken aback. What is Feng up to? Does he truly doubt Wade's ability to score? Wade narrowed his eyes, perceiving the crude psychological tactics as utterly meaningless. He then raised his hand and released a long 2-pointer at a 45-degree angle. Whoosh! In a professional arena, a missed shot is a grave mistake, unless one is facing the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Giannis Antetokounmpo, or Ben Simmons. Yet, this particular shot, although valiant, did not find its mark, instead grazing the back rim. Is that all? The moment a teammate seized the rebound, Feng couldn't resist taunting. Wade's lips twitched slightly, choosing not to respond. He remained steadfast in his confidence. After all, making 1 out of 2 attempts was hardly a significant issue. Just as his coach had consistently advised during training, one must seize every opportunity to shoot with conviction. Thus, he firmly believed that his actions were justified. Upon witnessing Wade's resolute demeanor, Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared that to breach this young man's psychological defenses, a greater effort was required. In the subsequent round, a teammate set a high screen for Feng, who then executed a feigned shot before swiftly penetrating the defense. Given Feng's well-known passing threat, the entire Marquette University team hesitated to converge upon him. Inside the paint, Robert was poised, ready to face the challenge. However, as Feng approached within 3 meters of him, he suddenly executed a sharp stop and pivot. Whoosh! The ball soared in a graceful jump shot, striking the backboard with precision before cascading directly into the hoop. The entire sequence unfolded effortlessly, exuding an undeniable elegance. Even the ESPN commentator took the liberty of showcasing a slow-motion replay of Feng's remarkable maneuver. Though his technique still paled in comparison to the likes of Jordan or Kobe, there was no denying the sheer flair of the moment. It was undeniably cool, so cool it could have warranted a benching by the coach. Had anyone else performed such a display, Steve would have certainly berated them, questioning why they couldn't play more simply and refrain from ostentation. Yet, because it was Feng executing the play, Steve could only nod in silent approval, applauding with a resounding "well done." Feng remained indifferent to the reactions from the outside world. After successfully making the shot, he turned to Wade and remarked coolly, "Did you see that? This is what shooting looks like." Wade's silence was deafening. When faced once more with Feng's defensive strategy, he steadfastly chose to believe in himself. He aimed, crouched, raised his hand, and applied pressure with his wrist. The mantra of shooting was already ingrained in his mind, and he was convinced that this shot would not miss. However, at the very moment he released the ball, Feng unexpectedly leaped without regard for decorum. His elongated arms reached out to block the shot, startling Wade. As he hurriedly released the ball, an ominous feeling struck him. It was off, Protect the rebound. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as the basketball crashed heavily against the rim before bouncing slightly upward. Fortunately, Robert managed to seize the rebound and drew a foul from TJ beneath the basket, earning a chance for a 1-1 free throw. Robert subsequently converted both free throws, once again prolonging Marquette University's hopes. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Robert's steady performance. Although Wade felt a sense of joy witnessing his teammates score, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him. The game continued, with both teams showcasing remarkable offensive and defensive prowess, frequently executing intricate plays and formidable defenses. Amidst the chaos, Wade found an opportunity to sink a mid-range jumper, restoring his shooting percentage to a satisfactory 2 out of 5 attempts. While this success was not particularly poor by any standard, as the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent, Feng's flawless three-point shooting undoubtedly dealt a blow to Wade's confidence. Of course, his attempts were made from close range, raising questions of fairness. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that Feng's strategy, while perhaps unscrupulous, proved effective. Although the score remained closely contested, Wade's psychological state was visibly affected. As the game reached the 28-minute mark, the score stood at 59-63. With UCLA holding a temporary lead, the teams then seamlessly executed player rotations. However, the game did not lose its excitement after the starters left the court. On the contrary, the competition intensified dramatically. At this critical juncture, every player was fully committed to the battle. After a brief 4-minute respite, Marquette University could no longer contain themselves, reintroducing Wade and Robert among others. During this phase of the game, Wade seized the opportunity, driving to the basket for 4 consecutive points and earning a free throw. Though regrettably, he missed it. On the sidelines, Coach Tom seemed to sense Wade's wavering performance and encouraged him vocally. "Wade, we have trained tirelessly. Our sweat does not lie. Believe in yourself." Upon hearing this, Wade hesitated momentarily before nodding thoughtfully. As the game reached the 32-minute mark, UCLA's assistant coaches returned to the court. The score then shifted to 68-66, with Marquette regaining the lead. The back-and-forth battle between the two teams was fiercely competitive, leaving even seasoned NBA scouts perplexed about the ultimate outcome. From this point onward, any minor misstep could determine the victor. Having regained his energy after a break, Feng reemerged, ready to unleash his unparalleled offensive prowess. In less than a year, he had evolved into a formidable ball handler capable of carrying the team's offense. Even in such pivotal moments, as long as he possessed the ball, UCLA's offensive threat escalated significantly. Meanwhile, Wade, perhaps inspired by the coach's words, gradually rediscovered his confidence and shooting touch, making it challenging for Feng and his teammates to defend against his drives and outside shots. The tug-of-war continued until the 38-minute mark, when Feng executed an under-the-basket hook shot, bringing the score to 82-83, with Marquette still leading by a single point. Chapter 61. Apologies, but you have only eliminated yourself. At this moment, Marquette not only held a slender lead but also possessed the ball, which meant that if they managed the clock wisely, their chances of victory were considerably enhanced. "Everyone, stay calm and don't rush," was the collective sentiment. Wade extended one finger to direct traffic while the other hand gracefully dribbled the ball forward. As a seasoned third-grade player, Wade understood the importance of remaining composed in such situations. He was acutely aware that impatience could lead to a disadvantage. If possible, he aimed to stretch the time and minimize UCLA's chances of a comeback. Thus, he meticulously controlled the clock, leisurely advancing the ball past half-court before pausing to dribble just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, showing no urgency to attack. In this decisive moment, with the presence of Novak and others, UCLA, despite recognizing Wade's formidable ability to penetrate, found their interior defense less congested. Facing Feng's defense, Wade continued to dribble forward, simultaneously crafting some banter, casually stating, "Feng, I've told you before, low-level mind games have no effect on me." "Is that so?" "I beg to differ." Feng maintained a distance of 1 meter, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Still unwilling to acknowledge your defeat? Allow me to demonstrate," he remarked. Wade glanced at the dwindling time, and in the next instant, he accelerated his rhythm, creating a half-body space between himself and Feng before abruptly halting to take a jump shot. The trajectory of the ball in the air was not particularly high, yet it was precise. Swish! The ball barely grazed the edge of the rim before sinking into the net. The score was now 82-85, narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points with only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the game. In stark contrast to the leisurely pace of Marquette University, Feng and his team surged forward with evident urgency. Capono exerted every ounce of effort to maneuver, seeking an opportunity for a three-point shot. Following a solid screen set by TJ, Capono found himself with an open position on the wing. Feng, the ball. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the ball soared into his hands. The commentator, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "What a brilliant pass. Unbelievable." Feng delivered the ball perfectly to his teammate. Just as the commentator concluded, his expression shifted again. However, Wade did not grant him the luxury of an open shot. His recovery speed was astonishing. He has already positioned himself in front of Capono. The audience collectively gasped, astonished by Wade's relentless determination. Even though Feng had passed the ball at the earliest opportunity, Wade still managed to close the gap to Capono. The spectators were left wondering how Capono would respond, with ample time remaining on the shot clock to reorganize the play. In a split second, Capono made his decision. He chose to trust himself and rely on Feng's rebounding prowess. Whoosh. Confronted by Wade's defense, he launched a three-pointer. He shot. Could he withstand the pressure? Just as the commentator finished his thought, the basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. Swish. The score was now 85-85. As Capono held firm under pressure, leveling the game. Yes, Capono jubilantly raised his arms, reveling in his achievement. In this pivotal moment, his three-point shot proved to be undeniably crucial. As Feng passed by, he smiled and remarked, "That shot you made was crucial, Capono. Stay composed. Victory is within our grasp." Capono felt a surge of joy from the praise, yet he couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation of being commended by Feng, who was, after all, a senior while he was merely a freshman. What was with this air of maturity emanating from him? Following UCLA's pivotal three-pointer, the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense. With just 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining, Wade understood that any mistake at this juncture could jeopardize the efforts expended over the past 30 minutes. Consequently, Coach Tom opted to utilize the team's final timeout to stabilize the situation. During the timeout, the crowd's cheers intensified. Wade, Marquette, Feng, UCLA. The opposing fans were unwavering in their fervor, and the rivalry on the court escalated correspondingly. Meanwhile, the UCLA coach was delivering his final instructions to the players. Listen up. Gentlemen, we have essentially one last opportunity to attack. They won't afford us much time. Therefore, on the next possession, I need you to protect the boards with all your might and allow Capono to seek a three-point opportunity. If we end up in overtime, our chances of winning diminish significantly. Do you understand? We must strive for that three-pointer. Steve analyzed the situation with clarity, recognizing that Marquette's stamina was likely superior to that of UCLA. The longer the game dragged on, the less favorable it would become for them. Securing a three-pointer first, then seizing control of the game, was indeed the optimal strategy. Feng, the team's rebounding rests on your shoulders, Steve whispered earnestly as they prepared to take the court. Feng hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Rest assured, we shall prevail. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, each armed with their respective strategies. Marquette University opted not to entrust the ball to Wade, instead passing it to Travis. Standing at a modest height of just 182 meters, the point guard was less prone to errors. It was evident that Marquette's primary objective was to play it safe. With each rhythmic dribble, the game clock continued its relentless countdown. Marquette was also deliberately seeking opportunities for three-point shots, with Novak displaying remarkable enthusiasm. A successful three-pointer at this juncture would be akin to a near-game winner. However, Cedric, Capono, and others on the perimeter denied them any bold attempts. Additionally, Novak's own speed was not particularly impressive, and after several seconds, no promising opportunities had emerged. In an unexpected turn, Wade suddenly made a backdoor cut, driving towards the lane. He passed. Travis executed a bounce pass, sending the ball skimming past Cedric's feet into the paint. Facing Wade's sudden onslaught, UCLA's TJ stood on high alert. Yet, upon entering the lane, Wade unexpectedly slowed his advance, abandoning his offensive approach and pivoting towards the perimeter. Just as TJ breathed a sigh of relief, Wade executed a swift turnaround jump shot, aiming for the backboard before releasing the ball. Thud! The basketball found its mark with precision. The commentator exclaimed with delight into the microphone, "It appears Wade is gradually regaining his confidence and touch. The multifaceted Wade is indeed a challenge to defend against. If he can maintain this rhythm, UCLA's defenders will be utterly confounded by his next move." With the clock ticking down to a mere 48 seconds remaining and UCLA left with only one offensive opportunity, Feng called for the play, and his teammates understood implicitly. Capono transformed into a court sprite, frantically utilizing screens from his teammates to navigate through the defense. Yet, Marquette's positioning was equally tenacious, exhibiting remarkable speed and discipline. And even after 10 seconds, they showed no signs of vulnerability. It was clear they intended to attempt a three-pointer, but Marquette was relentless in denying them any chances. The tension mounted. Would this shot find its way in? If not, UCLA's situation would become precarious. Not only were the spectators on the edge of their seats, but Coach Steve on the sidelines also wore a serious expression, intently observing the unfolding drama. This shot must go in for any hope to remain alive. Capono was completely marked, yet in the corner, DJ Thompson suddenly found a glimmer of opportunity. Out of the corner of his eye, Feng noticed an individual slip away from the baseline, prompting him to make a swift decision and pass the ball in an instant. Bottom corner. Man-to-man, hurry. Coach Tom exclaimed, his heart sinking as he leapt from the sidelines. Steve also sprang to his feet, shouting, shoot. With merely 5 seconds left in the offensive possession, there was no better opportunity at hand. The moment Thompson received the ball, he adjusted its grip and launched a shot. Whoosh. Just then, a figure burst forth from the crowd. It was not a bald head, but rather Wade. This fellow soared through the air, executing a spectacular leap right before Thompson. Had it been the omnipotent number 11, Thompson would undoubtedly have sent Wade sprawling as mere background scenery. Alas, he was not. Bang, accompanied by a crisp sound. Wade distinctly altered the trajectory of the basketball. Wade blocked it. Oh no, it's over. The time for offense has expired. Damn it, we lost. A wave of despair swept over the UCLA fans in attendance. The ball's momentum was significantly diminished, and as it descended, it was clear it would miss entirely. Should the offense run out of time, no effort could salvage the outcome. Yet, at that moment, Feng seized the opportunity and leapt into the air. Activating his one-handed rebounding skill, he extended his right hand, snatching the basketball mid-flight. With a deft twist of his body, he aimed for the hoop just a meter away. He swung his arm in a powerful arc and slammed the ball down. Boom! The sound erupted violently against the rim as Feng completed the dunk, coinciding perfectly with the final whistle for the end of the offensive play. Beep. At that moment, every spectator held their breath. If that shot had been too late, the game would have been virtually over. However, after a brief discussion, the officials unanimously declared the basket valid. 87-87, the score was tied once more. Damn, incredible. Feng, you are a legend. Oh God, he is truly a savior. The audience, still reeling from that astonishing play, began to babble in disbelief. Even the NBA scouts present were taken aback, never expecting such intensity in a college game. It was fierce, incredibly fierce. One must concede, this match was worth every moment. Whether it was Wade or Feng, their performances had far surpassed the average collegiate experience and ability. Under the discerning gaze of the NBA scouts, it was nearly impossible to discern any flaws in either player. These two were nothing short of prodigies. Competitive sports are undeniably ruthless. Where there is a contest, there will inevitably be a victor. Who shall emerge triumphant? Given the current circumstances, Marquette University's chances appear markedly superior to those of UCLA. Yet, this seasoned group of strategists remains unconvinced that a player named Feng is as straightforward as he seems. Perhaps the match still holds unexpected twists? With merely 13 seconds remaining on the clock, Wade decisively resolves to conclude the game on his own terms. Should he succeed in scoring this pivotal basket, it would signify a dramatic victory for Feng and his team. Steve had intended to orchestrate an early foul from his squad, but Feng interjected with a nod, assuring him, "Coach, have no worries. Wade cannot surpass me." Feng spoke with a voice that resonated loudly, showing no signs of reservation. Logically, it would be the head coach's responsibility at this juncture to formulate the most prudent strategy. However, after a moment of contemplation, he simply returned to the bench. In this critical moment, he chose to place his trust in Feng. Meanwhile, on the court, Marquette University opted to spread their players out, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Wade. Yet, at this moment, Feng appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by Wade's impending assault. "Come on, Wade. Do you genuinely believe you can score against me? What are you hesitating for?" Upon hearing Feng's words, even with the most steadfast mindset, Wade felt a surge of frustration. "Do you have any idea how many times I've scored against you before? I have the advantage now. How dare you be so arrogant?" Feng, you will lose. I beg to differ. As long as I can defend against you, victory is within reach, Feng replied with a calm smile. Exuding an air of ease. I will make you regret those words, Wade declared, taking a deep breath and opting for silence. He aimed to let his skills speak for themselves, silencing Feng in the process. Observing Feng's defensive stance, Wade noted that he was neither too far forward nor too far back. From this position, should he shoot, it would be difficult for Feng to block him. Up to this point in the game, Wade's shooting touch had been quite favorable. He could easily seal the game with a mid-range jumper. However, an unsettling sensation suddenly crept into Wade's mind. He recalled Feng's taunts, and despite having made previous shots, he questioned the reliability of securing such a crucial victory through another jump shot. In mere moments of contemplation, Wade's body instinctively made a decision. He would drive to the basket. Faced with TJ's defense beneath the rim, he felt absolute confidence in his ability to score. With a moment of hesitation, Wade approached Feng with a quick crossover, then executed a sharp change of direction, charging towards the basket. Wade leaped high into the air, evading TJ's block, and switched hands to release the ball in a different direction. Wade has penetrated. The commentator shouted excitedly, but in the next instant, a figure soared from behind Wade, ascending even higher. A whisper echoed in Wade's ear, "You have merely sealed your own fate." Chapter 62, The Demonic Whisper, The Calculated Victory. At that moment, Wade heard the sinister whisper, and a chill ran down his spine. A cold sweat began to trickle down. This is bad. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he heard a deafening explosion above him. Boom. Feng delivered a stunning block with a ferocious slam. The commentators at the scene, taken aback by this unexpected moment, leapt to their feet, exclaiming in excitement, Feng has executed a magnificent rejection. Could he possibly create a miracle? Yet, only 4 seconds remain on the clock. Feng's tremendous block forcefully sent the ball ricocheting off the backboard. Upon retrieving the ball, Capono briefly surveyed the scene before unhesitatingly passing it to the swiftly advancing Feng at midcourt. They passed the ball to Feng. Yet the opposing team quickly fortified their defense, leaving no opportunity for an open shot. This was an unattainable offensive maneuver. Before the onside announcer could finish speaking, Feng had already dashed past the three-point line, directly confronting the opposition's defense. Standing in the key was none other than Robert Jackson. At this moment, he was acutely aware that as long as he refrained from committing a foul and provided Feng with a modicum of disruption, it would suffice. Feng had no time to pass or feint. If the game dragged into overtime, victory was within their grasp. As the clock ticked down, the spectators held their breath. Rising to their feet, the atmosphere felt charged, as if time itself had slowed, while Feng surged forward relentlessly on the court. Bang! Bang! As the numbers on the timer flickered again, Feng had completed his dribble. He was poised to attack. In that moment, Robert could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, his nerves taut to the breaking point. Left or right? At that instant, Feng took a significant step with his right leg, shifting his weight, his shoulder and body fully extending. Right it was. In that fleeting moment, Robert made his decision. His core tightened as he pivoted, positioning himself to obstruct Feng's path. He refrained from reaching out, determined not to grant Feng any foul opportunities. But just then, Coach Thomas' voice pierced the air. Not that way, it's a Euro step. In an instant, a thunderous realization struck Robert's mind. He sensed impending doom. Yet before him, Feng had already executed a high dribble, soaring over his head. Then, with a swift shift of his left foot, he released the ball as he approached the basket. He opted against a dunk, instead launching the ball with unparalleled speed. Beep! Almost simultaneously, the timer hit 0, and the final whistle echoed through the arena. All eyes turned skyward, fixated on the shot that would determine the fate of the match. Would they go home or advance further? The basketball soared towards the backboard, hitting its frame and beginning its descent. Thud! The ball did not enter the hoop, but rather struck the opposite side of the rim, bouncing back up. All the players and fans from Marquette University silently prayed. Please don't go in. Coach Steve, already on his feet, clenched his fists tightly, his palms soaked with sweat. Each collision between the ball and the rim felt like a thunderclap in his heart. Please don't bounce out. The ball grazed the rim several times, gradually losing momentum. Swish. It went in. The scores flickered once more, 89-87. UCLA emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. Unbelievably, Feng had executed a signature move reminiscent of Dwayne Wade, sealing the game. Let us congratulate the ultimate victor, UCLA, on reaching the finals. At the same time, let us extend our applause to Marquette University for their thrilling performance. As the host began to speak, the atmosphere of the arena erupted in fervor. The echoes of cheers reverberated throughout the arena, as all the fans were immersed in the thrill of that breathtaking last-second shot. Incredible. This was nothing short of madness. Li Feng's prowess was simply unparalleled. He was astonishingly formidable. My goodness, in just 4 seconds, he executed a full-court counterattack? This was utterly insane. I could scarcely believe my eyes. It was nothing short of a miracle, and Li Feng was the architect of that miracle. Amidst the scene, numerous NBA scouts, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment, hastily pulled out their reports, fervently scribbling notes. Clearly, Li Feng's performance left everyone utterly astounded. For these NBA scouts, this was no longer merely about the last-second shot itself. It was ample proof that Li Feng was a pivotal player born for the grand stage, a true leader capable of shouldering a team, rather than evading responsibility in critical moments. Coach Steve and his team, overjoyed, rushed onto the court to envelop Li Feng in a hearty embrace. "Young man, you were phenomenal. I could just kiss you." "Let's skip that," Li Feng replied with an awkward smile, declining the offer. While some reveled in victory, the players from Marquette University wore expressions of despair, unable to muster even a semblance of a smile. During the post-game handshake, many wore forlorn faces, begrudgingly offering their congratulations to UCLA. As Dwayne Wade extended his hand to Li Feng, he suddenly remarked, "Li Feng, do you realize that if I had chosen to shoot at that moment, the outcome could have been quite different?" "Indeed, but I am quite certain that you would not have taken the shot," Li Feng replied with a light smile, exuding an air of ease. "How can you be so certain?" Wade countered, visibly indignant despite the loss. In Wade's eyes, he believed that the final shot was merely a matter of chance, an event that could not be replicated. Given another opportunity, perhaps he would be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Li Feng discerned Wade's intentions, and thus he offered a serene smile. "If that is the case, let us ensure your defeat is unequivocal. My certainty stems from the knowledge that you harbor a lack of confidence in your shooting. Regardless of how many baskets you may make, the seed of doubt has already been sown. At such a pivotal moment, it is bound to blossom, is it not?" After hearing these words, Wade's previously confident expression momentarily froze. Li Feng spoke calmly and continued to explain, "Believe me, no matter how many times you attempt to score, you will always opt for the layup, and regardless of the number of attempts, I will block you. I concede that your speed is impressive, and I cannot match it. However, my blocking area is larger than yours, so if you make a move in the air to evade the defender beneath the basket, you present me with an exceptional opportunity to block your shot. Do you understand? What you just did was no mere coincidence." After hearing these words, Wade fell into a brief silence. Was everything truly calculated on Li Feng's part? After a moment of contemplation, Wade lifted his gaze to meet Li Feng's eyes and said, "I'm not one to shy away from admitting defeat. I will accept this loss gracefully and strive to become even stronger." Li Feng